The Lead Cloak. The year 2081. Part 1. Spheres. Chapter 1. Byron Shaw was in a jump. For 10 glorious minutes, the men's room was transformed into a small forested hill at the edge of some Pennsylvania farmland. The body of Colonel Shaw was in a bathroom stall, but his mind was 2 centuries in the past, visiting another colonel, Joshua Chamberlain, who was protecting Little Round Top from the Confederate army that was attempting to flank his position. "We've only got enough ammunition for a single volley," Shaw/Chamberlain said to his closest troops. "We'll use bayonets and attack down the hill, the left flank starting their charge first and the rest following, like a swinging door. Pass the word down the line and tell them to wait for my order." Chamberlain waited for the order to reach the men under his command, his face projecting calm. Despite the years between them, Shaw could feel how intentional the expression was, how much Chamberlain was masking his fear. He felt the doubting questions begin to bubble up in Chamberlain's mind. Was this lunacy? How would his family and friends back in Maine remember him if this failed? Was this the last desperate act of a desperate man? There was no time for such thoughts, though, and Chamberlain pushed his doubts aside. He couldn't count on any more time from the rebels at the bottom of the hill. "Fix bayonets!" Shaw/Chamberlain cried. As the Union line began mounting their bayonets on their rifles, Shaw felt a pinch in his right ring finger. In fact, the small metal ring had gone quite cold, causing the metal to constrict and squeeze against his skin. It would squeeze more tightly if he didn't jump back from Gettysburg within the next 5 seconds. With a sigh, Shaw touched the ring against the implant in his right temple, and immediately Chamberlain and the Union Army were gone, replaced by the drab blue metal door of the bathroom stall. He shouldn't have tried to jump when he was on duty. He never got to stay longer than a few minutes before his ring pinched with an urgent request. When off duty, in his quarters, he could jump for a few solid hours, choosing a soldier at random and following him and his thoughts around. Most people would consider that kind of jumping to be boring, but Shaw preferred it. If for no other reason, then its veneer of seriousness allowed him to continue to tell himself he wasn't an addict. Shaw washed up quickly and found a young man waiting for him just outside the bathroom door. He was a new face. Yang? First Lieutenant Tim Yang, Shaw remembered. Yang was shifting from foot to foot. His nervousness wasn't quite a surprise. It was his first day at the installation, and he'd just interrupted his superior officer in the jawn. "I'm sorry, sir. They said I should come," Yang started. But Shaw wouldn't let him finish. "No apologies. Work here for a few days and you can be guaranteed someone will have gotten you off the can 8 times. Can I see your cuff for just a second?" Yang held it up, confused, and Shaw played with it for a few seconds. "What's the message?" "An intruder on the desert sensors, 110 kilometers away." 110? Shit. Shaw dropped Yang's arm and together they hurried down the corridor. "You see how I wedged the coat sleeve under your cuff link, by the way? Now you'll always see your cuff. It won't get lost up the sleeve." Yang looked down at his wrist as they walked. "Thank you, sir." "Don't mention it. It's the easiest way to look sharp in these shit uniforms," Shaw said. "Try it on the other sleeve after we take care of this raider." "Yes, sir." Shaw looked Yang over as they walked. The young man looked like he was trying to find a corner to hide in. "Awfully young to be here, aren't you?" "Just a few months away from 24, sir." "Shouldn't you still be in the academy?" "My parents believed childhood was for study, not playing. It meant I went a lot faster than everyone else." "No doubt. I wasn't out of the academy until I was 26. So, what do we do about the raider?" "Major Iverson said it was a hovercraft, flying just a few feet over the desert surface. It's doing 300 km per hour, Yang added, his voice strained. Shaw recognized the note of panic. He'd hoped to put Yang at ease. Shaw remembered his own nerves during his first raid, back before they dulled into routine. All they did now was interrupt his jumps back to the Civil War. Any chance it's just a lost tourist? No, sir. It's on a direct collision course from west-southwest. Out of Death Valley. That explains why we didn't catch the signal until now. Sir, visuals are tricky out there with the heat. Cloaked planes or drones can get through easily, so instead we have sensors across the desert. But even those can be fooled. If you move slowly enough, if there's enough sand in the air, the heat you kick out isn't much different from the radiant heat, you can get pretty far through before we catch you. How strong is the radiation signature? No radiation, sir. Really? Shaw's eyebrows arched and he quickened his pace. No radiation signature meant the pilot wasn't carrying a dirty bomb, but it was so rare these days that he felt himself grow uneasy. Conventionals, then. Unusual. What's unusual, sir? The raiders gave up on conventional weapons years ago. In theory, they'd work well enough, but only if the pilot thinks he can get within just a few kilometers. And no one even tries that anymore. Shaw began thinking out loud, partly for Yang's benefit. All right, so we have a raider about 100 clicks out heading straight for us. At 300 kilometers per hour, we've got 15 minutes before he's within range to fire a conventional missile. Shaw grunted. Well, he's already closer than a lot of the raiders have gotten recently. Who knows, Yang? Not too much farther, and you'll remember your first day as the closest anyone's gotten to the Lattice in 10 years. Shaw smiled widely at Yang, his face fully reflecting his excitement. He could feel adrenaline pumping through him at the prospect of an actual fight. Normally, the computer would have given his team so much warning that, if he hadn't been in the bathroom, he would have already dispatched the raider into a cloud of smoke and sand. But today, things might actually get interesting. If there were more days like this, he thought, maybe he wouldn't have to jump back into the Battle of Gettysburg. As much as he enjoyed the historical battles, they didn't get his blood pumping. He already knew the outcome. No matter how many times he jumped, no matter the different perspectives he found, the Battle of Little Round Top stayed frustratingly the same. Although the outcome of the fight today was pretty well preordained too. The lone pilot had nothing but some conventional weapons, probably decades out of date, or worse, made it home. He had no chance. Already lasers on the ground and in orbit above them were waiting for Shaw's order to blow the hovercraft out of the sky. If through some shocking feat it could survive those, Shaw still had a small array of tactical nukes under his command. As long as they were detonated more than 10 kilometers away from the installation, they wouldn't damage the lattice. Shaw put his hand on the metallic door at the end of the hall, waiting for his fingerprints, body heat, and DNA to be recognized. Not foolproof, of course, but what was anymore? It would almost be worth it to let a raider get close, just to put a little thrill into the game, Shaw thought, before immediately pushing the thought away. It's that kind of thinking that can cost you your job, he told himself. His hand cleared him for admittance, and Shaw entered the command center. As the door opened, he told Yang, "My first priority is downing this hovercraft, but stay close to me. I know we're a little different than what you were used to in Geneva, so I'll do my best to answer any questions." The familiar glow of screens lit up the room. Shaw went to the center of the room, to the large table, and glanced through each illuminated screen. He focused on the map first, confirming everything Yang had relayed to him. The craft was now within 100 kilometers and had less than 15 minutes before it was within range to deploy its weapons. Shaw looked for more data about this unusual raider. What game was he playing at? Trying to run against the most sophisticated weapon system in the world with what exactly? Who jumped to the hovercraft? Me, sir, Johan Iverson answered from behind his station. What's it carrying? Antiques, sir. 6 interceptor missiles, at least 50 years old. No other weapons. The whole thing looks like it was cobbled together in someone's garage. It's lucky it's even 2 meters off the ground. A drone? No, sir, a single pilot. Shaw continued to look over the displays. Are lasers targeted? Yes, sir. We're having trouble bringing the ground-based lasers online for some reason, but both Thunderbolt satellites locked on as soon as the AI found the hovercraft. They're waiting on your command. Shaw nodded. He looked over at Yang, who was standing behind him, just a little too close, like a loyal terrier. Shaw struggled to come up with the words to explain to him why a knot was slowly forming in his gut. He looked back at the table and muttered, "Something's wrong." "Sir?" Yang asked, stepping even closer. "No one flies conventionals at us anymore." "Why is that significant, sir?" "Such low tech. Against all this?" His hand swept over the table and the room, encompassing the satellites and lasers in the process. "It'll be like shooting fish in a barrel. And yet, it doesn't feel right. He's got his heat modulated to the outside air temperature within 1/100th of a degree. It enabled him to get as far as he did without the computer finally recognizing the heat signature. He goes through all that trouble, but he doesn't even bother buying a dirty bomb. You see what I'm getting at?" Yang shook his head. "Seems straightforward to me, sir. By the book." "And how does the book say we should proceed when we have a single pilot raider this close to the installation?" "Make contact with the pilot and warn him off." That had never worked once, of course, but Shaw nodded. "Right you are." "What frequency is our pilot on?" Shaw called to Iverson. Protocol dictated that whoever jumped to the raider looked for weapons and looked inside the cockpit, taking note of all communication devices. "Old-fashioned wireless, channel 4. Grab the wireless over there, would you, Yang?" Yang scampered to the wall where it hung and returned with the transmitter and receiver. Shaw took it up in his hand, noticing the curly black cord that stretched from the console to the microphone. Sometimes he couldn't get over that people once used things like this. He pressed the button on the side. "Unidentified hovercraft. Unidentified hovercraft. You have crossed into restricted airspace. Please drop your speed and turn around. We will escort you out of the restricted area. Do you copy? Over." There was silence, and after a few seconds of it, Shaw repeated his message. Silence again. 80 clicks out, Iverson called. Shaw picked up the wireless again. "Listen to me. You know what weapons we have here, what we have pointed at you. It's never too late to turn back. It doesn't have to end this way." Shaw waited. That hadn't been by the book, and Yang was giving him a funny look. It had been worth a shot, anything to shake off this feeling. Shaw opened his mouth to speak, but the wireless crackled. "The future is uncertain. If humanity has one saving grace, it's that the Lattice can't see into the future. I strike this blow because our pasts and our private thoughts should be our own and no one else's." This was the first time anyone had spoken back, and Shaw and Iverson exchanged a surprised look. Should we attempt to warn the pilot off again? He looked back at the map screen and saw how fast the hovercraft was approaching. Could he reason with the pilot? He thought for a few precious seconds before he gently set the wireless down. "Fire thunderbolts at the intruder," Shaw said. "Firing thunderbolts," Iverson repeated. Shaw touched his ring to the red symbol of the hovercraft on the table and then brought it to his temple. Within a second, he was moving at tremendous speed over the bright desert, perfectly tracking the hovercraft. Iverson hadn't exaggerated its state of disrepair. It was a bucket of bolts. Metal plates seemed to hang off it haphazardly. Some plates were scorched black, as if they'd just survived an accident in the shop. Others looked like they had been patched on from a bright red sports car. The blast should be coming within seconds. He waited. Waited. Just when Shaw started to wonder if something had malfunctioned with the Thunderbolt satellites, the blast came, shrieking toward him. Even though the blast couldn't touch him during the jump, Shaw flinched. He waited for the burst of flame to clear, and he was shocked to see the hovercraft had survived, hurtling through the air at breakneck speed. It looked like a brand new vehicle. The metal plates had fallen away during the laser blast to reveal a sleek, black probe that must have formed a secret inner skeleton to the ship. Was it moving faster, too? Shaw felt like he was flying at least twice as fast over the ground. His mind was still inside the jump, watching the hovercraft, but his body, still back at the table, shouted, "Fire thunderbolts again!" Shaw waited for the next round of lasers. He heard the lasers cut through the air more than he saw them. The craft dropped closer to the desert floor under the direct hit, but to Shaw's amazement, it stayed aloft and continued its deadly trajectory. Shaw touched his ring to his temple and his mind was back at his table. The first thing he noticed was the bleating siren, an automatic system when a raider was within 50 kilometers of the impact. He couldn't think of the last time he'd heard it. "They were counting on the lasers," Shaw exclaimed. The readout was showing that the hovercraft was indeed moving much faster. Estimated impact was now less than 6 minutes. "That rusty hovercraft was just a shell," Iverson cursed. "The energy from the laser was somehow transferred into propulsion." Shaw looked to Iverson, but his ring had just tapped his temple. Shaw turned to another officer. "Bailey, are the ground-based lasers locked?" "No, sir," she answered. "They're still offline. We don't know why." Shaw didn't waste time with screaming the "what" he wanted to shout in reply. "Get Braybrook! I need nukes online." He pressed his hand on the table and said, LTCTTW3V11G. DNA, heat, fingerprints, and now his voice print on a long string of memorized numbers and letters. Even this could be fooled if someone went to the trouble, but it would have been unlikely. "Authorization confirmed by General Braybrook," Bailey answered. "Nukes are tracking the target. Command now fully on your screen." A portion of the map on the screen changed to a sequence of 6 red buttons. All he had to do was drag one of them and literally drop it on its target. Iverson had jumped back. "The control panel looks ancient, but underneath it, it's all modern, more than modern. I didn't recognize all of it. The whole thing was a goddamn con job, and I fucking fell for it," Iverson spat. "Working on ground lasers, sir." Shaw looked back at the table. 35 kilometers, less than 3 minutes. "Forget it. I'm not sure they would have been effective anyway. We're taking the ship out with a nuke, and we'll figure out what the hell happened later." "Sir," said a voice behind him. Shaw ignored Yang. "Bailey, sound the radiation siren. I need to give a warning to everyone in the tower that nukes are about to be deployed." "Yes, sir." Throughout the installation, a new siren began to scream. Shaw watched the clock. He wanted to give the people in the tower at least 30 seconds' notice. The hovercraft would just be seeing the top of the tower over the landscape. "Sir," Yang asked again. "What is it, Lieutenant?" "Thank you for showing me about the cuffs." Yang sounded almost regretful. "What?" Shaw asked, looking up. Yang was at his side, too close. In his peripheral vision, Shaw saw Yang's arm coming towards his hip, something black in his hand. Shaw was too shocked to have consciously reacted, but he felt his body twist away and his hand groped for Yang's wrist. Instead of his wrist, he caught Yang's thumb, grasping for something. He felt the tips of 2 fingers touch a blank pad in Yang's hand. There wasn't any doubt about it now. A nanoshock. A wet, black mass of millions of nanorobots programmed to soak through the skin on contact and attack nerve cells. Their effect? Intense pain, somehow mixed with an intense numbness. It radiated through Shaw's body from his fingers. He recognized the sensation from a brief jump during training. The pain was worse when it was happening to his own body, as they'd warned him. Shaw tried to cry out, but none of his nerves were fully working, and he only managed to grunt. His legs crumpled beneath him, and he fell to the floor. The inky blackness was spreading, visibly crawling down his 2 fingers. Above him, Yang was watching him writhe, almost as shocked as Shaw, like he'd never seen the effects before. Yang shook himself out of it and moved his attention to the table. The nukes, Shaw realized through the pain. He was going for the nukes. Shaw struggled to move his arm. He had seconds left before the nanoshock left him totally immobile. His fingers were inches away from Yang's leg. With all of his mental energy focused on the effort, Shaw lunged, his two infected fingers clasping around Yang's ankle. Yang looked down at him, surprise on his face. Only a second or two before, there. Yang's face wrenched and his body trembled. He was clinging to the table for support. Shaw tried to let go, but he found his body didn't respond at all. Any longer to grab Yang, and his body would have been in the final stages of shock, unable to move. But had it been enough? Yang was doubled over. Had he fired the nukes? Shaw's vision started to go, and through the growing darkness, he thought he saw Iverson throwing Yang away from the table. There was another figure, too, someone at Shaw's side, pulling up his shirt. Shaw thought he saw a needle slide into his forearm. Instantly, the cry of pain he'd been saving up was unleashed, a terrible scream that made everything feel worse. But at least he could move. Shaw curled himself into a ball, willing the pain to lessen. A hand was on his shoulder. Sir, are you all right? Iverson. Shaw felt better, knowing that if he could recognize a voice, the shock must have not reached his brain. The hovercraft, Shaw coughed. Not me, I got it, 12 kilometers away. Sir, we need to... Shaw moved his jaw again, recovering his muscles. Help me up. You need to take care of yourself, sir. Help me up. Iverson and the other figure, a medic, it turned out, lifted him up. Shaw leaned on the table, his eyes trying to focus on the map. It kept shifting in and out of focus. Shaw took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He counted to 5 and opened them. Things were clearer, his mind calmer. He looked at the map again. The hovercraft's trail was traced across the desert, ending in a red dot that was marked with a radiation symbol. Shaw looked down at the nuke count. Empty. You used all 6 nukes? No, sir. Yang tried to deploy them against the installation itself, but the AI asked for a second confirmation code. He started sending the nukes off into the hills, away from the hovercraft. He got 5 off. You stopped him from deploying the last one. If he'd gotten it off, the installation would have been defenseless against the hovercraft. We'd all be dead. You only had 1 shot at it? Well, the computer did most of the work, Iverson said, letting a grin spread over his face. Shaw attempted to smile back. It was interrupted by a deep cough, and his face soured. Let's not celebrate too much. No raider's ever gotten so close to the lattice. There's going to be hell to pay. Chapter 2. Shaw paced Mark Braybrook's office, waiting for the general to return and wondering if his career would survive the meeting. When he got tired of pacing, he inspected the tips of his 2 infected fingers. They looked like blackened steel where they made contact with the surface of Yang's handheld weapon. The nanoshock was a simple enough tool. Like a makeup compact, it could sit safely in the pocket until it was opened. And then, Shaw shuddered. There were low-pain and non-fatal strains of the bots for self-defense that legally could be printed at home. Shaw knew this one was not from a home printer. Yang had intended to kill. Braybrook entered and sat down behind his mahogany desk, his eyes glancing at Shaw's fingers. You're lucky you just grazed the fucking thing. Yes, sir, Shaw said, dropping his hand to his side. Although the disinfecting bots the doc gave me didn't work. Braybrook's eyebrow went up. There's no antidote? It stopped the pain and it stopped it from spreading, but the black's obviously still there. They need time to reconfigure the antidote, I guess. Doc said the shock was encrypted somehow. Braybrook grunted. State-of-the-art hovercraft. Why not state-of-the-art nanoshock, too? Yes, sir. Sit down, Shaw, Braybrook said. Shaw tried to focus on the general, his wide build, his graying mustache, and gray eyes, though didn't the right one look a little brighter? If you think I'm going to debrief you without a scribe, the general said, and Shaw nodded, not surprised. Somewhere, probably in the next room, Braybrook's assistant had jumped into Shaw's mind and was feeding his thoughts verbatim onto Braybrook's contact lens. It had been a while since anyone had spoken to Shaw with a scribe, but after today... Exactly, the general confirmed. Would you like a verbal report, sir? For old time's sake, Braybrook said, with a trace of a smile. At 09:56 this morning, Lieutenant Yang alerted me to an inbound raider, Shaw began, and took Braybrook through the course of the events that morning. It was a formality, of course. Braybrook and the Army's team of investigators would have jumped back to see everything they needed to. Making Shaw retell it, though, allowed them to assess Shaw's emotional response to each event, and to see what information he privileged, what he thought was important. In short, Shaw concluded, it was an expert attack, coordinated perfectly and capitalizing on all our weaknesses. They knew a jumper wouldn't check far enough to detect that the hovercraft's initial appearance was just a shell. They somehow took our ground-based lasers offline, and for the first time they were able to turn one of our own without anyone knowing. Hence your scribe, I'm guessing. It was only thanks to Iverson's quick actions that we were able to stop the hovercraft before it was in range. First, to echo what Iverson said to you earlier, it was your quick actions to turn the shock back on your assailant that saved the day. And second, it turns out that the raiders didn't turn one of our own. That wasn't Yang this morning. Shaw sat up with a start. The scribe wouldn't have a problem registering his true surprise. Who was it then? A young man by the name of Yukihiro Ono, a Japanese national. Shaw was stunned. He thought about how often he'd recited numbers and pressed his hand against doors, thinking it was more theater than security. That the raiders had actually succeeded was... I'm speechless, sir. Getting a double into our command center wasn't even the raiders' most impressive feat, Braybrook continued. It's their patience. We traced the hovercraft's path to a hangar on the edge of the desert. It's been complete for 4 months, waiting. They needed someone on the inside for the plan to work, and Yang's transfer from Geneva gave them the opening they needed. Ono went through some intensive cosmetic surgery and makeup work to get him to look the part, but it was enough for him to be ready to report for duty this morning as Yang. What happened to the real Yang? Last night, Yang went to sleep and didn't wake up. Drugged? Not fatally, thank God. We're still not sure how they delivered the drug, but they doped him so strongly that when the medical team got to his apartment an hour ago, they were barely able to bring him out of it, Braybrook said. Shaw frowned. They were running a real risk that we'd check out Yang. Of course we checked out Yang. We checked every thought he's ever had since he was 2, practically. We even jumped last night after he'd been drugged, no less. Sometimes people get antsy the night before they start here, so we check it before they start. How could we have missed it then? Because Yang wasn't conscious of being drugged. Standard protocol is that the night before someone starts, we check their thoughts. As far as the jumper was concerned, Tim Yang was in bed, sleeping soundly and excited about starting today. He just didn't wake up, and no one had considered that the man who came to work today was someone else. When was the next scheduled jump into Yang? We stopped that practice 4 months ago. There were too many ways to game the system if we had regularly scheduled jumps. Instead, the AI randomly gives jumpers their assignments. Even the jumpers don't know who they're looking in on until a minute or 2 before their jump. Even so, the system's designed so that everyone working here or at the Geneva Lattice, me included, in case you were wondering, is checked at least 3 times a week. When was the last jump into me? Besides right now, Saturday. 3 days ago. And did you find anything? Of course not. What concerns me was something from today. The general quoted Shaw's thoughts back to him, reading from his contact lens. It would almost be worth it to let a raider get close, just to put a little thrill into the game. And you know I immediately pushed the idea away, Shaw said, his voice tight. You did, Braybrook acknowledged. But your next thought was, it's that kind of thinking that can cost you your job. That's not exactly refreshing. We'd rather your next thought would have been, but putting my desire for thrill-seeking ahead of the Lattice is a fucking bad idea. I can't take it back, sir. No, you can't. Shaw nodded, thinking. After a few seconds, he concluded, Braybrook doesn't trust me anymore. General Braybrook sat forward, responding immediately to the thought. That's not true, Byron. Usually anyone using a scribe played into the illusion of having a normal conversation, but Braybrook didn't seem to care about convention today. You feel you owe your life to the Lattice, we know that. We don't doubt your loyalties. Your actions today to save it were proof enough. But the head of security for the Lattice can't be wishing his job had more excitement. Wishing it was more like a risky bayonet charge that pulls victory from the jaws of defeat. That's not fair, sir. This is not Little Round Top. We can't afford to have another raid like this. We won't. I know, but I can't have you in a position where you're feeling this way. We came so close today. In the grand scheme of things, 12 kilometers may well have been 12 meters. We are a hair's breadth away from losing the Lattice. Geneva would have taken over. We have a failsafe so we never have to use it. Braybrook sat back and stared at Shaw. There's something else. I spoke to Zilla Galway from Dvorak Systems and Grace Williams from Altair. They've decided that their companies are going to pool their resources and pay for new lead shielding around the Lattice Tower. The President's given the green light for them to start work immediately. Shaw didn't know who Galway was, but like everyone else, he knew about Grace Williams. She had personally designed the Altair ring that he wore on his finger and connected him to the Lattice. And shortly after the product launch, he'd watched as she used it to propose to her partner Nocifo. She surfed, she had an airship, she took her company from nothing to a dominant force. Grace Williams was as cool as anyone in the business could be. That's very generous of them, but I should be on site for that. I want to stay here, sir, Shaw said. He wasn't sure how much more clearly he could say it, or think it. I know, but for now we can't allow it. Besides, so you say you trust me, but you don't want me running the show for a while? Is this a paid leave of absence? It was dangerous to interrupt a general, but Braybrook looked understanding. On the contrary, if it's excitement you want, I'd like to give it to you. Shaw opened his mouth and closed it again. He waited. I want you to track down these raiders. Find them and arrest them. With all due respect, sir, now that the attack has happened, tracking them down is as easy as a few hours of jumping. I hardly think that qualifies as exciting or even interesting. Braybrook shook his head. You're wrong. We've already started our research, and what we found is worrisome, to say the least. Ono had no direct knowledge of the hovercraft's design. So far as the preliminary jumpers can tell, he never talked to anyone. If he'd failed his mission, if we'd caught him before the attack, he wouldn't have been able to tell us anything relevant about the hovercraft, except the estimated time of the attack. Same with the pilot. But someone coordinated this attack. These raiders are the most sophisticated we've seen. We've been combing over everything we can of Ono and the pilot. You'll have access to all the investigation's jump logs, of course. But we've got no hard leads to whoever planned this attack. These raiders know what they're doing, and they're still out there. Shaw was silent. If the masterminds behind the morning's raid were still alive, then they were almost certainly listening to this conversation now. Braybrook nodded, confirming Shaw's thought. No more secrets, not even their thoughts. Except one. How could these raiders orchestrate a complex military operation and stay hidden from all the jumps that would follow? He started to wonder what it would take. Decentralization, trust of shared purpose, trust of strangers. It couldn't be possible, could it? Shaw's mind was full of speculation when he saw Braybrook grinning at him. It looks to me like this is going to be right up your alley. Shaw stood and nodded. I'll get right on it, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. After these kind of experiences, it's natural to want to see your loved ones. So go home, hug your wife. Then, Braybrook trailed off, his face pensive. Then, Shaw prompted. Braybrook shook it off. Then say goodbye. For the first time since the Lattice, I don't know what I don't know. Understood, sir. Braybrook dismissed Shaw. I'll give you 12 hours off the clock. That will give us time for our investigators to lay some groundwork for you. Then I'll need you to hop to it, Colonel. We don't know what their next play may be. Chapter 3. The military shuttle from the Lattice installation to San Francisco was less than an hour. From there, Shaw would charter a slingshot back to his home in St. Louis, another 2 hours. Normally, he only made the trip for long 3-day weekends to see Ellie, but he hoped to do as much jumping from home as he could before his new job took him away again. As the shuttle turned, Shaw looked from the brown desert to the sprawl of the Lattice installation. At its center was the 100-meter tower, gleaming in the bright sunlight. The warmth of the sun couldn't penetrate to the inner core, the home of the Lattice itself. Kept near absolute zero, the lattice of rhodium atoms was well insulated from the desert heat. Those thin fibers of rhodium atoms, arranged in a lattice-like structure, that's what today had been about. And that's what he'd nearly died trying to protect. Shaw looked through his small window on the shuttle until the Lattice installation was out of sight before he settled back into his chair. The Lattice. He didn't have to be at the installation to feel its presence. Anyone connected to it could have universal knowledge of the present and past. The entire scope of human history, planetary history, astronomical history, was captured in the Lattice. As easily as Shaw escaped into 1863 and the Battle of Gettysburg, so too could he soar over the rings of Saturn, as he'd done once on a tour of the solar system he'd taken with Ellie. So too could he witness Pompeii's eruption, travel into the Great Red Spot on Jupiter, listen to Socrates speak in the Forum, travel to the interior of the sun, watch Columbus make landfall in the New World. So too could he jump into the mind of another, as he'd done many times for work and recreation. After all, what was the mind but a series of electrical impulses, just as easily mapped as any other series of atoms? He jumped into the mind of Einstein to experience the rush of thoughts at the exact instant his mind was illuminated with the special theory of relativity. He jumped into the minds of women giving birth, babies being birthed, people at the instant they died, schizophrenics, sociopaths, artists, politicians, prophets, cats, dolphins. He jumped into the mind of Jesus Christ, as almost all recreational jumpers had done at some point or another, just to see what was there. And just as the jumpers before him had discovered, he found a mess of indecipherable thoughts. The mind of a madman? Or just what you would expect from a man who is both God and man. Even looking into the mind of Jesus gave equal evidence to the devout and to the skeptics alike. Humanity had the power to see and know everything, if only they bothered to look. What an enormous gift. What an enormous burden. Maybe humanity wasn't ready to cope with such an abundance of intimate knowledge, but no one had asked humanity. In the 28 years since Wolfgang Huxley had invented the lattice, its continued ability to know more and more about people's daily lives became assumed, commonplace. The first incarnation of the lattice was a simple remote viewer, a camera that didn't need a lens. a camera that could see anywhere in the solar system. Then scientists realized they could configure the lattice to peer into the past as well. By the time those same scientists translated the lattice's data into decipherable thoughts, it was so entrenched in the world's economy and society that there was no turning back. It was part of people's lives, and the march of progress couldn't be turned back. People just adjusted. Adjusted to knowing that every second of their lives could be mapped by anyone with a passing interest. Adjusting to knowing that every second of their lives could be mapped by anyone with a passing interest. Adjusted to knowing that every stray thought they'd had, every horrible, vile, evil thought could be known. The government required search warrants before they spied into anyone's thoughts, but everyone understood that was a polite fiction. Most people didn't care. They were more concerned about a nosy neighbor, a boss checking on an employee's productivity, a wife seeing if her husband was faithful. But not only whether a husband was faithful, but whether he had looked with lust at a coworker, at a best friend, at a daughter. Shaw hoped that he and Ellie had found a healthy way to handle the lattice in their marriage. Some couples pledged in their wedding vows that they would never look inside the other's head. Others hunted for the worst in each other, and they used what they found as humiliating weapons. Ellie and Shaw tried to balance an open connection without it feeling like suspicious snooping. It was a gift to become closer to each other. They checked in on each other during the day or let the other guide them through childhood memories. Like many others, they used the lattice in the bedroom, too. Once, after sex, they jumped into each other's heads to see what it was like to have sex with themselves. Looking up at himself, covered with hair and sweat, Shaw couldn't understand why any woman found him attractive. Ellie didn't understand how Shaw could be so intensely interested in having sex beforehand, only to let his mind wander once it had started. When they did stumble on things they didn't like, and Shaw was very surprised often how Ellie's eye was caught by a handsome man. He'd always thought that men did that more than women, but she put him to shame. The other would discover the worry, and they'd talk it through. If it was a bigger deal than that, then there was always their monthly chat with Dr. Egan, their marriage counselor, who monitored them both and broached the difficult topics for them when they didn't want to do it on their own. Not everyone wanted or could afford a marriage counselor. Not everyone examined the lattice as a couple and made a conscious decision how to use it. And so people fought. Was it a stray thought? Was it an impulse you were going to act on? These were the new arguments between people, and those arguments ended far too often with lives being destroyed. Those who'd been humiliated or fired or divorced after their innermost thoughts were exposed didn't need to look very far for a target for their rage. The lattice itself, the very thing that had created the opportunity to eavesdrop. A few called for dismantling the lattice, but no one wanted to hear it. The argument was over. The lattice was here to stay. The only time the general public paid attention to the lattice itself was when a company brought a new reader to the market. Tablets, wraps, screens, implants, jump boxes, and, most recently, the ring. Otherwise, no one cared about the complaints of a few who claimed their lives were shattered. And so the Raiders were born, angry and full of vengeance. In the 28 years since the lattice was constructed, the military base at Area 51, now simply called the Lattice Installation, had been subjected to thousands of assaults. After 2 years of sustaining attacks on the lattice, it became clear that they were not able to abate. Every day some new person suffered a humiliation and was converted to the cause. Because of the attacks, it was decided that a second lattice should be built, this time at CERN in Geneva, Switzerland, to act as a backup. The Geneva lattice was underground in the old CERN tunnels, underground and encased in lead. It was much more difficult to reach and destroy, although attempts were still made from time to time. Mostly it was the Nevada lattice installation that was regularly assaulted, despite its protection by sensors, space-based weapons, tactical nukes, and of course, the lattice itself, which was used to find that which the rest could not. Until today, Those defenses had been more than enough, and most raiders were shot down hundreds of kilometers before they reached the Lattice. After a failed raid, the life of an attempted raider was mapped with excruciating detail, and any of his or her accomplices were found and jailed within hours. But as Shaw well knew, not until the raider was identified could the investigation begin. You couldn't stop an attack beforehand. During the attack, the Lattice could be used for defense, and afterward it could reveal the entire life story of the raider and all his collaborators, but only afterwards. There could be hundreds of people planning attacks on any given day. There probably were. But to find them, you still had to know where to look. There was no search option for thoughts that Shaw could query. No way to tell it, "Show me everyone who's planning to attack the Lattice." Once a raider was identified, there was no hiding. For crime other than attacks on the Lattice itself, the knowledge that there was a 100% chance you would get caught was usually deterrent enough, as Shaw knew better than most. When Shaw was 6, he and his family were attacked while on vacation in West Rome. Their computer-driven car was taking them on a guided tour through the narrow streets near the high Vatican walls when 8 neo-Catholic terrorists descended on the car and cut power to its guidance system. A man jumped on top of the car and slammed the butt of his laser into the glass dome over the car, shattering it into a million pieces over Byron and his family. He felt his mother's grip on his arm, but it wasn't enough to resist the pull of the man's leathered glove on his other arm. Byron and his younger brother Sagan were yanked out of the top and pulled away from their parents. Shaw's memory of the rest descended into flashes. The thick black boots of the terrorist who had grabbed him, the wailing of his 3-year-old brother screaming for his mother, and, for reasons he didn't understand, a lingering smell of bread from a nearby cafe. That was all he saw before he and Sagan were pulled into a steep stone staircase and deep into catacombs and sewers under the ancient city. He spent the next 4 days there, doing his best to comfort his younger brother with games and stories, trying to quash his own fear. The man who had so easily grabbed Byron and stashed him under his arm introduced himself only as Dioli. He promised that Byron and Sagan would not be hurt, that as Catholics they would not take an innocent life. They needed the brothers to send a message to their father and to the United States in general that they should stay out of internal Catholic affairs. Dioli told Byron the truth about Davis Shaw. Byron's father was not merely in Italy for a vacation, as he told his family, and his job at the U.S. State Department was not as a low-level bureaucrat, as he'd let on. He was in West Rome to offer military and financial support to the Italians after the disunification of the country the year before, and to pledge that the U.S. would ensure that the Papal States would have their membership to the United Nations revoked unless they renounced all claims of ownership to the southern half of the Italian boot and withdraw to the walls of the original Vatican City. Unbeknownst to Shaw and his captors, a storm was rumbling on the other side of the world. A Japanese company called Kanji-Tech unveiled their discovery that the U.S. had been spying on the world with something codenamed the Lattice. This bombshell was followed by another revelation. Kanji-Tech had reverse manufactured a device that could tap into the Lattice. The secret exposed, the military tried to shut down Kanji-Tech's ability to use the Lattice, but found it was impossible without affecting their own ability to use it. The Lattice was either on or it was off. So long as the U.S. wanted access to the Lattice's incredible wealth of data, it would have to remain open to anyone who bought one of Kanji-Tech's readers. The president, his entire cabinet, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff met hastily and considered their options. Their final decision? Leave it open. In a flurry of activity, the U.S. gave the Lattice specs to any American company that wanted to manufacture Lattice readers or compete against Kanji-Tech. In addition, they looked for something to show that the Lattice could do more than just spy on foreign nations. They found their story: 2 kidnapped boys. Byron and Sagan were found and safely removed from their captors in the dead of night, the Lattice guiding the soldiers step by step through the maze of tunnels and catacombs and directly to the sleeping boys. Their reunion with their parents was at the top of every newsfeed, and it was hailed as the first test case of what the Lattice could do to stop crime and improve the world. As a boy of 6, Shaw swore up and down that Dioli had pledged not to harm them, and that he had believed his captor. Dioli had told the truth where his father had lied. He truly had been in West Rome to work with the Italians, and Shaw felt a certain sympathy with the man. Who was father to dictate things to Dioli and his friends? They hadn't done anything to him. Dioli and the 7 other terrorists were locked up for life, and Shaw's testimony in defense of his captor was assumed to be Stockholm Syndrome. For the next 3 years, he was excused from school nearly every Tuesday so he could go to therapy to treat his misplaced feelings towards Dioli. Years later, when the Lattice was able to read thoughts, and Shaw was old enough to use a rented jump box without parental approval, he jumped back to the 4 days of his capture and listened to Dioli's thoughts. Whatever compassion he'd felt toward the man was destroyed. Dioli was fully prepared to kill Byron, to prove his resolve, and to increase bargaining for the 3-year-old Sagan. Just minutes in his mind, Shaw was stunned by the calculations and the ruthlessness of the man he had previously defended. One thing was brutally clear. One more day in captivity, and Dioli would have killed him. Shaw had the Lattice to thank for his life. He never doubted that fact, and it was why he'd applied to work at Lattice Security. It was why he had breezed through the background checks and had been promoted so quickly. No one who jumped into him could question his resolve. At the same time, he'd seen the worst the Lattice could do. It had ensnared his high school friend Elvin, who had become addicted to orgasm jumping. Shaw had tried it at the same time, and never again. Based on what happened to Elvin, he'd since come to think of it as the most dangerous thing he'd ever done. Shaw was 19, and jumping into thoughts was still fairly new. There were reports of OJ addicts, but most people thought they must have been predisposed, sick, lonely perverts. Despite his fear that he was one of those perverts for being interested, he was too cowardly to turn down Elvin when he suggested they go to the Jump Cafe. Too cowardly, and too intrigued. It was just too exciting for a 19-year-old guy to turn down. Shaw and his friends repeated the already conventional wisdom. If you spent less than 30 minutes in an orgasm jump, you couldn't get addicted. Later research showed how dangerous and damaging even a few minutes were, and how lucky Shaw had been. He, Elvin, and Peter had founded Jump Cafe down the street from Peter's parents' apartment. The boys rented 3 jump boxes, mounted in a wall next to each other. Shaw eyed his. It looked remarkably like a coffin, just one you entered from the end instead of the top. Elvin was their natural leader, and Shaw and Peter watched as he searched the touchscreen for the preset jump programs. "Here's one," he said. "Famous women, lesbians, and a couple orgies for good measure. 28 minutes. Too close to a half an hour for you, By?" Elvin laughed, and Shaw didn't contradict, even though he bristled at being called By. Elvin knew it bugged him. Together they slid into their jump boxes. Shaw closed the sliding door behind him and took a deep breath. He held up the rental slip he'd gotten at the cafe's main desk and peeled off its metallic mesh sticker. He attached it to his temple. It would be several more years before the implant that Shaw used now would be invented. Once it was attached, Shaw only had a couple seconds before the first jump. He wasn't prepared for the onslaught of images, jumping with no time for breath. With no warning, he was suddenly mid-orgasm. The program had jumped him into the mind of a man coming inside of Cleopatra. Was he Antony? He didn't care. It was too wonderful to think too long about that. He looked at her body underneath him, and just as the orgasm was fading, the program jumped him to a new mind, a new body, and a new orgasm. Above him was Marilyn Monroe, his hands on her breasts. Jump. He was in a woman's mind, and the jump lingered longer as she went through multiple orgasms, thanks to the tongue and the hands of her beautiful lesbian partner. Jump. Another. Jump. Another. Jump. Another for 28 minutes. When Shaw emerged from the rented jump box, he was torn between wanting to throw up and wanting to pay for another session. Peter slid out of his box looking sullen. He was trying to hide his crying, and Elvin made fun of him for it. Shaw was barely listening. As for Elvin, he was trying to pretend it wasn't that big of a deal, that it was just like having sex with any girl. Shaw wanted to punch him in the face for saying it. He didn't feel very sentimental about sex, but he knew what he'd just done was not sex, but something else entirely. He just couldn't put it into words. The three left the Jump Cafe, and once Shaw and Peter came out of their thoughts, they talked about their favorites of the women they'd encountered, the women they'd wished they'd been in the program, how the sequence of women had been arranged. But it was subdued, and Shaw got tired of it far quicker than he normally would have. Despite his brain having just experienced 28 minutes of continuous orgasm, all Shaw wanted to do was go home and jack off for real. Did that mean he was addicted? Had he pushed it too far? He eventually decided he wasn't, though at times he still felt a strong urge to go back and try it again. Even today, years later, he sometimes caught himself thinking about it, bargaining with himself. 10 minutes wouldn't be so bad, right? Before realizing what he was doing. Elvin hadn't been so lucky. For a couple of weeks, he tried to get Peter and Shaw to go back with him, but they told him they needed to spend their time training for their next boxing match. Finally, he called them pussies and went on his own. See? No big deal. I chose a custom program that let me add some girls from school to the mix, too. You know Andy? Man, she was awesome. Lene was hot, too. Next time I'm going to jump into her. You guys should totally try it. Elvin started spending more time at the Jump Cafe, and when he wasn't there, he was thinking of women he wanted to try, sequences of jumps he wanted to experiment with. Instead of boxing with them in the ring, he decided to give it up, calling it boring. They're making us wear fucking headgear like little girls. While Shaw and Peter trained, Elvin did research on the wrap on his forearm, making lists and lists of women. No longer was he letting the preset jump program choose the women for him. He was in control. He tried to tell Peter and Shaw during the few times he saw them anymore, but he was like a conductor, and the women were his orchestra. He'd built a sequence that he really wanted them to see. Wouldn't they try it? They wouldn't. As Elvin slipped away from them, Shaw came to realize it wasn't just the continuous sexual pleasure that made orgasm jumping so dangerous. It was the feeling of absolute control, paired with the feeling that it could always be better. Elvin could fuck any woman who had ever been fucked. By now, he'd probably jumped into a few thousand of them. But what was that compared to the billions of women he hadn't? Weren't they likely to be better? The hunt was almost all he thought about. That and the organization and creation of elaborate sequences of women. Elvin eventually lost everything. Rehab for OJs wasn't as advanced at the time, and he dropped out of school and was eventually imprisoned for breaking and entering into Peter's parents' house, intending to use the family's new jump box while they vacationed in the Andes. These days, only a few clinics in the world, including the one where Ellie worked in St. Louis, had been able to take true addicts and turn them back into productive members of society. The rest lived in essentially long-term shelters, homes for the broken spirits who still spent their time planning their next jump. It was terrible to see. As the shuttle touched down in San Francisco, Shaw thought about that feeling of certainty he'd held when he'd signed up for Lattice Security. It was still inside him somewhere, he felt, but hollowed, its nourishment from his childhood abduction and rescue depleted by the years. There was an uncomfortable feeling associated with it, a sense that he was holding onto a childhood blanket that he no longer needed for comfort. He was an adult now, and his questions about the Lattice were starting to outweigh his childhood story of salvation. And there was a nagging question of whether he was more like Elvin than he cared to admit. In the back of his mind, he knew that he was truly starting to reassess everything. Just What did he think of the lattice? Chapter 4. Normally, when he came home for long weekends, he would arrive late at night, slipping into his side of the bed and trying not to wake his wife. This time, it was a hero's welcome, with Ellie waiting at Lambert Field, even though he hadn't called ahead. Seeing her there, Shaw couldn't help but wonder why he'd signed up for a job that kept them apart for weeks at a time. Maybe it was time for someone else to defend the lattice, he thought, as he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her cheek. "You've had quite a day," she whispered in his ear, their foreheads pressed against each other. "You weren't following along, were you?" Shaw asked, surprised. "No, I caught some of the highlights after I left work. That's when I saw you were coming in. My day's full enough without spending it jumping into yours too, By," Ellie said. She was the only person in the world Byron Shaw wanted to call him By. They kissed again. "So do you want to talk about it now or wait?" she asked. "Wait. Definitely wait. Right now I want nothing more than to take you home, throw you on the bed, and get out of my own head." They were officially trying. Sure, they could have just used the lattice to look inside Ellie's fallopian tubes for an egg, and they had agreed that they would do just that if she weren't pregnant by January. But until then, trying was way more fun. Their lovemaking was not a frenzied passion built up after weeks apart, but a slow and almost casual act with conversation and laughter. Afterward, Shaw felt the itch to get into the jump box in their other room, but Ellie's expression made it clear that any attempt to swing home for sex and then rush into work again was not going to be appreciated. Instead, they dressed and left their Vandeventer apartment for a late dinner in the central West End. They slid into a booth at a restaurant around the corner and ordered a St. Louis-style pizza. Ellie smiled softly at him, and he looked back at her, soaking in her dark brown hair and sharp green eyes. He loved her slightly hawkish nose. He loved watching the end of it dip when she spoke, pulled down by a one-size-too-small upper lip. In his vainer moments, Shaw thought they made a good-looking couple. Any man should be happy on Ellie's arm, he thought, and as for himself, he only hoped he could keep up. His military-trained and maintained physique was slim but tight all over and wound like a coil. He might not be able to beat her in a marathon, but in short, quick bursts of energy, he was faster than anyone knew. Shaw's sandy brown hair and light blue eyes softened him enough that he didn't appear as threatening as his body might have suggested, a quality he was supremely thankful for, because without it, he was sure Ellie wouldn't have given him a second chance. "The next time I'm mad at you, I'll try to remember to jump back here and see what you were thinking. Judging by your expression, it's something rather sweet. Or rather dirty. I'm not sure which," Ellie said, bringing him out of his thoughts. "It's what happens when I haven't seen you in a month." "No, it's not, Byron. It's something different." "So what is it then?" "Excitement," she guessed. "Freedom?" "Maybe. I'm looking forward to working from home for the first time in ages. Things can get confining in the installation." "You're not going to be able to do this all in jumps, though, are you?" Shaw shook his head. "Probably not. I'll do as much as I can from home when we get home tonight, though." Ellie looked pained and was about to speak, but their pizza arrived before she could start. Scooping a slice onto her plate, Shaw asked, "How was the clinic?" She took a fork and knife and began cutting her pizza slice into pieces. "Not bad. Actually, good by the end of the day. We had a going-away party for that patient I've been telling you about. He's been working a few hours a week and finally saved up enough to get his own place." "That's great news." "He was a bad case when he came in. I wouldn't have pegged him as a likely candidate for a full rehab. But he's going to make it. Of course, on the same day he leaves, we get 4 new OJs off the street. Starving, all their money spent on rented jump boxes. So it's hard to feel like we're winning the war." Shaw nodded. He was wary when he talked about the lattice or about OJs with Ellie. Most of the women who worked at the clinic with Ellie hated the lattice. Ellie tried not to get into arguments with them, but everyone there knew what her husband did, and no one understood how she was able to be with a man whose job was to protect the lattice, despite seeing some of its worst effects every day. Shaw wasn't exactly sure either, having been inside Ellie's head. She had an academic view of the lattice. She had a list of positive and negative effects the lattice had on society. The positive effects simply outweighed the negatives, and so she didn't hate the lattice, and thought well of her husband for protecting it. It was as clear as that. Understood with a logic and orderliness of the mind that Shaw couldn't hope to match. It was always disconcerting to jump into her head and discover someone so clearly smarter than himself. They moved on to talk about old baseball games. One of their favorite pastimes was jumping to the middle of the 20th century and watching some of the best players of their day compete. When it came time for the bill, the server waved off Shaw's attempt to pay. "I saw what you did this morning. Your money's no good." He reached out and touched Shaw on the shoulder, startling Shaw. He held it for a moment and then walked away. Shaw and Ellie exchanged glances. "Let's get out of here," he said. They left the cafe, thanking the server on their way out. "That's a first," Ellie said, laughing. "He could have asked permission," Shaw answered. He hadn't been as taken by the gesture of respect. "You didn't ask Rice Greeley when you met him if you could touch his shoulder." "That was different. Greeley is a god. He was undefeated in the ring for 9 years, longer than anyone. I bet he could whip any of today's fighters, even at his age." "Maybe that's how that boy just felt, meeting a hero." "Ugh, I hope not. I do my job perfectly for 6 years, and on the day I come closest to fucking it all up, I'm suddenly a hero?" "A hero who gets us free pizza." She squeezed his arm. The street was full of people enjoying the warm October night. Beautiful couples were out for walks. College students moving between bars and packs. An obese man was on the nearest bench, eating a chocolate ice cream cone and scratching at his belly. "That looks fabulous," Shaw said, indicating the cone with a nod of his head. "It doesn't take too many of them to end up looking like him, either," Ellie replied. "I thought you were the one always defending fat people." "I am. If he doesn't want the treatment, we can't force it on him just because we don't like the way he looks. But I can still make sure that you stay lean." "I thought the reason we got the treatment is so we can have pizza and ice cream on the same night." "You know it doesn't work like that," Ellie said. "We were bad enough already tonight. We don't need to compound it. But if you want an ice cream cone so much, use one of the diet programs and go jump into someone enjoying one." "It's not the same," Shaw said. In truth, he wasn't thinking of the ice cream anymore. It was time to get home and start work on the problem of the attack. He made to head toward home, but Ellie stopped him with a tug on his elbow. "No more tonight," he said. "I need to start work." "The general gave you 12 hours off. By my count, that means I get you for the next 2.5 hours, she said. Ever since his rescue from the Roman catacombs and the media frenzy that followed it, Shaw had done his best to avoid being the center of attention. The only exception he allowed was when he was inside the boxing ring. At least in the boxing ring, you got to hit people while you were being watched. But when Ellie led him into a dark room and he heard the roar of a crowd shouting, "Surprise!" Shaw swore under his breath. He really should have spent time working out with a speed bag before coming. Now he'd spend the whole night trying not to punch someone. He saw his brother Sagan and his sister-in-law Nayla fighting through the crowd to get to him. They both put their hands on his shoulder and smiled. "That shadow you cast over your little brother just keeps getting longer and longer," Sagan said, laughing, and Shaw pushed him away. "How am I supposed to impress Mom now?" "Don't listen to him, Byron. We're all in your debt," Nayla said. "Listen, it's great to get together, but I don't want this to be a big deal." "I know we've programmed the room to eventually allow only friends and family to stay," Sagan said, "but friends of friends can only stay for the first hour." "Shit, that could be a lot of people." "Don't worry, the room will start giving a 15-minute warning on their wraps if it gets too crowded." The hall Ellie had rented earlier that day, as soon as she learned he was coming home, she confessed, was expertly furnished for a party. Banquet tables were in the center, a self-serve bar against the wall, and seats against the frosted windows. The AI that controlled the room helped make the party vibrant and lively. Using volume levels and data from the wraps on people's forearms, it moderated the flow of the event. Obnoxious loudmouths who did more talking than listening would get the hook in exchange for more serious conversationalists. People in the corners checking their wraps or in a jump would be cleared out in favor of those with more ebullient personalities. As the night progressed, the setting slowly turned the party into a quieter evening, even more intimate because of the hubbub that preceded it. By the time the party crowd started to thin, Shaw felt only relief. It seems as if he'd spent the first hour with people's hands on his shoulder. Ellie whispered that he was accepting it with grace and style, but he wasn't so sure. Someone he didn't know, whose friend of a friend was he, cornered him. Could you imagine what would have happened if the lattice had gone down with so many people still connected? Shaw hadn't. Would it have been as risky as pulling someone out against their will? I was in a rather interesting jump, actually, the unknown man said. Bronwyn put together a great guided jump. The collected shits of Adolf Hitler. That man had some terrible shits. There's this one in the bunker. That's not exactly the kind of jump I had in mind when I took the nanoshock to the nervous system to protect the lattice. The man's face reddened. If you're not into political jumps, that doesn't mean you have to. Political jumps? That's what that is? It's a statement. It's art. Bronwyn is a great jump artist. Shaw imagined taking a swing at his speed bag back home and decided the red-faced man looked too much like it. Excuse me, a friend just came in. Fortunately, it was true. He'd just spotted his old friend, Peter Mayfield, at the door. Peter! He caught his attention, and they threaded their way through the crowd until they met. They kept their hands on each other's shoulders for a long time. It's been too long, Peter said. It has. I'm sorry I don't get down to Mexico much, but thank you for coming. No, my schedule's a lot more open than yours. You actually have to show up in the same place every day for work. I saw the party on my wrap, and I knew I had to come. Are you first tier or second? Second, unfortunately. I just got my 15 minutes notice. He held up his forearm and showed Shaw his ticking clock. Looks like the room is trying to wind it down. Shaw brought up the guest list on his wrap and changed Peter's settings so he could stay for the remainder of the party. As everyone but close friends and family were asked to leave, Shaw and Peter caught up on the last few years, and Shaw introduced his old friend around. They avoided any mention of Elvin. It was still too painful to talk about their friend who had become an addicted OJ, especially after Shaw had just saved the very thing that had fed his addiction. You want to go to the fight sometime? Shaw asked. Ellie's never interested. We could get a chat room and go back and see Liston Clay or... He stopped because Peter was shaking his head. I don't jump unless it's for work. Just a rule I'm working on. Shaw arched his eyebrow and his eyes flickered to Peter's right arm. There it was, just where his wrap ended. A blue sky armband. Good for you, man. Get out and enjoy the real world, right? Peter smiled. I actually go to the fights a lot in Mexico City. They don't have the headgear rules you have up north of the border. I'd love to go to a real fight again. Shaw looked around the room for Ellie, wondering if she was close. Peter was silent for a moment. You ever take time to look at the sky, Byron? Shaw nodded, his eyes on Ellie, who was across the room at the bar talking to her sister. I do, Peter. Just think about that. The beauty of the natural world, the sky. It's more than just a nice color, you know. It's the depth of it. You can't capture that in the lattice. It's true. Just next time, you know? Next time you think you have to jump. I don't think I have to. I either have to for work or I jump because I want to. Like Elvin did, Peter murmured. They let that hang there. Have you thought about taking the pledge, Byron? Shaw exhaled slowly. It's not so black and white, Peter. I respect you for taking the pledge, but the world is not divided into blue skiers and the OJs. There's a spectrum. And where are you on the spectrum? Elvin's a damn junkie, and I'm a damn Puritan. Shaw caught Peter's eye. He crooked the side of his mouth. No offense. Peter smirked. None taken. Come on, Ellie will want to say hi, and no trying to get her to take your pledge. One blue skyer is enough for me. After the party, Ellie and Shaw tried once more. They curled up in bed afterwards, and Shaw thought about how little he'd been home, how he wanted to be there during the pregnancy, whenever that would happen, and during those first few years of his child's life. His job at the Lattice installation would keep him away for weeks at a time, and he didn't want to come home, always surprised at how big his kid had grown while he was away. Moving Ellie to the Lattice was out. Too hot outside, and what kind of life was it in military housing, especially with the new lead shielding they were building? How had that changed living in the Lattice? And it wasn't work he could do at home like so many others could. So what then? Leave the Lattice? What else was he qualified for? His rap buzzed, cutting off his thoughts. 1 minute after 12. He was officially late for work. After all the time wanting to be working on the problem, now that it was actually time to be researching, he wanted to stay here with Ellie and listen to her soft snore. His rap buzzed again. 2 minutes after 12. Shaw kissed her forehead gently. She stirred and rolled over. He got up and slipped into the other room. It felt like the jump box was waiting for him. Somewhere in this box of perfect information were the answers he needed, if he could just figure out where to look. Chapter 5. Instead of getting right into the box, Shaw started with the report of the work General Braybrook's team had been doing since the attack that morning. The general had called all hands on deck to find security researchers. The experienced ones were following their own research patterns, and those new to surveillance via jumps were left to conduct preliminary jumps and give information to the rest of the team. All of it was at Shaw's fingertips. Reading through the report on his unfolded rap, however, Shaw could practically feel the growing alarm in the jumpers as they continued to find dead ends. The normal techniques for finding collaborators weren't working, and the preliminary jumps weren't surfacing anything meaningful either. Research on the hovercraft was disconcerting too. Normally, raiders used Army surplus or built a drone from scrap. But this hovercraft was professional and state-of-the-art. From their ship to their communications, this was a new kind of raider. There was nothing more to be gained from reading. As he moved toward the jump box, a light on it flashed green, recognizing Shaw's rap approaching. It stayed illuminated, recognizing his intent to use the box. It logged Shaw into the military servers at the Lattice for faster use. Since there weren't any secrets anymore, it was more about convenience than it was about security. The report from the initial investigative jumpers yesterday, complete with bookmarks in the Lattice, were loaded into his personal jump box. Sliding inside it, he looked up at the welcome screen that was just barely a foot above his nose. The welcome faded, and the list of tags from the jump report replaced it. Shaw went to open the first one, and then hesitated. Everyone would expect him to go through the tags to get caught up to speed. In fact, these tags would serve as the key connection to everyone who wanted to learn more about this raid. Why bother finding your own tags when these were already assembled? The raiders had already used the natural routine of Lattice security to their advantage, first with Yang's double and again with the lasers. If Shaw had a chance at beating these raiders, he needed to confuse their expectations, not fit into their patterns. Shaw pushed aside the jump tags. One of the reasons he was using the box instead of his ring was the greater ability for manual controls, so it made sense to strike out on his own. There was a touchscreen keyboard on the ceiling of the jump box, where he entered 0745 hours the previous morning. A globe of the Earth appeared on the screen, and Shaw zoomed in on it until he was staring at the roof of the Lattice installation. Close enough. He tapped the screen and jumped. Inside the jump, Shaw was hovering above the roof of the Lattice, the hot desert sun causing him to squint in the light. Back in the box, using a scroll bar under his right hand, he aimed for the installation. He sailed through the solid walls of the metal building. It was still hard for Shaw not to instinctively flinch when he passed through them. Inside the jump, he was only viewing the arrangement of atoms as they were at that particular moment in time. They were not the real atoms, just the Lattice's representation of them in the jump box. Because of it, Shaw could jump through solid rock to the Earth's core as easily as he could fly through the vacuum of space. Inside the installation, Shaw flew through the hallways until he found Tim Yang showing his badge at the security entrance. Not Tim Yang. This was Yukihiro Ono in disguise, Shaw reminded himself. Ono was ushered through security, and Shaw pulled his hand backward over a different scroll bar in the box, this one under his left hand, to cause time in the jump to slow and then come to a complete standstill. Moving forward with the other wheel, Shaw maneuvered until he was right up against Ono's back, then inside his head. He jockeyed around, his vision filled with the pink and gray innards of Yukihiro Ono. He pressed down on the scroll ball. The jump box took a moment to read Ono's biochemistry and molecular structure, and then it buzzed. Shaw backed out of Ono again and pushed the wheel under his left hand forward. Ono began moving again, and this time Shaw stayed with him, the tag created. Now that the jump box recognized Ono, it would keep Shaw within 4 meters of him at all times, freeing him from having to navigate. It also meant that he could watch Ono at a pace faster than real time and still be able to keep up. He pushed the time wheel forward again, moving it past the resistance that marked real time, and stopped when Ono appeared to be moving at 2 or 3 times the normal pace. Shaw flew past Ono by a few feet and twirled the scroll ball, giving him view of Ono's face instead of his back. Ono went through his morning as Yang, filling out paperwork, getting a tour of the installation for his new job, dropping off a duffel in the temporary housing he'd have on base. It wasn't too long before Ono was hurrying down the hallway to retrieve Shaw from the bathroom. Slowing time closer to normal speed again, Shaw watched himself adjust to Ono's cuff. Trying not to focus on himself, he noted Ono's eyes searching out his own as he adjusted the cuff. Apparently, this small moment had really touched Ono, but Shaw had been oblivious to it then, and even now couldn't see what the big deal was. Ono and Body Shaw, which was how Shaw thought of himself whenever he saw himself in a jump, went back down the hallway toward the command room again. Ono still appeared nervous, something Shaw remembered registering before, but he'd written it off to nerves about the raid. They were soon in the command center, and Ono stayed close to Body Shaw, his face strained. When Body Shaw asked for the wireless, Ono jumped to get it almost enthusiastically. When Body Shaw deviated from standard operating procedures and tried to reason with the pilot, Ono's face seemed like a child looking up in wonder and surprise. And when he swiped at Body Shaw with the nanoshock, there truly did seem to be a sense of regret in his face. Shaw tried to ignore the image of his body writhing on the floor and put down the memories of the pain it had caused. Instead, he watched Ono's manipulation of the touchscreen table. It was practiced and speedy, but not fluid. Ono had trained, but he wasn't altogether comfortable with it. And perhaps again there was a hint of regret in his face as he fired the nukes harmlessly into the hills. Suddenly, Ono's face contorted in pain, and he collapsed. Body Shaw had grabbed his ankle, and the nanoshock had turned on the man who had first wielded it. Shaw pulled back on his time wheel again and brought the jump to a halt. He left the jump and rested in the box. What had he learned? Mostly he had been watching for signs of Ono making contact with anyone after entering security, but there had been no communications, and he had scarcely been alone during his first 2 hours inside the installation. The raiders had left him to fend for himself, a lamb amongst the wolves. It was a suicide mission, even more than the pilot. The pilot at least had a chance of taking out the lattice, and thus destroying the only tool that could have been used to identify him afterwards. But Ono was a goner. He'd first attempted to destroy the lattice with its own nukes. When that failed, he still probably would have died during the destruction of the lattice by the Raiders' missile. The only other possibility was capture or dying before he'd completed his mission. Shaw grimaced. He wasn't particularly looking forward to jumping into Ono's head to see what motivated him, but it was his next step. He set the box to go back to the tag he'd left on Ono at the security perimeter. He found himself once again facing the pink and gray innards of Ono. Instead of moving back, Shaw moved forward, trying to arrange himself even further inside. After a little jockeying, the scroll ball buzzed under his hand, and the jump box confirmed that he'd locked in. Instead of seeing the innards of Ono's brain, Shaw was now in his brain, and his vision changed to Ono's vision. Wherever Ono looked, he would look. Whatever Ono thought, he would think. Well, maybe it wasn't as simple as that. The full range of data he experienced in another's brain was overwhelming. The parts he was looking for, thoughts, emotions, memories, ideas, and fragments of dreams, were small skiffs in the ocean of the subconscious mind. It took the experience of many jumps to sift out the tumbling, confused roar of the ocean's surf from the thoughts you were looking for. Every time Shaw jumped into another's brain, he was in awe of its power. Nothing he'd visited in creation so far could match the scale. There was a weird feeling of doubleness being inside another's brain like this. Because, in addition to Ono's thoughts, Shaw could still think his own thoughts. He could register his own surprise, disgust, laughter, while simultaneously thinking someone else's thoughts of vengeance, lust, or compassion. Once he started time back up again, he would be aware of everything going through Ono's brain at that time, but still be fully cognizant it was Ono's brain and not his own. How this worked, Shaw wasn't sure, but he was grateful it did. Some of the first jumpers who tried to see another's thoughts like this had not been able to have the same separation. Once inside another's brain, their own was shelved for the duration, overpowered by the vision of the jump. They had to be pulled out unwillingly, which risked significant damage to the brain, because they had been consumed so much by the jump that they didn't know they were jumping anymore. As it had been explained to him, the human mind was more egotistical and arrogant than any philosopher could have ever imagined. Truly seeing through another's mind meant being subjected to that person's egotistical and arrogant brain, and, without sensory input from one's own body, losing the battle. One of the early researchers had figured out how to create the separation by letting the jumper retain a partial sense of touch. It was enough of a reminder to the brain of the real world that it allowed jumpers to always understand that they were in a jump, and kept them from falling under the spell of the jump. It was why the only way to alert someone inside a jump was with touch, like the squeeze of his metal ring. But there were still official warnings about the consequences of jumping too long into another's brain. Spending a long time in the same brain could start to confuse the jumper. Shaw took a breath and jumped into the mind of Yukihiro Ono. Inside, just Japanese. Shaw jumped back. He laughed at himself, shaking his head. Of course! He opened one of the tags he'd imported and called it up on the screen. Okay, for this one, he'd used their database, The jump into Ono was flagged Japanese. Transcript and translation document by G.A. Shaw opened the document and read from the screen. Shit, Yang would know how to get through this. Which side does the ID go on again? Subject remembers illustration of standard uniform. If I get caught in here and can't even make it to the control room. Please, 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 yes. I'm through. I made it. The only other ID check will be at the final doors, but if I'm through once, I guess now I need to drop off this duffel. Subject remembers mental image of the map of the installation. Second right, someone on duty will give me my bunk, and then I head immediately for the command room where... Subject imagines lattice collapsing. Subject imagines dying in a fireball. Subject imagines dying in a hail of bullets before his mission is complete. Subject imagines himself as a hero, kissing a young Japanese woman. Strong affection. Subject remembers same woman, laughing at him. Strong affection. Humiliation. These people, these Americans, they spy and they tried to keep it all to themselves. They didn't let anyone else in, but it was our greatness. G.A. note, our in this context means Japan's, that allowed us to create the first lattice reader. They didn't know that anyone else could use the lattice. They thought it was all their own. Americans, blinded by their own arrogance, believing that just because they built it, they controlled it. Subject imagines a fat American. Subject imagines fat American having sex with same Japanese woman. They can't control it. No one can control it. We were the ones to build the first reader, and it brought glory to Japan. Now Japan will help the world from itself and destroy the lattice. People's thoughts are their own. A person can't be judged by their thoughts. A person should be able to choose what they show the world. A person should... Shaw scrolled forward on the document. Looking. There. What's Shaw reaching for? What's wrong with my cuffs? Why would he do this? Does he know I'm not Yang? Is he helping me blend in? They said I wouldn't know who else was here, that I wouldn't know anyone else who was part of the plan. Is he one of them? Is he here to help me? That explained the questioning looks Shaw had gotten from him when he came out of the bathroom. Ono was in the lattice complex alone, but knew there might be others. If there were, then Braybrick's jumpers would have already located them by now, and Shaw didn't have the time to do the hunt by himself. Shaw skimmed through the rest of the transcript, but it was pretty much the same stuff. More erotic thoughts of the girl, more about the greatness of Japan, his thoughts alternating between fear of success and fear of failure. Ono did doubt himself when Shaw tried to reason with the pilot. I thought they were all alike. Subject imagines fat American. Why try to talk him out of it? Is it that he doesn't want to kill? The cuffs. No, he is afraid for his own life. He is afraid that he will lose the control he has. But still, he has shown kindness, and it will be an honor to die with him. The poor kid. Shaw shook his head and closed the transcript. Okay, maybe he wasn't a kid, but he sure acted and thought like one. And yet it was all too familiar. With only a handful of exceptions, the raids were almost uniformly the work of young men. Boys, really. Boys who thought they were being men, but in reality were acting on the whims of their adolescent hormones. He could remember being young as well as anyone else, but could he ever imagine himself signing up for a mission like this? What would it have taken at 18 or 23 to push him into having the same zealotry as Ono, Shaw wondered. He had jumped into his younger self more than once. His 18-year-old brain was a tumult of cascading emotions, usually centered on girls, but also boxing, imagining his future heroics, and living up to whatever standard Elvin was harping on that week. It was foreign territory now, like someone else's brain. Would sexual humiliation have been enough, like it was for Ono? Could his imagined heroics have been twisted into a real-life suicide mission? He couldn't say anymore. There was just too much distance there. Who knew 34 was so far from 18? So far that he could barely relate or understand his own thoughts. 34 was old once. It was almost exactly middle age a couple hundred years ago. Now it was, what, a quarter of his likely lifespan? Didn't that mean he was still young? He was still coming rather than going. He suddenly felt himself staring at the darkness of eternity and his own death. It was the nanoshock, he realized. He'd had a brush with death, a brush with just 2 fingertips, but it had been almost enough. Now he was lying in a coffin-shaped box, thinking about all the what-ifs. Something in that made him smile. Still alive, he said aloud, and looked back at the transcript, pushing the rest away. He didn't need to understand Ono. He needed to understand the people who had sent him. Almost certainly they weren't young men. They would have known what buttons to trigger in Ono, and ruthlessly exploited his humiliation instead of trying to help him. He felt his anger rising at any group that would use a damaged soul like Ono as a weapon. So what next? He asked. What had he learned? Too little. The main question now was, who had sent Ono, and how had they sent him? Shaw jumped back to his tag of Ono entering the Lattice complex, but instead of going forward in time, he pulled back on his scroll ball and sent time into reverse. Double speed, then triple speed, then 10 times the speed. Ono was a blur, walking backwards from the shuttle drop-off, on the shuttle reading, waiting for the shuttle, going to the San Francisco airport, leaving a medical office. Shaw slowed up the reverse and watched as Ono received the face-altering surgery that had transformed him into Yang. Seen in reverse time, however, to Shaw it looked like the surgeon was peeling back a layer of skin, revealing the face of Ono inside Yang's. His face was younger than Yang. Maybe he was just a kid after all. He was Japanese, not Chinese, as Yang was. A small, fresh scar on his cheek was revealed. His hair was longer. They added fingerprints that, Shaw had to assume, contained replicas of Yang's DNA. Ono finished the transformation. Started the transformation, Shaw corrected. Watching time in reverse always confused him. And entered the room. Shaw tapped down on his wheel to bookmark the room, knowing he'd have to come back and investigate the doctor and the nurse later. Ono walked backward, out of the medical office and into a cab. Shaw sped up time again and followed him back to the San Francisco airport, where he walked off a plane from Kyoto. Kyoto? He arrived in the U.S. less than 24 hours before he was going to attack the Lattice? As Shaw watched Ono on the long flight from Japan, he tried to think through all the implications. Ono was summoned at the last minute. Why? Because the raiders hadn't known they would need him before then? Or because they didn't want to alert him until they absolutely had to? The scope of this group was starting to truly worry Shaw. They were international in reach, and they had sophisticated technology. I still haven't even gotten to the hovercraft, Shaw remembered. And they were smart enough to get closer to taking out the Lattice than anyone ever had. Shaw peered down over the back of Ono's seat and saw that he was studying schematics of the Lattice installation on his tablet, and in public. Shaw looked around, but no one else had noticed. Without exception, everyone in the seats around Ono was in a jump. Ono reversed out of the plane, waited for his flight for a few hours, then finally reversed out of the airport and into a cab. It picked him up in front of a large building on the outskirts of Kyoto. Shaw followed Ono up the elevator to his apartment. As Ono reached the door, Shaw slowed down the speed of the playback to normal time. though he was still watching Ono in reverse. The apartment surprised Shaw, who had been expecting the bare walls and adapted furniture of a fugitive. Instead, the apartment was lush with green plants, a small trickle of water noise from the corner, and large black and white photographs on the walls. Ono was saying goodbye to a small tabby cat, cradling the cat close to him and whispering into his ear. Shaw was legitimately touched. For all Ono knew, he was going to his death, and the only soul he had to say goodbye to was his cat. Ono reversed into the bedroom where he was packing, but the process was quick. There wasn't much to pack if you were going to be busy destroying the lattice in 2 days. He reversed back out into the main room and fell onto the couch, picked up and played with a small black sphere on a side table, and then began reading a graphic novel. Shaw stared at him. The man who was so filled with energy and purpose since he'd been watching him suddenly looked like a teenager, slouched on a couch for the summer. Shaw paused the reverse and then put it back into forward time. Ono looked up from his book when the black sphere on the table seemed to flash with a blue light, something Shaw hadn't noticed when things were in reverse. The sphere rested in a crack between the glass and the wood of the table. It was a perfect sphere, about 5 inches in diameter, black and reflective. Was it glass? Shaw looked over Ono's shoulder at the sphere. The blue was fading from the surface of the black sphere, as if it had grown hot with the light and was now cooling off. As the glow faded, there was writing left on the surface. In plain English, it said, "San Francisco, tomorrow morning." That faded, and then another bit of blue text appeared. "Find Dr. Gower, plastic surgeon." Ono waited for the text to fade and traced out a reply with his finger. "On my way." The determination in Ono's eyes was back as he picked up the sphere and carried it into the bedroom. It was the first thing he packed. It was in the U.S. Ono had brought it with him. Shaw left the jump, his mind reeling. He couldn't believe how quickly Ono had been willing to drop everything when he'd been called. Called by what? And what the hell was that thing? Shaw slid out of the jump box, his wrap already illuminating with the news of an incoming call. Braybrook. Shaw said, "Accept." Braybrook's avatar appeared to be standing in the room with him, but of course it was just an illusion of his mind's eye, placed there by the implant in his temple. Everyone in the military was required to have an avatar that looked like themselves. But in the civilian world, the avatars people used for calls and in chat rooms ranged from the absurd to the very obscene. "My assistant tells me you've discovered the sphere," Braybrook said, his avatar speaking for him. "Yes, sir. Have you recovered the sphere?" Braybrook hesitated. "No." "Did Ono dump it somewhere before getting to the installation?" "No, he carried it with him right through security. It didn't seem special in any way and wasn't flagged." "So why don't we have it yet if he carried it all the way to the lattice? Shouldn't it be there?" It disappeared." "Disappeared?" "A few minutes after Ono left his duffel, it shrank, vanished into thin air. Same with the one the hovercraft pilot had." "He had one too, in the hovercraft?" "No, he left it in the hangar. A few minutes after he began piloting the hovercraft out of the hangar, the sphere shrank and vanished, same as the other." "Where did Ono get it then? I'm sure you had someone trace it back to when he got it." "We did." "And?" "It grew. It grew out of thin air and was waiting for Ono on the table when he came home. I'll add the date to your list of tags." Shaw was stunned. "It just showed up? How is that possible?" "We don't know yet. I have the boys in white lab coats working on it. They think it's entangled, I think is the word they used, with another sphere somewhere else." Even if we can't have one in front of us, can't we study Onos or the pilots in a jump? Of course, we already know. Just a sec, I have it here. Nitrogen. It's solid crystallized nitrogen, apparently only made with very high pressure. A nitrogen diamond, essentially. I'll send over the weight and density, but forget the chemistry. It's a fucking glass sphere. It's sensitive to heat, which is how messages can be passed back and forth. The surface is like a touchpad, and it just picks up your body heat. But the sphere itself doesn't seem special. It's how it was sent and retrieved that has my boy stumped. There's no way to trace it? We tried tagging it in a jump before it shrank to see if we could follow it, but it got us nowhere. The jump box just lost the tag. However the sphere moves, we don't have a way to track it after it disappears. Shaw tried to think of a question, but he couldn't. I'm at a loss for words. Everyone is. No one in the preliminary jumps caught them today? It wasn't exactly what we were looking for. Not a normal call or conversation. The news feeds found it about the same time we did. It's all anyone's talking about. But don't go watching a feed right now. Your instincts were right. Follow this thing on your own. No one's isolated anymore. Maybe a lone genius can get somewhere. I'm no genius, sir. Trust me, Colonel, I know that. But you live with a genius, so maybe just ask her. Braybrook snorted, and Shaw could sense the disbelief, anger, and fear in the general. Because we're at a total loss. Chapter 6. While Shaw waited for Ellie to wake up, he went back into the jump box and once again pulled up the Lattice installation. Instead of scrolling inside it, he swiped to the west and eventually found the remains of a very recent nuclear detonation. Clouds in the air, a small crater, and a glass desert surrounding it where the sand had melted together, now reflecting the sun. Shaw rewound time again, the hovercraft emerging from a nuclear mushroom cloud and backing up across the desert. He tagged it to follow it, and as he flew along beside it, he couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. Certainly its mission didn't require it to be so beautiful. The craft would have flown fine without the sleek body style. But someone had taken the time to design it, to make it look worthy of the Paris Air Show, even if its only mission was this one. Shaw followed it back to the small town of Beatty, where it had been launched from the back of a horse trailer. Once it was back on the trailer, the lone pilot reversed back to a small desert airport. A few hangars dotted the runway, and the horse trailer wheeled into one. Inside, Shaw found a mechanical shop. Clearly, this was where the craft had been built. He looked around at the many tools and noticed the black sphere on the workbench. He understood why none of the preliminary jumpers had noticed it. It looked like a paperweight. But now that he knew its significance, it loomed. Shaw couldn't help himself. He removed the jump tag from the craft and scrolled to jump time forward again. The horse trailer wheeled out of the hangar again, but Shaw kept his eye on the sphere. Nothing happened for several minutes, and then it was light playing tricks. No, it was definitely smaller now and shrinking. The black sphere was the size of an apple, an eyeball, a marble, a ball bearing, a speck of dust, and it was gone. Shaw reversed back and forth several times, watching it grow and shrink in time. Even though Braybrook said it wouldn't work, he tried tagging the sphere before it shrank, but it did nothing. The sphere disappeared, and the jump box vibrated slightly underneath his body, the sign that the tag had been lost. He decided to let it go for now. He threw the scroll bar into reverse, hours passing in mere seconds, but no one came to disturb the craft. Days were passing outside. The craft had been waiting for a long time, waiting for the rest of the pieces of the plan to fall into place, waiting for a new hire at Lattice Security. Yang was the first to be recruited into the command room in months, his experience in Geneva making him one of the few outsiders who had passed through the intensive background jumps. The Raiders needed a new face on the inside, someone who didn't live on site and whose particular quirks and mannerisms weren't already known. Finally, light cracked on the door again, and 3 men entered the hangar. They worked on the craft, and Shaw stopped time. One was the pilot, which left 2 more people to keep track of. He'd only done Ono so far. He still needed to check out the pilot, the plastic surgeon, and his nurse, whoever had drugged Yang, and now these 2. Oh, and whoever took out the lasers. How big was this conspiracy? Shaw left the jump. He checked the screen. The date the hovercraft was last worked on was 4 months ago. These people were nothing if not patient. Shaw eventually realized he needed a break. He'd been up all night researching, and he was exhausted and famished. He made himself buy some cuy, protein-rich and perfectly portioned guinea pig, and took it to their small deck. He watched the arch and tried to toss over the puzzle in his head. A half hour later, the door opened, and Ellie greeted him with a hug. "Morning," she said with a kiss. He returned it and offered her a chair. She shook her head. "I'm surprised you're out here," she said. "We're scheduled for more rain soon." "So soon? I thought St. Louis won its bid for weather this week." "We did win, but the farms needed some rain, so they scheduled it for the morning. Come on inside." "Not yet. I want to enjoy it while I can." "How did you sleep?" he asked, running his hand along her arm. "Well, I caught up with the feeds before I came out here, so I know I slept better than you." "How much did you hear?" "Pretty much everything, I think. You were researching the imposter. Then some sort of sphere that appears and disappears and can't be traced. Oh, and Braybrook apparently thinks I'm a genius." Shaw shook his head in amazement. "The feeds reported all that?" "The feeds are speculating about my IQ now. That's when I decided to roll out of bed and make my amazing brain available to you." "I can't believe they're reporting on you, too. That's outrageous." "Bye. You can't predict who people are going to latch onto. You should have seen it coming in the pizza place. You're becoming a celebrity. The feeds are reporting every detail. You finding the sphere, your call with Braybrook. They're really playing up your hunt. One man versus the terrorists." Shaw pictured the strangers who were following the news tags and jumping into his job, his home, his mind. He saw them as a mass of humanity encircling him. Tens of thousands watching his every move. A few using a ring to jump, others lying down in a jump box, but most holding a wrap or watching a screen on their walls. But all of them finding him somehow. Anyone could jump into his life and watch him. Not just anyone today, but anyone living in the future could look back on him. God, what if he really was becoming a celebrity? Would people watch him having sex with Ellie? Would they jump into his past looking for what? For stories that would build him into a hero worth revering? The time he saved an old man from drowning. The time he fought those 2 drunks outside that bar when he was posted to Germany. Or would they search out his worst moments? The time when he was 13 and he tried to impress the seniors in high school and he kicked his neighbor's dog. In college, he'd cheated on his girlfriend with her roommate, Laura, what's her name, while his girlfriend slept across the room. He might not remember her last name, but it was there waiting for anyone to find out. They only had to jump to find it. And they would ignore the context, of course. That night was a turning point, a realization that he was recklessly throwing away a real relationship to seduce a girl he couldn't even stand during the daytime. What had he been thinking? It was a wake-up call, a start to, finally, become mature. But that wouldn't be the point. People would only see the cruelty. And then they'd be off to the next jump. God, what if Laura were one of the jumpers? What if his old girlfriend learned of it? Had she ever found out about that night? And look at him thinking about these things. He was giving a roadmap into his worst moments to anyone who was jumping into him right now. Anyone could... "Byron!" Ellie shouted. Shaw looked up at her, eyes wide. "Finally! You were starting to scare me." She hugged his head close. "You have panic written all over your face." "The Lattice never lets you forget all the terrible things you've done." "You can forget if you want to. You just need to be okay with other people not forgetting. I don't want to be a celebrity, he mumbled. Do your job, get it over with, forget that anyone's watching. Ellie held him for a bit longer. There was a raindrop, then another. They left the balcony and went into the kitchen. So, tell me about this sphere, Ellie said as Shaw poured them coffee. It's ingenious. You could run an army without anyone knowing the general. Ellie nodded. I imagine this room somewhere with hundreds of glass spheres on shelves, each one for a different agent, and all run by a mastermind at the center of it. It's frightening. Outside, the scheduled rain had grown heavy, splattering hard against the window. It is, he said. Can you trace it? Not that I know of. They think it's entangled. Do you know what that means? Come on, By. Didn't you pay attention in high school physics? I caught enough. Apparently not. This is quantum mechanics 101. Explain it to me, then. Let's say you had two particles that were bound up with each other, entangled with each other. In all ways, one will always be the opposite of the other one, no matter what. If one is charged positive, the other will be negative. If one spins clockwise, the other spins counterclockwise, and so on. Okay. Now let's separate them. We'll put them across the room from each other, and then let's change the spin of one. The other will change instantaneously. Somehow it knows what the other one is doing, even though it's across the room, or across the continent. Not only does it know what the other one is doing, but it knows it faster than the speed of light. It knows immediately. It's as if the two entangled particles are really just one particle, but split into two different places. Every computer from the last 40 years or so is based on the concept. So that's particles. We're talking about a glass sphere, though. That's got to be a different thing entirely. It is, and that's the amazing thing. Using entangled particles, the most we can do is to send information. We give one particle a certain spin, and the other particle changes. But we've never been able to transport any material object. That's just been speculation. Until now. Someone's figured out how to do it. Ellie nodded, slowly chewing over her cooey. That's the only thing I can figure. The hovercraft and the spheres, I just can't believe that whoever developed them is using them to try to destroy the lattice. Those are both trillion-dollar products. And this is all someone can think to use them for? That just gave me an idea, By. Let's assume, for a second, that you can't track the spheres, but someone invented them and passed up all that money. If you want to find the spheres, find their origin, find their inventor. Why would that be easier? These spheres are a major scientific breakthrough, years ahead of any known research. Only a handful of people have the education needed to even know where to start researching and developing something like that. Figure out who they are, and one of them will be your mastermind. Shaw laughed. It's brilliant! You're brilliant! Braybrook was right. You hear that, everyone? Shaw shouted into the air, the silent jumpers watching. My wife is brilliant and I love her. My husband is acting like an idiot, Ellie shouted. But you love me? Maybe, but I'm not a shout it from the rooftop kind of gal. So where do I start looking for the inventor? Shaw asked. I'd start with the universities. You have to assume the inventor probably has a PhD or SCD in quantum mechanics or theoretical physics. So start at the top. MIT, Harvard, Sydney, Heidelberg, Supoptique in Paris, the Haifa National Laboratory. Shaw glanced at his rap, which showed him a similar list of top universities. How do you know that stuff without using your rap? I remember things. Oh, look for graduates who have private labs on a reservation. I'm thinking of something like the Research Park on the Flathead Reservation. They're notoriously hands-off about what their scientists are researching, even things that are against U.S. laws. Shaw nodded. Ellie was quiet, thinking. She'd grown somber. There's something else. I hate to say it. You won't be able to do this from home. I can talk to people in chat rooms without leaving home. No, you need to meet in person. You know what it's like talking avatar to avatar. They'll brush you off and move to the next chat room, or they'll be so distracted with other things you won't know if they actually could have been helpful. You've got to meet in person. Shaw nodded. It was hard to argue with. The raiders are going to know I'm coming. Whoever invented the spheres is likely listening right now, Shaw murmured, as if being quiet would stop a jumper from listening. He shuddered and tried to push away the feeling of being constantly watched, but it was hard. It doesn't change anything. Once you narrow down the possibilities, then you can find them no matter where they go. If they think I'm getting close, they could come after me, try to kill me. That wouldn't make any sense. They'd just open themselves to being found that much more easily. Maybe. Or maybe there's another assassin getting messages from a glass sphere on his coffee table. Ellie looked away, staring out over the city. I'm sorry, he said eventually. I didn't mean to spoil the mood. Ellie smiled, her eyes thick and wet. It's okay. I know you'll come back to me. He kissed her hard, and she threw her arms around him, holding him close. If only it could be that easy, he thought. Chapter 7. Shaw and Ellie's goodbye was extended when Shaw decided at the last minute to accompany her to the clinic on his way to Lambert Field. He kissed her out front, and she put her hand on his cheek. Come back soon, Byron. I will, Eleanor. Shaw hailed this self-driving cab from the curb and hurried to charter a slingshot back to San Francisco. Once aboard and underway, he watched the landscape pass below the window and tried to be one of those people who could do nothing but watch the scenery, content. It didn't work. He got bored and twirled his jump ring around his finger, wondering about Chamberlain's bayonet charge at Little Round Top. He felt wretched for not being able to spend more than 15 minutes being bored without wanting to jump. You made it the whole way home without jumping, he chided himself. Yeah, but I had a fresh mystery to think about then. You have plenty of mysteries you can think about. I don't want to think about mysteries right now. I want to think about Ellie and having a family and my future. Then think about those things. But I get bored and then I want to jump. Weak. You're weak, Byron. I know. He made sure he was fully buckled in, touched his ring to his temple, and then let the exhilaration and fear of war wash over him as he and Joshua Chamberlain charged down the slope of Little Round Top toward the Confederate soldiers at the bottom. Waiting for him in San Francisco was another surprise. Tim Yang was in full uniform, and he was gazing expectantly at Shaw. Yang saluted, and Shaw returned it half-heartedly. Good to see you again. I believe you're mistaken, sir. We haven't met. Shaw did a double take. Right. Shaw had technically never met him, but it was hard not to recognize the same face that had touched him with the nanoshock and nearly killed him. Of course, I met your evil doppelganger. And an inept one at that, sir. Inept? Lucky for you. If I'd been the one attacking you with the nanoshock, you wouldn't have had the chance to turn it back on me. Sir, Yang added at the last moment. Shaw was struck silent before he belted out a loud laugh. Well reasoned. And what brings you here? Braybrook asked me to represent the Geneva Lattice. I know the players there. If you're looking for scientists capable of building the spheres, I can help. Shaw narrowed his eyes. Anyone from Geneva would have done that. But there was clearly something else Braybrook was aiming for by inviting Tim Yang, of all people. Those are your only orders? Shaw asked. And to help protect you, sir. Ah, you know I was a boxer in another life. These fighters don't throw punches, sir, Yang said, looking significantly at Shaw's blackened fingertips. Shaw held them up. Quite a war wound, isn't it? Tell me, do you carry one? A nanoshock, I mean. Yang nodded. For this assignment, but I don't trust them generally. They're just as likely to injure the man carrying it as they are the target, as Ono's mission proved. Have the doctors found an antidote to yours, sir? No, they still haven't gotten rid of it. Damnedest thing. At least it's not spreading. Yang leaned in close. May I? Shaw nodded, and Yang delicately held his hand, inspecting the fingers. Shaw suddenly had a flashback to adjusting the cuffs of the other Yang. This was going to be tricky. They will always be black? Yang asked. I hope not. The antidote should have cleared it up by now, but it's not working. It's something new. Yang released Shaw's hand. It's a badge of honor, sir. If it were me, as long as the doctors said it was safe, I wouldn't let them get rid of it. I'll keep that in mind. Let's get going. I changed our flight to a later one. We have a stop we need to make here. Where are we going first, sir? Shaw was about to answer, but his attention was caught by a familiar face on a wall-mounted screen next to a small cafe. Shaw's own face was on the feed, and next to it was the list of universities he planned to visit. Stanford, he answered, to talk to Ada Dillon. Then to Hefei, China. He pointed to the screen. There's our full itinerary in case you wanted to know. Stanford, Hefei, Heidelberg, Paris, then across the Atlantic to visit Harvard and MIT. Yang glanced up at it, and his eyes widened. I didn't realize we have an audience. Everyone has an audience. We're just lucky enough to be reminded of that fact. Ada Dillon was the preeminent lattice scientist, preeminent since Wolfgang Huxley's passing, at least. She'd agreed to meet Shaw, but when the time came, her office and her lab were empty. The Lattice directed Shaw and Yang to find her at the Stanford Memorial Church at the center of campus. Curious students had followed them across the campus, a few stepping forward to touch Shaw on the shoulder. But as the great doors of the church closed behind them, they found themselves alone with the mosaic domes and arches. I wonder why they didn't follow us in, Yang said. Most of my students know better than to interrupt me during my morning meditation, a woman's voice echoed in reply. Shaw stepped forward into the main aisle, his eyes adjusting to the light and searching out the source of the voice. I'm sorry if we disturbed you, Dr. Dillon. I didn't think. No, I didn't think. That's the problem with interruption. It cuts off thought, and that's my most precious resource. Shaw finally saw her silver hair in the pew at the front of the church and started moving toward her. If you're the foremost expert on the lattice, someone's always interrupting you to ask a question. It's impossible to think. That's why I come here. Organized religion scares away the students, and I can actually put my mind in order. Ada Dillon's mouth bent in something like a smile, and Shaw saw surprising youth there. Her hair might be gray, but she couldn't have been more than 20 years older than Shaw himself. Again, I'm sorry to disturb you, Shaw repeated, but it is important that we speak. It always is. Dillon's tone suggested that she was wary of the attention, but Shaw thought it was plainly obvious she relished it. I'm Colonel Byron Shaw. If you haven't learned yet, you'll learn soon, Colonel. You don't have to introduce yourself anymore. Dillon's eyes caught the motion of Yang approaching. She stared as he came forward and stopped next to Shaw. Interesting. How many billions have seen that face in their feeds in the last 48 hours? The face worn by a terrorist, and now he's here with you, the one who stopped him. I can see the game being played, and yet it still has the desired effect. It's fascinating. Shaw grimaced. She had understood Braybrook's play with Yang before he did, but once he thought about it, it was clear. Yang's presence would be unsettling, no matter how much someone's rational brain argued otherwise. It was a smart move, and he hadn't seen it. You must know why we're here, then, he said. She gave a curt nod. I do, but it's not ready. Yang and Shaw exchanged glances. Maybe there's been a misunderstanding, I wanted to ask you about scientists who could have conceivably designed the spheres." "That is a waste of my time," she answered, flipping the question away with her fingers. "If you want a directory, others can help you with that. I'm your one and only backup plan, and I'm here to tell you it's not ready." "What exactly is not ready?" Shaw asked, allowing himself to be drawn in. "A new lattice. Lattice 2.0. "A new lattice? But why?" Dillon exited the pew. "That should be obvious, Colonel. Only a day ago, the current lattice's vulnerabilities were laid out for all to see. Consider the possibilities. What if the lattice didn't have to have a centralized structure in the Nevada desert? What if we didn't need to maintain an expensive backup under the streets of Geneva? What are our options?" "I don't know yet. It's not ready. All I know is that the current lattice has been the dominant platform for nearly 3 decades now. It's starting to show its wear." "What could possibly be wrong with the lattice? Shaw was about to say perfect, but the word caught in his throat. Fine." "It is far from fine. What if you had the power to search for people and thoughts? I don't just mean searching a database of tags, but to actually search the lattice itself, and in real time. Wouldn't that be helpful to you?" Shaw thought back to the morning of the raid. You couldn't just search for people who were trying to destroy the lattice. You had to wait for them to reveal themselves. But what if you could? With a few strokes of a search query, what if you could locate anyone who hated the lattice, who was actively working to destroy it? Then no amount of spheres could have masked the true masterminds of the raid. The thoughts of the terrorists would have revealed themselves, years ago probably, and as they were just dreaming up their plan. "Why isn't it searchable?" Yang asked. "I mean, why can't I search for a person and just find them? It pretty much works if they're famous enough to have a public tag list, but otherwise, that's what everybody wants. To say a name and have their rap search the lattice, right? That's what you want?" Yang nodded. "Do you have any idea what it would take?" Dillon continued. "We would need to teach the lattice to recognize how that name corresponds to a particular group of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen atoms. We could search for that person's DNA, but then we'd need to figure out how to report only the person and not the DNA fragments like a strand of hair in a brush. Not to mention that our own bodies contain a lot more DNA than just ourselves. There are a multitude of viruses, bacteria, parasites at any given time, and some of it is essential. Now, how do you teach the lattice what is human and what is not if it reads the DNA of a bacteria in our stomach instead of us? There are a lot of other problems, of course, but those should suffice to illustrate the point. The foundation of the lattice is too old. Every atom in the solar system is tracked. Do you know how much computing it takes already? Then to model it into a lattice reader, to an experience that is indistinguishable from reality? That's another massive undertaking. And now you want to search those atoms. For the lattice to understand what it's searching, that's a whole new order of magnitude. Right now, the best we can do is use sensors. AI is another technology to analyze what the lattice finds and translate it into something that's useful to us. But it's an overlay. It's not native to the lattice itself. Even if Moore's law continues to hold true, and not everyone is sure it can, we're decades from having computers strong enough to manage search within the current platform. That's why I'm starting over. A new lattice itself. Faster, more streamlined, not loaded up with decades of code patches and workarounds. If we can make the foundation of the lattice better, our current computing power can do the rest. Shaw was silent. How long until you think your new lattice will be ready? 5, 6 years, Dillon said with a shrug. It's not ready, and until it is, there's no backup. If you fail, the lattice is going down. This game of cat and mouse is being played without a safety net. Chapter 8. As the bullet train between Shanghai and Hefei slowed down, Shaw shook his head at the massive city that was passing by his window. 25 million people lived in Hefei. Shaw generally had trouble remembering the names of Chinese megacities like this one, and he wondered how many of them had heard of St. Louis, Missouri. Certainly more than Missourians had heard of Hefei. It was a lingering cultural chauvinism left over from the 19th and 20th centuries, but it was still hard to shake this far into the 21st. The world only got to globalize once, and when it did, the U.S. had been at the forefront. Its fingerprints were on the world now in the same way that Europe's had been for centuries beyond its colonial days. Shaw and Yang got off the train and began walking down the platform toward the Grand Station. The swell of people was hard to take, and they had to fight to stay together. Shaw hadn't been to Asia in ages, not since college, and he had forgotten what it was like to feel so alone and so different from everyone around him, and how close everyone around him was. Yang nudged Shaw's elbow and pointed ahead. A woman was watching them intently. Shaw realized he had just seen her face on his wrap during the flight to Shanghai. She was the chair of the School of Experimental Physics at the University of Hefei. She spoke English, and he had picked her as his most likely point of contact to meet when he arrived. That had been less than 2 hours ago. "Good evening," she said in clear English, extending her hand. "I'm Professor Daoming Wu. The feed said you were coming to see me." Wu guided Yang and Shaw through the main station and down to Hefei's old subway line. As they walked through the crowds, she described how much she and her colleagues at the school had been following the news about the nitrogen spheres. "To be honest, I don't pay much attention to stories about the attacks on the Lattice anymore," Wu said. "This last one got a little more notice here because they actually penetrated the defenses with an imposter." Her eyes flickered to Yang. Shaw was glad to see he didn't flinch under it. "But I didn't really understand that it was so serious until I heard about the spheres. We were following along when suddenly the university and my name were mentioned. I thought you deserved an official welcome." An empty subway train pulled into the station, and the three followed the herd into a car. "I'm afraid we're not going to be much help, though," Wu said, grabbing onto the bar for support. "These spheres are the work of a true genius. If you hadn't just come from Ada Dillon, I would have suggested she was the most likely person on Earth who could have built them. She said she didn't think anyone alive could have designed them." "So we should look to the dead scientist, then?" Wu smiled, her cherubic face warm with laughter. "Perhaps it was Einstein or Bohr or Huxley, because we don't have any graduates who could have pulled this off." "I'm sure that's unfair to your students and to your teaching," Shaw said diplomatically. "Besides, aren't these kinds of advances often accidents? Maybe someone stumbled across the concept while trying to test for something else. Antibiotics were discovered that way, if I remember my history correctly." "I see your point," Wu answered. "But generally, accidents in the lab need a genius to understand the significance of what has been revealed. No one but Wolfgang Huxley would have understood the data he was receiving when trying to measure gravitational waves. But he stuck with it, and the lattice was born." "The lattice was an accidental discovery?" Yang asked, surprised. Wu looked equally surprised at his reaction. "Of course. He was trying to measure gravitational waves from supernovas and black holes." "I didn't know that." "Don't you work at the lattice installation?" "We just try to keep it safe," Shaw said. "Trumped-up security guards." "Ah." Wu seemed incredulous that anyone would not know the story about the invention of the lattice. "So what happened?" Shaw asked. "With Huxley and the accidental discovery?" Shaw nodded. "He thought a resonant structure of stable rhodium atoms might be able to detect gravitational waves. He was correct, but the structure picked up a lot more than that. It could feel the gravitational pull of every atom within a couple hundred meters. That's when Huxley started to realize just what he had." "Every atom? They all exert gravity?" "An infinitesimal amount, but yes. Everything has its own gravitational field, however small." "That's amazing. That things that small could be detected by their gravitational pull from so far away, I mean." "Do you know anything about quantum entanglement?" Wu asked. "Just enough to launch this trip." "Well, when I say it was a resonant structure, what I mean is that every atom is entangled with another atom somewhere else in the lattice. If one atom is acted upon, the entire lattice is. It means that the entire lattice essentially acts as a single atom. But the lattice is a few trillion times bigger than an atom, which is why it is sensitive to the gravitational pull of even the tiniest field. It senses all those little pulls and then amplifies them into a scale we can measure. The same way a rainbow is actually millions of individual rainbows, Yang said. Wu eyed him appreciatively. Yes, exactly. And while the lattice is an amazing design, some of the real genius is in the math that runs it. That's why Huxley was unique. He could envision both the technology and the math to use it. Do you want me to keep going? I don't want to bore you. If you wouldn't mind. People have tried to explain it to me before, but you're probably the first to use plain English. I can try plain Mandarin and see how you do with that, Wu said, laughing again. Huxley's first lattice of rhodium atoms was very small, just a few centimeters in length, just to see if it could be built. Remember, he was trying to detect astronomical phenomena, supernovas and neutron star mergers and black holes, so he was planning to build something larger. He was surprised that even such a small lattice of atoms was registering so much data. Huxley's students began charting it. And that's when he realized that they were getting everything, a full picture of every atom within range. Once he'd gotten that far, Huxley began working on a way to visualize those atoms. By this point, he had a fixed position with an atomic weight for everything picked up by the lattice. What more did he need but a network of computers fast enough to run it? He moved his research from MIT to CERN in Geneva, the only place on Earth at the time with enough computing power to run the visualization. He eventually got it running, and the visualization worked. He produced a completely accurate vision of every atom within 10 meters or so of that original lattice. That's all the farther it reached. The lattice was only a few centimeters long, so the viewing area was exponentially larger than its length. That's part of its incredible usefulness. If it had to be as big as Earth to view the whole Earth, it wouldn't be very functional. I didn't realize that the first working lattice was in Geneva, Shaw said. I always thought that one came later. On the large scale, that's true. The grant that had originally funded the research came from your military. The U.S. military called Huxley back from CERN to recreate the lattice to be used as a spy tool, remote viewing, 100% accurate, and able to see through any wall, better than any drone or wiretap. Huxley built a new lattice, this time 1 meter long, with a range of 1,800 kilometers or so. After that was a success, the military and NASA funded the creation of the lattice installation, although at the time, people called it Area 51. He built the lattice that is still there today, 81.5 meters tall and kept as close to absolute zero as possible. Its range extends just past Neptune's orbit. So he still managed to help humanity understand a lot about astronomy. Wu smiled to herself, brushing a stray hair from her eye. Did you know I met him? Huxley, I mean, she continued. Not in a jump, but in person. He lectured here once about a year before he died. He'd gotten really jaded about the lattice by that point, but people still wanted to hear the story. I spent 5 minutes with him before he spoke. Oh, this is us. The trio pushed their way out of the subway car when it stopped and stood together on the crowded escalator. Why was he jaded? Shaw asked. He never imagined the consequences of the lattice beyond the immediate, remote viewing and astronomy. He was appalled when it was discovered that the lattice could map the neurons in your brain and assemble them into a thought, and especially horrified at the way his invention had become a pornography machine. She guided them out of the subway station onto a bustling street. This way. We only have a few blocks, Wu said. Actually, it was Ada Dillon who realized that you could take the current snapshot of atoms in the lattice and then go backward in time. She realized that once you had the known position of all atoms, you could reverse commute the location of every atom in the solar system, second by second, back to about 5 billion years ago. She was silent for a moment as they crossed the street. I'm here to ask whether you know anyone who could have built spheres the Raiders used, she concluded. I know. We have been researching them, and I wish I had better news for you. Every piece of information I find is more baffling. They're growing. Do you realize that? On a molecular level. It took a while to isolate, but my team found the starting molecule. The molecule builds the rest of the sphere using nitrogen atoms out of the air. I still don't understand the mechanics of it. But to develop these little molecular machines and then transport them would take incredible sophistication in nanotechnology and quantum teleportation. Who has the expertise to build something like that? Shaw asked. And the resources to do it in secret? No one alive, Wu answered. Wu's assistant made tea. He brought it to Wu's spacious office and served them. Shaw looked out the open door and saw several other faculty members loitering outside the door. He whistled loudly and saw them all start at the sound. If you're going to listen, you may as well come inside and participate. Grab anyone else in the department who might know about the spheres. Wu tried to introduce the professors as they entered, but Shaw lost track of them after the first few. Within 3 or 4 minutes, Wu's office was crowded with a dozen faculty members. Shaw moved to the front of the room and leaned against the front of Wu's desk once everyone was settled. Okay, let's get down to basics. Is there anyone here who hasn't watched a sphere appear and disappear? Silence. Next question. Does anyone think that these were transported using anything other than, quantum teleportation? Silence again. Okay, let's change course. Would current technology have been adequate to build the spheres? In other words, on the day before you saw them, how much of them could you have built? One of the women raised her hand and said, if the surface of the sphere has the molecules on it that are entangled with molecules on the surface of another sphere, which is our working theory, that's something we could probably replicate ourselves. It's a new use for quantum entanglement, but it's using existing technology. It's how most lattice readers work. Is it? Wu coughed behind him, and he glanced back. She seemed like she was trying to cover her surprise. Don't judge me too harshly, Professor. I don't totally get how my toaster works either. Give me the 30-second version of lattice readers and quantum entanglement. When particles pass through the lattice, they can become entangled with the lattice as well. And the lattice reader companies built immense collectors that are able to grab a tiny fraction of those that become entangled and funnel them into storage bins. Like catching fireflies. She laughed. But on a $1 trillion level. Then they use the entangled photons to drive a device's uplink with the lattice. It's why your military couldn't stop other governments or private companies from using the lattice. They couldn't shut off anyone else's connection without shutting off their own. Thank you. What part of the spheres could we do on our own? Could we grow one? Nitrogen diamonds themselves aren't unusual. If we exert incredibly heavy pressure, rivaling the pressure of the core of the Earth, we can form them. But this seems to just pull nitrogen out of the air. It's unheard of. The woman shook her head, and Shaw glanced back from his rap, which had been translating. And transporting it? There was a shuffling of feet. Maybe, another professor said in English. It depends on how they're sending the molecular machine that builds the sphere. Right now, what we call quantum teleportation is not actually sending matter. We're sending information and creating an exact duplicate of a molecule somewhere else. If that's how they're doing it, we might be able to do the same thing after some trial and error, but it's possible they're actually teleporting the molecule itself somehow. In some ways, while it's a bigger leap in science, it actually makes more sense in this case, given the molecule's complexity. Shaw looked back at the room full of professors. So do you have a student? Do you know a graduate? Is there a former colleague who has been researching these kinds of things? Quantum teleportation, quantum entanglement. Likely someone no one's seen recently. In the silence that followed, Shaw felt the same tension in the room that he remembered as a student, sitting in the back of a classroom, annoyed that the professor had asked a question that clearly no one knew the answer to, and yet was unwilling to break that awkward silence. Shaw was glad to know that even professors could be on the receiving end of it. He held it as long as he could, and then let everyone go. When the room cleared, Shaw turned to Wu, who was glancing at her forearm. Shaw realized it was getting late into the day for her, even though it felt like he was just getting started. Wu looked up and said, "I don't know what else we can provide." "Professor, I need to be blunt. I can't believe that none of your colleagues could even give me a name of someone from here who's interested in teleportation." "You didn't ask for people who are interested in teleportation. I'm interested in teleportation, but I don't have any idea how these spheres would work. But we know our students and our graduates. We know what they're capable of, and I have to impress on you the years of testing this would have taken to accomplish. But more than that," she pushed on as he tried to interrupt, "more than that, we don't lose touch with people anymore. Things just don't work that way. It would have been impossible for a brilliant graduate to fall off the map. Someone would wonder where she was, what kind of work she was doing. That's the other thing. The spheres aren't as scary to me as the idea that they could have been developed in secret. It's impossible." "And yet," Shaw trailed off. "And yet here it is," she said. "Untraceable, made in secret and used against us. They say that necessity is the mother of invention. But why can't we find this invention's mother?" Chapter 9. If Shaw expected the physicists at the University of Heidelberg to know more about the spheres than those in Hefei, he was sorely mistaken. That went for Suboptique in Paris as well. Hefei, Heidelberg, Paris. No matter the city, no one knew anything. In Heidelberg, a couple of names of exceptional students were thrown out, but just as quickly, another professor would report what the student had done after graduation, and it wasn't building spheres. In Paris, a few retired professors had been tracked down. Their friends and colleagues with whom they had published papers were located. No one was building spheres. All he got was a more technical explanation of how difficult the project would be. The world's best scientists were all telling him it couldn't be done. If there had been a redeeming virtue to this trip, it was the physicists themselves who surprised him. He'd mostly experienced them to be bores, to use too much jargon and have poor social skills. Well, maybe that last one was partly true, but the way they were socially inept was interesting. One professor in Heidelberg kept double-tapping her Altair ring on her desk any time she said anything she thought was funny. Shaw recognized the gesture. It tagged the moment in the lattice for her and her friends to check back on later. But he'd never seen someone tag a single conversation so often, nor only tag their own supposed witticisms. On the other hand, Shaw's job meant he was banned from using any of the lattice's social features, so maybe he was just feeling jealous that he couldn't double-tap his own best jokes. Another professor, Chauvel, this one in Paris, was on the extreme other end of the spectrum. He was 106 years old. He'd never used the lattice and saw no reason to change. He eloquently described how the lattice had stifled innovation and creativity, how it killed true intimacy, and destroyed the real connections that could be formed between two people. Unfortunately, Shaw never got a word in, and disparaging anyone who used the lattice seemed like the only conversation topic the professor was interested in. Shaw decided he had no chance of forming a real connection with Chauvel, lattice or no lattice. The youngest woman he had met had just received tenure at Heidelberg. She was also the heaviest, probably 250 or 260 pounds, Shaw estimated. Weren't Europeans supposed to be incredibly fastidious about their appearance? Was it the German beer? His mind flashed back to the obese man eating the ice cream cone back home. Was he the last fat person Shaw had seen? So few declined the treatment these days, it was certainly possible. This young woman thought the spheres were designed by Wolfgang Huxley himself, despite his death 12 years before. "And how do you figure he worked that?" Shaw asked, trying to keep his eyes on hers, and not on the fat hanging from her bare arm. Didn't she know how difficult it was to have a conversation with a fat person? Or was that the point she was trying to make? "I think someone's cloned Huxley," she said. That grabbed his attention. No one's been able to create actual consciousness in a clone. Just replicating a body cell for cell hasn't proven to be enough. Huxley was brilliant at manipulating quantum entanglement for his advantage. If anyone could have teleported those spheres, it's him. And what's easier to believe? That someone is secretly decades ahead of known science? Or that someone else has made an incremental improvement in cloning technology and cloned the only genius who could have done it? And as long as we're cloning people, why not Einstein, too? I'd bet he'd be a good lab assistant to Huxley. She double-tapped her ring on the desk, laughing loudly, making her round cheeks shake. Shaw thanked her for her time. Shaw and Yang were waiting for their slingshot to whisk them away from Paris and get them back across the Atlantic. MIT was next. After their whirlwind tour, they hadn't found any leads. But Shaw was finding enough on the trip to make him edgy. He wondered if he could talk to Yang, if the young man was experiencing any of the same anxiety that he was. They found a bar while they waited for their departure, and Yang ordered 2 glasses of wine for the table. "What did you think of that Professor Chevelle?" Shaw asked. "The old guy?" "Yeah, the one who's never jumped." Yang shrugged. "It's like people who don't have sex until they're married. You think it's kind of inspiring because you couldn't wait yourself, but then you realize that they missed out on a lot of sex." Shaw laughed hard at that. "I'm guessing that means you wouldn't do it," he asked. "Go without the lattice?" "Yeah. Would you give it up?" "You mean as a dare or bet or something? For money?" "No, like would you give it up to make your life better, to make it simpler, more human, I guess." Yang shook his head. "I think he's dead wrong. He's missing out. Hasn't jumped into the past, hasn't jumped into space or into parts of the world he's never traveled to in person, hasn't seen his heroes, hasn't been his heroes, and listened to their thoughts. Why would anyone give that up? It's too good." "What if it is just that? Too good? What if the lattice is addictive? Not just the obvious addiction, too. I hear enough from Ellie about that. I'm not sure I could live without the lattice. And isn't that a problem?" "I'm not sure I could live without coffee, but I'm not giving that up anytime soon," Yang laughed. Shaw smiled thinly and had another sip of wine. "This was a good pick. I didn't know you knew anything about wine," he said. "A hobby. You're not supposed to cup it like that either. Hold it down here on the stem. Don't touch where the wine is. Your hand heats up the wine too fast." "Like this?" Yang nodded. There was a lull in the conversation, and Yang said, "I didn't mean to make a joke about the addiction thing just now, sir." Shaw waved him off. "I'm just tired." "That guy really got to you, didn't he, sir?" Yang asked. "This trip has been annoying. That's the best word I can think for it." He chuckled and sipped at his wine, holding the glass by the stem. "Yes, he did. I mean, I agree Chevelle was an old stick in the mud. Like you said, a virgin who doesn't know what he's missing. But I'll add to that. He's a virgin who has no problem judging all those who have fallen. But he did say one thing that stuck with me. He thought that the lattice was killing creativity and innovation of everything outside the lattice. That's the part that stuck with you? I didn't agree with him on much, but that one didn't faze me at all. Technology is still getting faster and faster and cheaper, better and better. How can he think the lattice is killing innovation? But it's like we're playing at the margins these days. Who cares whether your printer can print a complete dining set in 3 minutes or 2 minutes or 40 seconds? When was the last time there were huge breakthroughs in technology that didn't involve the lattice? The Altair rings are cool, but they're not a breakthrough. The spheres, the hovercraft. Shaw smirked. I bet Professor Chevelle would agree with that. The only true innovation is from the people trying to take the lattice down. More motivated, I guess. He finished his glass of wine. Really? That was excellent. How does a 23-year-old learn so much about wine? Yang looked surprised. Who said I was 23? You did. I'm 25. You said you were 23 when I... Oh, of course. Oh no again? Sorry, that must be weird for you, but I keep thinking of him. Damn, what an idiot I was. You think he would have bothered to look up how old you were? You could have given the game away if I'd known how old you were supposed to be. I told you he was inept. Another glass? Shaw nodded, and Yang went up to the bar. Shaw stared through the empty glass, his fingerprints still on the bowl from where he'd been holding it incorrectly. Through the smudged glass, the wood table was cloudy and dim. The grain of it was muddled by fingerprints in some places and stretched by the curved glass in others. He thought of Wu's story and how the lattice playback started to fade and get cloudy around 5 billion years in the past, and wondered if it was like this. Everything looking smudged until it eventually all turned into one big muddy blank. Why 5 billion years? Why would the lattice not work before then? And why am I still here thinking about it? I couldn't care less about anything that happened 5 billion years ago. But Shaw's mind wouldn't let it go. Was there something here? His brain was tingling. He felt like somewhere in the back corners of his mind, two ideas had floated by each other. And if he could just connect them together, what was it? Something about the history of the lattice, 5 billion years. Was there something in how the lattice couldn't see that far? In the number? Was 5 important? 5 billion? No. Something about looking through distortion? Looking where he'd been holding his glass? About the wine legs streaking on the sides of the glass? Maybe the remnants of the nanoshock on his fingertips? He looked at his 2 injured fingers. They were still dark and steely. He rubbed them against his thumb, feeling the grain of his skin. He was snatching at air, and he knew it. This was never a way to figure a problem out, no matter how maddening it was. Sometimes when he would forget what he'd just been thinking about, he would jump back to remember. But this time, there wasn't a conscious thought he could jump to, which made it all the more frustrating. Shaw closed his eyes and tried taking deep breaths. Okay, don't think about the glass. Think about... A call interrupted his thoughts. Braybrook. Except, yes, General. A man has confessed to plotting to destroy the Geneva lattice. He confessed? 15 seconds ago. He just called up the news feeds and confessed he's been in conversation with the raiders. He has a sphere. Shaw looked up at the screen. Sure enough, Yang was watching it as well, grimacing. We're canceling our flight. We'll be on the first train to Geneva, General. Chapter 10. The 2-hour trip between Paris and Geneva was a test of Shaw's patience. All he wanted to do was interrogate the subject, or, since that wasn't going to happen, jump ahead and see what he could learn in advance. He forced himself not to jump ahead. What was the point? He could learn it all when he got there, he told himself. Yang was asleep, his head leaning against Shaw's shoulder. Shaw took the opportunity to catch up on further reports about the effort to track down the raiders. For one, there were no more imposters at the Lattice. Every person in Nevada and Geneva had been checked. That was something, at least. The report moved on to the plastic surgeon who had given Ono Yang's face and fingerprints. He had a sphere, and he had been instructed to put Yang's face on whoever came through the door, no questions asked. Amazingly, he'd first received the sphere 4 years before, but this was the first task he'd ever completed. Had the raiders truly been planning the attack for so long? And if so, why would one of them suddenly get cold feet and confess out of nowhere? Shaw ruminated, his mind turning back to the man he was traveling to meet in Geneva. It didn't make any sense. Why come forward now? Had he been scheduled to meet with Shaw in Geneva and panicked? That didn't seem likely. He had obviously already avoided detection by the Geneva Lattice security staff, so why Shaw would scare him wasn't clear either. Yang stirred in his sleep and sat up quite suddenly. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize I was leaning on your shoulder." Yang flushed. "It's no problem. It's been a long day." It's embarrassing. Really, forget about it. The drool stain will fade, Shaw said with a smile. Yang looked embarrassed and even grimaced slightly. I may as well do this now. There's something I've wanted to ask you, sir. It's a personal question. Shaw raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best. You've confused me with Ono a couple times now. I mean, one day you're working with a guy who tries to kill you, and 2 days later you're basically working with him again. Or at least I think it would feel that way. It's the same face. You said in the bar it must be weird for me. But what's it like for you? Shaw looked at the back of the seat in front of him. He thought back to seeing Yang coming at him with a nanoshock. Had Yang picked up on some wariness in Shaw? Was Shaw treating him differently than he would have otherwise? I don't see Ono when I look at you. It's the same face, I suppose, but at the same time it's not. Like twins who've grown into adulthood, there are subtle differences. More in mannerism than in looks, maybe, but they're there. Yang seemed to be expecting more, and Shaw felt like he had to keep going. You're more mature. Something about him was cloying, maybe? He was a boy, and you're a man. Maybe it's as simple as that. Yang nodded. Thank you, sir. My turn to ask you a personal question. Yang looked surprised. When we left Paris, you seemed distinctly unhappy about coming to Geneva. Is there a reason? Yang looked away, rocking his head back and forth as he thought. Yes and no, sir. It was my home for most of my life. My parents were scientists at CERN for years. When my mother transferred to the University of Sydney, we decided that I should stay in Geneva to finish school. I was only 13, but with chat rooms and the Lattice, it never felt like they were halfway around the world. That's how I grew up until I went to the academy. When I was stationed back home in Geneva, I didn't think anything of it. Until one day I was walking down the same street I used to walk down to go to school, and something in me just snapped. I was alone again in the same city, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I wanted out. The Nevada Lattice was the most likely place to go. I was so excited to get the assignment. Shaw thought he saw where this was going. And then the night before you start, you're drugged, you have your identity stolen, and a few days later you're suddenly on a train headed back for Geneva. I get it. Not the smoothest job transfer in the world, Yang said, looking out the window at the approaching lights of his hometown. They arrived at 3 a.m, an ungodly time to be awake normally, but Shaw's body was still confused by his around-the-world flight. He felt mostly awake, excited by any chance for a real lead. A man was waiting for them on the platform. This is getting weird, all these people waiting for me at train stations, Shaw whispered to Yang as they approached him. I liked it better when the only thing waiting for me was an empty cab. The man introduced himself as a member of the Geneva Police, Sûreté Division. Once we heard on the news that he'd confessed, we isolated him in his apartment, mostly for his protection. His protection? Shaw asked. A lot of people in Geneva make their living from the Lattice. They won't stand for someone trying to destroy it. We thought he might be in danger. The 3 men left the station. 3 police cars were out front. If you would like to go directly to him, I can take you there. One of my men can take your bags to the hotel if you'd like. Yang said, Hotel Jardin Anglais. I know the place, the officer said. We will arrange 2 rooms for you there. Shaw and Yang parted with their backpacks and let the driverless car speed them and the officer away from the train station. I always wanted to stay there, Yang said. You never get to stay in hotels in your hometown. They continued in silence, and Shaw looked out the window at the lights of the city. I used to live a few blocks over there, Yang said, pointing down a dark street. Shaw nodded sympathetically. Just a stone's throw before the Swiss-French border, the car pulled off into a narrow side street and slowed. There was no doubt of their destination. Up ahead, 4 cars with flashing lights formed a barricade around a building. Who is he? Shaw asked the officer as they pulled up. How did the security sweeps miss him? Georges Pellet. He's not an employee at CERN and has no access. That's how they missed him. And yet he was plotting against the Lattice? What was he going to do if he didn't have access? You didn't jump ahead or look at the feeds? Shaw shook his head. Let him show you then. Shaw and Yang got out of the car. Shaw knocked on the window, which rolled down. One last thing. Is the sphere still inside? The officer shook his head. It shrank and disappeared as soon as he called the news feeds. Do you know what the last message was that it gave him? Just 2 words. Confesse maintenant. In English, even though Shaw had an idea of what the words meant. Confess. Now. Shaw, Yang, and Georges Pellet were in the small living room of the home, squeezed around a coffee table. Shaw pulled his wrap off his forearm and laid it flat on the table in front of Pellet. Pellet waited until it was near enough and then welcomed Shaw and Yang in French. The wrap translated. Good evening, officer. Would you care for a glass of wine? Shaw nodded. Pellet smiled. He went away, and Shaw recalled the glass of wine he'd been contemplating back in Paris. He needed to remember to revisit that moment. There was something important there. Sir, do you think there's a chance he'll try to poison us? Yang whispered. The Sûreté would know if he intended to kill us. He'd be thinking about it right now. Yang nodded and moved away. But you can still be the taste tester if you want, Yang, Shaw said. Yang rolled his eyes. Shaw glanced at the screen on the wall. It was another news feed, in French, but he recognized his own name and Pellet's. He shook it off. Pellet returned from the kitchen carrying a tray with 3 glasses and a bottle. Yang picked up the bottle and ran his fingers over the label. He sniffed it carefully. An excellent selection, he said, and Shaw raised his glass to him. Pellet smiled after he heard the translation and sipped at a glass. Are you here to arrest me, officer? It's Colonel, actually, Mr. Pellet, and I'm not. The Geneva Sûreté is in charge of your case. They will be making those decisions. We are here to interview you. Your threat to the Geneva Lattice might give us information about the attack in Nevada a few days ago. Of course, I hope I can be of some help, Pellet said. Somehow I doubt that, Mr. Pellet. They told me to confess, so I can only assume that my confession will help their cause. Otherwise, why would they ask me to do it? When it came down to it, Shaw had the same question. Perhaps if you truly want to foil your attackers, you should conclude this interview right now, Pellet said with a slight giggle. Was he drunk? You called the feed to confess to having a sphere, is that correct? Yes, that and much, much more. Shaw didn't rise to the obvious bait, doing everything he could to refuse the game and gain control of the interview. How long have you had the sphere? 8 months. Were you expecting it? Absolutely not. I came home from work, and there it was, not 10 centimeters from where your wrap is now. There was a message on it. Writing? Yes, it spoke of a plan. A massive, global uprising against the Lattice. They honored me by inviting me to join them. Of course I accepted. This was in French, I take it. But of course, Pellet laughed. Why learn any other language, even English, when we have these? He said, waving his glass of wine toward the wrap. How is the sphere's French? Yang cut in. How did it read to you? An excellent question. The French was translated, I should say. It had no nuance, no dialect. She wrote with short phrases, like an American, though that might have as much to do with the medium as it does with the messenger. I learned quickly that the spheres were not ideally suited for long discussions. You said she. Do you know for sure that you were writing back and forth with a woman? Shaw asked. New French defaults to the feminine form. Your rap translation made more of my words than I did, I'm afraid. So, man or woman? I couldn't say. So they invite you out of the blue to join a global uprising against the Lattice, and you just say yes? I'm sure they did their research before they sent the sphere. My doubts about the lattice have been here for all the world to see, Pillay said, tapping his temple. What was your role? To destroy the Geneva lattice immediately after the American lattice had been destroyed. Pillay giggled again. Yang and Shaw exchanged glances. That's an awfully big role for just one person. I've been ready to strike for more than 6 months. How is it that hundreds of people have attacked the American lattice and failed, but you alone can destroy the Geneva lattice? The American lattice is a tower, and it makes a tempting target. The Geneva lattice is underground and much more difficult to destroy. You seem to be making my point for me, Mr. Pillay. The Geneva lattice is in the old tunnels built for the Large Hadron Collider, nearly 100 years ago. Did you know that? I did. And you know where those tunnels are? Under Geneva, a giant loop between France and Switzerland. Pillay waved his hand. You have no imagination. You said, under Geneva, but you don't know what that means. Yes, underground, under this ground, under my home. Shaw and Yang instinctively looked at their feet. There is a large pipe near this home, not more than 20 centimeters in diameter, but that's enough. Enough for what? A narrow ventilation shaft, unused and mostly forgotten. It runs many meters down into the ground, but at the base of it, the Geneva lattice. What were you going to do? I spent 5 months creating more than 20 barrels of sulfuric acid, being as careful as any chef. They're all in the basement, hooked up to that small pipe with a fast pump. Within 10 minutes of the signal, I could have pumped enough acid down there to eat through the protective shielding and then envelop the lattice. It would have just simply melted, never to be rebuilt again. Shaw and Yang stared at him, stunned. Shaw didn't know the chemistry, but he had to assume that this wasn't idle speculation. Where's the acid now? Shaw choked out, trying to recover his voice. Still in the basement, under guard by the Sûreté. If it's just waiting there, why didn't you destroy it when you had the chance? Yang asked. He seemed genuinely dumbfounded. Once the attack on the American lattice failed, I was instructed to wait for their next attempt. Only a coordinated attack on both installations would be successful. Taking out one lattice, but not the other, solves nothing. But instead of waiting, you confessed? I told you, I was instructed to confess immediately. You had the power to destroy the Geneva lattice single-handedly. Didn't you want to argue with them, even a little bit? Pillay shook his head. The decisions are not mine to make. If the masterminds behind this plot were willing to abandon one means of destroying the lattice, I'm sure it was for a good reason, and that they have another means at hand. I am a pawn, sacrificed for a greater position. The board is being set. Soon there will be nothing left but one outcome. Checkmate. Chapter 11. Shaw and Yang left Pillay to the Sûreté, who promptly escorted him to their waiting cars. Shaw had to see it for himself. He ventured down the steps of the basement and saw the double stacks of barrels. The hazmat suits and cautious actions of the men in the basement convinced him that the acid was real. Would it have caused the devastation Pillay had predicted? He called Braybrook. It was still only early evening back in the States. Shaw skipped any greeting. Could he have pulled it off, sir? All he needed to do was flip a switch on the pump, and the Geneva lattice was as good as gone. Braybrook sounded rattled. Sensors would have detected the acid eating away at the casing, but it was in a spot we couldn't have gotten access to in time. And in the cold of the lattice containment room? Wouldn't the acid have frozen too? It's some special compound, designed not to freeze, that's all I know. Just that it would have worked. Shaw closed his eyes. I can't believe it would have been that easy. It wasn't, exactly. The lattice isn't directly underneath his home, but it's close. The ventilation pipe was extended to get closer to the lattice. Who extended the pipe? It grew. Same substance. Nitrogen, diamond. Shaw was dumbfounded. You're telling me they can grow pipes as well as spheres with this stuff? Yes, and who knows what else. There was silence between them. It's like all our security has been a joke, sir. For months they've been sitting on this. They could have taken the lattice out whenever they wanted to. But they wouldn't have. Pelé was right. It didn't make sense to destroy it once the attack on our installation here failed. But we had no idea we were so close to losing them both. Turns out that your quick thinking with the nanoshock and Iverson firing the last nuke at the hovercraft was truly our last line of defense. Change a variable, and that's all it would have taken. Game over. 1.8 seconds, Shaw muttered. Exactly. Why give it all away then? Why tell Pelé to confess? Braybrook was silent for a moment. I'll tell you the truth. Any answer I can think of terrifies me. Me too, sir. There was a scramble on the other end of the call, and Braybrook muttered a, "Gotta go," before signing off. Shaw wandered back up to Pelé's living room, lost in his thoughts. Yang was on the couch with Shaw's wrap in hand. He stood as if he'd been caught snooping. "Sir?" Braybrook confirmed it. Pelé could have destroyed the entire Geneva lattice. Yang looked troubled, but it didn't seem to be from this piece of news. "What is it?" "I saw this on Pelé's screen, and I thought I must have misunderstood the French, so I looked it up on your wrap." Yang handed it to him. It was on a screen of continuously scrolling news items. Shaw blinked, not comprehending. The headline was almost off the screen. Byron Shaw expecting first child. Wife conceived 4 days ago. A surge of emotions. Or had all emotions frozen. Now this? After he'd been through tonight, now this? Ellie was pregnant? This was on the news? Shaw was dumbfounded, elated, angry, confused. How had the feeds reached him before Ellie could? Had he accidentally screened a call from her? How was that possible? "Call Ellie," he said. His implant buzzed, and then he said, "Confirm." She was going to be furious that she wasn't able to tell her own husband that he and the world found out at the same time. Why was this even worth mentioning? How was it anyone's business? How was it news? Ellie answered, her beautiful avatar in front of him. But it was not the real Ellie. More than anything, he wanted to be home in St. Louis with her. "Bye, I wondered when I would hear from you." "Hi, honey," he said. He felt a tremor in his voice. "Do you have a second?" "Of course. Let me get somewhere quieter. Have I told you how convenient it is to have a famous husband? I don't even have to jump during my breaks to see how you're doing. The search is on all the news feeds, and they all mentioned it was Byron Shaw's brilliant wife that suggested it." She laughed. "Okay, I'm in a quiet room. How are you? How was Paris? Did you have time to go to that place we found in Saint-Denis?" "No, there wasn't time. I was barely in central Paris. I was called to Geneva a few hours ago. Didn't you see? I've been swamped. Did you find something?" She sounded excited. "Listen, Ellie, I was calling because I wanted you to hear it from me." "Hear what? What's wrong? What happened?" Shaw took a deep breath. "I know." "You know? Know who made the spheres?" "No, your news. I know. It was on the feeds just now." "I don't have any news by. I'm in the clinic. Nothing's happening here." "Ellie, I'm sorry. I don't know if you were going to surprise me or something, but I know. I can't believe someone thought it was worth reporting, let alone researching. But I know, Ellie." "What the hell are you talking about, Bai?" "I know that you're pregnant." Ellie took a breath and held it tight. And in her silence, Shaw suddenly understood. His stomach dropped, and he wished he'd had something to eat since that glass of wine. This wasn't just a surprise to him. Ellie hadn't known she was pregnant either. The news feeds had learned it before either of them. "I'm pregnant?" "Oh my God, Ellie, I'm so sorry. It didn't even occur to me that you didn't know. I thought you just hadn't had a chance to tell me, or were going to surprise me when I got home. How could a news feed know I'm pregnant before I do? Shaw hated that he had to give her an answer. This answer. The same way a doctor would know. They used the lattice and checked for conception. But why? What reporter cares about whether I'm pregnant enough to go poking around in my fallopian tubes? Why would someone even bother going in to check? I don't know. Shaw blew into the air, trying to empty his lungs. Because of me? Because I'm your famous husband who stopped the lattice from being destroyed? And now everyone's jumping into every second of our lives? Christ, I brought this on us. Don't you start that, Byron, Ellie lashed back. I don't have the energy to make you feel better right now. I was hoping you'd blame me, not... No, stop. I'm sorry. I'm angry, not at you. This is not your fault. Ellie sniffed. She was quiet again. I'm all over the map. I don't know how to feel. I want to tell the world... This is what I've been waiting for. For so long, I've wanted this. But the world already knows. Everyone I love is going to know in the next 90 seconds if they don't already. Do you know what my mother's going to say? And Marianne? Call them. See if you can tell them yourself. Call me back when you're finished. Okay, I will. We're going to have a baby by. I know. He held up his hand, searching for the avatar's cheek. Ellie ended the call, and Shaw looked across the room to Yang. Ellie didn't know she was pregnant. Oh, fuck. Excuse me, sir. Is she all right? Shaw nodded. She's angry, but she's all right. I think once it's really settled in that she's pregnant, she won't care as much about how she found out. But just because she can cope with it doesn't mean she should have to. It's just... why? Why would they check? Shaw felt his muscles tense, his whole body constricting, coiling, wanting to spring out. It's not they. We keep saying they, but that's not right. It's a person, an individual, probably a he. Yang was silent. I think I'm missing the point, sir. The news feeds didn't find out by accident. Someone checked. Someone told them. And that can be tracked to the lattice. I'm going to fucking kill him for what he's taken from Ellie. Sir, what if it was one of the raiders? Have you thought about that? Trying to get back at me for stopping their plans. Or maybe it was just on a whim, sir. A prank some idiot thought would be funny. Or a reporter just doing his job. His job? That's a laugh. Shaw shook his head. I need to get some air, he said. I'll come with you. No, I need to be on my own. Shaw stepped out into the cool air, glad Yang had enough sense not to keep pestering to follow him. Shaw aimed toward the lake, following the directions on his rap back to their hotel. It was a long walk back, but he needed the time. He'd meant what he'd said. He wanted to find and kill the person who had jumped into Ellie's body and watched that sperm and egg come together. This man had taken something from them. A couple more days and Shaw would have been home. What was that person thinking? Was he a raider? Was he someone who knew Shaw from his past and didn't like him? Or was it just some reporter with nothing better to do than to search through the lives and bodies of famous people? Shaw wanted to find him, badly. He wanted to punish him. But following through on it would mean years in prison, away from his soon-to-be larger family, and spending time with them was the only thing he wanted to do more than get revenge. He felt himself begin to cool off. He put his hands in his pockets, feeling the chill in the air on them. The white gold ring on his left hand, the rhodium ring on his right. A lesson could probably be learned from a situation just like this one, but Shaw wasn't in the mood for received wisdom. Ellie called again. Mom didn't know. Thank God. She was so happy for us. And your sister? Well, of course, Marianne had already heard. I think she was all set to be angry she had to hear it from the news until she realized she knew before I did. Ellie barked a laugh out. And once we got that out of the way, she burst into tears and was all ready to schedule the first shower. She was just as bad as Mom, over the moon. I'm glad, and for the record, I am too, notwithstanding all the other stuff. I'm angry, but you know what? Screw them all, because I'm pregnant. I know, Shaw smiled. I can't believe it. I've told everyone here at work. So much for the old wait 12 days rule, huh? Shaw laughed. No one ever lasts that long anyway. There's no such thing as a secret anymore. I suppose not. What about your parents? Or Sagan? Do you want to call them? They'll know by now. Dad's got one of those damn lenses with his feeds on it, and he would have told Mom. I'm surprised she hadn't called you to find out why I didn't tell her first. If he's that connected, he'll understand. The feeds here are already reporting that we didn't know. Shaw scoffed, shaking his head. I can't keep up anymore. You're keeping up just fine. They were together in their silence. Shaw kept walking. Ellie's avatar was walking alongside of him, as if they were going out for a stroll. He wished others could see it, to see them as a couple, together, strong, defiant against this craziness. I wish I could be with you, Shaw said. But we're staying in Geneva through tomorrow at least. Something interesting has turned up here, but I don't think we'll be too much longer. Still no sign of the masterminds behind everything. I expect we'll head for Boston the day after tomorrow. We'll hit up MIT and Harvard, and then, assuming it's the same story as it's been over here, I'll get home right after that. So, sometime in the next few days, I'll be home. It'll be hard, but I want to try. Don't go rushing the job just to come home. You know I want to see you, but we're going to need to keep working a bit longer. Like 18 years? Hardly. I want to quit right now so I can spend every second with you and the baby. But at the same time, I also want to work 18-hour days for the next 10 years because I'm terrified that we're going to run out of money and live on the street. Does that make sense? As much sense as any expectant father probably makes. Ellie laughed softly. Come home as soon as you can, Pi. There will be 2 of us waiting for you. Ellie ended the call and Shaw kept walking, thinking. Eventually he crossed the Rhone and found himself at the lake. The lights were flickering over the darkness. A fountain in the distance sprayed mist into the air. It wasn't so bad this way. Ellie seemed to have managed it, better than he had at least. He was the one who wanted to go punish someone. Was he just being protective? Maybe Grace Williams was right. Maybe he could let this one go. He could send Yang to check and see if the tipster was tied to the raiders. If so, great. They'd caught him. If not, Shaw didn't have to know anything else about him. He turned away from the lake and headed back to his hotel. The doorman held open the door of the hotel, and Shaw gave him a smile. He almost wanted to go find Yang again, this time to celebrate, but he decided he was too tired. After all the shuttles and trains and slingshots, he was looking forward to a real bed again. The historic hotel didn't have an elevator, and Shaw took 3 flights of stairs to get to his room. He imagined taking Ellie and his son to Geneva in 8 or 9 years and telling the story of how he'd learned he was going to be a father. By then, this would be a great story. You were international news when you were born. Did you know that? Shaw swiped his hand over the door lock, and the hotel room door opened for him. He stepped inside and flipped on the light switch. All those feelings of fatherhood were wiped clean by the lights of the room. Fuck. He wished it away. He wished this were not his room, that he had never come to Geneva, that he did not have to go through this right now, that after the anger, the joy, the parental terror his mind had just gone through, it did not have to deal with this. This black sphere. It had been waiting for him, innocent as a paperweight on the hotel stationery, if only it were that simple an object. Shaw circled the desk. Glowing blue text greeted him, scribbled from the other side of somewhere with a finger. Time for a chat, Byron? Chapter 12. Shaw stared at the sphere, watching the message fade into blackness. Another message appeared. Also, no calls. Call someone, and we take back the sphere. The text faded to black. Shaw sat down at the desk and held out his hand. His heartbeat was clear in his fingertips. He was almost afraid to touch it. Finally, he scribbled, "Who are you?" onto the cool, dark surface, watching the blue text form under the heat of his finger and eventually fade. "We are watching the room. No need for you to write. Just speak." "Who are you?" "Humanity's last hope. The lattice must be destroyed." "Why?" "Humanity was not built for mind reading. We were not prepared. The costs are too great. But it's already here. The lattice is part of our lives. You can't close Pandora's box. Watch us." A call came in, and Shaw said, "Identify." It was Braybrook. "Deny." "Thank you. I figure he'll understand when he finds out what I'm doing." "He knows. He's calling to tell you to stop." "He knows?" "He's worried." "Why?" "People are watching." "Who's watching?" "Everyone. The world is watching." Shaw looked around. The hotel room suddenly felt very small. "We chose you because of Ellie's news." "Congratulations, by the way." Shaw snorted. "We wanted to speak to the world. People are watching you, so now everyone knows. Everyone is listening." Braybrook called again, and Shaw denied it. "Hold all calls." "What do you want to say to the world?" "We want them to understand why the lattice must be destroyed." "No one's going to understand. The lattice has changed people's lives. So many new experiences have opened up. People love it." "They are addicted to it. That's not love." "I've seen what true lattice addiction looks like at Ellie's clinic. It's a rare few who are addicted." "Why do you argue? You worry about being addicted too." Shaw drummed his fingers on the desk. "For people trying to take out the lattice, you don't seem to have any qualms about using it." "We will use the lattice against itself until it's gone. Then people will remember what it's like to be human." "People can simply choose not to use the lattice, you know. I met someone just today who had never jumped." "Professor Chevelle?" "Right. A good man. Did you know he's a eunuch?" "What?" "Voluntarily, no less. He had surgery at 25. "Why are you telling me this?" "He was in a cult. Now he regrets it. He wishes he hadn't acted rashly." "Stop it!" "You said we can choose to use the lattice. But what choice did he have? No one has a choice if we can use the lattice to see each other's thoughts. The reason you are angry is because you know we're right. You know it's wrong to expose the inner demons of an old man." "I call bullshit. You talk all high and mighty, but I don't think you give a damn about what it means to be human. You just exposed Chevelle's life to the world to make some silly point. You think that will get you sympathy with everyone watching?" "Forget all of them watching. We thought you would understand." Shaw snorted again. "You've got to be kidding. I owe my life to the lattice." "That is old news. Today, here and now, it's taken far more from you. People watched you and Ellie in your most intimate moments, and then broadcast the results to the world. You think you had a choice? The world has gone mad. People think the lattice has freed us. It enslaves us. You sound like one of those crazy Christian cults who think the lattice is the work of the devil. We are men and women of science, but just because crazy people agree with us doesn't make us wrong." Despite himself, Shaw laughed. "We are not crazy. We are not trying to destroy the world. We are trying to restore it. Even if it means taking out the global economy and destroying billions of jobs?" Economies rebuild. New jobs open. Life will move on. Finally. And the lives it cost? The pilot? Oh no? Do those mean nothing to you? Had we succeeded, they would not have died. I'm not sure I believe that. But had you succeeded, I would have died in Ono's nanoshock. Did you forget about that? We regret any loss of life. We want to save humanity. But sometimes there is no other way. Shaw stared at the sphere, looking at his warped reflection on the surface. Why did you tell Palais to confess? No matter. It does matter. Yang is coming to stop you. We don't have much time. You haven't convinced me. We know, but we have planted doubts with millions. You have served our purpose. We must apologize. Apologize? For what? This is going to hurt. At that moment, Yang burst into the room, knocking the door off its hinge, laser drawn. I'm sorry, sir. Braybrook's orders. Stop this conversation, he said. Shaw looked down at the sphere, which suddenly felt lighter in his hand. It was shrinking, the blue text fading. Shaw reached out to grab it, but before he could reach it, he felt a sting in his fingers. The steely black on his fingers for the last few days was changing. It looked wet, alive with motion, like an oil inkblot on paper, and it spread. Dread washed over him. He knew what was coming next. The pain shot through his arm. He felt his body double over, and suddenly he was on the floor. He could barely open his eyes through the pain and the tears, but he saw Yang's feet at his side, a tipped chair leg, his arm growing black. It was a cruel repeat of the morning of the raid, but he knew this time it was different. Shaw cried out as the blackness overtook him. For Ellie, for the child he'd only known about for an hour, and for this sudden, unexpected, and painful end. His nervous system shut down, encased in deadly black nanobots. 30 long and painful seconds later, Byron Shaw was dead. Chapter 13. Shaw and Yang left Palais to the Sûreté, who promptly escorted him to their waiting cars. Shaw had to see it for himself. He ventured down the steps of the basement and saw the double stacks of barrels. The hazmat suits and cautious actions of men in the basement convinced him that the acid was real. Would it have caused the devastation Palais had predicted? He called Braybrook. It was still only early evening back in the States. Shaw skipped any greeting. Could he have pulled it off, sir? All he needed to do was flip a switch on the pump, and the Geneva lattice was as good as gone. Braybrook sounded rattled. Sensors would have detected the lattice eating away at the casing, but it was in a spot we couldn't have gotten access to in time. And in the cold of the lattice-containing room, wouldn't the acid have frozen too? Shaw asked. It's some special compound, designed not to freeze. That's all I know, just that it would have worked. Shaw closed his eyes. I can't believe it would have been that easy. It wasn't exactly. The lattice isn't directly underneath his home, but it's close. The ventilation pipe was extended to get closer to the lattice. Who extended the pipe? Shaw asked. It grew. Same substance, nitrogen diamond. Shaw was dumbfounded. You're telling me they can grow pipes as well as spheres with this stuff? Yes, and who knows what else. There was silence between them. It's like all our security has been a joke, sir. For months they've been sitting on this. They could have taken the lattice out whenever they wanted to. But they wouldn't have, the general said. Palais was right. It didn't make sense to destroy it once the attack on our installation here failed. But we had no idea we were so close to losing them both. Turns out that your quick thinking with the nanoshock and Iverson firing the last nuke at the hovercraft was truly our last line of defense. Change a variable, and that's all it would have taken. Game over. 1.8 seconds, Shaw muttered. Exactly. Why give it all away then? Why tell Palais to confess? Braybrook was silent for a moment. "I'll tell you the truth. Any answer I can think of terrifies me." "Me too, sir." There was a scramble on the other end of the call, and Braybrook muttered, "Gotta go," before ending the call. Shaw wandered back up to Palais' living room, lost in his thoughts. Yang was on the couch with Shaw's wrap in hand. He stood as if he'd been caught snooping. "Sir." Braybrook confirmed it. Palais could have destroyed the entire Geneva lattice. Yang looked troubled, but it didn't seem to be from this piece of news. "What is it?" "I saw this on Palais' screen and thought I must have misunderstood the French, so I looked it up on your wrap." Yang handed it to him. It was on a screen of continuously scrolling news items. Shaw blinked, not comprehending. The headline was almost off the screen. "Byron Shaw expecting first child. Wife conceived 4 days ago." A surge of emotions. Or had all emotions frozen? Now this? After all he'd been through tonight, now this? Ellie was pregnant? This was on the news? Shaw was dumbfounded, elated, angry, confused. How had the feeds reached him before Ellie could? Had he accidentally screened a call from her? How was this possible? "Call Ellie," he said. His implant buzzed, and then he said, "Confirm." She was going to be furious that she wasn't able to tell her own husband that he and the world found out at the same time. And why was this even worth mentioning? How was it anyone's business? How was it news? Ellie answered, her beautiful avatar in front of him. But it was not the real Ellie. More than anything, he wanted to be home in St. Louis with her. "Bye, I wondered when I would hear from you." "Hi, honey," he said. He felt a tremor in his voice. "Do you have a second?" "Of course, let me get somewhere quieter." "Have I told you how convenient it is to have a famous husband? I don't even have to jump during my breaks to see how you're doing. The search is on all the news feeds. And they all mention it was Byron Shaw's brilliant wife that suggested it." She laughed. "Okay, I'm in a quiet room. How are you? How was Paris? Did you have time to go to that place we found in Saint-Denis?" "No, there wasn't time. I was barely in central Paris. I was called to Geneva a few hours ago. Didn't you see?" "I've been swamped. Did you find something?" She sounded excited. "Listen, Ellie, I was calling because I wanted you to hear it from me." "Hear what? What's wrong? What happened?" Shaw took a deep breath. "I know." "You know? Know who made the spheres?" "No, your news. I know. It was on the feeds just now." "I don't have any news, By. I'm at the clinic. Nothing's happened here." "Ellie, I'm sorry. I don't know if you were going to surprise me or something, but I know. I can't believe someone thought it was worth reporting, let alone researching, but I know, Ellie." "What the hell are you talking about, By?" "I know you're pregnant." Ellie took a breath and held it tight, and in her silence, Shaw suddenly understood. His stomach dropped, and he wished he'd had something to eat since that glass of wine. This wasn't just a surprise to him. Ellie hadn't known she was pregnant either. The news feeds had learned it before either of them. "I'm pregnant?" "Oh my God, Ellie, I'm so sorry. It didn't even occur to me that you hadn't known. I thought you just hadn't had a chance to tell me, or you were going to surprise me when I got home." How could a news feed know I'm pregnant before I do?" Shaw hated that he had to give her an answer. This answer. The same way a doctor would know. They used the lattice and checked for conception. But why? What reporter cares about whether I'm pregnant enough to go poking around in my fallopian tubes? Why would someone even bother going in to check? "I don't know." Shaw blew into the air, trying to empty his lungs. "Because of me? Because I'm your famous husband who stopped the lattice from being destroyed and now everyone's jumping into every second of our lives? Christ, I brought this on us." Don't you start that, Byron, Ellie lashed back. I don't have the energy to make you feel better right now. I was hoping you'd blame me, not... No, stop. I'm sorry. I'm angry. Not at you. This is not your fault. Ellie sniffed. She was quiet again. Ugh. I'm all over the map. I don't know how to feel. I want to tell the world... This is what I've been waiting for so long. I've wanted this, but the world already knows. Everyone I love is going to know in the next 90 seconds if they don't already. Do you know what my mother's going to say? And Marianne? Call them. See if you can tell them yourself. Call me back when you're finished. Okay, I will. We're going to have a baby by... I know. He held up his hand, reaching for the avatar's cheek. Ellie ended the call, and Shaw looked across the room to Yang. Ellie didn't know she was pregnant. Oh, fuck. Excuse me, sir. Is she all right? Shaw nodded. She's angry, but she's all right. I think once it's really settled in that she's pregnant, she won't care as much about how she found out. But just because she can cope with it doesn't mean she should have to. It's just... I mean, why? Why would they check? Yang asked. Shaw felt his muscles tense, his whole body constricting, coiling, wanting to spring out. It's not they. We keep saying they, but that's not right. It's a person, an individual, probably a he. Yang was silent. I think I'm missing the point, sir. The news feeds didn't find out by accident. Someone checked, someone told them. And that can be tracked in the Lattice. I'm going to fucking kill him for what he's taken from Ellie. Sir, what if it was one of the raiders? Have you thought about that? Trying to get back at me for stopping their plans? Or maybe it was just on a whim, sir. A prank some idiot thought would be funny. Or a reporter doing his job. His job? That's a laugh. Shaw shook his head. I need to get some air, he said. I'll come with you. No, I need to be on my own. Shaw stepped out into the cool air, glad Yang had enough sense not to keep pestering to follow him. Shaw aimed toward the lake, following the directions on his rap back to their hotel. It was a long walk back, but he needed the time. He'd meant what he said. He wanted to find and kill the person who had jumped into Ellie's body and watched that sperm and egg come together. This man had taken something from them. A couple more days and Shaw would have been home. What was the person thinking? Was he a raider? Was he someone who knew Shaw from his past and didn't like him? Or was it just some reporter with nothing better to do than to search through the lives and bodies of famous people? Shaw wanted to find him. Badly, he wanted to punish him. But following through on it would mean years in prison, away from his soon-to-be larger family, and spending time with them was the only thing he wanted to do more than get revenge. He felt himself begin to cool off. He put his hands in his pockets, feeling the chill in the air on them. The white gold ring on his left hand, the rhodium ring on his right. Feeling it there, he thought of Altair and his brief conversation with Grace Williams. What had she told him? Just because someone jumps into your life doesn't mean you have to jump into theirs. A lesson probably learned from a situation just like this one. But Shaw wasn't in the mood for received wisdom. Ellie called again. Mom didn't know. Thank God, she was so happy for us. And your sister? Of course Marianne had already heard. I think she was all set to be angry she had to hear it from the news until she realized she knew before I did. Ellie barked out a laugh. And once we got that out of the way, she burst into tears and was ready to schedule the first shower. She was just as bad as Mom, over the moon. I'm glad. And for the record, I am too, notwithstanding all the other stuff. I'm angry, but you know that. Screw them all because I'm pregnant. I know, Shaw smiled. I can't believe it. I've told everyone here at work. So much for the old wait 12 days rule, huh? Shaw laughed. No one ever lasts that long anyway. There's no such thing as a secret anymore. I suppose not. What about your parents, or Sagan? Do you want to call them? They'll know by now, Byron replied. Dad's got one of those damn lenses with his feeds on it, and he would have told Mom. I'm surprised she hasn't called to find out why I didn't tell her first. If he's that connected, he'll understand. The feeds here are already reporting that we didn't know. Shaw scoffed, shaking his head. I can't keep up anymore. You're keeping up just fine. They were together in their silence. Shaw kept walking. Ellie's avatar was walking alongside of him, as if they were out for a stroll. He wished others could see it, to see them as a couple, together, strong, defiant against this craziness. I wish I could be with you, Shaw said. But we're staying in Geneva through tomorrow at least. Something interesting has turned up here, but I don't think we'll be too much longer. Still no sign of the masterminds behind everything. I expect we'll head for Boston the day after tomorrow. We'll hit up MIT and Harvard, and then, assuming it's the same story as it's been over here, I'll get home right after that. So sometime in the next few days, I'll be home. It'll be hard, but I want to try. Don't go rushing the job just to come home. You know I want to see you, but we're going to need you to keep working a bit longer. Like 18 years, Byron said. Hardly. I want to quit right now so I can spend every second with you and the baby. But at the same time, I also want to work 18-hour days for the next 10 years because I'm terrified that we're going to run out of money and live on the street. Does that make sense? As much sense as any expectant father probably makes, Ellie laughed softly. Come home as soon as you can, By. There will be two of us waiting for you. Ellie ended the call, and Shaw kept walking, thinking. Eventually he crossed the Rhone and found himself at the lake. The lights were flickering over the darkness. A fountain in the distance sprayed mist into the air. It wasn't so bad this way. Ellie seemed to have managed it, better than he had at least. He was the one who wanted to go punish people. Was he just being protective? Maybe Grace Williams was right. Maybe he could let this one go. He could send Yang or one of his favorite CEOs to check and see if the tipster was tied with the raiders. If so, great. They'd caught him. If not, Shaw didn't have to know anything else about him. He turned away from the lake and headed back to his hotel. A doorman held open the door of the hotel, and Shaw gave him a smile. He almost wanted to find Yang again, this time to celebrate. But he decided he was too tired. After all the shuttles and trains and slingshots, he was looking forward to a real bed again. The historic hotel didn't have an elevator, and Shaw took 3 flights of stairs to get to his room. He imagined taking Ellie and his son to Geneva in 8 or 9 years and telling the story of how he'd learned he was going to be a father. By then, this would be a great story. You were international news when you were born. Did you know that? Shaw swiped his hand over the door lock, and the hotel room door opened for him. He stepped inside and flipped on the light switch. All those feelings of fatherhood were wiped clean by the lights of the room. Fuck. He wished it away. He wished this were not his room. That he were not in Geneva. That he did not have to go through this right now. That after the anger, the joy, the parental terror his mind had just gone through, it did not have to deal with this. This black sphere. It had been waiting for him, innocent as a paperweight on the hotel stationery. If only it were that simple an object. Shaw circled the desk. Glowing blue text greeted him, scribbled from the other side of somewhere with a finger. Time for a chat, Byron? Chapter 14. Shaw stared at the sphere, watching the message fade into blackness. Another message appeared. Also no calls. Call someone, and we take back the sphere. The text faded to black. Shaw sat down at the desk and held out his hand. His heartbeat was clear in his fingertips. He was almost afraid to touch it. Finally, he scribbled, "Who are you?" onto the cool, dark surface, watching the blue text form under the heat of his fingers and eventually fade. "We are watching the room. No need for you to write. Just speak." "Who are you?" "Humanity's last hope. The lattice must be destroyed." "Why?" "Humanity was not built for mind reading. We were not prepared. The costs are too great." "But it's already here. The lattice is part of our lives. You can't close Pandora's box." "Watch us." A call came in, and Shaw said, "Identify." It was Braybrook. "Deny." "Thank you. I figure he'll understand when he finds out what I'm doing." "He knows. He's calling to tell you to stop." "He knows?" "He's worried." "Why?" "People are watching." "Who's watching?" "Everyone. The world is watching." Shaw looked around. The hotel room suddenly felt very small. "We chose you because of Ellie's news. Congratulations, by the way." Shaw snorted. "We wanted to speak to the world. People are watching you, so now everyone knows. Everyone is listening." Braybrook called again, and Shaw denied it. "Hold all calls." "What do you want to say to the world?" "We want them to understand why the lattice must be destroyed." "No one's going to understand. The lattice has changed people's lives. So many new experiences have opened up. People love it." "They are addicted to it. That's not love." "I've seen what true lattice addiction looks like at Ellie's clinic. It's a rare few who are addicted." "Why do you argue? You worry about being addicted too." Shaw drummed his fingers on the desk. "For people trying to take out the lattice, you don't seem to have any qualms about using it." "We will use the lattice against itself, until it's gone. Then people will remember what it's like to be human." "People can simply choose not to use the lattice, you know. I met someone just today who had never jumped." "Professor Shaw?" "Right. A good man." "Did you know he's a eunuch?" "What?" "Voluntarily, no less. He had surgery at 25. "Why are you telling me this?" "He was in a cult. Now he regrets it. He wishes he hadn't acted rashly." "Stop it!" "You said we can choose to use the lattice. But what choice did he have? His life is not his own. No one has a choice. The reason you are angry is because you know we are right. You know it's wrong to expose the inner demons of an old man." "I call bullshit. You talk all high and mighty, but I don't think you give a damn about what it means to be human. You just exposed Shovel's life to the world to make some silly point. You think that will get you sympathy with everyone watching?" "Forget all of them watching. We thought you would understand." Shaw snorted again. "You've got to be kidding. I owe my life to the lattice." "That is old news. Today, here and now, it's taken far more from you. People watched you and Ellie in your most intimate moments, and then broadcast the results to the world. You think you had a choice? The world has gone mad. People think the lattice has freed us. It enslaves us." "You sound like one of those crazy Christian cults who think the lattice is the work of the devil." "We are men and women of science. But just because crazy people agree with us doesn't make us wrong." Despite himself, Shaw laughed. We are not crazy. We are not trying to destroy the world. We are trying to restore it. Even if it means taking out the global economy and destroying billions of jobs? Economies rebuild. New jobs open. Life will move on. Finally. And the lives it cost? The pilot? Ono? Do those mean nothing to you? Had we succeeded, they would not have died. I'm not sure I believe that, but had you succeeded, I would have died by Ono's nanoshock. Did you forget about that? We regret any loss of life. We want to save humanity, but sometimes there is no other way. Shaw stared at the sphere, looking at his warped reflection on the surface. Why did you tell Pele to confess? No matter. It does matter. Yang is coming to stop you. We don't have much time. You haven't convinced me. We know, but we have planted doubts with millions. You have served our purpose. We must apologize. Apologize? For what? This is going to hurt. At that moment, Yang burst into the room, knocking the door off its hinge, laser drawn. I'm sorry, sir. Braybrook's orders. Stop this conversation, he said. Shaw looked down at the sphere, which suddenly felt lighter in his hand. It was shrinking, the blue text fading. Shaw reached out to grab it, but before he could reach it, he felt a sting in his fingers. The steely black on his fingers for the last few days was changing. It looked wet, alive with motion, like an oil ink blot on the water, and it spread. Dread washed over him. He knew what was coming next. The pain shot through his arm. He felt his body double over, and suddenly he was on the floor. He could barely open his eyes through the pain and the tears, but he saw Yang's feet at his side, tipped chair leg, his arm growing black. It was a cruel repeat of the morning of the raid, but he knew this time was different. Shaw cried out as the blackness overtook him. For Ellie, for the child he'd only known about for an hour, and for the sudden, unexpected, and painful end. Shaw's nervous system shut down, encased in deadly black nanobots. He was dead, 30 long and painful seconds later. Part 2. Satellites. Chapter 15. Shaw's blackened body was still in the hotel when dawn touched the windowsills. The Geneva Sûreté came and went, and came and went. They scraped his fingers, getting a sample of the nanoshock. They shook their heads. They had never seen a nanoshock with a delayed reaction. It had been days since it was administered, and only now it reactivates? What kind of signal had it received? They'd never seen anything like it. Yang remained in the room, despite the best efforts of the Sûreté to coax him out. There was only one dead body in the room, but Yang looked like a second. A Swiss medical team came to remove the body and transport it to Ramstein Air Base in Germany, where the Air Force would send him back to the United States. Under Yang's watchful eye, they carefully zipped him into a black bag and carried the body down the switchbacks of the staircase, finally loading the body onto a stretcher. Yang followed and climbed in the back of the van after they'd loaded the body, ignoring the looks that were exchanged. During the drive to Ramstein, Yang called Braybrook, who confirmed that there was a plane waiting. The plane was not taking Shaw back home to St. Louis, but rather to D.C. The president herself had ordered the White House flag to half-mast, and after giving her condolences to Ellie Shaw, together they had agreed that Shaw deserved a burial in Arlington National Cemetery instead of the usual cremation. The president had also canceled D.C.'s rain on the day of the funeral. Yang volunteered to accompany the body to D.C., and Braybrook consented. Once at Ramstein, An Air Force coroner and an Army funeral director unzipped the black bag and looked over Shaw's body. "No smell," the coroner said. The funeral director bent closer and sniffed. "Nothing. That which killed him also embalmed him," he grunted. "Let's hope this new shock isn't a trend. Any more people die from it and I'm out of a job." The coroner took his own sample of the nanoshock from Shaw's fingers and put it in a test tube. With Yang's help, they placed Shaw into a casket, a true pine box, the height of luxury. Yang watched the lid swing shut, Shaw's blackened face getting darker and darker until it had disappeared. 2 brass handles turned, locking it tight. A color guard presented colors, draping 13 stripes and 53 stars over the casket. The casket was the sole piece of cargo. Carried up the gaping rear exit of the cargo plane, it looked like a small minnow in the belly of a monstrous whale. The doors slowly closed, the hydraulics masked by the sound of bagpipes. Yang found the captain of the plane and relayed his orders. He joined the small crew, and within a few minutes they were airborne, on their way to D.C. Yang stayed in the cargo hold as long as he could, but eventually the cold got to him and he returned to his seat up front. One of the men from the front of the plane came to sit with him. "Will you be the one going after these terrorists?" "I don't know. It's not my call." "You want to be, though, don't you?" Yang met his eye. "More than anything." "Maybe they'll let you." "I doubt it. They know what state I'm in. I'll be put on leave and spend most of it with a mandatory counselor while they put someone else on the job." "Maybe. Or maybe no one will take it because they're all afraid of being targeted or having a sphere show up on their desk." "What would be so bad about that?" "Oh, I don't know. Can you imagine the whole world watching you while you talk to these guys?" "I wouldn't give them a glance," Yang said. "I would have thrown that thing out the window." "To be sure. Who knows what you might get to thinking?" Yang looked at him, confused. "I mean, I know they're terrorists and all, but you have to grant that they made some good points, you know? So my sister, her first husband used to jump." "You're serious?" Yang asked. "You really think we'd be better off without the lattice?" No, of course not. They made some good points. Things that made you stop and think. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't think we should get rid of it, of course not." Yang stared at him. He eventually got up and went back to Shaw's casket. No one approached him for the remainder of the flight. By the time they landed in D.C. at Andrews Air Force Base, it was late afternoon. Shaw's parents were waiting to greet the plane, and only after the casket had been moved to a small room for them to view it did Yang leave its side. Davis and Ida Shaw hung back at first. Ida was first to approach, her hand brushing the casket edge tenderly. "It's our boy," she whispered. Davis Shaw went to her and hugged her tightly. Looking over her shoulder, he stared at the stars and the flag that draped the casket. "Damn Democrats, adding Bermuda as a state to stack the Senate." Ida pushed him away. "For Pete's sake, Davis, no politics now." She was crying hard, but then she saw he was too, and they hugged again. "I can't think about what's underneath that flag, Ida." "I know, I can't either." "He thought the lattice had saved his life. If I hadn't been in the State Department, if I hadn't put him in danger, maybe he wouldn't have been in this job." "No, you can't think like that. He never wanted to do anything else. It's not your fault." They stayed together in silence. "I can't stay any longer," Davis said. "Tomorrow's going to be hard enough." They left, and the room lights went off after a few seconds. There was no motion or heat to keep them on. 2 hours later, Ellie Shaw opened the door, and the lights blinked back on. She looked out into the hall. "I want to do this on my own." She walked to the casket and put her hand on it. Her face was red, her cheeks tender and puffy. Turning around, Ellie pulled up a chair. "I brought you something, By." You never got to find out. The doctors checked. It's a girl, By. We're having a daughter." She got no response, and Ellie sat in silence. She had already cried enough. The light stayed on, due to her heat alone, but she never moved. After almost an hour had passed, a woman a few years younger than Ellie poked her head in the back door. She rapped softly on the door, and Ellie looked up. "Did you want some company?" Ellie shook her head and stood. "I was just getting ready to leave." "Where's Mom?" "She went back to the hotel," Marianne said. Ellie nodded as if she'd expected that. "Thank you for waiting." "Did you want to see Byron's parents?" Marianne asked. "If they're up for it. It will be easier than seeing them for the first time during the ceremony, right?" "If they're up for it, how about you? Are you up for it?" "They'll appreciate hearing about By." Marianne started to tear up. "You don't have to always be the strong one, you know. If you need to just start crying or flying into rage or whatever you need, I want to be here for you." "You are here for me. I'm always crying on your shoulder. Let me be that shoulder for you." Marianne hugged her sister tightly. "You are," Ellie said, stroking Marianne's short hair. "I'm so glad you're here with me through this. There's a gaping hole on the inside. It's like I don't even know what grief looks like from where I am." "I know what you're going through," Marianne said. "You promised not to—" "I didn't jump. I promised you, and I won't. But it's hard not to hear. The feeds, you know. They say you hate the lattice, that you wish—" "I know what they say. Trust me. That's why I wanted you to promise not to jump. I want at least one person left in the world who doesn't know my innermost thoughts. But if everyone knows them, stop holding them in, Ellie. You'll feel better if you just let it all out." Ellie shook her head. "Some things need to be worked out in private, even if everyone is watching." They left, and the small room went quiet again. A body in a casket, a flag, a few slim chairs. It was entirely still. There were no windows to track the passage of the night, but it was morning when a color guard entered the room. The men and women lifted the casket and carried it to a waiting hearse just outside. Surrounded by lights and sirens, the hearse was escorted out of Andrews and slowly into D.C. The motorcade wound its way around the Capitol and along the Mall. Eventually, they crossed the Potomac on the Arlington Memorial Bridge and entered the cemetery. The entire Memorial Amphitheater was filled. Ellie and her family and Davis and Ida Shaw had a place of honor on the stage, surrounded by rows of generals, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the President, as well as Zella Galway, Grace Williams and her partner Nasifo, Shigeo Iwatani, Alex Pajitov of LRI, and Lysandra Cunningham from T6. Everyone in the amphitheater was standing when the hearse arrived. The color guard brought the casket to the center of the auditorium, and the funeral began. Mark Braybrook spoke briefly and introduced the president, who gave the formal eulogy. As she spoke, Ellie listened, her face a mask, while Davis held his wife's shoulder as she wept. Eventually, it was over. The music played, the mourners filed away. The honor guard carried the casket across the amphitheater, trailed by Ellie and her family. An open grave waited near the Challenger shuttle crew memorial and the memorial for the soldiers killed during the Las Vegas attack. It was an area reserved for honored men and women who died in the line of duty during peacetime, the president had said during her remarks. A martyr, she had called Shaw. Ever so slowly, the casket was lowered into the grave. Rifles were fired, roses were tossed, and the first shovelful of dirt was thrown over the casket. Ellie was crying, though not sobbing, and Mary Ann was at her side. Together they left the grave. Braybrook left. So did some of Shaw's old friends. Eventually Davis and Ida Shaw did too. Yang was the last to leave. A grounds crew finished filling the hole, compacting the loose dirt on top of the casket, 6 feet under the ground. By then, night had fallen. The lights throughout the cemetery pushed shadows across the tombstones. Everything was silent and still. Below ground, Shaw's body was still black from the nanoshock, and still just as dead as he'd been 55 hours earlier in Geneva, when it had attacked every nerve cell in his body. He was dead when the edge of the casket squeaked. He was dead when the side paneling was pulled off the casket. He was dead when 4 hands pulled him out of the casket and replaced his body with a clone. A lifeless clone, to be certain, but a perfect clone nonetheless. He was dead when the casket was repaired and the dirt was slowly repacked against it as the narrow tunnel was refilled. He was dead when a man's hands pulled out a black pad, another nanoshock. The hands touched Shaw's blackened fingers to the shock. There was silence. Shaw's body started changing from its steel black to an inky moving surface. Soon his whole body was swirling black. "I hope we were in time," a voice said. That Shaw heard before he started to scream. Chapter 16. There was terrible pain again, but it was different this time. It was the pain of a dead leg having blood course through it again, but everywhere. Every nerve in his body coming back alive. His fingertips were screaming. His lips, his dick, his brain. Oh, God, how his brain hurt. When he wasn't screaming, it felt like he was going to break his teeth. He was grinding them together so hard. Finally, after how long he couldn't have guessed, the pain began to fade. Or maybe he was just adjusting to it. There was something else there now. He could feel hands on his arms and a flickering light against his eyelids. "Don't rush it, Byron," he heard. "Take as much time as you need." It was a man's voice. No, a boy's voice? He wasn't sure. "Not exactly. He needs to be able to move in 2 hours," another voice said. Definitely a man that time. "That's longer than anyone else has taken." "No one else has been under for more than 50 hours. I told Wolf we should have waited until he was back from Europe." "You heard what he said. Shaw was too close to tracing us. We had to take him early." Shaw wanted to shout out, but he couldn't even grunt or gurgle. He tried to open his eyes, but his lids were lead, as if fighting to stay dreaming. But he wasn't dreaming. He was awake. How was he awake? Alive? Was he paralyzed? He couldn't move anything. Nothing was responding. He tried his toes, his arms, his eyes again. Yes. He couldn't open his eyes, but he was moving his eyeballs, tracking the flickering light. Wasn't he? Or was that a trick of the light? He couldn't be sure. "We need to get some water into him soon," the young voice said. "Not yet. I want to know that he can process it. It won't do him any good if his stomach isn't ready." Was he thirsty? He wasn't sure of anything right now, but that one seemed clear. He was terribly thirsty. He tried to speak again, but nothing came out. He tried his eyes again. "I think he just fluttered his eyelids." "Wonderful. He can flutter his way out of here like a butterfly." Shaw tried again. "Yes, he definitely fluttered them. He's awake. Can you hear me, Byron?" Flutter. It took everything he had. "Just take your time. Keep trying your eyes and your fingers, and don't try to talk. Try to sing. The rhythm will help you." Sing? Really? Shaw decided to put that off. He focused on his hands, trying to make them into a ball. When that didn't work, he aimed to just curl one of his index fingers. Good, Byron. I saw it twitch. Can you do the other hand? Twitch? Was that it? He thought he'd curled it as far as he could go. He tried the other finger. Much better. Let's try singing. Give me a nursery rhyme. Shaw tried forming words, but his mouth barely moved. Sing it in your head, over and over. Get the rhythm going first. He did. Over and over he sang, until he was shocked to hear his own slurred voice. What you are. That's right, keep it going. Up above the world so high. Yes! Like a diamond in the sky. Shaw sang, his own voice joined by the young one. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. This is fucking embarrassing, the older voice said. Give me the alphabet now, said the younger voice. Shaw sang the alphabet. It was slurred, but intelligible. Do you know your name? Byron Shaw, he answered. What do you remember last, before you woke up? The sphere. A hotel room. The shock. That was almost 3 days ago, in Geneva. You're back in the U.S. again. Hospital? No, a cemetery. You died. In Geneva, they brought you home to bury you. Died? Yes, but you're alive again, the young voice said. We brought you back. And we killed you, too. Shut up, Trank. He'll figure it out eventually. Trank, the older voice answered. Raiders? Shaw asked. You? Yes, we were the raiders who attacked the Lattice. Tried to kill me? No, we tried to save you. Used the nanoshock on me. The older voice cut in. In case you hadn't noticed, Shaw, the nanoshock didn't kill you. Well, not permanently, the young voice finished. He laughed. From the start, we planned to bring you back. What we didn't count on was you turning it around on Ono. One small second and the world would have been a very different place, Byron, the young voice said, almost whispering. But that doesn't mean we're angry at you. Don't speak for everyone, Erling. I'm still pretty fucking angry, Tank said. We brought you back, Byron, Erling said. We're giving you a chance to redeem yourself. And suddenly his eyes were open, as if opening them hadn't been an impossible chore just a few seconds ago. It was dark. A young man, Erling, who couldn't be older than 18, was wearing a headlamp and looking across the room. On the edge of the beam was another man, Trank, 35, 45. Shaw instantly recognized him as a fellow soldier. He was wearing a T-shirt that was plastered to a sculpted body. Above the T-shirt, where the neck should be, was more muscle. Shaw had never had a neck like that, and he never wanted a neck like that. Beyond the man, the beam illuminated a fragment of wall. It was dark, reflective, and Shaw suddenly realized, slightly concave. He felt underneath him. The same, wasn't it? He suddenly understood. The wall was part of a sphere, Shaw mumbled. Erling's headlamp swung around when he heard the voice, and the light blinded Shaw. He pressed his eyes closed against the light. Oh, sorry, Byron. There. It's out of your eyes now. You're doing great. Get to work on those fingers again. Shaw opened his eyes carefully and looked around. Yes, it's a sphere, Trank confirmed. Hollow, of course, Erling said, stating the obvious. Unlike the one we sent you, we have other uses for the spheres than just communicating. We can create simple shapes with them. Spheres, solid or hollow. Cylinders, solid or hollow. Discs, too. As he explained, Erling looked around the interior of the sphere, letting his headlamp shine on the edges. Shaw couldn't see all of it. His neck still wouldn't move. but he judged the top of the sphere to be about 10 feet above his head. He followed Erling's advice and started working on his fingers. Erling shook his head. As Ada Dillon figured out, we only transport the starting molecule. A molecular machine. That's what Davina and Wolf call it. Like a catalyst. Let Wolf explain everything to him later, Trank said. We need him up and walking if we're going to make our window. Otherwise, we'll have much bigger problems. Shaw focused on his neck and was able to move it, raising his chin and looking behind him. He couldn't see an exit or a vent for that matter. Air, he said. It's already too damn hot in here. We have a CO2 converter, but it won't last forever. If we miss our exit window, we're going to have to switch to respirators. And if we miss the one after that, well, Arlington will have another 3 long-term residents. 2! Shaw was already supposed to be here, remember? Erling said, smiling. Arlington? Shaw asked. We're in the National Cemetery? He felt like his mouth was slowly coming back under his control. You're a hero, Erling said. Didn't you know? Trank said dryly. Erling ignored him. The top of the sphere is about 4 feet under your grave. We're underground? Erling nodded. Rocket scientist, this one. Give it a rest, Trank, Erling said. How do we get out? Shaw asked. There's a pipe on the other side of this thing. Trank patted a piece of sphere next to him. It looked flatter than the rest of the curved sphere. We plugged it with a disc just in case your screaming made too much noise. What then? The pipe leads to the USS Maine Memorial. From there, it's all invisibility cloaks. The Lattice can see through cloaks? Of course. If you try to hide something under one, all someone has to do is see where it was beforehand, tag it, and then follow it. But if you never know to look for something in the first place, then they still have their uses. Where will you take me? Up. Way up, Erling added, smiling. Ever been in microgravity? Trank asked. Something inside Shaw shifted. Not a thing, really, since most of his body couldn't move, but he felt it. A wave of anger surging up from somewhere inside him. I know I might be lying here helpless right now, but you should know, as soon as I can move, you'd better be prepared for a fight. Shaw started playing with his fingers faster now. They felt like they were moving. But were they really? He hated that he couldn't be sure. And if his fingers could move, how about his arm? He flexed his bicep, hoping Erling or Trank wouldn't notice. 2 against 1, Shaw? Trank asked. I'm being generous counting Erling here as part of my 2, but still, you don't have a chance. If I can force you to miss your escape window, at least I can take you with me. We can all suffocate to death for all I care. Erling looked up at Trank. Shaw couldn't see Erling's expression, but Trank definitely seemed to be considering what he'd said. He rolled his shoulder while neither of them were looking. That definitely moved. He felt his body shift under him. Then maybe we should just kill you while you still can't move and be done with it, Trank said casually. It's not like you have much of a chance of surviving the vote when this thing is all over anyway. Vote? This isn't a boxing ring, Byron, Erling said. You don't have to fight everyone. It's his nature, Erling. He's not so different from me. We're grunts. And grunts don't know any other way. But there's one big difference between the two of us. Trank knelt next to Shaw, looking down at him with a malevolent smile. The big difference is you love this life too much to give it up. Don't you, Shaw? I listened to your thoughts as you died. You weren't brave. You were terrified, and you couldn't believe that your life had been cut so short. You were practically screaming for your mama. I died once already, and I didn't expect to come back. I've got nothing to lose, Shaw said, flexing. It was now or never. As fast as Shaw could manage, and it was terribly slow, he reached up for Trank's mammoth neck. It might look like it was all muscle, but if he had enough force, Shaw thought he could crush his windpipe. Trank saw it coming, but Shaw had surprise on his side. Trank leaned back, but Shaw was still able to connect. Too weak. He'd thrown enough punches to know when one hadn't connected. Shaw tried to expand his fist to grab Trank's throat, but it was already too late. His neck was too wide to choke with just one hand, and his fingers still weren't reacting fast enough. Trank batted away his arm and reached in, his own incredible arm coming to rest on Shaw's throat. "Wolf might want you alive, but I wouldn't mind crushing your voice box right now." Trank's hand was constricting his throat. Shaw could breathe, but just barely. He felt his pulse beating fast against Trank's hand. More than anything, he suddenly felt exhausted. Just the energy he'd used to reach out had drained him. He remembered what Erling had said just a few minutes before. He hadn't had food or water in more than 50 hours. "You got any more fight left in you?" Trank asked. "Tell me now." Shaw was having a hard time getting his breath under control. He finally shook his head, and Trank released his neck. Shaw gasped for air, his chest heaving. "Nothing to lose, huh?" Trank spat. He stood up and went to the far side of the sphere, although it was only a few feet away. "You're full of shit, Shaw. How about that wife of yours? Don't you want to see her again? And what about that new daughter she's carrying around? That's who you were thinking about as you died. You might have some fight in you, but fight too much and you'll never see them again." Shaw's breath was coming back to normal. He took a few more deep breaths, his mind reeling. "We're having a girl?" Erling smiled. "Is that what you wanted?" Shaw hadn't had a chance to think about it, but he realized it was. He nodded. There definitely was something he had to lose. "Of course that's what he wanted," Trank said. "No one wants to raise a grunt anymore." "Water?" Shaw asked. Erling didn't waste any time. He put a water bottle to Shaw's lips. "Just take a few small sips, not too much yet." Shaw drank as greedily from the water bottle as Erling would let him. Over several minutes, he started to feel a little life come back to him. Erling pulled out what looked like another water bottle, but when he held it up, he said, "Let's try the protein pack. You're going to need your strength soon." Shaw sipped on the straw cautiously, and eventually he tasted some sort of soy-strawberry sludge. "How long?" Erling asked over his shoulder. "Less than 2 hours now. He might be able to throw a punch, but we need a lot more from him than that. And for longer. This next part won't be easy." Chapter 17. Shaw was crammed in a narrow pipe, crawling up its gentle slope. He wasn't naturally claustrophobic, but he had only a few feet to play with, and he could feel his heart racing. In front of him, his headlamp illuminated only Trank's ass and the soles of his boots. Somewhere just behind him was Erling. It was just them. And the pipe. Every part of his body seemed to take a half-second longer to respond than he expected. The first time his elbow gave out, Shaw bit his tongue. He spat blood. The next few times he fell forward, he was able to twist to the side and his shoulders shook the brunt of it. The crawling was tiring work. Short movements, repeated, interrupted by falls, tense as he waited for Trank to move forward so he could keep going. His whole body was wet from sweat. It seemed as if he hadn't worked this hard since basic training, but then again he hadn't been dead for more than 50 hours before. He didn't know how long it would take to recover. As bad as this crawling business was, there was at least one comfort to be had. He didn't have to try to stand. The first time Trank and Erling held him up between their shoulders and tried to let him stand on his own 2 feet, he had collapsed. His knees buckled, his arms swung wildly, and he fell into Trank's chest and started sliding toward the ground, before they caught him. "It's the sphere," Shaw said as they got their arms under his shoulders. "I can't stand on an uneven surface." "Don't make excuses. It's your nervous system. It's not fully functioning yet. Your brain isn't talking to your legs," Trank said. "Again." Shaw tried to stand on his own and held it for a few seconds before the world started spinning and he lost his balance. "Again." And again he fell. It wasn't just the fall. It was the humiliation in front of Trank, the inability to do the most basic thing, standing still. He was helpless, and he hated it. "Here, have some water." Erling helped him up and put a water bottle up to Shaw's lips. "I should warn you, I'm going to have to piss soon," Shaw said when he'd finished drinking. "As long as you do it in here and not in the tunnel," Trank said. Shaw practiced standing for the next hour, with frequent breaks for him to catch his breath and one break to empty his bladder. Eventually, he was able to stand on his own without falling. He felt victorious, like he'd conquered an army. Then Trang rushed at him, and Shaw got spooked, collapsing once more. He was ready to practice walking, but Trank shook his head. "No time. We need to pack and start up the tunnel." Shaw bumped up against Trank's heel. He hadn't noticed that his captor had stopped. He rubbed his forehead, more for the practice of it than for any other reason, and looked up. Trank's wrap was giving off a bluish light. It looked like it was showing him the outdoors. Checking to see if the coast was clear, Shaw assumed. Trank rolled his arm, and Shaw caught a glimpse of a clock. A countdown. "It's clear, but we don't have much time," Trank said. "Once I pull out this last barrier, we need absolute silence until we're inside the Walden. You make a noise, Shaw, and you'll never see your wife and daughter. I'm going to pull you out of the tunnel. No crying that I pulled too hard, got it?" "What's the Walden?" "It's our spaceship," Erling said from behind him. "And it's only going to be here for the next 8 minutes, so no fucking around. You ready, Erling?" "Ready." "Okay. I'm breaking the barrier. No talking till we're safe aboard the Walden." In front of him, Trank started sliding forward again. Where before he had only moved a few inches at a time, this time his feet were out of Shaw's vision before he could even blink. A gaping hole was in front of him, and Trank's hand reached in for Shaw. Shaw scooted upward a few feet more, and then grabbed for it. With just one hand, Trank yanked him out of the tunnel and slid Shaw onto a hard floor. Shaw felt the cold on his face. Tile. He hadn't expected that. He looked back across it as Trank pulled Erling out of the hole behind him. Shaw tested his arms and lifted himself up carefully. He was able to get up onto his knees, but didn't want to risk going any further without help. In the beam of Trank's headlamp, he watched as Erling hurried across the room and wiped his fingers along a section of wall. It was hard to see in the darkness, but to his eyes, it was as if a piece of the wall was vanishing to reveal what? A checkered tile of some kind. He ran his hand across the floor and felt the small tiles. It was a piece of floor, hidden with an invisibility cloak against the wall. Erling stuffed something into his pocket, the cloak, and then tipped the section of the mosaic tile away from the wall. Together he and Trank carried the slab over to the hole they had just emerged from. They slowly set it into place, with only a couple noisy scrapes that caused Trank's eyes to flash angrily at Erling. The section of floor looked identical to that around it. Erling began spreading something over its edges, and Shaw suddenly realized with a silent laugh that he was grouting the edges. Shaw looked around, trying to understand where he was. He'd never been to Arlington, and couldn't call to mind what the memorial for the USS Maine looked like. The room was round, with a pole in the middle of the room supporting a domed ceiling. He saw narrow slits evenly around the room, reminding him of a castle's defensive windows. While Erling worked on blending in the mosaic, Trank was at the only door to the room. It looked heavy, judging by the strain with which Trank had to pull on it. It swung silently open, and the room was bathed in moonlight. Trank returned to Shaw's side and pulled him up. He was wobbly, but he stood. They waited as Erling finished wiping his tile work with a wet cloth. It looked darker due to the water, but when it dried, Shaw thought it would look identical to the rest of the floor. Erling joined them and put his arm under Shaw's. The three of them slowly made their way to the door, Shaw's feet tripping and stumbling to keep up. As they neared the open door, the moonlight was so bright Shaw had to look away. He focused on the gravestones out in the distance and the black silhouettes of the trees. And then suddenly, they all went black. Where before there had been a vista of trees and gravestones, now there was nothing but blackness. Shaw wanted to push back, but Erling and Trank didn't break their stride. Out of the darkness came a woman's arm, and suddenly Shaw was spun. Her arms, large arms he couldn't help but notice, were wrapped under and clasped around his chest, pulling him into the darkness. He was being pulled away as Erling and Trank pulled the heavy door closed. Directly above the door, he saw that chiseled into stone were the words, "Erected in the memory of the officers and men who lost their lives in the destruction of the USS Maine." That was the last Shaw saw of the memorial. They had rounded a corner, and he couldn't see anything more save for some blinking lights. "Where am I?" he whispered. "The Walden," a woman said, pulling him farther into the darkness. "Are we going into orbit?" "Shh." She laid him down on a low bed. Shaw looked at the lip of the bunk above him as she strapped a belt around his waist. Despite the fact that this woman was a raider, he couldn't stand the idea of being left in this bunk room during liftoff. "No," he said in a stage whisper, struggling against the belt. "If we're going into orbit, I want to see." What he really wanted to do was fight, or run, but he wasn't going to get a chance to do either of those alone in a bunk room. "It's only a low Earth orbit," she answered. "We're not even going to get 1,000 miles up." "I've never been into space in real life, only in a jump," Shaw said. "I want to watch." He couldn't see her face very well in the darkness, but she didn't make any move to keep buckling him in. "All right, you can have my seat if it comes to that." She unbuckled him and helped pull him out of the bunk. "I can hobble along, I think, if you help me," he said. She supported the majority of his weight, but Shaw was able to hop along and keep pace. The woman guided him back down the passageway they'd come from. It ended in a door, and she pressed her hand against it. It slid to the side, and they stepped through. Shaw gaped at the massive window in front of him. A curved wall, was the whole ship a sphere? Showed the sloping hills and orderly gravestones of Arlington National Cemetery. Even as Shaw hobbled in, straining to see out the window, he noticed that the landscape was falling away. The Walden was already rising, beginning its ascent. "Tavina, he's supposed to be belted into his bunk," someone said. "He wanted to watch," Tavina said. Shaw refocused on the actual room itself. There were no lights so far as he could see, but why have them? Even in the dark, the massive window let in enough light to find his way reasonably well. In the day, this room would be awash in sunlight. His eyes adjusted to the dimness, and he saw that the room was a hemisphere, maybe 50 feet long along the back wall, and 25 feet at the widest point of the curved window. If the entire ship was a sphere, then this room represented a full quarter of its space, Shaw realized. Why would a spaceship devote this much space to a single room? There wasn't much in it as far as he could see. It was mostly open, with 8 swivel chairs pointed toward the great window. All but 2 of them had swiveled around at his entrance. He saw Erling, Trank, and 4 more people who were looking at him curiously. Shaw's left leg suddenly spasmed, and he wobbled against the woman's support. 6 or 7 crew members, and he could barely stand. His plan to fight or run was starting to seem a little impractical. Erling was instantly on his feet, helping Tavina guide him to a chair. "He can have mine," Erling said. Erling sat Shaw down in the chair he'd just vacated. Tavina belted him in and sat in the empty seat next to him. Erling went back to the door and let himself out of the room. Shaw kicked at the floor and swiveled the chair around to face the window. Outside, he caught a glimpse of what looked like a row of streetlights, maybe 100 feet below him. And then, nothing. There were stars, but he couldn't see anything below. He strained to see anything, and then saw another row of lights up ahead that were reflecting on the surface below him. "Chesapeake Bay?" Shaw asked. It was the only thing he could think of. "That's right. We'll keep moving south and east, slowly gaining altitude until we're over the open ocean. That's when we'll make our ascent." They were over land again, but it may be twice the height they were before. Shaw looked at the twinkling lights of the land below. An invisible spaceship. "Not the first," Tavina said. "They were popular with the spy agencies before the Lattice." "But after the Lattice, they were all discovered. Being invisible wasn't enough." "True. The U.S. had all 3 of its invisible spy ships uncovered by people using the Lattice. Ironic that one of their own spy tools uncovered another one. But those ships were uncovered because someone jumped into a secret CIA meeting and heard someone mention an invisible ship. After that, he found the plans, the contractor, the shipyard, and from there he just tagged the ship while it was still being built. From then on, it didn't matter that the ship was invisible. It had been tagged at a moment in time. It could always be found just by speeding up time and finding where it had gone." Shaw kept looking out the window, thoughtful. "And this ship is different?" "It's not the ship that's different. It's us. No one can jump into a secret meeting if they don't know it exists. No one can find the shipyard. We're still a secret because we've kept everything a secret. The smallest mistake from any of the 8 of us, and we'll all die." The scenery below was changing again. In the distance, Shaw could see a black divide that marked the end of the land and the beginning of open water. The lights of land were smaller now. "Don't they hear the ship? And how are you going to break into orbit? That takes a lot of energy and a lot of noise. Won't someone detect it?" "We're going slow enough we're not making any noise on the ground. And the noise is the main reason we're entering orbit over the Atlantic, far away from anybody." "Trank said that we were trying to squeeze into a narrow window." "Very narrow," Tavina said. "We need 2 things to align. It needed to be the middle of the night in D.C., so we could get you out of Arlington. And we needed the Grand Orbital to be in a particular window of its orbit. She's the newest of the orbiting hotels, and she's got the best shielding to protect us from space junk. We're going to nestle in under her wing, so to speak. Otherwise, we run too much of a risk of some piece of shrapnel from a 100-year-old satellite ripping through our hull at 15,000 miles per hour. Or being microwaved under a nice dose of solar radiation. If I wanted a tan, I'd go to the beach." Shaw winced as soon as he said it. Why was he trying to make her laugh? To make himself seem docile before an attack? Did he truly think he could escape? Unlikely. It's only in the event of a solar flare that we'd have to worry about that. But the orbital's shield will come in handy if there is one. Below Shaw was open ocean. Black water, black sky. What was he going to do? Crash the ship? Won't a ship report hearing a takeoff? Sounds like you want us to get caught, Shaw, Trank said. The computer has plotted all the ships, Tavina said, as if Trank hadn't spoken. Now shut up and watch the launch, Trank said. Shaw decided to take the advice. He wasn't going to get anywhere right now. As they moved over open water, the ship seemed to pick up speed, although it also felt like they were rising higher and higher as well. Ripples on the ocean looked smaller, and there were more of them. Shaw thought he might be a few thousand feet up. A few more minutes passed in silence. He stared at the glory of the eastern night sky, at the hardness of the water below him. Suddenly, Shaw felt his belt pressing into his waist, his body pushed up against it. They were slowing down, quite quickly. And just like that, they had stopped, hovering in the atmosphere, thousands of miles from anything. He waited for something to happen, but nothing did. Shaw angled his chair to look at Tavina. She had pulled back her right sleeve and was inspecting the screen on her wrap. In the dim starlight, he caught his first good look at her. Was she pregnant? He had such a hard time telling pregnant women from fat women, but he so rarely saw fat women he thought that was understandable. There was that young professor in Germany. He couldn't remember another in the last few months. Tavina had rolls where he'd never seen rolls before, but they looked symmetrical and soft and round. Could you have toned fat? That didn't seem possible. We arrived with a minute to spare, she said when she noticed him looking at her. And then? And then 3, 2, 1 blast off, Trank said. Shaw didn't have a chance to respond. All at once, his body was thrown back into the chair. The swivel chair had automatically spun him back into position so he was facing forward, and he could feel the belt automatically tighten again around his waist. He missed whatever had happened to the horizon, because all he could see were stars. His stomach lurched as it seemed like the sphere dropped 1,000 feet in a second, then gained it all back in 2. The sphere was bouncing around in the atmosphere. Was it wind? Was the computer self-correcting to stay on the right course? Where was all the noise? It was loud, but not deafening. Shaw imagined that going into space was a noisy affair. Why had he never jumped inside a space launch? Were they going faster? It felt like they were accelerating even more. Maybe that made sense with the thinning atmosphere. He suddenly saw shimmering green just below the stars. He almost panicked. Are those green things after images on the inside of his eyelids? Were his eyes closed? Shaw didn't trust his body enough to tell what was real. And then his brain clicked in, and the optical illusion was set right. He was looking down on the top of the atmosphere, and those green lights were the aurora borealis. Shaw lost the sense of acceleration, but they were still hurtling over the pole at incredible speed. The curtains of the aurora passed beneath him, and then they were gone. He wanted to linger, wanted to watch them dance, but before he could even miss them, there was another wonder. As they crested over the pole, the sun appeared, rising over Asia, and they were in the brightest light Shaw had ever experienced. He flinched, all-night vision gone. A few seconds later, he felt the light dim against his eyelids. It's all right, Tavina said. The glass adjusted. Shaw looked up, and indeed the window had darkened considerably. The earth was still luminous below him, but the sun was no longer blinding. There in the clouds was the northern edge of Russia on the Arctic Sea, the forests and lakes of Siberia, some desert to the south and west. Were those the Himalayas in the distance? It's beautiful, he whispered. I've used the lattice to visit orbit before, but somehow it doesn't capture the wonder like actually being there. I couldn't agree more, a voice said behind him. Shaw's chair spun, evidently unlocked after the takeoff. A man had his hand on the back of the chair and released it. Shaw registered the beaming smile, the cropped gray hair, the massive belly, the triple chin, and the fact that he had seen this man just a week before. I know you, he blurted. You do. You were eating that ice cream cone in St. Louis. You're the man on the bench. Fat man on the bench? Is that what you were going to say? The man laughed. It's true. I was the fat man on the bench. After you foiled our attack on the Lattice, I wanted to get a good look at you. You could have just jumped. I had already done that. I've spent a lot of time inside your head listening to you. It's why you're here. But as you said, sometimes you just need to see things with your own two eyes. He nodded in the direction of the window with a smile. The name's Wolfgang, but everyone just calls me Wolf. The man put out a chubby hand with chubby fingers, and Shaw tentatively shook it, appreciating the gentle shake. He still wasn't able to grip anything very well. Wolf nodded, as if he were reacting to the same thing. Don't worry. Not too much longer and your body will be back fully under your control. I speak from experience. They brought you back from the dead as well? Of course. Otherwise, everyone would know that the world's most famous scientist was trying to destroy his own creation. Shaw stared at the fat man, his eyes wide. His vision shifted, and he understood. Through the layers of fat, he saw the younger man he remembered in news feeds and in jumps. You're Wolfgang Huxley, he whispered. At your service, Huxley said. He scratched at his chin, his face a wide smile, and performed a sort of half-bow. But you invented the lattice. I did, and now I'm trying to uninvent it. Care to help me? Chapter 18. Shaw watched the small white dot in space grow larger and larger in the window. Soon he was able to make out the distinctive features of the space hotel. It was a slim, white half-circle, a new crescent moon around the Earth. Protecting the curve of rooms was a massive shield, a reflective gold surface that protected the small hotel without getting in the way of the line of sight for any of the paying guests. Slowly, the Walden edged up to the white crescent. Shaw saw the bulbous windows that looked down on the Earth. They looked mirrored from the exterior, giving the impression of little globes jutting out of the white facade of the hotel. I thought we had tracked all the old space junk, Shaw said, not taking his eyes off the looming hotel. He was starting to understand its incredible scale and how massive its shielding really was. Just because we know where it is doesn't mean we can always avoid it, Tavina answered. If you get into a pocket that's too dense, the only thing you can do is let the shielding do the work for you and plow through. The room suddenly darkened, and Shaw realized that they dipped under the protective hood of the Grand Orbitel's shield. The glass lightened again, and the brightness of the Earth's atmosphere came back. It's incredible, Shaw murmured. Shaw looked over at Tavina as she unstrapped herself from her seat. She pushed up and floated up against the window. She pushed herself off of it and back down to Shaw's seat. Are you ready to try weightlessness? Tavina unlaced Shaw's belt and flipped it to the side. He pushed off of the armrests and couldn't believe how little effort it took. Suddenly, he was floating weightlessly in the middle of the room. Careful with that window, it's cold, Wolf said from the floor. His momentum was carrying him toward it, and when he caught himself with his fingers, he was glad for the warning. The cold of space couldn't be kept out entirely, and he felt the freezing pinpricks of that chill in his fingertips. But at least he could feel again. He pushed off the window and aimed himself for the tall wall across the room. "This should be easier as your body recovers," Wolf said. "Just give us a warning if you're going to be space sick. We have some pills you can take, or some bags you can carry around." Shaw slowly drifted over him and reached the wall. Like the window, he put his fingers out to bounce off of it. Instead of a quick release, the soft and pudgy surface of the wall felt like it had trapped him. He pulled harder, but to little effect. His fingers looked like they were on the surface of the wall, but they felt like they were caught in thick molasses. "What the hell? The wall's not letting me go." "It's okay, let me help," Erling said. He had floated up to Shaw's side and rested his own fingers on the wall. He rolled them off so that his fingertips were the last to touch. "Just like that," he said. Shaw rolled his fingers, and he was released. "Anything that's this gray color is sticky. Pretty much all the floors, the bunks, and some of the big walls. They'll hold you, but they can sense the roll, and that's their cue to release. You can walk normally on them. It can feel weird, since everything else is weightless, including your insides," Erling said, grinning. "There's no artificial gravity at all?" Erling shook his head. "The generators are too loud. You can't stay invisible very effectively while it's running. And it would add so much weight we would have had a hard time with the launch just now. So we make do." They both descended to the floor of the room, and Shaw practiced standing. Erling was right. It did feel weird to have your feet rooted to the floor when the rest of your body was weightless. "How are you feeling?" Wolf asked. "Better, I think. We still need to get more fluids in you. But now that we're nestled inside the shield, let's talk." The mess hall was just that, a narrow hall. The narrow room was nothing more than a table with benches on 3 sides, but its height was incredible, soaring above him for reasons he couldn't understand. Tavina was at the table, her eyes closed. Asleep? She opened them as Shaw and Wolf sat and stared at Shaw. Wolf passed him 2 liquid-filled bags. Shaw looked at them carefully. "Chickpea soup," he said. "The protein will do you good." He passed another bag of soup to Tavina, and then distributed 3 pointed straws. Wolf stabbed his bag and started sipping his soup. Shaw was once again embarrassed. He couldn't get his hand to work right, and he missed the bag. Tavina watched him struggle, and Wolf finally came to his rescue and punctured it for him. Shaw mumbled some thanks. "You've really both been through this before?" Wolf nodded. "All of us have, but none of us for as long as you. The flight back from Geneva, the huge funeral, it added a lot of time. A long time to be dead." "Am I going to be okay?" "You'll be fine," Tavina said. Shaw got the distinct impression he could have just lost both legs, and she still would have told him that. He looked to Wolf, who said, "Really? You would have already been showing signs if you weren't." Shaw nodded. "I still don't understand. You killed me just so you could pull me out of my grave and try to get me to help you destroy the very thing I just stopped you from destroying? The thing that saved my life as a boy and that I've sworn to defend? That doesn't make any sense." "Well, I think after some time you'll come to see things our way," Wolf said, scratching behind his ear. "But the truth of it is, that wasn't actually why we reactivated your nanoshock. We needed to end your investigation. You were just lucky Tavina and I thought you were worth bringing back." "Why did you need to kill me?" "Because you had almost figured out how to trace us," Tavina said. "I did?" Shaw was stunned. He was close enough that they had to kill him to stop him? Why didn't he know it? "Think back on it," Wolf said. You and Yang were in that bar in Paris. Something was bugging you. Shaw remembered. He'd been staring at the wood grain on the table through the smudged bowl of his wineglass, and it had triggered something that his brain had not understood at the time. There was the distortion effect of the glass and the fogginess of the smudges. The smudges. He'd been holding the bowl of the glass instead of the stem, and he'd left his fingerprints on it. There! The fingerprints, Shaw said, shaking his head. He started to piece it together and realized they were right. He had almost figured out how to trace them. He spoke slowly as he began to understand. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I registered that Ono hadn't worn gloves when he'd written on his sphere. So it was possible that the mastermind, you, I guess, hadn't used gloves as well, and there was an excellent chance we could read your fingerprint through the spheres. And, unfortunately for all of us, you would have been right, Tavina said. We never considered it. Wolf snorted. And I can't believe that you did. Fingerprints. I bet no one solved a crime with fingerprints in 25 years. Why bother when you can use the lattice? But I didn't think of it. The thought was interrupted by George Palais, our man in Geneva. He was our only hope to interrupt you. Shaw stared, dumbfounded. Are you telling me that the reason that man confessed was solely to distract me? You sent Palais to jail and sacrificed the whole plan to destroy the Geneva lattice just because of something in the back of my mind? Tavina met Shaw's stare with ice. If it got us an inch closer to destroying the lattice, I'd sacrifice everyone we've ever sent a sphere to and all the plans. Nothing is more important. Wolf laughed, an attempt at lightening the mood, Shaw thought. We had the Geneva lattice at our mercy, and we gave it all up to prevent you from having a single thought. Crazy, no? Wolf laughed again. It was a split-second decision, but it was the right one. As you proved right here, 10 more seconds, and you would have pieced it together. And if you would have realized the truth, everyone would have realized because everyone was listening to your thoughts. Zella Galway had it right. The lattice might be able to read any thought, but it can't read a thought that hasn't formed. But you knew it had formed. I knew what to look for, to see the potential in your mind before the thought itself had formed. Watching through your eyes, I realized it myself, as soon as you felt the twinge in the back of your mind. They were my fingerprints, after all. But also, I've become somewhat of an expert on reading the subconscious. All the tutorials on jumping into someone else are about how to pick out the conscious thoughts from the unconscious ones. But you can learn a lot more about a person if you try to listen to their subconscious instead of just blocking it. Like you. Shaw set his jaw. Like me? You hate the lattice. Despite your past, despite your job, you're scared of it. You're scared you're a slave to it. That's why you're going to help us destroy it. I think you've misread me. I hope not. Otherwise we wouldn't have bothered saving you. Keep that in mind, Tavina said. There's no reason for talk like that, Tavina, Wolf said. With our help, he'll come to realize he's more like us than he would care to admit. He needs to know about the vote. He's only got a week. A week for what? Shaw asked. Wolf shot an irritated glance at Tavina. I was going to wait until he was better rested before springing that on him. Spring what? Shaw insisted. Wolf sighed and sipped on his soup straw. As Tavina already told you, it would only take the smallest mistake for all of us to die. The fingerprints on the spheres, we've gotten lucky that no one has noticed that so far. But if only one person on Earth realizes, we're all dead. Every one of us. We have no margin for error. And while I might be the leader of this motley bunch, in this one area, we all get equal say. Shaw was starting to get a very good idea of where this was headed. "In 7 days, the crew will take a vote," Tavina said, picking up the narrative from Wolf, her voice terrifying in her matter-of-fact delivery. "If a majority of the crew feels that you can be trusted, you will be invited to join us, and you can help us destroy the Lattice once and for all. If, on the other hand, we think you pose a risk to us, either that you will make a mistake or that you will betray us, then we have no choice." Tavina held Shaw's gaze, and Shaw had no doubt that she was deadly serious. "It won't matter how much trouble it was to pull your body out of that grave. If you lose that vote, we'll toss you out the nearest airlock and won't look back." Chapter 19. Why had he expected any better? Was it because Wolf had invented the Lattice? Because Erling seemed to idolize him? He sucked on his soup straw to buy some time to think. Whatever it was, Shaw cursed himself. He'd forgotten just who he was dealing with. These were raiders, terrorists. They'd nearly killed him, twice. They'd separated him from his wife and daughter. They'd had no qualms about sacrificing Ono, Palais, and the hovercraft pilot. In the wonder of space, in the thrill of finding himself alive again, he'd forgotten who they truly were. 1 week. That was all he would get. He remembered what Trank had said in that underground sphere. It's not like you have much of a chance of surviving the vote when all of this is over anyway. Exactly. All they had to do was jump into his mind, and they would see that they could not trust him, that he would betray them at the first opportunity he had. But at the same time, Shaw desperately wanted to live. Ellie and his daughter were 1,000 miles below him. Could he somehow make it home to them? Could he survive? Shaw's mind was racing. It wouldn't take much, just a good hard bump against the Orbitel's shield, and everyone would be alerted to the presence of the Walden. But then what? They'd be destroyed, right? Could he get off the ship in time? He needed some time to explore, to study his options. "Just how many of you are there?" he asked. "Who gets a vote?"
8 of us, Wolf answered. "Here on the Walden, I mean. We're a small team, but incredibly effective, and we have hundreds around the world we communicate with."
"So I need, 4 votes to stay alive?"
5, actually,
Wolf said, and Shaw's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
4 is not a majority.
"You're telling me that if it's a 4-4 vote, I still die?"
That's what I'm telling you.
Shaw digested that. "Who are the 8?
Me, Tavina Parr here, Erling Allred, Trank Morales. You've met the 4 of us already. Plus Kuhn Lono, Annalise Liuwen, JPEG Gagnon, and Helix."
Shaw didn't answer. He was counting votes.
"You should know that Tavina and I were the ones who pushed most strongly to recruit you. Assuming we think you've come around, that's 2 votes, Wolf said.
Evidently, Shaw's mental math was fairly transparent. "Do you really want to work with a guy whose job it was to defend the Lattice?" Shaw asked, looking pointedly at Tavina. "I'm working with the guy who created it. If you can serve a purpose and help me achieve my goal, and I believe eventually you can, I'll work with anyone." Shaw was once again taken aback by the calculation of this woman. He believed her. So long as he was useful, she would vote for him to live. So that was 2 votes, if he could convince them he was in earnest about wanting to help. From what he'd seen so far, he thought he could count on Erling for a 3rd vote. Trank wouldn't be one of them, he was almost certain of that. That left 2 more votes to find.
"You should also know that the attack on the Lattice that you foiled was devised by Trank and Helix. I would be surprised if either of them will come around to bringing you on board," Wolf said.
"And JPEG's our main engineer and communications officer," Tavina said. Shaw shook his head, not understanding the significance.
He was the one who should have realized that the spheres would register our fingerprints, Tavina said. She was quiet, but Shaw noticed her fierce eyes. He thought her breath had picked up, too. She was still furious. We all should have realized it, Wolf said. But it was his responsibility, she insisted. They both cast looks at Shaw and then stopped. Wolf scratched at the back of his head and looked away. No one wants to fight in front of the guest. So Trank and these other two, Helix and JPEG, were likely no votes. That left Kuhn and Annalise. And if he couldn't get both of them... But maybe he could escape before it even got to a vote. He had 7 days. A lot could happen in 7 days. I know this is a lot to take in right now, Byron, and I don't expect you to just immediately want to join us. You've got a lot to learn about just how horrible the Lattice truly has been for humanity, Wolf said. But I want to give you some incentive. Wolf held up a band of metal, and Shaw felt as if his body lurched toward it. He couldn't believe how long he'd gone without his ring, how much he'd missed it, how much he wanted to slip it on and jump. Tonight, I want you to get some sleep. After what you've just been through today, I'm surprised you haven't fallen asleep already. But when you wake up, I'm going to ask that you spend some time with us. Get to know us. Have an open mind. If you can do that, then tomorrow night I'll give you this. You can see what's going on at the Lattice installation, watch your own funeral, or, of course, visit Ellie. Wolf put the Altair ring back into his pocket. I want you to win this vote, Byron. If time with the ring will show you that we are trustworthy, I'm willing to do it. I just ask that you have an open mind. Shaw wasn't sure he'd be able to fall asleep, but that proved to be a short-lived fear. Within 2 minutes, he was fast asleep and as dead to the world as he'd been in his coffin. When he awoke, he had no way of knowing how long he'd been asleep, but he felt like he'd never slept so long or so deeply in his life. How could being dead be so exhausting? Shaw rested his eyes again and was seriously thinking about falling back asleep. But what if I have slept for days? I've just slept away time I could have been using to either escape or convince these people to trust me. He undid the belt on his bed and pushed up, enjoying the sensation of freefall. He spun himself to a sitting position and put his feet on the sticky floors. He practiced rolling and unrolling them off of the floor. He noticed a few food bags floating in his room. Water, soup, and some sort of bean thing. He devoured them as fast as he could. Once done with those, he felt ready to face the world, and Shaw followed the sticky floors into the great room, as he'd come to think of it. The chairs were gone, and the air was full of people. Tavina, Trank, Wolf, and a small woman Shaw hadn't met yet were floating in the middle of the room, apparently wrestling with each other. Erling and 3 others were on the floor, watching the action unfold. Erling saw him first. "Hi, Byron," he called. He waved and Shaw raised his hand back to him. "Come on up, Byron," Wolf said. "We almost have Trank." "He can't compete. He wasn't here when we started," Trank said. "And you don't almost have me." Trank pushed his legs off of Wolf and he jetted forward into the small woman. Wolf sailed into the air, and Trank was now in a wrestling match. The other woman was pulling on Trank's arms, trying to loosen his grip on Tavina. "Get in there, Shaw," Wolf said. Shaw didn't know the rules and wasn't sure he wanted to play. But an opportunity to get the best of Trank was too tempting. He jumped off the floor and aimed for the mass of whirling people. In midair, Shaw plowed into Trank's midsection, knocking his grip loose from Tavina. She backflipped away, slipping out of Trank's hold. "Nice move, Tavina," Erling called from the sidelines.
But Tavina's momentum was pulling her away from the action, slowly moving her toward the wall. Shaw guessed that would put her out. Shaw felt Trank's arms bear hug him around the chest and squeeze. He flailed his legs, looking to get some leverage. He suddenly realized what a bad idea this was. He'd just woken from the dead, and now he was trying out his first fight in microgravity. Shaw couldn't get leverage, so he slammed his elbows back into Trank's stomach and felt the grip loosen around his chest. He ducked out of it, but remembered the lesson of Tavina not to get too far away. He grabbed Trank's leg and managed to get behind him. Climbing his backside as fast as he could, he got his feet up on Trank's lower back. Looking up, he saw that Trank was wrestling with Kuhn. "Stay back, Shaw, I got this," the woman said. "Stop saying that, Kuhn," Trank said, although he was having a hard time getting an advantage against her. The woman's nimbleness was an advantage when he couldn't get any leverage against her. She kept spinning and turning out of his attempted grips. As long as he didn't get a strong hold, she was keeping a step ahead of him. Shaw looked up and saw Tavina, who was still fighting to get back and avoid the wall. He saw his opportunity. "Coming your way, Tavina," he called. Shaw bent his knees and then pushed hard, sending Trank and Kuhn flying in the opposite direction. Shaw went sailing through the air with the same force as Trank, but as he passed Tavina, he grabbed her extended hand. She spun him, and his forward motion was transferred into a spin between the two of them. They rotated in place, but they didn't move any closer to the wall. Trank and Kuhn had no one to stop their momentum, and they landed against the giant, sticky wall of the great room. As soon as Trank hit, everyone started clapping, even Kuhn. "When did Space Melee become gang up on Trank?" he grumbled. "When you kept winning on your own," Kuhn said, throwing an arm around him. Shaw looked to Tavina and smiled. "Call it a tie?" But Tavina was already spinning, and Shaw felt the yank on his arm. He'd been too focused on Trank, and was surprised when she released him. He didn't have anything to stop him from smacking into the cold glass window. "I play to win," Tavina said, the only one remaining in the center of the room. Shaw choked down a reply and pushed off the glass toward the floor with his already chilled fingers. He landed and watched Tavina wriggle her way toward the floor. He was momentarily hypnotized by the amazing configurations of fat rolls as she moved. How was it that there were so few fat people in his daily life, and out of a crew of 8, 2 of them were fat? Did they not have access to the treatment while they were in hiding? The small woman named Kuhn was drifting toward Shaw. "Little help?" Shaw reached up his hand and pulled her down to the floor. "Nice to meet you," she said, smiling wide. "That was a great move there, especially for a newbie." She didn't let go of his hand, but shook it instead. She was incredibly small and incredibly gorgeous. What was she? Thai? Nepalese? Hawaiian? He got the vague sense of some sort of Asian descent, but he couldn't even begin to guess from where. "Byron Shaw," he answered. "Kuhn Lono. Looks like you're on the mend. You looked terrible when you came in to watch the launch." Being dead will do that, Shaw thought, but didn't say it. Should it come to it, he needed this woman and Annalise to be on his side. He returned her smile. "Amazing what a little sleep will do." "A little sleep? You've been out for almost 40 hours, Wolf said as he landed next to them. 40 hours? Shaw's smile fell from his face. "Well, I'm glad I made it for the end of the game, at least. We play every few days when we're in orbit. Keeps the muscles working and the blood pumping." Trank neared the two of them, keeping his eyes fixed ahead of him without acknowledging either of them. "Looks like Trank's not happy I beat him," Shaw said to Kuhn, unable to help himself. "If you hadn't beat him, Tavina and I would have," Kuhn said, slapping Trank on the ass as she passed. "You'll get us next time, Tranquility," she called. Trank's body stiffened as he walked, but he kept going and left the great room. Tranquility? Byron laughed. You're not serious, are you? I figured trank was short for an old tranquilizer dart or something. Kuhn laughed. And that's what he wants you to think. But it really is tranquility. And his brother's named Bliss. Trank's just too macho to go by a name as girly as Tranquility. Tranquility, Shaw repeated, laughing and shaking his head. I'm the only one who can get away with calling him that, Kuhn said. He thinks hitting someone my size would be unsporting. He's afraid you'd kick him out of bed, Wolf said. Kuhn laughed. I'm going to make sure I haven't bruised his ego too much. Night all, and nice to meet you officially, Byron. Likewise, he said, as she left to join Trank. And that was that. If Kuhn and Trank were an item, what chance did he have of convincing her to vote for him? The odds were already stacked against him. He was dead in 7 days. No, 5 days. He'd slept through the first 2. Heads up! Tavina landed near him, her feet catching on the sticky floor. From across the room, Erling threw her a towel. It glided through the air, not falling in a graceful arc, but moving straight across the room parallel to the floor. Shaw still had a hard time getting his head around the physics of a weightless environment. Tavina grabbed the towel out of the air and dabbed at her forehead. Shaw awkwardly smiled, and they stood for a few seconds in silence. I'm glad you joined in, Tavina said. It's important to get as much exercise as you can when you're in orbit. There's also some pills we need to get you started on. Feels like I'm back to normal again. I'm glad everything works, even if I made things a little worse with Trank. Don't worry about him. He knows it's a game. Before we picked him up, he spent a year in prison for playing football, Tavina said. Ah, one of those guys, said the boxer, Wolf added. I only boxed a couple of times without headgear, and that was before it was illegal, Shaw said defensively. He saw Wolf smile and realized that he was razzing him. Sorry, it's a sore subject. Well, that's why he's here, Tavina said, back to business. For playing football? No, because he's a proponent of men's rights. He thinks the Lattice has neutered men. Neutered? Men can't be men. The Lattice means men get judged and shunned for thoughts that are biological and out of their control. Trank's lost a bunch of jobs because of his aggression. You should ask him about it. Do you agree with him? We're each here for our own reasons. He has his, and I have mine. And what are your reasons exactly? It's a long story, Tavina said. I don't have anywhere to be. Yes, you do, she answered. You need to meet everyone, Annalise especially. Some of the crew are going to bed soon, and you can't afford to lose any more time. I wished you'd woken me up. 2 days is a lot to lose. You have no idea what kind of strain your body was under, Wolf said. The pain of the shock, all the time your body was dead, the recovery, trust me, you needed to sleep. You'd be useless right now if you hadn't gotten it. He nodded his head across the room. But now it's time to get started. Shaw followed his glance to 3 people in quiet conversation with each other. No time like the present, Byron. Which of you wants to save my life? He thought. As Tavina led him to the group, the conversation stopped, and 2 of them stepped back. They were the most mismatched pair Shaw had seen. The towering woman looked like an Amazon, all muscle and brawn and bulk. She wrapped her hand around the man's neck. He was nearly as short as Kuhn, his round, bald head at her breast. It was so free of hair that it had to be genetically modified not to grow, Shaw thought. The man's eyes flashed daggers, and Shaw guessed this was JPEG. The woman kissed the top of JPEG's head and pulled on his shoulder, getting the 2 away from Shaw. A couple? Shaw wondered. Hey, wait up! Erling called. They paused by the door, and Erling leapt after them. JPEG reached out and caught him. JPEG grabbed the younger man and rubbed his knuckles over his head, laughing. Together they left the room. No, maybe more than a couple. A nuclear family. Shaw turned back to the woman, who smiled politely, nothing more, her white teeth beautiful against her dark black skin. You've really stirred things up around here, you know that? Her English had an accent. French? Dutch? He wasn't sure. I was beginning to get that sense, yes. Annalise, she said, and Shaw shook her hand. That meant the tall warrior woman who had just left was Helix. No one's quite sure what to do with you. Really? I had the impression that some people knew exactly what they wanted to do to me. Annalise laughed. Okay, you have me there. A few are pretty sure. A few? Tavina asked. That many? Maybe just a couple, Annalise answered. You still have a fighting chance, she said to Shaw, smiling again. Show him around the Walden. He needs to get a sense of where he is, Tavina said. Of course. You haven't seen much of the Walden yet, have you, Byron? No, just a couple of rooms. Why don't I show you around my baby and we can get to know each other? Your baby? Show some respect to the Walden and Annalise will love you forever, Tavina said. She raised her hand in a short gesture and was off. Shaw watched her push off from the floor and glide across the room toward the door he'd entered. They were alone in the room. Shaw smiled awkwardly. The only thing he wanted to ask about was the vote, but he knew better than to bring it up. I thought Wolf said that JPEG was the ship's engineer, he said. It takes more than an engineer to build a spaceship, Annalise said. It takes a designer. JPEG can fix things when they go wrong, no question. But an engineer would not build this room. She held her arms out, encompassing the curve of the glass, the gray walls and the floor, even the glow of the earth. It's a meeting room, an exercise room, a meditation room. It's our window to the outside world. It's where we gather before and after our work. Would an engineer ever envision something so beautiful? She shook her head firmly. Never. She'd build a separate room for each purpose. An engineer would be so focused on the technical specs, she'd forget the community that needs to form for us to do our job. A community? Is that what you call yourselves? That's my word for it. Tavina and Wolf would probably say we're a team. Trank or Helix might call us a squad, she said, a smile again on her lips. Shaw was silent. You're thinking about the vote? She asked. He nodded, glad she had brought it up first. What kind of people would put someone's life to a vote? That's what you're thinking. And then they call themselves a community. Shaw caught her eye. She'd read him thoroughly. I went through the same thing, she said. 3 years ago, they killed me. A nanoshock in the streets of Rio. It looked like a robbery by an OJ who was looking for money. Well, it was that too, of course. But they'd arranged for it. Afterward, they brought me back, just like you, and told me about the vote. I didn't like the Lattice, sure. But could I work with people who could so casually condemn me to death? Of course, it's not casual, as I learned later. It's agonizing. But that's hard to swallow when it's your life on the line. Why did they recruit you? They'd been hiding underground, literally, for more than 4 years. But they'd refined their plan enough that they knew they needed a ship. They needed to be mobile. I was maybe the only spacecraft designer in the world who hated the Lattice enough for them to think they could recruit me. If I'd lost the vote, it might have taken them years longer to get the ship built. But they still put me to a vote regardless. I survived. 4-1. Who voted against you? Trank. She didn't say it bitterly, but she also made it clear she hadn't forgotten his vote either. He thought all of us should know how to fight, and I'm a bit of a wimp in that area. Has anyone ever lost a vote? Shaw asked. Once. A woman they tried to recruit right before me. It was unanimous. She freaked out when they revived her, and no amount of convincing could make her agree to join them. Right up until they put her back in the coffin, she said that she would betray them if she ever had the chance. For a while, she said she'd come around. But Tavina said it didn't take more than 3-second jump to see it was a lie. For people trying to destroy the lattice, you sure use it an awful lot, Shaw said. It's a tool. A dangerous tool. But we use it until we destroy it. If you survive your vote, when you survive your vote, no one here will jump into your head without permission. We don't violate each other's privacy. But before then, people are going to be in your head a lot. Shaw took a deep breath. He was left with 2 impossible options. Try to sabotage the ship, likely dying in the process, but at least taking them with him. It was an option he almost certainly would never have the chance to execute, if they were listening to his thoughts. Or he could convert. Convert so fully and convincingly that he would win over even the biggest skeptics in just 5 days' time. Skeptics who had no reason to trust him and, after all he'd done to lay waste to their plans, plenty of reason to wish him dead. 5 days. He couldn't see any way he'd live past then. Chapter 20. Annalise's tour of the Walden was long and full of the tiniest details. Her love for the ship was plain in every remark, and Shaw did his best to ask questions that showed he was an attentive listener. His earlier guess had been right. The great room took up a full quarter of the space aboard the Walden. The floor of the room was a perfect cross-section of the sphere, splitting it into an upper and lower half. Elsewhere on that same level was the small mess hall he'd seen, as well as small bunk rooms. Outside his own room, Annalise pointed up toward a vertical hallway that went up into the sphere, a ladder built into the side of it for use when the Walden wasn't in orbit. Off the hallway were more bunk rooms. Everyone had found their own favorite way to sleep in microgravity. Tavina and Erling preferred a sleep sack. Helix liked to sleep unencumbered, with only a light fan pushing her against a wall. Trank and Kuhn, well, Annalise said, her eyebrows arched, I'll let your imagination fill that one in. It's a lot easier with 2 people. Everyone else used the belts. Below decks, as Annalise called everything below the middle floor of the sphere, she showed Shaw the solar engines, the quantum stabilizers, and their storage rooms. Food, gear, and several large printers. Kuhn's the quartermaster. If you need anything, just ask her. Great, Shaw thought. You still haven't seen the most interesting room, she said, a glimmer in her eye as she led him down another narrow hall. It's gotten kind of cramped, she said as the door slid open. To Shaw's amazement, it was the only room of the Walden that he'd imagined perfectly. A small cubbyhole, the room was filled on 3 sides with shelves, and those shelves were filled with small black spheres. Erling was in a thick chair in the middle of the room, reading his rap. Hey, Byron, he said, unbelting from the chair and getting up. There are so many, he said to himself. 142, I think, at last count. I had no idea your network was so big. It shrunk, actually. Erling's eyes flickered to Annalise. We've lost a lot since your conversation with Wolf in that hotel room. Really? I would have thought you'd have gained some. We gained allies, that's for sure. But we exposed a lot of people, too. People realized that the innocuous sphere their husband or wife had wasn't just a piece of art. A lot of people got turned in. Most of the people who were turned in hadn't actually done anything yet. Erling shrugged. But enough people had them that Lattice Security, with the help from the corporations, is finding patterns in how we operate, how we recruit. Shaw felt a tinge of pride that his old teammates were making some headway. He couldn't quite believe that he was here with the raiders, while they were still groping around in the dark. He looked at the spheres and imagined an Ono, or a pilot, or a plastic surgeon on the other end of each one. How do you keep track of them all? He asked. And then he answered his own question. Below each one was a label with a name. As he read, he started to notice that Asian names were generally with each other, that European names were with each other. He took another look at the entirety of the shelves and said, "They're organized by geography, right?" Erling smiled and fluttered his hand. Close enough. I did it one time when I got bored. It's actually pretty helpful. We have dossiers on everyone, but it's nice to have some hints to jog our memory. Shaw was still scanning the names. Now that he had the geography of the spheres roughly in his head, he was looking at North America. So many names. So many people who had one day come home to find a sphere, just like he did. Except, they didn't fight back? Wouldn't they have reported the sphere if they weren't interested? Wouldn't... Shaw's attention was caught by a familiar arrangement of letters. Peter Mayfield. There had to be thousands of Peter Mayfields, right? But geographically, the sphere was roughly in Mexico, and he had taken the Blue Sky Pledge. Is that the Peter Mayfield I think it is? Erling flushed, answering Shaw's question. We recruited him last year, Erling said softly. He's only done one task for us. What was it? We made sure he went to your party in St. Louis. We thought it would remind you of Elvin and all the terrible things that the Lattices caused. Shaw nodded slowly. You didn't know me very well then. We were still learning about you, Erling agreed. You don't like absolutes. Some people really love them. A lot of these people do, he said, nodding his head at the walls behind him. But a few were like you. I like absolutes when they exist. I just think the blue skiers are a little preachy for me, that's all. Erling shrugged again, not meeting Shaw's gaze. Do I know any other names up here? Shaw asked, his voice filled with anger. Any more sleeper agents that were in my circle? None, Erling said. It was like he'd personally let down Shaw. Shaw instantly regretted his tone. Erling was one of the few people in his corner. And really, these people had already replaced Yang with someone who had tried to kill Shaw with a nanoshock. In the scheme of things, an old friend trying to talk him into a silly pledge was probably a minor offense. He put his hand on Erling's shoulder. Sorry, it's all still new to me. Erling gave a regretful smile, but nodded. Let's finish the tour, Shaw said to Annalise. They stepped out of the room and let the door close. That was sweet of you, trying to make Erling feel better. He's a sensitive kid. How old is he? 19. You killed a 19-year-old kid and brought him up here with you? Shaw was shocked. He was 17 at the time, and yes, he was an orphan. Later, his boyfriend, well, his life was a mess. That's all I guess that's important. We gave him a chance to start over, and he jumped at it. What happened? Something to do with the Lattice? Annalise shook her head. That's not my story to tell. She started leading Shaw up to the main floor again. It's a simple enough question. Maybe, but it's nice to let each other feel like we can have secrets again. No, not secrets. That we have our own stories. that we aren't open books for anyone who's interested. If you want to learn more about Erling, you should ask him.
Is he usually with the spheres? Annalise put her hand on the door to the great room and they entered. Shaw was momentarily caught off guard again by the brilliance of the earth.
No, he does a bit of everything. He helps JPEG with the spheres, he helps Wolf and Tavina with their projects, he helps me with repairs or piloting the world, and the kid's brilliant.
Annalise's list made Shaw realize he hadn't yet seen a key room. Speaking of piloting, are we going to see the control room? Annalise clucked and shook her head.
That room's off limits to you until after the vote. Sorry. I'm curious, though. Can you tell me where it is?
He pictured all that he had seen of the sphere and realized there was a section that he hadn't seen below decks, right underneath the great room. Shaw pointed below him, and she nodded. Well, if I can't see the control room, will you show me the airlocks? I know the one I entered through, but are there more?
There are two, on either side of the main floor. You're not planning an escape, are you?
Tavina said something about tossing me out of an airlock if I lost the vote. I didn't know if I got to choose which one. He tried to smile.
She was probably just being dramatic. In case you haven't noticed, she's very serious,
Annalise said, her voice deep and brow furrowed in an impression of a serious person. Shaw laughed, despite himself.
Really, though, sending you out in an airlock would be way too risky. Someone could find your body in space and wonder where you'd come from.
Shaw wasn't laughing as much now.
Sorry if that's morbid. Things aren't any easier if they're sugar-coated.
She cocked her head to the side and squinted.
Are you plotting an escape, Byron?
Shaw remembered that Annalise had said people would be jumping into his head a lot. Why lie? The thought had occurred to me. Annalise smiled at his honesty. She looked out the window at the hotel.
The Orbital's airlock isn't too far. 100 meters, maybe? How long can you hold your breath?
Shaw saw she was smiling. I'll have to practice.
I was underground when they recruited me, Annalise said, so it wasn't an airlock I was looking for. But I thought about escaping just the same. Tunneling out of that small space, it was so claustrophobic. The world then is bigger than it needs to be, because I wanted the space to move around. I hate small spaces, and I wanted out of that one. I thought about rebelling, about taking everyone with me and burying us all alive. Everyone since me has had similar thoughts. So don't sweat it. You'll grow out of it eventually.
Should I take it as a good sign you're giving me advice? Annalise laughed.
You should. Once you stop plotting to kill us, you'll certainly have my vote.
Good enough, Shaw thought. That was 4. But 4 was not a majority. It was half, but it wasn't a majority. Could he scrounge up one more vote? Could he flip Trank, Kuhn, Helix, or JPEG? He'd gotten the cold shoulder from Helix and JPEG, and Trank wasn't about to flip for him. That left Kuhn, right where he'd started. What next? He asked.
You haven't asked me the most basic question yet.
What is the most basic question?
Why do I want to destroy the lattice?
Shaw nodded and let the question stand. Annalise began unbuttoning her shirt. Shaw stuttered.
I have a breastband on,
she said, shaking her head at his reaction.
When they killed me, they sent an OJ after me. He tried to rob me, but the nanoshock he used was special, as you discovered.
You can't just kill people with nanoshocks and not have the police do a little investigating, though.
Not normally,
Annalise said. She took off her shirt and let it hang in the air by her side. Shaw kept his gaze high as she started wiggling out of her pants.
But if one junkie kills another junkie, people just don't care that much.
Were you addicted to the lattice?
People don't get addicted to the lattice exactly. They get addicted to a feeling or a place or a rush, like an OJ. The lattice just facilitates that. For me, I spent every Carib guilder I could jumping back to spend time with Anders. Your husband? She nodded. We were married only a few months, and he was in an accident, drowned on his way back home to see me. I loved him so much. I went crazy with grief. I sold everything I could to jump back with him again. I spent days and days in jump boxes, not eating, not sleeping, not doing anything, but just reliving our time together. I went through our life together at least 3 times before I ran out of money, but it still wasn't enough. I started selling more. I tried to become a jump whore, but no one would pay me anything. I couldn't stop thinking about Anders, and that kind of ruins the experience, I guess. Not like that slut Monique, what's her name? I don't know how she has a soul left, how she can seem to truly love each client so much. It's freaky. It is, Shaw agreed. He'd never paid for her, of course, but everyone knew of her. She was the first to offer her clients not only sex, but, through a jump, the intensity of her love for her John at the same time. Her clients were overwhelmed and paid millions for a single night. She'd inspired thousands of copycats, but no one could do it quite like Monique. Anders and I lived in Willemstad on Curacao, but after he died, there wasn't anything for me there, and too few potential buyers for what I needed to sell. I went to Rio. That's where there's a market for anything, and where I truly sold my body. Annalise turned and let the earth's light shine on her midsection. First, it was my kidney, she said, running her fingers along a light scar. After that, it was a choice between either my leg or my lung. Either would give me enough for 5 months of time in a jump box. I decided on the leg. Annalise ran her hand over her left leg and showed him a line across her skin, just an inch below her pelvis. After that, it became easier. Once you started, there's less fear. I sold my hand. She held up her left hand. Again, there was a scar line just below the bump on her wrist. Then, my other leg. Another scar. This one was more jagged, Shaw thought. I was getting desperate by that point. I almost died. I would have kept going, but at that point, I didn't know anything else. I weighed almost nothing. I was barely sane from the lack of sleep, all that time with Anders. Wolf and Tina saved me from all that. They saved me by killing me. I wanted to escape them and rebel, but the truth is I wanted to escape them so I could see Anders again. They helped me realize that. They cloned new legs for me and a new hand. They gave me my life back so I could work again. Work on the greatest project I've ever attempted. The Walden? Shaw asked. Destroying the Lattice. Although the Walden is a strong runner-up, she said, smiling. Do you still jump to see Anders? I don't jump at all. I can't just dip a toe into the lattice without wanting to dive all the way in. Shaw nodded. He understood that. As Annalise started putting her clothes back on, he looked up at the earth and the blue light that surrounded him. What do you think of the Blue Sky Pledge? Their hearts are in the right place, I suppose. They're too evangelical and self-righteous for my tastes. People trying to overthrow a corrupt system usually come off that way. You don't. She smiled. Maybe not. But I'm not trying to sway you with a blue armband and some nice words. How are you trying to sway me then? By showing me your scars? Annalise's eyes went hard. I'm not trying to sway you, or anyone else. I trust Wolf and Tavina.
If they think we need you and that we can trust you, then you have my vote. So I'm assuming that somewhere inside you, whether you know it or not, you are already swayed. You just have to recognize that yourself.
Then what are you trying to do?
I told you, I signed up for the greatest project I've ever attempted, destroying the Lattice. I couldn't care less who agreed with me. I wouldn't care if I was the only one. Let them take the blue sky pledge. Fine by me. But how many of them are willing to give their lives to destroy it? To be willing to die in the attempt? That's the difference between them and me. The Lattice already took my kidney, it took my hand and my legs. I'm willing to give the rest of it if it means destroying it.
Shaw had the great room to himself. He played around on the walls and in the air in between, trying to get the hang of maneuvering in microgravity. It felt wonderful to stretch his body, to twist and bend and work the muscles that hadn't been touched in ages. He wished he had a punching bag. Even a small speed bag would feel good to lay his fists into for a while. Would that work in orbit? He wondered. It seemed like it should. While he exercised and watched the Waldens orbit around the Earth, he kept hoping someone would join him. Kuhn, of course. She held all the cards, and he'd like to spend more time talking with her. Tavina. She had some sort of pull over him he couldn't shake. He'd never met anyone with such intensity and lack of humor. Maybe Trank would wander in, and they could try some hand-to-hand combat training. But mostly Shaw wanted to see Wolf, because Wolf had the ring. Have an open mind, Wolf had said. If you can do that, then tomorrow night I'll give you this. I've done that, Wolf. I've met the crew. I've listened to Annalise. A story he tried to push to the back of his mind. I'm open. Shaw ran through all the people and places he would like to see. Ellie, of course. He'd follow all her days since he'd died. Listen in as she learned she was having a girl. Maybe jump in close and see his baby girl in the womb. What else? Wolf was right. He might go to his funeral. He'd drop in on his parents, on Sagan. Peter was down in Mexico. Maybe he'd see how he'd taken the news of his death. A blue skyer might be almost jubilant. On the other hand, he would have loved that conversation he'd had over the sphere. Would Peter be conflicted about his death? And what about jumping into the lives of his new crewmates? Annalise had said they needed permission, but maybe that didn't apply to him? He wanted to watch as they pulled each crew member out of their graves and see how their reaction was compared to his. There was so much he wanted to find out, and it was maddening that Wolf was in hiding, not letting him have the ring that he'd promised. It had been more than a full day since he'd promised him the ring, counting the sleep. I've lived up to my end of the bargain, and I'm not going to let him cheat me out of this. He owes me. Byron? Shaw looked down from the middle of the great room. Wolf was there, his hands in his pockets, just as he'd dreamed it, just as he'd hoped. One of those pockets had a ring in it. Shaw started maneuvering to come down to the floor, but Wolf's voice stopped him. I don't think you had an open mind today. Too much plotting, not enough listening. Let's check in again tomorrow night, and we'll see if you've earned a chance to use the Lattice by then. Good night, Byron. Wolf turned and walked out of the room, leaving Shaw clawing at the empty air and getting nowhere. Chapter 21. Shaw couldn't say what time he awoke that night to find Trank in his bunk room, staring at Shaw like he was a specimen in a petri dish. He was startled, but didn't cry out, didn't flinch too badly. Too tired to flinch? Or had he been partially on guard, even in his sleep, for something like this? Shaw flexed his forearm, testing it, ready for a fight if it came to it. Sleeping well? Trank asked. Well enough, Shaw lied. He'd tossed and turned for an hour before he'd fallen asleep.
Seems to me like you're showing classic signs of withdrawal, lack of sleep, tremor in your left hand, anger toward everyone, except Wolf, your supplier. I'm not going through withdrawals. That's right. Keep fighting it, Shaw. The longer it takes you to admit it, the less likely any of these people will trust you enough come time for the vote. Shaw pursed his lips together and kept silent. I might be a grunt, but I can count to 5 just as well as you can. And I know who you think will be your 5th. I'm here to tell you to give it up. Coon's too smart to bring a junkie on board. You may as well just enjoy the view these last few days and let it go. If she's so smart, then why bother coming to tell me that? Trank paused and shrugged. I know how I'd spend my last few days. We're nothing alike, Trank. Damn right! I didn't let them cut my balls off in exchange for a soft-shell helmet when I go outside. I didn't let them take my masculinity because they found aggression to be counterproductive. I opted out. I fought back, unlike you. I have no idea what you're talking about. These women have you brainwashed into thinking there's something wrong with you. They use the lattice to look inside your thoughts and then use them against you. Biologically, we're men. We're aggressive and we want to fuck. But if we show those tendencies, if we even think of them, we're considered too dangerous. And they want to pump us full of drugs to make us more docile. Turn down the drugs and helmets, and all you're fit to be is a fucking grunt. That's the difference. I had the balls to turn them down. You lapped it up. The world's changed, Trank. You want to return to how it was 100 years ago? To keep women under your thumb? I want to return to some basic fucking equality, where my testosterone doesn't make me a liability for a job because it's too goddamn sensitive and they can't risk me getting too hormonal on them. Where a woman looks at my genes and decides that I'm a risk to beat her even though I would never raise my hand against a woman. You can say that, but the genes don't lie, Shaw answered. Was he trying to provoke Trank into a fight? Maybe. Trank looked like he was happy to oblige. His muscles were taut, fists were clenched, and his eyes wanted blood. Finally, he spat. It hit the wall and bounced, the bubbles of spittle beginning a slow movement across the room, and gave out a sharp laugh. I don't hit women, and I don't hit dead men, and that's what you are, Shaw. Dead man walking. Pleasant dreams. The next morning, Shaw was still half asleep when he wandered into the mess hall, not sure who or what he'd find. If he'd been looking for friendly faces, he discovered the wrong crowd. Helix, JPEG, and Coon were crowded around the table, their food bags floating in front of them. Their conversation stopped when the door slid open, and if it hadn't been for Coon's sly smile, Shaw would have let it close. Ah. Good morning, I was getting hungry, Shaw said, scanning the room. Expects us to feed him while he plans to stab us in the back, JPEG said to Helix, who rolled her eyes. I'll show you, Coon said. She leapt up from her seat and sailed toward the lofty ceiling above them. He's a big boy, Coon. He would have found it, JPEG said, looking up at her. And I'm the quartermaster. It's my job to show him. Besides, I doubt he's thinking in 3 dimensions yet. Come on up, Byron. Byron pushed and felt the sticky floor release him as he followed her up above the table. He was going too fast, though, and he tried to use the walls to slow him down before hitting the ceiling. Coon caught his flailing hand and pulled him back to her level. She opened a panel in a wall. The main food stores are below decks, but I keep the pantry pretty well stocked. The pantry? That's what it is, isn't it? Shaw smiled. Just weird to think of something so normal up here. Up here, in orbit. Up here, 10 feet above the table. Lots of fruits and vegetables, but no apples. Way too gross when you bite into them and the spray just hangs in the air. So it's things that won't make too much of a mess. For protein, you have yogurt,
cheese, beans, some meat that's processed into bite-sized chunks. We have a lot of bagged soups, which you've already seen. She handed him a yellowish bag and a plain bagel. Try this. Bagels are less crumbly than toast. And the eggs aren't as good as a real scrambled egg, but it works. Orange juice, coffee, tea in this pantry, she said, patting another panel. Grab what you want and come join us. Shaw selected a bag of coffee and a bag of orange juice. He closed the panel and looked down at the table below his dangling feet with a sigh. He wished one of them had left, or that Tavino or Wolf would have come in. Coming down. He aimed away from the table, but had overcompensated. Hitting the wall, he had to readjust and bring himself down for an awkward landing. Everyone's eyes were on him, but apparently no one could think of anything clever to say about his bungled dive. He slid into a seat next to Helix and saw the crumpled bags floating around them. Crush the bags you want warmed up, Kuhn said. He crushed the yellowed bag, which he guessed was liquid eggs, and the coffee bag. They became hot to the touch, but he saw the eggs start to cook. I thought people didn't need to eat bagged food in space anymore, he said, poking a straw into his coffee bag. Only in artificial gravity, like that hotel over there. We don't have much choice. What's the longest you've ever been in orbit? Shaw asked the table. There was silence, as if they weren't sure whether they were allowed to say. But from behind him, he heard a voice. 200 days. Trank. He pushed up to the pantry. Shaw arched his eyebrows at Kuhn. You have enough food to last that long? We try to keep a year's supply, Kuhn said. But all the same, that time we were glad to get back down to solid ground. Were you in orbit during the raid on the Lattice, or were you on the ground? Shaw could practically feel the entire room tense. In for a penny, in for a pound. He looked up from his bagged coffee. Helix was fuming. Trank landed with a couple bags in tow, staring at Shaw. Is there a problem? Shaw asked. No problem. I can't see why you wouldn't want to answer a simple question. If you get your way, I'll be dead in 4 days anyway. Dead man walking. Isn't that what you said last night during your surprise inspection of my bunk? Trank's eyes flickered to Kuhn, who was looking at him suspiciously. Who am I going to tell? We were in orbit, Helix said. Shaw turned to her. She was giving a look to Trank that he read as, well, why not? Managing the whole thing by spheres? Helix nodded. Not that there was much to manage. Mostly by that point we were just waiting on the hovercraft to do its job. Once it had, Palais was standing by to flood the Geneva lattice with acid. Shaw nodded. I guess it would have been rather suspicious if Ono was constantly checking a sphere for instructions. We thought we had everything taken care of. Helix shrugged it off. Shaw looked at his fingers. They weren't black anymore. The nanoshock must have been removed when he'd been revived. But you can't plan for everything. We could have just fucking killed you, that would have worked. Instead, we were dicking around with these special shocks, Trank said. A higher dose of lethal shock, you wouldn't have survived long enough to turn it back on Ono. Your modified shocks go slower? Slightly, Kuhn said, cutting off Trank. They don't just kill the nerve like a regular shock. They preserve it too, so we can bring you back. It means a couple of seconds difference. It would have been enough, Trank said. A couple seconds. Shaw thought about those 1.8 seconds and where he'd be if they'd gone differently. Dead. But he was pretty much dead now, so what was the difference? A lot, he suddenly realized. He wouldn't have gone home to Ellie. He wouldn't have a daughter on the way. Even if he never got to meet her, she wouldn't have been conceived if their plan had worked. Maybe he was as good as dead now, but he was surprisingly comforted by the thought that those 1.8 seconds meant he got to bring a new life into the world. We agreed when we started, No one dies if we can possibly help it, Kuhn said. A couple of seconds didn't seem worth killing over. Seems to me there's a good chance my blood will be on your hands in a few days, Shaw shot back, not bothering to conceal his sudden anger. You're splitting hairs if you think one is different than the other. What I've been arguing for years, thank you, Shaw, Trank said. If we're willing to vote to kill someone in here, then we know that sometimes people will have to die to bring about the change we want. Shaw's starting to convince me that we should have killed him during the attack, JPEG said, a glint in his eye. Save us the trouble of having to do it now. It's different when you're asking someone else to do your dirty work, Kuhn said, her focus not on Shaw, but on JPEG and Trank. Turning to Shaw, she said, Ono wouldn't have agreed to do it if he thought he was going to kill someone. A lot of our recruits agreed because we promised no one would die. We would have found someone else willing, Trank answered. I wouldn't have signed up, Kuhn said quietly. Trank looked like he was about to reply and then thought better of it. JPEG got up from the table and soared into the air, getting something else from the pantry. Shaw was about ready to get up and leave when Helix said, How would you have done it? What? Wolf and Tavina think you have this great strategic mind. That's why you're here. You stopped the attack. You realized that we were leaving fingerprints on the spheres. They think you're some sort of genius or something. So tell me, if you were in our shoes with the same parameters, no unnecessary deaths, what would you have done differently? JPEG drifted back down to his seat, and Shaw felt all eyes on him. Hadn't he been through this before? Part of his job was to prepare for all sorts of attacks on the Lattice. When there wasn't a raid, he was probably conducting a drill for one, and Shaw used to throw crazy scenarios at the new officers. A diverted slingshot hurtling toward them, a stolen nuke. But he'd never guessed they'd be attacked with better technology than he possessed. Mostly, he thought about ways the existing infrastructure could be turned against them. The classic modus operandi of a terrorist. Transporting spheres, special hovercrafts, an invisible spaceship, modified nanoshocks. What would he have come up with if he'd had those toys to plan it with? He's got nothing, Trank scoffed, pulling Shaw out of his thoughts. Helix seemed to agree, and he was getting the sense this interview was over. You all keep making it sound like I single-handedly foiled your plan, Shaw cut in, stopping them. But you're forgetting I had help, a whole team of people behind me. But especially the man who truly saved the Lattice, Johan Iverson. He knocked Ono away from the table, preventing him diverting that last nuke, and then used it to destroy the hovercraft. By that rationale, we should have taken out the entire installation, so no one was around to stop us. Exactly my point. That got their attention. You sent Ono after me, just one guy at the command table. You needed to go after everyone. I told you, no unnecessary deaths, Helix repeated. How easy it is to be an armchair quarterback when you don't have to make the hard calls, Trank said. Who said anything about killing anyone? From what I can see, you've barely scratched the surface of what you can do with your teleporting technology. It's not a failure of technology. It's a failure of imagination. We can only send a molecular machine that builds a sphere or a disk out of nitrogen atoms in the air, Helix said. We don't get anything more than that. Spheres! Shaw exclaimed. I'm so tired of hearing about fucking spheres and disks and pipes. You tunnel and you built this ship, but mostly you just use them as a walkie-talkie. That's it? That's all you could think of? There are only so many geometric shapes that... How about non-geometric shapes? How about having your little molecular machine or whatever it is build something more useful after it's teleported? Like your specialized nanoshock. How about that? I mean, a shock is just some organic material with special instructions, right? Your molecular machine could pick up carbon and oxygen atoms just as well as it could nitrogen, right? Why not? Trank was looking at Helix thoughtfully. There's less of it in the air, so it might
take a little longer, but... So that's what I would have done. I'd teleport the instructions for a nanoshock and get the building blocks on the wrist of everyone at the Lattice installation. When everyone had the start of a shock on their wrist, I'd send the hovercraft in to activate the shocks. No one would be able to defend the installation. They'd all be blacked out from the pain. After the raid, turn off the shocks and let everyone wake up. No unnecessary deaths, and the Lattice is destroyed. The room was quiet. Helix and Trank were staring at each other, and it was like they were having a full conversation about it without saying a word. "You're not seriously telling me that could work, are you?" JPEG asked, looking back and forth between them. Helix rocked her head from side to side. "It might. I don't know enough to say for sure, but it might. We'd have to get Tavina in here and talk through all of the mechanics." She looked at Shaw. "Tavina's the expert on nanotechnology here. She built the shocks ages ago. I know just enough, but it might have worked." "Might," Trank stressed, not meeting Shaw's eyes. "But might isn't always enough." He jumped over the table and left the room. Helix looked at Shaw for a few seconds and then followed. "Keep coming up with ideas like that," Kuhn said, "and you might just convince some more people to let you stay." "Ideas are a dime a dozen," JPEG said. "In the end, it's loyalty that counts, and he'd still betray us in a second if given half a chance." After eating his breakfast in silence, Shaw left the room and started to head back to his bunk when he heard, "Hi, Byron," from below him. Shaw looked down and saw Erling coming up the vertical hallway from below decks. Erling bounced off the ceiling and then landed gently on the sticky floor. "I just made a report of your strategy session to Wolf. You were really thinking of ways to destroy the Lattice. I think you'll be impressed." "You were listening to my thoughts?" "I'm supposed to, Byron," Erling said, rubbing his elbow self-consciously. "I don't want to, but I—" Shaw grimaced. "You've heard all the other stuff I've been thinking too, I'm sure. About wanting to fight Trank again. About turning you in and getting back to see my wife. About blowing an airlock open and killing us. Does that impress Wolf too?" We know you're in conflict, Byron. It's not easy. I've been there too. But I believe in you. I trust you." Shaw felt a sudden fury rising. "And where the hell did that trust come from? I don't feel like I ever earned it. I woke from the dead and you were right there on my side. Do you just like arguing with Trank? Because otherwise I don't understand it." Erling had shrunk back a couple of steps. "No, it's not that." "Then what?" Erling sighed and closed his eyes. "All of us here are loners, Byron. All of us. I've been alone for as long as I can remember. When I was 8, I won a scholarship to visit the Salt Lake Temple and study. I stayed with my grandparents for a week, but right before I was supposed to go home to Las Vegas, well, you know what happened. My whole family died in the blast. All my friends, my whole school, gone in less than a second. I was just a kid. My grandparents tried to take care of me, but they were old enough, they needed help themselves. After they died, I didn't have anyone. I stayed in Salt Lake City, and the church took care of me and sent me to school, but I was still alone. When I got here, I realized everyone here has a story like that. If we all had families we loved back home, like you do, we wouldn't be here." "I don't understand, Erling. What?" "It's not just us. The raiders we work with through the spheres are the same too. We spend all this time researching the thoughts of people who hate the Lattice, trying to find the ones we trust enough to send a sphere to in open communication. We look for people who feel betrayed, who feel like the whole world is stomped on them. Those are the people I've been around, the people I've spent my time in the minds of since I came here. The happy people?
I don't see them. And if I accidentally find myself in the mind of one, I jump out because they aren't useful to us.
Erling took a deep breath.
And then, after the raid failed, I had to spend time with you. Wolf and I both researched you, listened to all your thoughts, and learned all about you. And you're so different from the rest of the people I have to listen to.
I'm not that different, Shaw said, trying to shrug it off.
You are. I know that even with the lattice it's hard to truly hear yourself, but you are. You want to know why I was on your side from the moment you met me? Because I'd already met you. I love spending time listening to you. You and Ellie were happy. You were about to have a baby. And then we took them from you.
Shaw didn't trust himself to answer. Erling looked away.
I know what it's like to lose your family in an instant. I know how much of a hole that leaves inside. JPEG and Helix and I, sometimes it feels like we have a pretend family, like I turned them into my parents just to try to fill that hole. But listening to you reminded me what a real family can feel like.
Erling's voice got soft, and when he looked back, there was a film over his eyes.
I almost feel like it's worse for you now than it was for me, he continued, because you have a chance of getting your family back, and I know it's torture.
I intend to get them back.
I know, but I'm afraid you won't be able to commit, Byron. Commit enough that when we jump in your head, we won't see scheming.
You just said you expected conflict.
We do. All of us experienced it, but none of us, when we were killed and brought here, had anyone missing us. Most people barely noticed we were gone. But not you. You have a wife and a baby on the way. I don't know how you're going to do it, and I want you so badly to win this vote. To help us destroy the lattice and then go home to them. Because you have what I lost, what I want for myself. I hate that we took it from you.
Shaw reached out for Erling's shoulder to calm the tears that had appeared on his cheeks. But Erling brushed him off and sprinted down the corridor before Shaw could touch him. Shaw was alone in his room when he heard the door buzz. It slid open to reveal Wolf. "Am I interrupting?" Wolf asked. Shaw shook his head. "Just thinking." "I wanted to tell you you've made progress, Byron. Annalise and Erling are solidly in your corner, and Kuhn seems to like you, which means you're getting closer to your 5 votes. But more importantly, Erling tells me that at breakfast you were truly trying to think of ways to destroy the lattice. It was a problem your mind was legitimately working on." "It wasn't intentional." Wolf laughed. "I know. It's kind of why I was pleased to see it. I'd like to reward you, but I'm not prepared to give you your own ring just yet. So I've authorized Tavina to take you on an escorted jump. She'll have control over where you go and what you see. But it will be a chance to be in the lattice again, if only for a little while." "Thank you," Shaw said, feeling real gratitude, before catching himself. He's been holding out on me. He's put my life up to the whims of a vote, and I'm thanking him for a few minutes on the lattice? How had he let himself get so dependent on this man in just 2 days? "Meet Tavina in the great room in 15 minutes. And please, for me, take what she says seriously. It's going to be hard to hear, but it's incredibly important." Shaw showed up early. He just couldn't stop himself. He found Tavina floating alone in the great room, her legs crossed, the back of her palms resting on her knees. She was meditating. He tried to step out without disturbing her, but she spoke. "Don't worry, I'm just finishing up." She looked at the door. "Do you meditate, Byron?" "I can't say I've ever tried it." "I have an open session every so often for the rest of the team. You should come." I don't think I'd have the patience for it.
No one does. Not at the start. I still don't sometimes. And I've been doing it for almost 20 years now. I still get bored and restless, just like everyone else.
What's it like? Is your mind just blank?
No, not exactly. It's different every time, of course. When I'm in the zone, it's open, like looking at a distant horizon, full of possibility, but not really full of anything either.
It sounds nice.
It is, but sometimes it's a fight, too. Just part of the process. You've never jumped into the mind of someone who is meditating?
Shaw scrunched his face. I don't think so.
That's for the best, really. I used to work with people who did. They'd find some ancient monk in China or something who had been meditating for his entire life and then jump into his mind. And then they'd get a taste of inner peace and want to try it on their own. But meditating is one of those things that doesn't work if you have a goal in mind. You can't chase the feeling someone else had while meditating. The people who did that just got discouraged and visited the mind of the monk again. It makes no sense. You can't meditate with someone else's thoughts. Tavina had wiggled closer to him and held out her hand. Shaw took it and pulled her to the floor.
People are dumb, Shaw said, for whatever reason, perhaps to cover the awkwardness he was suddenly feeling. Maybe it didn't matter why he said it. People were dumb. Meditating in someone else's head seemed to qualify.
Tavina paused, appearing to give his statement genuine thought. Yes, I suppose that's probably true in the end. People can be dumb, but it's not their fault. They don't have the opportunity to be otherwise. Can I show you what I mean? Show me in a jump, right? He felt like he needed to clarify that before moving further. Yes. Wolf's given me permission to take you on an escorted jump. Do you feel ready for that step?
Shaw nodded.
All right. I have a ring to loan you, she said, pulling one out of her pocket. It won't work on anything other than an escorted jump, so don't get any ideas. You still need Wolf's permission for a jump on your own.
I know.
We'll go to my room. There's too much open space here. I don't want you drifting into a wall mid-jump. Shaw glided after her, wondering if there was any reason they were going to her private quarters. I hear you had an interesting conversation at breakfast, Tavina said over her shoulder.
Something like that.
Do you think you made progress?
I don't know. Wolf thinks it's good I was coming up with ideas about how to take down the lattice, so maybe.
And with Kuhn? She asked, coming to her door and opening it. Shaw grabbed the sides of the door and pushed into the small room. I suppose. She didn't stomp off like Trank or Helix. That's a start, she said as the door closed behind him. Shaw looked around the small bunk room, trying to avoid noticing how close he was to Tavina. This would be a good time, she said quietly.
A good time for what?
She tapped the side of his head. We're listening, Byron. I see the reports on your thoughts. I know that every time you see me you want to ask me a question, but you are afraid. I can't stand cowardice. So go ahead and ask it. He shook his head as if he hadn't catched her meaning. Tavina moved closer, her belly just an inch away. You want to know why I'm fat?
You and Wolf, he corrected.
That's not what Erling's reports say. He says you're pretty focused on me. That whenever you see me, you picture me naked. That you want to see what a fat woman looks like underneath the clothes. Now her stomach was definitely touching his. Tavina, is that why you want your own ring? You want to jump and watch me shower? No, I wouldn't. I'll show you, if you'd like, without the lattice. Show you what it's like to fuck a fatty. Isn't that what you wondered? A direct quote, I think. I'm married.
You were married. Ellie's a widow now. What matters is here and now. If you don't survive the vote, then this will have been your last chance. And if you do, if you join us and help take down the Lattice, then you can reunite with Ellie afterward and she'll never know. She'll never be able to jump up here and find out. Tavina, you're taking things out of context. So you didn't spend time wondering what it would be like to fuck me? No, I did, but not seriously. It just popped into my head. I can't control it. It's not fair to judge me by that. He suddenly realized he was repeating exactly what Trank had told him the night before. That was an unsettling thought. No, it's not, she said, backing away. She pushed off the floor and angled into the top bunk, her eyes on the ceiling. There are plenty of other much more fair reasons to judge you. And am I supposed to ask what those reasons are? Your fascination with weight, to start with. Your unwillingness to own up to it and ask the question when it's offered. Shaw pursed his lips together. Why are you fat, Tavina? It rushed out of him. Fuck off, Byron. You don't get two chances, especially when the first chance is served up on a silver platter. Offer rescinded. I'm sorry. Tavina stayed silent. Shaw was torn between heading for the door and trying to patch it up. You know, I was a chubby kid before I got the treatment. We're not going to bond over this, Byron. Being a chubby male kid and an obese adult woman are entirely different things. He was casting about for something that would save the situation. It wasn't just the promised ring, even if it was only for an escorted jump. A jump was a jump at this point. But for some reason, he wanted this woman's approval. I'm sorry, he repeated, hoping that Erling or whoever was listening to his thoughts would report back to Tavina that he was sincere. This time he did head for the door. You ever jumped into the head of a fatty, Byron? Tavina asked. Shaw turned around. I don't know, he answered slowly. That sounds like a no to me. For someone who seems to notice every fat person he sees, you'd think you'd remember jumping into one. Shaw felt like he'd been poked and prodded, and finally it was too much. He had been trying desperately to avoid this conversation, but now that he was in it, he leapt in with both feet. So what if I've never jumped into any fat people? There's just not that many around anymore, or hadn't you noticed? Everyone gets the treatment. It's free, it doesn't hurt, it's good for you. Why the hell shouldn't people get it? The only people who don't get it are just trying to make everyone else feel uncomfortable. Tavina laughed, the first time Shaw had heard it, and clapped. Finally! There's the real Byron Shaw. That's what you wanted from me? To get pissed at you? I wanted to have an actual conversation with you, but you were too scared you were going to offend my delicate sensibilities, because I sure as hell want to offend yours. What delicate sensibilities? I'm not carrying a giant chip on my shoulder like you are, Shaw said. If she wanted a conversation, she was going to get one. Oh man, can you even hear yourself, Byron? What you just said? You think that anyone who doesn't go along with you and the rest of the crowd is doing it just to make you uncomfortable. As if it must have something to do with you. As if they couldn't have reasons of their own. It's the same problem with you and the Lattice. You can't bring yourself to call it what it is, a tool of oppression, because it's just the way things are. And Byron Shaw never challenges the way things are. You go to the extreme other side. You protect the way things are. Your job, your heart, all your energy is devoted to protecting the status quo. Shaw was bewildered. What does any of that have to do with why you don't get the treatment? Because when you see someone like me who's made a different decision than you have, you feel like I'm attacking the status quo, attacking the way things are supposed to be.
The treatment is free, so everyone should get it, because otherwise it makes you uncomfortable. That's bullshit. I just don't know why you would choose to be fat. Unless you're trying to make some sort of statement. I used to get the treatment, she said, directly meeting his eye. I loved being thin with taut muscles all over. I loved running, feeling that blissful soreness after a long run. But even though I was thin, these, she said, her hands in front of her breasts, weren't that much smaller than they are now. I was a magnet. It wasn't terrible. Nothing most women haven't learned how to handle. But after I won my first triathlon, it got so much worse. A little fame can be a terrible thing. I tasted a bit of that myself. Did you? Did strangers come up and tell you that last night they'd watched you fuck your boyfriend in a jump? Did they compliment you for a tight pussy? Did they think you were being kind by wanting to reminisce with you about losing your virginity when you were 14? No. Jesus. And I didn't mean to suggest... But Tavina wasn't letting him in. Those animals! It was like drive-by rape. They jumped, they watched me, and then they'd come talk to me about it like I was supposed to bond with them, like we'd share some happy memory together. That's all they knew about me, my big tits and my 14-year-old hymen. They didn't know any of the details. When I lost my virginity, it was so perfect. I loved that boy so much. And then 3 years later, he died. It took me years to get over him. I thought I had, till I won that triathlon. Then suddenly men were coming up to me out of the blue to say how sweet that night was, how much love they'd felt in the room, like they'd been there. I just wanted to fucking kill them for bringing it up, because all they'd done was make me remember Dodd and how much I missed him. I couldn't take it. I wondered if there was anything I could do to make them stop saying those terrible things, and I thought, what if I was fat? Would they still come up to me? So I skipped the treatment. Just once, I told myself, just to see what would happen. I kept running. I loved it, and I was still good, still blazingly fast. I hate to lose, you might have noticed. Eventually, skipping the treatment caught up with me. I got a little meat on my thighs. But most importantly, there were fewer comments. So I skipped again, and they all but died away. A few missed treatments, and I'd gained 25 pounds. That's all it took. The bigger I got, the more invisible I became. It was like they saw me as something in their way, not a person anymore. I lost most of my runner friends. My boyfriend didn't understand, and he left me. But the men stopped talking to me, and that's all that mattered. And that's when I started paying attention to what was really going on. It became an experiment. No one looked at me in the street, and I started to wonder, was anybody jumping into me anymore? I used to have a desirable body. Those men could still jump into my past and find me there, looking thin and beautiful. But were they? I started doing research. I turned all my attention to it, dropped the nanotech research I was doing at Stanford. I fell off my tenure track, but I was hooked. I logged 8 million jumps into men and women from all over the world. Do you want to guess how many of those jumps were into fat people? He shook his head. Less than 3,000. That's about 0.04%. And yet, at least 12% of the world's population skips the treatment for religious or cultural reasons. So I knew I was onto something. Did people assume that if you were ugly on the outside, you were ugly on the inside? I mean, it's so trite. But maybe that's what it was. Or they didn't want to get infected by the fat virus. Whatever it was, I was almost totally invisible. No one paid any attention to me at all.
I was free to go where I wanted and do what I wanted without anyone jumping inside me. So I started to make that my goal. I thought that if I was invisible, then maybe I would have a chance to do what no one else had been able to do, to destroy the lattice. Without even realizing I'd made a conscious choice to do it, I started planning attacks. I couldn't even say what triggered it exactly, whether there was one particular moment or whether the idea had always been there. Maybe it was realizing that I had an edge no one else did. No one paid attention to me. I kept coming up with ideas for destroying the lattice. Eventually, I realized I needed help. I needed people I could trust. And we needed to be completely invisible, truly invisible, not just the kind of invisibility I'd been enjoying. I got a new lab, this time on the Navajo Res, where they didn't ask any questions and where my weight didn't stop me from paying them for the space. And I started focusing all my attention on building a new kind of nanoshock, one that would preserve the entire nerve structure for up to 3 days. No one else could have built it in secret, but I knew no one was checking up on me anymore. 18 months later, it was ready. And you used it to fake your own death? No, I used it on Wolf first. How do you go about faking the death of such a famous person? If there'd be any sign, they would have found you. Just the power of suggestion. I found a would-be raider who was sympathetic, who had been planning a raid on the Lattice installation. We talked, and I let him realize on his own that killing Wolfgang Huxley, the father of the Lattice, might have an even greater impact than taking out the Lattice itself. I let him steal the modified nanoshock from me. Again, he thought it was his idea, and he didn't know it was modified. But I put all the pieces in front of him. It was 6 weeks later that he was finally able to get close enough to Wolf to carry it out.
That's crazy, Shaw whispered.
I was waiting for Wolf, underground, under his grave, just like we had people waiting for you. Except I had to use some special dirt-eating nanobots I'd built to tunnel into his coffin. We couldn't teleport the spheres like we can now. That part is all Wolf's brilliance. I revived him. After he'd slept and the effects had worn off, we spent 12 hours together underground, just talking, going through the options. And I told him that if he wanted to, he could turn me in as a killer, and he could go back to the world and go back to his life. But if he saw the same corrupt system I did, I told him that he could stay with me and that together we would destroy the Lattice. And he stayed. Tavina shrugged, as if that were the whole story. I went back out into the world and Wolf stayed underground. He started putting on weight so that no one would recognize him or want to jump into him. Eventually, he hired a junkie, like we did with Annalise, to use my own nanoshock on me. I didn't know when it was going to happen, but it had to look real. And as you know, there's not much headspace for thinking once you've been infected. So no one checked too hard into my death, and Wolf revived me. We mostly stayed underground after that. But when we needed to go out, being fat meant that no one paid us much attention. Wolf and I are the only team members who can go back into the world while the Lattice is still operational. Everyone else carries too high a risk of someone jumping into them. I noticed Wolf on the bench that night. He wasn't exactly invisible. But you didn't jump into him. You didn't tag him and follow him. No one has. Not since he got fat. Tavina was still perched on the edge of her bunk, and she held Shaw's gaze. I don't know what to say, he finally said. That's a perfectly honest response. Thank you. Are you still ready for a jump? Oh, yes, he said, then realized how it made him sound, like an addict. She recognized his chagrin and arched her eyebrows. Shaw was worried she was going to withhold the ring, but she held it out to him. Here. Go ahead and belt yourself into the bottom bunk and I'll strap in here. You can guide this without a jump box?
I have all the jumps tagged that I want to show you." Shaw put the ring on and felt like he had a finger back. He looked at his left hand. That ring was still gone. Had Ellie taken it? Well, one ring reclaimed, one to go. He strapped a belt over him and said he was in. "Go for it," she answered. Shaw put the ring to his temple and felt the rush of a new world. He was back in the lattice, and it was as good as it had ever been. Chapter 22. What if I told you that all human society was run by a group of technological elites, who wielded their technology in such a way that it oppressed the rest of humanity? Shaw looked around at his surroundings. Tavina's avatar was next to his in a chat room. He looked back at her avatar. "I'd tell you you're crazy." "About what I expected you'd say." "Look, the Lattice has opened doors for humanity, not closed them. The idea that there's this shadowy group of puppeteers pulling the strings of the world is just ludicrous. At the very least, you could point to them in the Lattice. Show me the smoke-filled back rooms where the world's decisions are made, and I might believe you." "Here's one," she answered. They jumped to a brightly lit room at the top of a skyscraper. Shaw caught a quick glance out the largest window. In the distance was St. Peter's Basilica. He thought he also saw the high serpentine walls that extended from it, separating Italy and East Rome from West Rome and the rest of the Papal States. Shaw shivered, remembering the catacombs that were under them. Why did he have to be in Rome? He pulled his gaze from the window. The room itself looked nothing like a smoke-filled room, except that in the center of it was Zella Galway, Shigeo Iwatani, Alex Pajitov, and Lysandra Cunningham, 4 CEOs of companies who produced Lattice devices. "Where's Grace Williams?" he asked. "She wasn't invited. You'll see why in a second. This is the first meeting of the CEOs after she invented the ring." "How often do they meet?" "Twice a year. Listen." "It looks like a damn nuisance is what it looks like to me," Lysandra Cunningham said, inspecting an Altair ring closely. "T6 has been looking at immersive mobile experiences for at least a decade. People don't want to be fiddling around with the ring on their finger with only a limited range of navigation gestures. She won't last longer than a year. Altair's got the money to last a lot longer than that, even if a ring fails." "She got it by cheating," Pajitov said, his face red with anger. "LRI spent trillions to build our collector network. Why was she allowed to mine for those particles?" "Because Altair got the contract to clean up the radiation in old Las Vegas. All those heavy elements the blast left in the ground, it was like a brick wall for those particles. The ruins collected damn near every one of them that came its way," Galway said. "And because none of us thought of it," Cunningham added. "That too." "The ring will be a success," Iwatani pronounced, and everyone looked at him and quieted. He was by far the oldest of the 4 in the room. "It's the cheapest mobile immersive experience, and people will love that they do not have to carry a second wrap. It's got style. People love things with style. I propose that Ms. Williams should be invited to our meetings." Pajitov and Cunningham both started to protest, but Iwatani held up his hand and they stopped. "Ms. Williams found a cache of entangled particles waiting for her in the ground. I do not believe there are any more of those to be found. Does anyone hear?" No one did. "The concern is not Ms. Williams. It is the next Altair I worry about. What is to stop another company from producing its own Lattice reader? What is to stop a new manufacturer from competing?" "They don't have $1 trillion, for one," Galway said. "Many don't. $1 trillion is a lot of money. But some companies have it, and some will want to use it.
How many more competitors can our market hold? Isn't 5 enough? No one answered that either. What's your proposal, Mr. Iwatani? Cunningham said. That we urge the United States military to construct a lead shield to protect the lattice. The room got very quiet and stayed that way. Eyes flickered back and forth. There was a whole conversation happening, but Shaw couldn't understand how they were actually communicating. What? Are they all just thinking about the idea? He asked Tavina. Of course. Scribes. They were thinking, but they were also listening to each other think via scribes. But why? Tavina froze the jump. Because thoughts are messy and not easily quoted. They're sharing ideas, arguing about perception. But eventually they will all come around to Iwatani's idea, to encase the lattice installation in lead. Sound familiar? Shaw's avatar nodded. Braybrick mentioned it right after the attack, and then Galway brought it up the next day. They said they were trying to protect the lattice. Is that what you heard just now? Listen for intent, not just the words. Shaw paused. He remembered what Dr. Wu had told him in Hufei. Particles went through the lattice and came out entangled. If you could recover one, it would drive your connection to the lattice. And he'd just heard that certain materials would stop particles like a brick wall or a lead wall. No, he answered. They want the lead shielding to keep entangled particles from getting away from the tower, where other companies could collect them. Exactly. Let's see how they're doing on that, shall we? Jump. They were in the blinding light of the desert. Ahead of them was the tower of the lattice rising out of the center of the sprawling installation. A thin and elegant cylinder, it wasn't originally more than 30 feet in diameter. Plenty of room for stairways, walkways, and elevators that the quantum engineers used for monitoring the freezing core where the lattice itself was. Once the attack started, it was given a round of protective, woven nanofiber shielding, as well as a full complement of defensive weapons, as Shaw knew well. But now, Shaw barely recognized the geography. A tall strip of lead surrounded the entire lattice installation. The giant circle was at least half a mile across. It was maybe 80 feet tall and, Shaw thought, sloping inward. It's a dome, he said in wonder, and Tavina's silence confirmed it. How thick? Thick enough. A nuclear attack won't penetrate, but more importantly, neither will entangled particles. All the collectors the Lattice Company have built elsewhere won't be needed. They're lining the interior of the dome with particle collectors and will split them up evenly. Can you take us up? They rose into the air, and Shaw looked down at the massive black ring in the empty desert. It radiated the sun's light, much more than natural lead. What had they invested in this thing? What had it been worth? A lead cloak around the entire installation, representing billions of dollars in materials and nanotechnology builders. Billions? No, more. Trillions. I just can't imagine the cost, he said. The cost can be calculated. What you can't imagine are the profits. The dome is a one-time expense. The profits will last forever. When the shielding is up, no other company will be able to compete with them. Shaw was gobsmacked. What you saw in that skyscraper in East Rome was the creation of a cartel. They wouldn't call it that, and I bet you all the money in the world that no court will call it that either, should a case against them even get to their docket. But that's what happened, and this dome is its logical conclusion. Those 4 companies, and now Altair, of course, making 5, will never have competition from anyone else once the shielding is in place. Did Altair help fund the shielding? Of course. Grace Williams was an outsider 3 years ago, and she's still seen as something of an eccentric right now. But she's the CEO of a company that makes lattice readers, and lattice readers need entangled particles. The supply she found in Vegas will run out eventually. She had to help fund it. Shaw felt a pang of disappointment that he realized was probably entirely irrational. Just because she surfs and seems cool doesn't mean she's looking out for the world, Tavina said. That's sloppy thinking. I know. You can always hope, though. What do you think, regardless of Grace Williams? So they're trying to limit competition, and they're spending a boatload to do it. Seems a stretch to equate that with, what did you call it? Wielding technology to oppress humanity? This is just a cartel. But the technological elites are much bigger than just them. You, for example. Shaw tried not to scoff. Laugh if you want. But the only reason you don't see it is because you're part of it. You can't see how unfair the system is because you're the beneficiary of all its privileges. I think I'm a long way from being privileged. Privilege comes in all shapes and forms. Let me try to put it in different terms for you. Take a guess. How many people, no, let's say how many adults, have used the lattice? Nearly all of them, I think. And you'd be right. Even the poorest people on Earth have at some point used a device that was connected to the lattice, even if it was just an old tablet. But of course, you and I both know that using the lattice as a viewer on a tablet or a wrap is very different from the immersive experience of a jump box or a ring. What percentage of the world do you think has jumped? Probably less, but still a lot. 80%? More like 50%, but yes, still a whole lot. Just over 7 billion people. So what percentage of people do you think actually own their own jump box or ring? 30? Try more like 8% of the entire world. What? You're joking. I feel like everyone owns a box or a ring these days. Everyone in your very limited, very privileged sphere, yes. But most people can't begin to afford them. That ring you have is the single best-selling device for jumping. You know how many they've sold? Less than 200 million. That's what? Less than 2% of the world's population. Your ring puts you in the top 2% of the entire world. Shaw shook his head firmly. You're not going to make me feel guilty for living in a developed country. I know not everyone has the same luxuries as I do, but they're getting there. Eventually they'll catch up. A lot already have. 20 years ago, who knew Kenya was going to be the economic power it is? Or Kyrgyzia? Feeling bad because someone doesn't have an Altair ring and has to make do with a jump box isn't going to help anyone. I'm not just talking about rich people and poor people. I'm talking about giving the poor just a hint of what they're missing out on and not giving them a chance to ever experience it again. I'm talking about a technology that can jump into the thoughts of those who can't afford to use it and then market to them. I'm talking about... Hold on just a second. Start with the first one, the hint. I guess we can keep this tour going. Jump. Shaw was looking at an old African man being gently helped out of a jump box. The high-tech box looked distinctly out of place in the shack that housed it. This man just completed his first jump, Tavina said. Where do you think he jumped? The man was thin, toothless, and bald. He was ancient. I haven't the foggiest. His youth, of course. He spent 10 minutes there. He watched himself run around. He was in his own thoughts almost half the time. There was a girl he had a crush on, but she moved away, and he got to see her again for the first time in 80 years. That sounds like a nice memory. A nice memory, yes, but to revisit? It destroyed him. The girl wasn't how he'd remembered, and his thoughts and feelings were still shockingly the same.
After he leaves here, he'll spend most of his time wondering if he's grown, if he's wasted all these years, wondering if he should have done more with his life, but it's too late. They jumped again. There was a giant plain and some large elk or cattle, but Shaw didn't recognize them. Central Asia somewhere? A man in his 20s or 30s was alone, watching them, weeping. This man, on the other hand, had one of the best experiences you can imagine in a jump. He saw big cities he can't afford to travel to. He went to Jupiter. He went back in time and listened to Muhammad preach in Mecca. He was elated. And he's weeping because he won't be able to afford another jump for at least 10 years. Most people who have jumped can only afford to rent a box for 1 or 2 jumps in their entire lifetime. It's just too expensive for them. In the US or Europe, it's not that much compared with what people make. But the fees in the poorest parts of the world are so out of scale with what they earn that they can't go more often than that. Listen, do you remember your first jump, Byron? Shaw couldn't help but smile. Of course. I jumped back in time. Ancient Rome. I was going through a phase where that was all I cared about. I saw a few battles and then watched Caesar's assassination. Jump. Shaw saw himself at age 12, emerging from a jump box. His dad was there, and the young Shaw threw his arms around him, laughing and smiling. It was so different seeing the phalanx and watching them advance on me. It was hard to remember that they couldn't hurt me. It just seemed so real. The Gauls didn't have a chance, and to see Caesar in his tent, he looked younger than I expected. And waging war was so primitive back then. He had no idea what was going on. He had to wait for it to finish. Young Shaw and his father walked away and left the 2 avatars. The first boxes had just come out, Shaw said, his heart swelling at the memory. We stood in line for hours to try one. And it was the most incredible thing you'd ever experienced, wasn't it? Have you ever seen a happier kid? Exactly. And you got to keep jumping every few months, and then every few weeks. Eventually, your parents got a box at home. A few years later. Could you imagine if you'd known that your first jump was possibly your last? Or at least your only taste until you could save up enough to go again in 5 years? How would it feel to have the best experience of your life and know it will take years to feel it again? Does that sound fair to you? It's too bad, certainly. At least they still get to try it. It's not like the technology's being kept from them. Tavina stared at him like he was the most callous man in the world. No, that might be more humane. Instead, not only do the corporations give them a taste, but they market to them at the same time. Most of the rented jump boxes have ads in them. You probably never have had to deal with it, but most of the ones that are affordable to the poorest people are only affordable because they have the ad space. Most of the jumpers who don't have their own box have to sit through a minute of ads for every 10 minutes of jump time. I don't like ads, but they're not the worst thing in the world. Let's try one, shall we? Jump. Shaw was in someone's thoughts. A man, drinking some bottled fruit cocktail on a beach. The drink was as refreshing as he'd ever felt. The sweetness of the drink, his thirst finally being quenched. There was a woman next to him, beautiful, smiling, with eyes only for him. He offered her the bottle, and she shook her head, her beautiful hair catching on her shoulder. "I've got another one," she said, and spun the lid off of it. He went back to drinking, with thoughts of mango and sex and sun and the ocean. It was intoxicating, and it was just a drink. The ad ended, and Shaw realized he'd been holding his breath. "How do you feel?" Tavina asked. "Thirsty," He laughed, trying to pass it off as a joke. But it wasn't. He was parched, and he wanted that drink. Where do they find these people? Somewhere, someone beautiful is enjoying a product and thinking that it's the best thing they've ever had. These ads are so powerful because they're actually in your brain. They can make you crave something you never even knew existed before you jumped. Before I died, I always ordered those drinks because of that one damn ad, and you probably will too after we're done. To top things off, manufacturers are searching the thoughts of their clients, trolling for product ideas. They're stealing ideas from people's heads and creating new products without giving credit or payment. You can't patent the whiff of an idea, especially if it's just sitting in your head, Shaw countered. No? Jump. A group of young men were in a rowdy bar with low ceilings and tall steins of beer. They were speaking French, laughing and drinking and stealing glances across the bar to a table of young women. Shaw did a double take. One of the men was noticeably shorter than the others, and Shaw realized he knew his face, though it looked 15 years younger than the last time he'd seen it, which was as recent as breakfast. JPEG. These are his friends, come home for a school reunion. They all went to school all over the world and got glamorous jobs, but he was stuck at home in Montreal. No school would take him. Discipline issues, multiple expulsions, and terrible academics. I don't give much credence to Trank's wounded machismo bit, but in JPEG's case, he's on the mark. JPEG's aggressive behavior flagged him early and put him on a track he could never break out of. The Canadian military wouldn't even take him. Best he could do was become a janitor in places it was too costly to send a drone. It was a loss for everyone, because he can build practically anything if he puts his mind to it. Shaw found it hard to get past the knowledge that JPEG could spare his life if he wanted to. But the young man at the table had a joyous smile, and he looked so happy to be around his friends again. The young version of himself was rather winning, Shaw thought. What are we doing at the bar with his friends? Listen. My French is a little rusty. They jumped again, and they were inside JPEG's head, looking out on his friends with his eyes and his thoughts. The sense of loss was overwhelming. The joy of being out with friends again after years of loneliness, but tinged with the regret that it could only last a few days. During a time when people rarely had to do manual labor, where there were opportunities for so many kinds of jobs and lifestyles, JPEG had somehow found himself with the kinds of options you would expect from someone in the 1800s. His friend was talking directly to him, describing some principle of aeronautics, judging by how he swooped his hand in front of him like a bird on the wind. JPEG was nodding along, hanging on every word. And then there it was. The same sense of illumination Shaw remembered when he jumped into Einstein's mind and saw the special theory of relativity form. A single thought, an image more than anything else. It was an almost perfectly envisioned slingshot station like the one at home at Lambert Field. JPEG's mind was a rapid flash of images. The mechanical slingshot, the ultralight glider, the minimal thrusters to keep it aloft and for guidance. He saw, all at once, how such a system with such low energy use could revolutionize personal travel and make it affordable. JPEG laughed. He saw it all, his eyes staring out into space. Quoi? Asked a friend. JPEG shook his head and waved him off. Ce n'est rien, une idée. It's nothing, an idea, Tavina translated. JPEG really did invent the slingshot? No, Tavina said. Weren't you the one to just say that an idea can't be patented? JPEG's friend was watching him over the rim of his beer, but JPEG didn't notice. He was still in his head, enamored. His friend jumped back to this moment later that night, curious. He discovered JPEG's idea, and since he worked for a shuttle company, he saw the same potential JPEG did. He immediately quit and created his own company, King David, to create the slingshots. King David still runs all slingshot charters. It was months before JPEG realized that his friend had stolen it from him. And by then, it was too late. He really couldn't do anything about it? He was still sketching his ideas when King David launched the first prototype. He couldn't do a thing. The courts didn't care who had the idea. They were still using laws built for another time, and JPEG got nothing, Tavina said. I asked Annalise about Erling's story, but she said it was his to tell. Why are you sharing JPEGs with me? Her avatar looked over at Shaw significantly. I asked him if I could share this. He agreed, even though he thought it was a waste of time. I'm shocked. He seems to hate me because of the fingerprint thing. Disliking you is more than just you making him look bad. It's your job, your personal story. You believe the Lattice saved your life. He believes it robbed him of his future. That's a wide gap to close. I don't know what I think about my kidnapping as a boy anymore. Using the Lattice was convenient for them, but that doesn't mean it was the only thing that saved me. It's not like they would have left me in there, Shaw said. He was being truthful. The pillars of the story were wobbling, and he got the sense they were ready to take a fall. I'm glad to hear it, because we have one more stop on our tour, and I want you to have an open mind for it. Let's visit the attics. No, Tavina, I don't. It's my tour, Shaw. Jump. Chapter 23. The orgasm jumpers, of course, are the most well-known, so we'll start with them, Tavina said. A massive OJ clinic, at least 5 times the size of Ellie's clinic, sprawled out in front of them. It was a sea of men, representing all different ages and ethnicities. Some have been here for more than 10 years. None of the treatments anyone's come up with works reliably. A few isolated cases get out, but most are here to stay. I probably don't have to add that the attempted suicide rate is astonishingly high. Jump. In a shanty, a man with no arms or legs was getting his heart removed. Tavina narrated. Not all addicts who give up limbs and organs are as lucky as Annalise. Her operations were relatively clean, and we were able to clone her new limbs. This man's new heart will last a couple of years if he's lucky. But he's not thinking of that, of course. He just wants to get back into the Lattice. Jump. The thinnest woman Shaw had ever seen was lying on a narrow bed. There was a tiny tube going into her mouth and a bag at her side, filled with urine and shit. She wasn't moving, and then he saw a fly on her upper lip. She's one of the endurance jumpers, who think this is a goddamn sport, Tavina spat. She planned for a 6-day jump, constant supply of food and water, and a big empty bag to take it all out. Problem was that the drugs you need to stay up that long wreak havoc on your body's signals. The feeding tube got pinched on day 2. She died of dehydration, and she never knew it. Too busy in the Lattice. Jump. They were hovering over a body, which was face down in the water under the nighttime lights of Seattle. A gambler. He usually made wagers on things inside the Lattice. What time the King of England would get up the next morning. How many times the President of the United States would have sex in a week. Dumb, but harmless. Until he got addicted. When those bets weren't enough, he started placing bets on himself. How long he could stay in a jump inside the mind of Jack the Ripper. How long he could watch the gas chambers in action at Auschwitz. Eventually, he discovered the Lattice version of Russian roulette. He lost. There's a lattice version of Russian roulette? His opponent put 6 rings on a table. 5 are orgasm jumps, and the 6th is possibly the worst escorted jump ever created. It drove him crazy, even after leaving the jump. He threw himself off a ferry and drowned. Jump. A meeting room filled with families. People were queuing up for what looked like chocolate chip cookies and milk. You might have heard of this one. The cult Erastus founded in Manchester. He taught that after death, people would be reborn inside the lattice, free to visit all of history and space and spend their lives in exploration. Eventually, he talked them into a mass suicide so they could be reborn inside the lattice together. The milk and cookies they have. In her anger, her voice failed her. She coughed. Well, jump. An older man in a business suit, reclining in a comfortable office chair, clearly in a jump. Bain Brighton, former CEO of Titan Water. This is him at the height of his career. He's leading a conference in a chat room for employees and clients. Right now, tens of thousands of people are listening to him and hanging on his every word. Within the water generation industry, he's a legend. He's a good man, too. At his direction, Titan gave free water generators to thousands and thousands of poor families every month. The problem? Bain was vain. His avatar was always set to look like him until... Jump. Shaw recognized the lattice-generated chat room. Brighton's avatar was in front of the room, speaking to everyone. He was 10 years younger than the real Brighton Shaw had just seen. This was a month later, Tavina said. He liked the look of this so well that 6 months later... Another jump, another chat conference, and Brighton's avatar looked bulkier, more barrel-chested. 3 months later, another jump, and Brighton's thinning, graying hair was replaced by long, blonde locks. 2 months later, Brighton was taller now, Shaw thought, his face more chiseled, and Shaw realized the number of avatars in the room was substantially lower, too. 2 months later, Brighton wasn't wearing a shirt, just a sash over a glistening, hairless chest. He was an Adonis. The chat room, which adjusted to the number of attendees, held a few dozen, rather than the multitudes it held before. He's killing his business, Shaw said. He became a joke to them. Titan Water stumbled, and the board fired him shortly after this. But he kept refining and refining. His avatar was never good enough. As they age, some men look for younger women to feel younger, but some just want to look younger. That was Brighton. He received plenty of surgery, way more sessions of the treatment than is recommended. But it was in the lattice where his real self was. He needed to be loved and admired. I'll show you where he spends his hours now. Jump. A chat room with an immense bed. The Brighton avatar in the middle of the bed was an absurd cousin of a human body. The proportions were all wrong, the features grotesque and exaggerated. Nude male avatars, near-carbon copies of Brighton's, surrounded him, each with fantastically large penises that were in a perpetual state of ejaculation over Brighton's body. Back in the Walden, Shaw had floated against the underside of the top bunk and was struggling to reposition himself so he could move his arm. He touched his ring to his temple and escaped the jump. The metal of the top bunk was right above his head, and he was floating in the sleep sack. He tried to get his breathing under control. Above him, he could sense Tavina listening. You think that's me. he finally said. His breath returned. That's why you spend so much time on Brighton. He's this normal guy, but he can't help himself, and the Lattice just enables all his worst tendencies. It doesn't matter what I think, Shaw. Do you think that's a description of you? If you had kept using the Lattice unchecked, would you have spent all your time back at Gettysburg or Bull Run looking for a chance to be a real soldier, not just a trumped-up security guard? Is that what you're afraid of? He's different than I am. People who get hooked on the Lattice chat rooms and the avatars and the simulations, they're different. It's all a fantasy. I was always into real life. It's not a part of the Lattice I've ever been interested in. I know. You explored history. But it's not about where you jump. It's about the effect it's had on your life when you're not jumping. How much you crave it. Shaw didn't answer. I'm not trying to shame you. I want you to have a little self-awareness. I have plenty of self-awareness. You don't. You aren't seeing yourself from the outside, or from the inside even. If you were jumping into your own mind, what would you pay attention to? What would you report back to Braybrook? That I enjoyed casual trips into the Lattice and was very aware of its dangers, but that I'm not a damn junkie. Tavina sighed, and with a flicker of movement sailed over the edge of the bunk. You can't see past your own ego, Byron. You couldn't possibly have a problem. That's not who you are. Other people are different. They're the ones who are the junkies, right? I know Ellie spends months, if not years, counseling addicts to reach a level of self-awareness. But you only have a few days. I need you to see yourself clearly. I can. Tavina looked like she was ready to respond, but Shaw heard a light buzzer coming from the door. I guess our session's over, she said. The door opened to reveal Kuhn. Hi, Tavina. Hi, Byron. As if it was the most natural thing in the world that they should be here in her bunk room. Wolf wants to know if you want to push this back until later, Kuhn said, looking at Tavina. Tavina shook her head. No, I have enough to report. This was informative, even if it wasn't that productive. She looked at Shaw pointedly, daring him to argue, and he looked away. When he looked back, Tavina had sailed out of the room silently, and Kuhn was turning to go as well. Should I be joining you? He asked. Sorry, this one's for us, Kuhn said. Staff meeting, is it? Kuhn laughed. Even terrorist raiders have boring meetings. Am I on the agenda? You, and that lead dome over the lattice that Tavina showed you. What's the dome have to do with you? If they finish it, our job is going to get a lot tougher. The lead keeps the entangled lattice particles in, but it will also keep us from transporting spheres or anything else inside. We think the bots will finish within 2 weeks. Not much time to launch another strike, considering the last one was years in the making. Maybe I can help, Shaw ventured. Kuhn looked away, and Shaw wondered if he'd stepped in it. Don't say it till you mean it. She left, and the door closed behind her. Shaw stayed in the room, using his fingertips to push his body off of the bunk, up to the top bunk, and back again. He was bored, restless, and still very angry. He looked at the ring on his finger and put it to his temple. Nothing happened. In a sudden burst of energy, he left Tavina's room and went cruising the halls of the Walden. Pushing off as fast as he could, he bounced into bulkheads and let his full weight slam into them. The pain on his shoulder felt good, cathartic. It made him forget the jumps, forget the addicts, and the insinuations of Tavina. He'd lasted days without jumping, and he was fine. Tavina and Wolf could call him what they wanted, but he was in complete control. They were puritanical. To them, anyone who used the lattice at all had to be an addict. What had Erling said? That Shaw didn't like black and white? Well, that seemed to be the only way they saw the world. White, black, good, evil, pure, addict, lattice. Lattice what? What did they think? That if they got rid of the lattice, everyone would just give up on it and go back to reading Shakespeare? Who were these people? Almost itching for a confrontation, Shaw flung his way to the great room. But no one was there, the earth shining its light against empty gray walls. The bright day illuminated India and its ocean. The small mess hall was empty too. Shaw's anger left and was replaced by an idle curiosity. What room was big enough for them to meet in? He started opening doors at random. A few didn't respond, bunk rooms mostly, but some did. He'd seen it all before on Annalise's tour. Where was the control room again? He knew the vague location on the ship, but he'd never seen the door. Passing below decks, Shaw silently passed through the halls, pressing his hand on doors and naming them. Storeroom. Storeroom. Locked. Spheres. Spheres. Shaw pressed his hand to it and was surprised to see it open. He stared in wonder at the immense collection of spheres. They were all identical, just like the one he'd seen in the hotel room. How many operatives? How highly placed? Maybe I should tell all of them to confess, like Pelé. He smiled to himself at the thought of hundreds of people all confessing at the same time, but then his smile froze. There was something much better he could do here. No one was here. They were all in a meeting. Even if he was being watched, no one could stop him if he acted fast. The spheres were arranged geographically. What part of the earth had he seen in the great room? India. He grabbed at a sphere that looked to be in the general geography of Asia and pulled it off the shelf. It flashed in his hands. It must be flashing on the other side, too, telling its owner there was a message coming in. But what to say? Tell them he was Byron Shaw and he was alive? Someone working with the raiders wouldn't care. They might think that the group had been compromised. He needed something to reveal the Walden, to everyone, to show everyone where to look, but not in a way that the person on the other end of the sphere would find suspicious. How do you reveal an invisible ship? He tried to think back to his history lessons. Before the lattice, how had they been discovered? And then he knew. Find a strong laser. Sweep it over the grand orbital shield, in orbit above you now. He put the sphere back and picked up the one next to it. It flashed, and he repeated his message. More. 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 How many of these people knew English or had a rap nearby to translate it? How many could get a strong enough laser or knew how to target it? At least a few should, if he could just get enough of them the message. He kept going, working his way westward along the wall of spheres. A few replied back, but he barely had time to see what they'd said. He was so focused on the task at hand. He felt like he'd written hundreds of messages, but by the time the doors slid open behind him, he realized he'd only done a couple dozen. For a couple of minutes of work, maybe not so bad. But was it enough? Would anyone notice if a blast of laser light didn't reach the shield and instead ended abruptly in space? Would anyone remember that lasers were the only kind of light that didn't bend around an invisible cloak? Shaw calmly put the sphere in his hand back on the shelf. He turned to face the rest of them, ready for his fate, the deed complete. Crowded into the small doorway were Wolf and Tavina, disappointed more than anything, he thought. Behind them was Trank, who looked almost glad of the opportunity to punch Shaw, and Annalise, who looked lonely, abandoned. Shaw wiped his brow. He hadn't realized he had been sweating. I don't know if it was enough, but it might have been. If even two of these people can pull it off, their lasers will expose the ship, and then you'll all stand trial for the attack on the Lattice. Trial? Trank scoffed. You think they'll let us go to trial? They'll blow this ship out of... Enough! There's still time, Wolf cut in. He'd been staring at the spheres, where Shaw's message was fading away. Over his shoulder he called, Annalise, we've got less than a minute to get out from under the Orbitel's shield. We're checking out. Chapter 24. Wolf left the sphere room behind him and hurried down the hall with the rest in tow, including Shaw. But we don't know where we're going, Annalise said, running next to him. We haven't planned any descents, and it would take 18 hours to reach another shield big enough for the Walden to hide under. In that amount of time... I know. We're almost certainly going to encounter some piece of old satellite that we can't adjust for. But if we stay, we'll be caught. Anything larger than a marble, that's all it will take to pierce the hull, Annalise said. They reached a door unfamiliar to Shaw, and Wolf put his hand on it. Trank grabbed Shaw's forearm. This one's not for you, he said. It's not like he can do anything worse in here, Wolf said, not even looking back to Shaw. We clearly locked him out of the wrong room. Shaw shook off Trank and followed the rest through the door. The control room of the Walden had another immense window, just like the Great Room. Through it, he could see the arc of their protective shield and the bulbs of the orbiting hotel. But the space was filled with display panels and instrument holograms showing the layout of the ship, and the clutter meant that this lacked the beauty of the empty room directly above. Annalise was already at one of the screens, manipulating information at a speed Shaw could barely follow. Wolf slid into a chair and slid a belt over his waist. Better do the same, he said to the room. This is going to happen fast. Shaw looked for another chair, but they were already taken. He stepped backward into the back wall, hoping that the stickiness would keep him in place. Once secured, he studied the hotel again. In any second, their view of the shield should start being flashed by blue laser pulses. Shaw kept his eyes on the surfaces, but nothing changed. Had no one gotten the message? The angle of the view suddenly tilted, and it was as if the Walden were falling back away from the Orbitel, the window rolling up to take in the full and immense scope of the shield. Shaw felt his body press more firmly against the back wall. Move her to port, Wolf told Annalise. We can't be anywhere between Earth and the shield. They kept moving, and Shaw kept his eyes fixed on the white expanse that was now moving slowly out of his field of view. Was the Walden clear yet? Could this still work? There was a flickering. Yes. There! Shaw exclaimed, pointing. Two small blue lights suddenly dotted the shield's surface. They disappeared and reappeared, dancing across the surface of the shield. Then there were a handful, more and more tiny pinpricks of light, then a whole field of them all over the shield. He'd gotten through. But was it too late? He could see the entirety of the shield dancing with blue dots. And if he could see it, they weren't in front of it. And in that bottom left corner, there would have been a big round white hole where no lasers penetrated, Tavina said to herself. Had the Walden stayed even a few seconds more, it was clear that they would have been revealed. Even Shaw was impressed with the density of laser points. When Wolf called, his men on the ground answered. Now what? Shaw wondered as the Walden continued to move away and to the left. They were distant enough now that the shield and hotel were a quarter of their size, stark white against the void of space behind them. And with that distance, his one gambit to reveal the ship had been snatched away. Once the Walden was out of harm's way, what would they do with him? Like an attempt on the Lattice, an attack against the raiders that wasn't successful meant certain death. Now that it had failed, what hope did he have? If they didn't choose to execute him on the spot, there was no way he was going to survive the vote. Shaw was ready to turn away from the view and face his fate, when something changed. A few of the dancing lights on the hotel had changed. Not blue, but red. Someone whispered, "No." No one would go that far, would they? Just because of a message from a sphere? And then he saw his answer. There was a blinding flash of light as the white bulbs of the hotel exploded, some into space, many back against the shield where they ricocheted off and cascaded away. The shield stayed intact, but was now protecting the void of space from the hotel's debris. Shaw gaped at the new meteor shower, a cascade of metal and plastic and glass, but also of guests and staff, of men and women. He felt a new weight on him as he watched the Roman candle of burning debris, and he had unknowingly lit the fuse. Shaw stuttered, but he couldn't think of what to say after that. As if he had broken a spell in a silent room, Trank leaned forward in his chair. "Annalise, get us out of here, now." She must have already been thinking the same thing, because before Trank had even finished, Shaw felt his weight shift as the Walden picked up speed, trying to put more distance between itself and the remains of the orbital. Annalise, her voice thick, said, "Where am I going?" "All that debris is going to be in this orbital path for at least a day, maybe a week." "Either we descend into the atmosphere or we find a higher orbit," Trank said. "The moon," Wolf sounded certain. "It's our only option." "I didn't design the Walden for that," Annalise said. "I know, but we have to. We'll do a single orbit and get our bearings while the debris clears, but we can't risk—" With an immense rumble, the Walden shuddered, cutting off Wolf. He didn't need to finish his sentence. Everyone froze. The Walden shuddered again, and paused again. And then she bolted upward, like a dog who had just broken its leash, spiraling maniacally and almost joyfully out of the strict confines of autopilot and lattice-generated telemetry. She had no fear, no cause to do anything but run and flip and chase her tail, no matter how the crew inside was tossed about. Somehow, Shaw had been rocked free of the sticky wall. He was spinning, floating, hurling through the air, trying to keep himself from slamming into the walls, or letting the walls slam into him, really, as the ship plummeted and raced and bucked around him. During some low pass against the floor, he felt something catch on his ankle. A tight grasp, but not tight enough, he felt himself pulled away at the next backflip of the ship. As the incredible forces whipped him around the room, he tried to keep his orientation. Where was the floor? Whose hand was that? He was lucky he hadn't collided with anyone else yet. Was he the only one who had lost contact with the Walden? There, a hand outstretched. This time he was facing the right way. He grabbed at it, his hands clutching for the wrist before he sailed past it again. The ship tried to keep him moving, but the grip was strong enough and he stayed. Pulling him in, the strong arm helped him down. Trank. "Get as much contact with the floor as you can." Shaw put his forearm out and slowly slid off Trank's chest and tried to get as much of his legs and torso as he could against the sticky gray floor. He could feel the Walden continue to pitch around him, the horrible creaking noises continuing. He remembered the noises he'd heard when he'd jumped back and watched Caesar cross the Adriatic Sea in those old creaking wooden boats. How was it that after more than 2,000 years, this could sound so much worse? And why hadn't it ended? Where was Annalise or Wolf? Shaw tried to roll his head off of the floor, but was having trouble getting the angle right. He felt his stomach churning. Never one prone to motion sickness, he was nevertheless having trouble keeping everything down. Timing his head roll to when he felt his stomach lurch, Shaw was able to get his head up. But he could only see the backs of the deep chairs where Wolf and Annalise had last sat. Were they still there? Someone must have been, because all at once the ship was stable. Flat, calm, and dull, as if it had never had a wild run in its life. Shaw stayed on the floor, his eyes closed, trying to let his breathing return to normal and making sure he wasn't going to puke. He felt a boot tap his stomach. He opened his eyes. Trank again. "I'm okay," Shaw answered. "Then get up and help me clean this mess up." Shaw rolled his head up again and then slowly unstuck the rest of his limbs. Each motion triggered an ache or a pain. He didn't think anything was broken, but he'd hit too many surfaces to avoid significant bruising. Getting up, he found the air was filled with tiny pieces of floating material. Bits of cloth, moisture that he guessed was bile or spit or blood, and some larger pieces as well. A shoe, hair, a wrap off of someone's forearm. He tried to clear the air around his face, but without much success. Trank was screwing a hose into a wall. "Thank you for grabbing me," Shaw said. "I didn't want to get kicked in the face while you flew by. Stupid to let yourself get unstuck." Shaw ignored it. He looked around for everyone else. Annalise and Wolf were huddled over a display, ignoring the room around them. Tavina was nowhere to be seen. "Where did Tavina go?" "She's checking on everyone else," Trank answered. "Grab anything that looks important out of the air. The rest is going in here." There was the hum of a pump somewhere, and Trank started trying to clear the debris out of the air. Shaw grabbed for the shoe and the wrap and anything else he could get. He was straining to reach something a few inches out of his grasp when he remembered that he could float free of the floor again. He rolled his feet off the floor and grabbed at all the floating debris he could before pushing back off the ceiling and aiming through another thick area on his way back to the floor. Crisscrossing the room, he was able to get most of the biggest objects out of the air, grateful the ship hadn't chosen that particular moment to start bucking wildly again. As he finished, Erling came into the room with a monstrous black eye that was almost swollen shut. He caught Shaw's glance at it, but looked away with his good eye and went to talk to Annalise and Wolf. Annalise wrapped her arms around him in a big bear hug and inspected his eye. Shaw wanted to slink off into a corner somewhere. "What did you expect, Shaw?" Trank was standing beside him. "That as soon as you used those spheres, we'd all come around to your point of view?" "I wasn't thinking," Shaw said, and he knew he hadn't been. He'd almost killed every person on this ship, including himself. And what if he had been successful? Trank had been right. The rest of them would have died because of their raid on the Lattice. He didn't want that to happen either. They were raiders, yes, but he didn't hate them like he thought he would have before. He understood them, mostly. Understood their basic motivations, even if he didn't get all the nuances they were throwing at him. But he understood the wider world, too. He understood how much people loved the Lattice, how much they thought it helped their daily lives. Did it have to go this way? Couldn't they just convince more people not to use it? Shaw shook himself out of his thoughts. That kind of logic would have gotten him fired from his job before he'd even finished the thought, and yet it didn't matter anymore. Something really had changed inside him. If Wolf looked inside me now, I know he'd give me that ring. Shaw moved toward Erling, but the young man saw him coming and hurried away. Shaw was left with Wolf and Annalise, who ignored him in favor of the screens they were hovering over. "We'll keep it away from getting any worse, sure. But we need a lot more than just sealing the crack. We don't have enough bolts to repair the thrusters this time."
Tavina can get billions of them out there in just a few hours.
Annalise shook her head firmly. "It's too long. We are keeping her steady thanks to the quantum stabilizers, but they shouldn't be used as a main engine like this. They'll burn out before the bots are finished. We can't change course. We're just barely keeping on a straight line. We need the main engine online as fast as possible. We've got to replace its AI.
A drone, then? Maybe instead of a lot of little bots, maybe one big one can do it."
It won't go any faster. There's only one Walden, so it doesn't have the background of the other ships to learn from like most repair drones. It'll be guessing the whole time. We don't have time for it. It's got to be me."
"Damn it, Annalise, it's like you're itching for a reason to go out there. We're hurling away from Earth, and at any moment the stabilizers could give out and we'll start the roller coaster again. There's no way I'm going to let you out there."
"It's the only way we're going to get back into a stable orbit, Wolf." Wolf looked back at the lattice screen. Shaw glanced at it too, a triangular piece of metal lodged into the side of the hull, right over what Shaw now understood to be the primary engine.
"Just you and the drone?"
"I would have said Erling too, but under the circumstances—" "I can still go with you," Erling exclaimed, moving back into the conversation, but not entirely drowning out Wolf's strenuous objections.
No way, no way. First, you're too young for me to let you risk your life on the side of a runaway spaceship. And second, you can barely see Erling. You're staying put."
Erling started to argue back again, but it was Shaw's turn to interrupt.
"I'll do it."
He noticed the hose had gone silent and felt the eyes of Trank on the back of his neck.
"I'll take your place,"
he said to Erling. "I may not be that mechanically inclined, but Annalise can tell me what to do." Wolf scoffed.
"Not a chance."
"It makes sense. I can—"
"After what you did? You want us to put our lives in your hands? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice?"
Wolf scratched his chin. "Erling can't go, and you can't risk anyone else, and after what just happened, I'm probably dead in 3 days anyway." Wolf shook his head. "I don't think he could make it any worse," Annalise said quietly.
"We can't risk it,"
Wolf replied.
"I agree with Annalise."
Trank stepped forward, catching everyone off guard.
"Volunteering to go on a suicide spacewalk on a runaway spaceship that's already hurling us to our deaths? If he wanted us dead, it seems like he could just sit here and wait it out. Let him go."
Shaw waited, but no one seemed to be willing to follow up. "We're running out of time, Wolf," Annalise said.
Wolf nodded. "Fine. Go. But if you try anything while you're out there, Byron, you know that you'll die in the process. We'll just keep the airlock closed."
Together in a small and crowded staging room, Shaw and Annalise stripped off their clothes, Shaw discreetly trying to shield his body and his gaze, Annalise undressing as if she were alone in her own closet.
"Listen,"
Shaw said. "I want you to know that I'm not going to do anything stupid. I don't know if you feel like you can trust me, but we're on the same side." "Here's your first layer," she said, tossing a thin insulated one-piece at his shoulder. "Annalise, don't push it, okay? I agree with Trank. Sabotaging the ship from outside the hull makes no sense, so I believe you. Out there, we'll be on the same side. In here, you're just the guy who tried to blow up my ship." "I didn't mean to." "I don't care what you meant to do, Byron. Next layer, hurry up." She floated a padded suit in the middle of the cramped room. Shaw grabbed it, recognizing the material from the lattice installation. The fabric conducted electricity, supplying body readings to his wrap, flexible and yet instantly hardening under contact, so much so that it could withstand a bullet at point-blank range. "I'm sorry, Annalise. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm sorry." "I'm sure you feel bad. When I was addicted to the lattice, I felt bad after I'd sold my mother-in-law's antique samovar for another 30 minutes in a jump. I felt bad after I'd sold my leg, too. Junkies always feel bad afterwards." "I'm not a damn junkie!" Shaw yelled, turning on Annalise. She squared off with him and, just like Trank, he realized she was hungry for a fight. Before either could move, the Walden whirred, its motion hiccuping, like it had run over a rabbit in the road. Even just that little bit jostled them back against the wall. Annalise shook her head. She turned around and picked up a black suit from the wall. "Your outer layer and your helmet. We don't have much time." Chapter 25. Annalise was framed in the door. On the other side of her was an abyss. It was an impossible depth, the darkest of blacks. Her black suit looked gray and washed out against the true void of space. And then she was gone, disappearing down her tether, leaving only the door and the abyss. He stepped forward and gaped at the nothingness. Shaw was really and truly afraid. "Get moving, Byron," Annalise called over the comm in his helmet. He took another step forward so that his toes were just on the edge. It felt like a fear of heights, but there was no height out there. There was nothing. When he was out there, he would only have the horizon of the hull of the Walden, and everything else was death. He inched his finger out of the door and reached around to place a palm on the outer hull. Unlike the walls and floors inside, the surface wasn't sticky. Responding to his movements, the tether rushed out of the door in front of him. He realized it was a smart tether, made of flexible metal with bots throughout its length, ready to press him against the hull of the Walden when he needed it, and pull him back to it should he ever somehow fall away. It wasn't going to break, but here on the edge of everything, he found it impossible to put his trust in the intelligence of the AI and the strength of its thin filament weave, no matter how strong they were. In his comm again. "Shaw!" He scrambled onto the hull, all common sense to the wind, but the tether guided him, pulled him, and once he'd reoriented himself, it wasn't so bad. Until he looked down at his hands. There was no hull. Beneath him, above him, all around him, there was nothing but space. He was on the hull of an invisible ship. Even at a range of a few inches, he couldn't tell that there was a ship below him. His hands were pressed against something, but so far as he could tell otherwise, there was nothing there. "Can't we turn off the invisibility?" "We're risking enough being out here ourselves. Get over here." "Where are you?" He looked up from his hands but didn't see her anywhere. "Under your knee." Shaw looked down again. Through the Walden, he realized, and saw Annalise spread out, her hands and fingers busy on something that he couldn't quite see. He began crawling around the invisible curve of the ship in her direction. Man, this is weird. By the time he'd circled around to the underside of the ship, assuming his geography wasn't too far off, he could see what she was working on. The triangular piece of metal he'd seen on the screen inside looked more like a wedge up close. It was lodged into the side of nothingness, but Shaw could see the damage caused by its impact. Around the wedge, there were glimpses of hard metal where the underside of the hull had been exposed. Jutting away from the impact site were long cracks in the invisible hull that caught the light of the earth like slim wires of blue energy. Annalise had a small torch in her hand and was aiming it at a spot next to the wedge. Next to her, a small drone floated, its tentacles moving slowly over the cracks in the hull. When it got too close to her hands, Annalise would elbow it aside, but it would invariably return. That appeared to be her only distraction, though. Her eyes were fully intent on her job, and Shaw felt useless. "What can I do?" "What?" I said, "What do you need me to do?" She didn't answer, and he began repeating it. "Just stand there until I need you. I'm kind of busy." He saw through her visor that her mouth was moving, but he didn't hear anything in his comm. "I didn't catch that." This time her eyes flicked to his. "Tavina was telling me to hurry up, and I was telling her she was welcome to join me." Shaw suddenly felt the precariousness of his position. That Tavina and Annalise were talking without him hearing shouldn't have surprised him, and yet it did. How easy would it be for them to just leave him out here? What had he been thinking to volunteer for this? Annalise put a tool aside and let the drone take it. As she grabbed another one from it, she asked, "You think you can get that thing out of my engine while I finish this?" If she needed a grunt, he would be a grunt. Shaw ran his fingers around the wedge. He thought there were a couple of sharp edges, but otherwise it was just a hunk of metal. What had this thing been doing on the hotel? He tugged at it once and then pulled harder. Nothing moved. Shaw adjusted his feet so that he was kneeling. Trusting the smart tether to provide the countering force that would keep him on the hull, Shaw pulled with all his might. Nothing budged. Ballast? A weight to keep things more stable? Part of the artificial gravity system? What was the point of this hunk of metal? And how was he going to get it out of here? Was it crazy to imagine that if it stayed stuck in the hole, he would stay stuck out here with it? He stood, at first not even conscious that he was standing. Standing on the hull. Hooking a toe under a piece of metal, Shaw grabbed behind his head, finding the tether coming out of his upper back. Once he had a firm grasp on it, he tugged hard, pulling it over his shoulder and coiling it in his hands like a rope. He suddenly felt pressure on his toes as his body separated from the hull. The tether couldn't keep him in place while he was holding it. After a few coils piled up in his hand, he pulled himself closer to the metal piece and was able to get 3 loops solidly around the base of the debris. Pulling each one tight, Shaw thought that they would hold, biting into the metal and under some of the sharp edges of the piece. "What are you doing?" Annalise cried, looking at him like he was crazy. She apparently hadn't noticed what Shaw was up to until he had tightened the tether's coils. "This tether's got to be stronger than I am. I'm going to let it do all the hard work." "Shaw, that's suicide. If your tether gets cut by any of these sharp edges, you'll be floating out here without a line." "I can't think of any other way. This thing's got to get out of here, right? That little drone won't be able to do it. I can't do it alone. Finish what you can and then help me pull." Annalise looked like she was going to argue, but she turned back to her work. Shaw kept tension on the tether, not letting it uncoil from the metal. He waited for what seemed like an eternity. "Done," Annalise said, standing. "Once we get this piece out of there, I just need to replace the AI that runs the engine. The drone can finish the rest while we make our way back to the airlock." Annalise grabbed the long side of the tether that snaked between the metal piece and the airlock. Shaw was holding the end that came out of his back. "As soon as it's free, the tether is going to be limp while we're holding it. It won't be able to keep you against the ship until it's acting on its own again," Annalise said. "So we both let go as soon as we can." She nodded. "And if you lose contact, don't panic. The tether will try to reel you in. Try to ball up so you don't get any whiplash." "Okay. Ready?" Shaw took a breath. He was holding his lifeline in his hands. "Ready," he nodded. "1," she said. Shaw stared at the chunk of metal, trying to predict which way it would tumble out. Would it even move? 2, she said. Even if this works, will they let me back in the airlock? 3, she cried. Ellie. This is all to get back to Ellie. Together they strained everything they had, pulling hard on the tether, hoping for just an inch of give, anything that would tell them they were making headway. Shaw's body felt like it hadn't been tested in months, even though he'd only spent a few days in microgravity. But now every muscle was on fire, and still the metal wouldn't budge. Shaw felt his footing slip, and as he tried to right himself, his grip and the tether loosened too. With a mind of its own, it jumped out of his hands and started flapping about, trying to get itself unhooked from the coils around the metal. It was able to do what Shaw couldn't. The tether's coils tightened and pulled, slingshotting the metal debris out of the engine at breathtaking speed and slicing right through Annalise's tether on its way out into space. Shaw stared dumbly as the metal flew between them, leaving the 2 frayed ends of her tether floating in its wake. One of the sharp edges must have... Byron! Annalise was a foot off the hull, her hand extended toward him. She had no tether and no power on her suit to push her back. She was adrift in space. Shaw reached out to take her hand, but the severed tether had suddenly become 2 live wires of energy, flailing around her with incredible force. They're trying to find each other! Indeed, the 2 ends were wrapping together, twirling and spiraling, trying to knit themselves back together into a single tether again. Annalise let out a terrible scream. She was a few feet off the surface of the hole now, her outstretched hand caught in the middle of the tether's knots. Her hand was being crushed inside it. Byron! She screamed again. In his calm, he heard Tavina's voice. I'm killing her tether, Shaw. What? It's just reforming. She won't have any way to get back to the ship. You heard her. She needs to replace the engine's AI. You need to get it from her before the tether crushes it. It's crushing her hand, Tavina. Forget about the AI. Forget about it, and we're all dead. The stabilizers don't have more than a couple minutes left in them, and we can't run the ship if the engines won't wake up. And as if they'd never been anything but a dumb cable, Annalise's tethers were suddenly still and lifeless. Shaw stared. She was almost 20 feet from the ship now, silhouetted against the bright blue planet behind her. Go, Shaw! Without a second thought, Shaw leapt upward, leaving everything in the hands of his own tether. He sailed through space, his trajectory straight as an arrow. Executing a perfect tackle, he bear-hugged her with all 4 limbs. His legs tight around her waist, Shaw let go and grappled with the tether knotted around her left hand. Forget the tether! Get the replacement AI! She's going to lose her hand! She's lost it before, Tavina said. Focus! We need the AI. It's in her suit's pouch. His tether was slowly pushing them both back to the hull. He reluctantly left the tether and patted at her waist. He found the slim AI rod in her pouch and pulled it out. He thought he was almost back to the hull. Are you awake, Annalise? She was nearly passed out, he thought, but she was able to let out a soft grunt. Can you hold on? He offered her his arm and rested her right hand on it. He felt the faintest of grips. It would have been enough. He was on top of the engine again, right where he'd leapt from. I need some instructions, Tavina. Erling's right here, she said. The drone was there, its small tentacles adding fibers of invisibility again over the damaged area. I'll walk you through it, Erling said. It should just be a matter of removing the damaged AI and putting the new one in its place. I can't see the hole or anything else, you know. Don't worry about it. Inside the engine, you'll be able to see everything perfectly fine. Shaw listened carefully, and once he saw where the damaged AI was, he was able to reach in and pull it out with the tips of his fingers. Just slide the new one in, Erling said, but Shaw was already pushing it into place. Watch her, Shaw. Wolf said over the comm. Annalise had drifted a couple of inches off of his arm. Am I done, Erling? Shaw asked, wrapping his arm around Annalise's waist. You're done. The drone can finish the rest. Shaw realized they were already moving, his own tether bringing them both back in. Shaw started to pull again at the coils around Annalise's hand. Wait, Wolf said. Wait till she's in the airlock. Just a few seconds more. Together, Shaw and Annalise were carried around the invisible ship, Earth hanging over them like a full moon. We'll have full control over the ship in another 60 seconds, Wolf said in his ear. You did good work, Shaw. After Shaw turned Annalise over to Wolf and Helix for care, they weren't doctors, but with the drones and an AI to help them, they could manage. He struggled with what to do next. He found himself wanting the applause of the crew members for what he'd done, but he knew the smart thing was to disappear and let them worry about their friend. Unlike the rest of the crew members, who were holding back and sticking to themselves, Erling found Shaw in the hallways and put his hand significantly on Shaw's shoulder. Shaw returned the gesture, grateful that someone, no, not just someone, grateful that Erling appreciated what he'd done. Erling separated, and Shaw winced to see up close the swollen black eye and bandages on Erling's face. Listen, Erling, I think we should give everyone some space, Erling interrupted, and Shaw nodded in agreement. They went back to his small room. Shaw perched himself on the lip of his bunk. Erling, I want you to know that you have every right in the world to be livid right now. I know I betrayed your trust. I betrayed everyone's trust. And then, what happened with the Orbital? In a rush to save the Walden, the full weight of the innocents who died aboard the hotel had not found its way to Shaw's shoulders. But he could feel it coming. All those deaths. Because he'd acted rashly. Because he was an addict. Wasn't that the only possible explanation? It wasn't your fault, Erling said. You didn't tell anyone to blow up the hotel. I should have seen the risk when I sent those messages. No one could have. But I lost my whole family in Las Vegas, Byron. I know the difference between terrorism and an accident. You made a mistake. I know you'll have to live with it, but I'm here to tell you. I don't blame you for those deaths. Erling moved onto the bunk next to Byron and sat with him. The only reason I'm here, the only reason I agreed to sign up, is that Wolf and Davina assured me that we are not terrorists. A terrorist, by definition, tries to create terror, to scare people into change. We are trying to create peace. We value human life. No innocents will die if we can absolutely help it. One life lost is too many. And Ono, the hovercraft pilot? We had good reason to think that they would live. A twist of fate, and they might have. But believe me, I think about those deaths every day. Just as you will think about those people on the hotel every day of your life. Shaw nodded slowly. The weight was still there on his shoulders, but it had shifted ever so slightly. Why did you sign up, Erling? Why did they recruit you? It wasn't just Las Vegas. Annalise said something about a boyfriend, but she said I should ask you. And that's it? That's all she said? Shaw nodded. Well, I appreciate her discretion. It was heinous. Erling looked like he was deciding whether to continue when there was a buzz at the door. After all this is over, I'll tell you the whole story. I'd like that. Erling pushed forward and aimed toward the door. And don't despair. The vote's not over yet. I swear to you. I'll do everything I can to see that you have the chance to see Ellie again. Thank you, Erling. Erling opened the door, and Wolf stepped gracefully into the room. He took a moment to inspect Erling's black eye, and then with a wave, Erling was gone.
"She's definitely going to lose her hand," Wolf announced.
Shaw nodded. It wasn't a surprise. He'd seen her mangled hand as Kuhn and Tavina pulled Annalise out of her suit after the airlock had closed. She was still passed out from the pain, but she was alive, and she was breathing. "Can you clone her another one?" Shaw asked.
"We think so. The tether squeezed her pretty tight. It broke her wrist and ruptured blood vessels all up her forearm. We'll have to replace a lot, more than last time. I'm going to wait until she's awake and let her decide."
"She told me that she's willing to give everything to destroy the Lattice."
"She is."
Shaw nodded again. "I let her down."
"You let everyone down," Wolf said.
"But at least I tried to save her. Tavina was just going to let her die out there. She killed the tether as it was coming back together. She cost Annalise her hand."
"Annalise is willing to sacrifice herself to destroy the Lattice. Tavina would sacrifice herself, and you, and me, and everyone on this ship if she could do it."
"She's really the leader here, isn't she? I mean, you said you were in charge, but it's her. She's pulling the strings."
Wolf smirked. "It's not exactly a secret. I'm running the day-to-day because I know when people need breaks, when they've hit their limit. I know how to manage a team. No one can build the Lattice on their own, not even the great Wolfgang Huxley. But Tavina has no limits, and she can't understand that other people might. If she was still our leader, we would have gone out in a blaze of glory, or we would all be dead from exhaustion trying to keep up with her. She's got more drive than anyone. There was a reason she was a triathlon champion."
"Not all triathlon champs start terrorist groups." "Not terrorists," Erling had said, but it was hard to avoid the word. How many terrorists would have said that they were trying to create peace, too?
"Not all triathlon champs are whip-smart nanotechnicians either. She's one of a kind. She killed me just so she could have a conversation. Does that sound like something a reasonable person would do? She doesn't get that anyone would find that extreme. The vote that you'll face in 2 days? The only reason we have it is because it was the only way I could persuade Tavina that she didn't get total say over the fate of everyone. Before that, she wanted to be Solomon, deciding everyone's fate on her own."
Shaw was quiet. "What did Tavina tell you when she'd unburied you that made you want to destroy the Lattice? You've never told me why you're here."
"She didn't tell me anything. She just gave me the opportunity I needed to do what I'd dreamt of, that's all."
"But you created it. You're as famous as Einstein or Galileo, and now you want to destroy it?"
"I do," Wolf said, "with a passion."
"I know the Lattice has done both good and bad, but it seems like you can only see the bad."
"I see both sides, but it's not a list of pros and cons. That's the wrong way to approach new technology."
"Do you know anything about the Amish?"
Shaw shrugged.
"They don't like technology. They're stuck in the past. They have buggies and horses like it was 300 years ago."
"That's what everyone thinks, but they are actually very smart about how they approach new technology. A young Amish person will want to try something new. A tractor, electricity, a car, a cell phone, the Lattice. And the elders will let him. Did you know that? They let him try it, and they watch. They watch what it does to the community's quality of life. Most of the time, after a few months, it's clear to everyone that for all the supposed efficiencies and benefits, it does more harm than good. So the technology is abandoned. Sometimes it's kept, though. The Amish might not have electricity, but some of them have pneumatic power tools. Because it wasn't the tool that was the problem. It was the electricity and what it powered that drew people away from their families. Some sects even use lattice tablets for soil monitoring. Others are expert weather bidders. The Amish choose what parts of technology they want to keep. The rest they do without. So you want everyone to give up technology and live like the Amish? No, that's not practical or even desirable. But I want us to look at a new technology and decide that just because we can do something doesn't mean we have to. You think the whole world is going to just give up the lattice? Obviously not. If I did, I wouldn't be trying to destroy it. But you keep making the same mistake you did with Tavina. Not everyone is actually going to lose the lattice when it's gone. Think about it this way. What would have happened if, in 1960, the internal combustion engine was suddenly uninvented? All engines just suddenly disappeared. Developed countries would be set back, no question. Countries at war would be set back. But for most of humanity, who could never hope to own a car and didn't rely on them, life wouldn't change at all. It would go on like normal. Are you hoping to bring developed countries down to size or something? No. I'm just saying that the vast majority of humanity won't be overly inconvenienced if the lattice vanishes. But since developed countries rely on it more, they'll have more to lose. They also have the most to gain, I hope. I do want to inconvenience them a bit, because I think it's a good time to pause things and let people catch their breath. Did you ever lose power as a kid? The lights went out in a storm or something? A couple of times. And your family lit candles or used wraps for light? If you were lucky, they pulled out an old-fashioned deck of cards and suddenly it's a magical night. You think, why don't we do this more often? Shaw nodded. But then the power comes back on and everyone forgets. Exactly. So won't the power just come back on? If you're successful, won't they just rebuild the lattice? I'm the only one who can. Of course, a lot of people study the lattice and know it intimately. But they use the lattice to study it. That's their notes, their reference. I don't think they can just replicate it. Or if they can, it'll take them years. 10 years maybe to get a prototype working again. Ada Dillon thinks she can get her new version live in 5. Wolf gave out a short laugh and sighed. The woman's a genius, no question, but she's arrogant and overconfident. My hope is that by the time she's got her new and improved lattice operational, maybe the world won't want it anymore. I want to give the world a chance to say, you know what? Maybe this lattice thing wasn't so great after all. But the only way we're going to say that is if they experience life without it. I do hear where you're coming from, Shaw said. I hope you know that. I just don't know if I'll be where you need me to be in 2 days for the vote. Frankly, I'm not sure it matters anymore. Shaw had expected that as well, despite Erling's pledge to do whatever he could to help. So there's truly no chance? You needed 5. Annalise was one of those. You helped to save her in the end, sure, but she wouldn't have been out there in the first place if... Well, I don't know where Kuhn is either. I just don't see where you're going to get the 5 votes. I can keep working them. Maybe you can. It's up to you. But if you want, I've brought you this. Wolf pulled a ring out of his pocket. He held it out in front of him and released it, letting the ring hang in midair. It's not a guided ring. You can jump where you'd like. I don't understand. You think I have an open mind now? That I'm not an addict? No. I just thought, well, if it were me, and I knew what was coming. Wolf seemed rather embarrassed and gave 2 scratches across his body. I just thought that you might like to see your wife one last time. Chapter 26. It was finally his, just hanging there waiting for him. And for the first time, he didn't want it. Everything he'd heard, every reason these people had for hating it, came back to him. He wanted to be strong enough to ignore it, strong enough that it didn't have an effect on him. But the ring meant seeing Ellie,
And no matter how much he hemmed and hawed about it, he knew that he couldn't resist the chance to see her. Shaw sat forward in his bunk and plucked the ring from the air. That was all it took for the entire world, the entire solar system, to be his to see. How could he possibly turn that gift down? How could anyone? He slipped it on slowly. It felt so right on his finger. Shaw put it to his temple and jumped. There was so much he wanted to see. He wanted to be awash in the jump, bathe in the feeling of otherness, of absolute freedom, absolute knowledge about anything he wished to see. Ellie, Gettysburg, Saturn, Caesar, St. Louis, Elvin and Peter. Anywhere, anyone. He would jump to see Ellie first, right? No. Then he would spend all his time with her, laughing, traveling, making love, watching her mourn after he died. He couldn't start there. He had to build up to it. He'd been cooped up with the same people in a confined space for almost a week. He needed time to acclimate before he saw her. Shaw navigated the public tags. When he found the one he was looking for, he jumped. Mar de Plata, the last place Grace Williams had been surfing. The waves were crashing against the sandy beach, the sun so bright on his eyes he had to turn away. But there were so many people. The beach was crowded with surfers and topless sunbathers and children, more than he could take. He went through the tags again and found a more remote location. He found her again, 5 months earlier, surfing in the Mentawai Islands off Indonesia. The beach had only a couple dozen surfers scattered across it. He watched Grace Williams and her partner Nosifo as they swam out to meet the next wave. He saw Grace tense, her whole body taut and ready. She turned and swam her board toward shore, getting a jump on a massive wave that was building behind her. Shaw marveled at her poise, a world of water all around her, and she was calm in the center of it. He wanted to join them, to get lessons and feel what they did. He moved toward the water, but the feeling of water on his skin was faint. The sense of touch was partially disabled in the lattice. The lapping of the water on his knees, the sun's heat on his back, a breeze on his shoulder, all muted by the lattice. Then he couldn't help but picture the drowned gambler Tavina had showed him floating in the water in front of him. He watched Grace and Nosifo for another wave, but the joy was gone. He jumped away. Tavina's guided tour had brought up memories he'd forgotten. He searched public tags of himself and found his first jump to ancient Rome. He watched Caesar in the command tent with his troops, listening to a translation of his Latin in his head. In truth, it wasn't too far removed from the Civil War jumps he did now. Battle hadn't changed much in the 1900 years between Caesar and Lee. Had Shaw changed so little as well that from the time he was a boy to his adulthood, he still jumped to the same old battles? Damn them all. This used to be fun. Shaw went back to his teens. He and Elvin and Peter, the inseparable trio, lounging on his school's bleachers, waiting for their chance in the ring. Elvin was talking about what he was going to do when he graduated. The women, the fights, the victories. It was hard to believe how readily he'd lapped it up back then. Of course Elvin would go on to do those things. He was Elvin. Was Shaw's revulsion just hindsight? Because he knew how things would truly go for Elvin? No. Elvin was a cocky bully, constantly setting up ways for his friends Peter and Byron to tell him how great he was. And they did it. Every time. No. Peter didn't do it. It was always Shaw. Shaw watched his old self and his friends with new eyes. And he understood what he'd never noticed then. Peter couldn't stand Elvin. He could barely look at him. He only grunted at his jokes. But when Shaw said something, Peter was all ears, quick with a funny response, eager to agree. Body Shaw said that he was thinking about applying to West Point, and Elvin scoffed and asked why you'd want to spend your days doing push-ups. Peter said he thought Shaw had a real shot of getting in. They kept talking until Elvin, clearly feeling left out of the new conversation, said that at least you got to kill people, and the uniform would get you laid. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Shaw couldn't believe it. His whole understanding of his teen years shifted before his eyes. Elvin acted like the leader of the group, and Shaw treated him that way, but it wasn't true. Shaw was the true leader, and he'd never known it. Elvin had never been in charge, and yet he'd spent so much time worrying about what Elvin thought of him. Shaw jumped away, leaving the boys on the bleachers. This was the Lattice at its best, right? A kind of therapy, a way to get a second look at yourself, to see your life with more objective eyes. This couldn't have happened before, not until Wolf had built it. Was it enough? Shaw jumped to watch his own death. He watched the black goop of the shock cover him as he writhed on the floor. He watched Yang's devotion, how he accompanied him to Ramstein Air Force Base and then to D.C. They'd known each other for just a few days, but Ono's impersonation, which had at first made it so hard for Yang and Shaw to relate, eventually tied them together, each victims in their own way of the same deception. He watched his parents cry over his coffin. He wanted to do anything he could to stop them from crying. And then Ellie entered. His heart was breaking as he saw the pain she was hiding inside. Her sister couldn't see it. She was self-involved enough, Shaw thought, and she needed feeds to tell her what her sister was feeling. But Shaw could tell. How torn up Ellie was inside. How much anger and sadness was in her. She was a mess of emotions, and she was doing everything she could to keep them in. He could barely stand to see her like this. Shaw searched the tags again. He found her most recent tag and jumped to see her. There she was, now and in the moment. It was barely past dawn in St. Louis, but Ellie was up. The smell of brewing coffee hit Shaw's nose, and he was transported back to countless mornings, padding into the kitchen half-naked, finding Ellie at the window watching the morning begin. She loved the arch, the way it looked steely and dull, or dazzlingly luminescent, depending on the cloud cover or the position of the sun. He reached out, wanting to wrap his arms around her waist, but his avatar's limbs passed right through her. He was a ghost, haunting his wife. On a whim, Shaw checked the ring's settings and saw that all chat and messaging functions were disabled. He was trapped. On the wrong side of some sort of ethereal plane, unable to go back, to tell her how much he missed her, how he loved her. He jumped back and kept watching her. She was wearing a thin robe, pulled tighter than she normally wore it. Was she too aware these days of how many people could be watching? Or was it his absence? She was alone in their home, the warmth of her husband gone. He wanted more than anything to stay there with her, but at the same time he felt like a voyeur, peering through a window at his own wife. He couldn't think of anything more miserable. Shaw found a new tag, this one of her thoughts. He jumped in, expecting to slip into the same comfortable familiarity he'd found, seeing Ellie in their kitchen. But where her orderly mind had once been a precision clock, he now found all the gears exploded into shifting fragments. A consciousness that was roiling and heaving in emotions, and all of it was of loss, of grief, of heartbreak, of betrayal, of anger, and of hate. Oh, the hate. He'd never jumped into Ellie when she'd felt anything so powerful, anything so consuming as the anger she felt. Toward the raiders, toward the army, the CEOs of the Lattice reader manufacturers, the country, the job that took Shaw away from her. how she loathed everything. Vigils for her husband, the feeds that reported on her loneliness, Shaw for leaving her, herself for sending him away, the Lattice for taking him, the OJs in her clinic who were too weak and fell under its spell, her fellow nurses who would never save them. She hated everyone, everybody she'd come into contact with, especially those who dared to put their hand on her shoulder. But above all, she hated the Lattice. He saw her wishes that the raiders had succeeded in destroying it, irrationally believing that Shaw would have survived too. He'd never caught her hoping that the Lattice was gone, but now she had a yearning for a new world, a new start, one clean of the terrible things that had all led to her husband's death, and violent, pervasive anger and contempt for the world as it was. Her pro and con list for the Lattice was all but gone, or rather, what was there was so clear to her now that she didn't even need the list anymore, because the Lattice had taken Byron from her, and that was all that mattered anymore. Shaw finally left the jump, almost afraid he would choke on the hate in her thoughts. He found himself floating in his room. He'd been so eager to use the ring that he hadn't even remembered to take the precaution of belting down to the bunk, his breath short. He'd never seen Ellie like that, and he didn't know how to react. She was devastated in her grief for him, and he knew that he had to see everything through that one fact. But how could he just ignore it? She was too smart to just throw it all away because she was miserable and sad to lose him, he thought. What if this wasn't just a knee-jerk reaction? But what if she was right? Maybe destroying the Lattice was the right thing to do. And here he was, on a ship with a team of people who wanted nothing more than to give Ellie exactly what she wanted. The very same thing, too, that would allow him to come home to her. Once the new thought was there in his head, Shaw couldn't unthink it. He stayed in his room for hours, avoiding the ring, and thinking about everything he'd heard from Tavina and Wolf and Annalise and even Trank. And Ellie. It was as if all the counter-arguments and protests against this radical action began to be sucked away in a swirling tidal pool, leaving nothing but plain, simple facts finally exposed to the light of day, no longer buried under the murky water, but gleaming bright and alive and true in the light of the sun. And the facts were there for everyone to see. The Lattice had made the lives of billions of people, especially the poor, that much worse. It wasn't much better for the rich either, whom it allowed to become enslaved to their pleasures and vices. It opened up everyone's most private, humble, human failings for all the world to see and judge. Above all that, only by destroying the Lattice could he get home to Ellie. To take her in his arms for real this time, and tell her everything would be all right. That she could release her anger and grief. That he had taken away the thing that had caused her so much pain, and that he would never leave her again. He knew what he had to do. But he'd come to know it too late. His life was going to be put to a vote in less than 48 hours, and now he wanted more than anything to survive it, right when his chances of success were at their worst. He'd thrown away everything in a fleeting move of an addict who tried to stop himself from getting better. And now here he was, committed to the cause, in place with a team to help him do it, and he'd just betrayed them all, nearly killed them in the process, and costing Annalise her hand. What hope could he possibly have of convincing them now? He was a dead man. Chapter 27. The crew stood in a circle in the middle of the great room. Nothing else was in the room, and the Earth's blue light was once again shining in, a sign they'd returned to a safe orbit, this time under the shield of an orbiting mining way station. Shaw looked up at the Earth and thought of its inhabitants. Ellie, his daughter, his parents, Peter, Yang even. "We stand as one," Wolf announced from the other side of the circle, and Shaw's mind was called back from the surface of the earth. If he were ever going to get back there, he would have to survive these next few minutes. He'd been lobbying hard these past 2 days, but he was almost certain he'd come up short. Kuhn had been keeping to her room with Trank for as many hours as she could, and Annalise had been tending to her new hand and forearm. Shaw didn't dare interrupt her. "We know the dangers, we know the risks. We accept the sacrifices because we believe the goal is worth all of it, and more. Each of us has been called here. Each of us has been chosen by our peers, who have agreed to bear those risks and share those sacrifices with us. We ask that now of Byron Shaw." Wolf called out across the circle. "Byron Shaw, do you wish to join us, knowing our intentions, knowing the sacrifices we will ask?" "I do," Shaw answered with whatever gravity he could muster. "You have been with us for 1 week. In that time you have gotten to know us, and we have gotten to know you. Are you prepared for us to stand in judgment, knowing that if we vote to accept you, you will be sworn to the group until our objective has been achieved, and that if we vote to cast you out, that you will be executed humanely and painlessly?" Was there another choice at this point, he thought. "I understand." Wolf looked around him. "A majority must vote for Byron to stay. You may speak for or against as you vote, but you must not argue with another person's vote, nor may you bring up the vote after today. If Byron is to join us, and you did not vote for him, you will still treat him like a brother. If he is to leave us, and you voted for him, do not begrudge those who voted against." Shaw looked around the circle. Was anyone here ready to treat him like a brother? He very much doubted it. "I brought him before you for nomination, so I will make the first vote," Wolf continued. "I vote for Byron to stay with us. He's shown courage and humility, 2 traits I prize very highly. I've looked in his heart, and I believe he is with us." Wolf then looked to his left, nodding at Helix. Helix didn't hesitate. "I vote against," she said. "He tried to kill us and almost succeeded. Annalise lost her hand in the process. I won't ever come to trust him." Shaw found himself nodding. He expected that one. He'd barely spoken to Helix, except in an argument. She didn't seem to hate him like JPEG did, but whatever distance there was enough. "Trank," Wolf said. Trank looked down at Kuhn, and his eyes flickered to Shaw. "I can't say I like the guy," Trank said, "but I think we need him." Shaw felt his eyes bulge. Trank wanted him to stay? Elsewhere, there was a ripple of bodies shifting and adjusting. "He thinks different than we do," Trank continued. "He stopped our raid. He almost caught us a few days later with that fingerprint business. Even here, when we thought we had him isolated, he figured out a way to nearly reveal us. Now, all that said, I agree with Helix. I'm not sure I trust him. But we can use him. Even if his recent conversion or whatever it is will eventually wear off. We don't have much time as it is, with work on the lead dome moving so fast. We can get a lot out of him before then. So I vote in favor," he said. Shaw looked around the circle, elated. There was a glare from JPEG, surprise from almost everyone else, except for Kuhn, who was holding Trank's hand. If Kuhn was with Trank, then he didn't need to worry about Annalise. He had his 5 votes. "Kuhn?" Wolf said, and did Shaw hear a little more excitement in his voice? Had Trank's flip caught him off guard too? "I vote in favor, for the same reasons," Kuhn said. Shaw thought he saw her squeeze Trank's hand gently. And there it was. He was going to live. "Tavina?" Wolf said, and this time his voice was definitely higher and lighter. Against. The word thudded against Shaw's chest and lodged there, cracking any hopes he'd just been harboring. Everyone stared, but Tavina didn't say anything more.
Tavina, we both sponsored him here,
Wolf stammered. I thought you said no arguing with a person's vote. No grudges or ill will either way.
I'm not arguing. I'm asking you to explain yourself. To me.
Tavina closed her eyes. I've used the lattice. I've looked inside him, just like you did. I saw the hate his wife holds. How it changed him. He's come a long way in a week, I don't disagree. But learning to understand your enemy is not the same as becoming your enemy. I don't believe he's changed sides, at least in the long run. She opened her eyes. Against. Wolf and Tavina held eye contact, something passing between them.
All right,
he finally said, nodding. Shaw was the next person around the circle. He didn't get a vote, that was clear. To his left was Annalise, Erling, and JPEG. Erling had already told him he was for him, all forgiven from the disaster with the hotel. JPEG was certainly against. That left it in the hands of Annalise. He'd nearly killed her, but he'd saved her life, too.
Annalise?
Wolf asked. With everyone else, he'd simply stated the name. But this time, the word dripped with emotion. He was practically begging her to vote for Shaw. Annalise took a deep sigh, and Shaw knew that he had lost. I appreciate what Shaw did for me, personally. She turned to him, tears in her eyes. I hate this part. Talking about you like you aren't here. You deserve more than that. I told you, out there on the whole, I would trust you. But in here, you were just the guy who tried to destroy my ship. But you're not. You are more than that. And I'm going to be haunted every day by my decision here. I know what it means to you, what you want, and who you want to see. This is your last chance to see her, which is why I agree with Tavina. I don't think that what you're feeling is real. You are something of a muddle, Byron, but I know what I want. And what I want, and what it will take to see it through. And I just can't force myself to believe that you will truly be there to help me do it. I'm sorry, Byron. Elise turned back to the circle. Against. How quickly Shaw had let hope infect him, and how quickly it had abandoned him. Everyone knew now. Everything else was just a formality. So maybe it wasn't an airlock. But what would it be instead? An injection? A painless influx of bots that would slowly put his nervous system to sleep? Erling, Wolf said, his voice barely louder than a whisper. I call for an appeal, Erling said, his voice cracking as he started. He looked at his feet and coughed before trying to hold his head high. An appeal? Wolf asked. There's nothing to appeal yet. The vote isn't even over. Appeals can only happen after 6 months, I know, Erling said. Shaw thought he was shaking with fear. But after 6 months, anyone can call for an appeal of anyone's right to stay at any time. Isn't that what you told me? Wolf squinted and scratched at his stomach, thinking. That's right. In a clear voice that reverberated around the chamber, Erling announced, Then I am appealing the vote on JPEG we took 1 year ago. What? JPEG cried out. Elsewhere there was shouting and pointing, but Shaw kept his eyes fixed on Erling. Shaw didn't know the rules. He didn't understand what Erling was attempting. Was he trying to delay the vote on Shaw? The young man, the adolescent really, was studiously avoiding looking at Shaw, trying for all the world to look like the calm in the center of the storm. Wolf finally got the room quiet. "Erling, there's already business before us. Can't this wait?" "Anyone can call for an appeal of anyone's vote at any time. That's what you said. I choose now. Nothing in your rules says I can't." "They're our rules, Erling, not just mine." Wolf hesitated. "Tavina, what do you think?" Tavina shook her head and passed it back to Wolf. "You wrote them." Wolf grimaced. "All right. Our rules say you need another to support your appeal. If no one else supports it, we'll continue dealing with Shaw. Understand?" "Yes," Erling said. "Does anyone wish to second Erling's appeal of JPEG's right to stay?" Wolf asked the room. "Second," Annalise and Trank said at the same time. They looked at each other and then away. There was a gasp, a strangled cry from JPEG. 3 already against him. Wolf looked like he hadn't expected that either. "All right. Annalise seconds," he said, although Shaw couldn't say why he'd chosen her. "Erling, would you like to say something about your appeal?" "We are supposed to be one, working together. No mistakes. But JPEG has put us in danger twice. He's in charge of communications, but he failed us. He should have realized that fingerprints might be transmitted through the spheres. Then he failed us again 2 days ago. He should have known that the sphere room could be used against us. We say we don't tolerate mistakes, but that's 2. I vote against his continued stay." Erling had finished his speech and was now much more visibly shaking. He'd memorized it, Shaw realized. He was so scared of condemning someone to death that he'd memorized what he needed to say. "Erling, I taught you how to use those spheres," JPEG said. But Erling kept his eyes fixed on a far point. "JPEG, do you wish to offer something in your defense?" Wolf asked. JPEG looked stunned that this vote had even gotten this far. He turned from Erling to the wider circle. I've been working side by side with you for almost a year now. No one thought that he," JPEG pointed furiously at Shaw, "would have figured out a way to get the spheres turned against us. No one thought about the fingerprints. Why am I the one to blame? Erling's appealing my stay because he knows which way I'll vote on Shaw. This isn't about me. It's about Shaw." JPEG looked like he had more to say, a lot more. His lips moved, but he was silent. Eventually, he stepped back into place. Wolf turned to his left again. "Helix? 4. I agree with JPEG. He's being blamed for what we all should have realized." "Trank?" "Against." "I'm sorry, JPEG, but even though we all missed it, you were responsible for it." "Kuhn?" 4. We can't start turning against each other. We're too few as it is." "Tavina?" "Against." They waited, but she didn't elaborate. "Annalise?" "Against." "Erling?" "Against." Wolf's eyes flickered to Shaw. JPEG was right. To Wolf, this vote was about Shaw, not about JPEG. Wolf was weighing who he wanted on his team more. The loser would be put to death. "I vote against. JPEG's right to stay has been repealed. 5 votes to 2. I'm sorry, JPEG." Shaw felt like he'd gone through whiplash. What had just happened here? No, I'm one of you guys." JPEG was crying, but he was quickly getting angry.
I'm with you 100%. This is the guy you should be voting against. This guy here, who didn't even believe in this cause until 2 days ago? What are you thinking?
JPEG leapt through the air, wildly aiming at Shaw, but Trank was suddenly there between him. He clamped down on the back of JPEG's neck and forced him against the floor.
Tavina!
Tavina was at his side, and she placed something against JPEG's writhing forearm. In a few moments, he slowed and then stilled.
He's asleep, she said, looking up at Helix. We'll give him a chance to wake up and say goodbye. Can you get him to his bunk? He'll be out for at least the next 6 hours.
Trank nodded. He and Helix peeled JPEG off the floor and floated him gently through the air to the door. They were gone, everyone staring after them. Wolf looked back at the remaining circle, scanning faces as if he were trying to remember where they were. His gaze stopped at Erling. He took a deep breath. A man trying to clear his conscience?
Your appeal was successful, Erling. Do you have anything else you wish to bring to the attention of the group?
No.
Then in the matter of Byron Shaw, which currently stands 3 votes to 3, how do you vote?
I vote in favor of Byron Shaw to stay. Wolf nodded, expecting it. And that was it. Shaw would live. 4 was not a majority of 8. That's what Wolf had told him. But it was the majority of 7. Instead of fighting for 5 votes, as Shaw had done, Erling had instead shrunk the crew and removed the need for the 5th. He voted to kill in order to save Shaw.
Byron Shaw, Wolf said. Our crew has voted, and a majority of us has voted to bring you into our crew. 4 votes to 3. In accordance with our rules, you are invited to stay. Welcome. I am instructing you now that you should not bear any ill will toward anyone who voted against you. They had their own reasons and their own motivations for doing it. You should not bring it up with them, and should not indulge them if they try to bring it up with you. They do not owe you an apology or an explanation. You are one of us now. We are one team. And together, we are going to destroy the Lattice.
Part 3. Storms. Chapter 28. Shaw went alone to the mess hall. He was starving. He'd barely eaten before the vote. But what he was most looking for was quiet. Whatever was going to happen with JPEG, he wanted nothing to do with it. This was for the old crew that knew him and cared for him, and still sent him to his death. He thought of JPEG in the bar in Montreal, and the illumination of his mind with the idea for a slingshot. He thought of JPEG giving Erling a noogie. How close had these two been? Shaw couldn't help but marvel at Erling. What kind of guts had it taken to launch that gambit? To be willing to live with that for the rest of his life, seeing those faces just like the others who had died. What must Shaw mean to the young man for him to do it? Had Erling known it would be successful? Shaw couldn't imagine that he did. What would he have risked if he'd failed? Shaw shook his head. It didn't feel right to still be alive, to have relied on a boy of 19 to do his dirty work for him. He let his door close and slipped into his bunk. He was one of them now. He had to work with them. With Helix. Shaw wasn't sure of anything, but he thought that she loved JPEG. With Trank. Trank, who didn't trust Shaw, despite his vote. With Tavina and Annalise, who had voted to kill, and who still believed that he would betray them. And with Erling. How could he manage to look Erling in the eye again, without constantly being reminded of what he'd done? It was Tavina who came to him first. He might have expected to see some embarrassment, or even a chagrined look and a quick, "You know I was only doing it to protect the crew and the mission," half apology. But that wasn't Tavina. "I still think you're going to end up betraying us all to our deaths," Tavina said, by way of a greeting. "But for now at least, you're here." "Tavina, the rest of us have some things to take care of with JPEG that I think will go a lot smoother if you sat it out in your own bunk." I had the same idea. "If you see Erling, tell him—" "Tell him what?" "I'm not your messenger. I just can't believe what he did for me. He's just a kid. He's a man, a young one. If all your jumps into history have taught you anything, it's that young men usually act rashly under pressure. They all think they're heroes. In time, he'll come to regret what he did." Tavina seemed to know the exact words he least wanted to hear. "That's what I'm afraid of," Shaw answered. "Here's a wrap and a ring," Tavina said, holding them out. "You are not to jump into the thoughts or backgrounds of any of us here on the Walden. Also, neither of these has any communication settings enabled. Other than that, they are yours to use as you see fit." I thought I was part of the team now. No one gets to talk to anyone, except through the spheres, and with permission. What am I supposed to do with these, then? "We were having a strategy meeting about our plans when you so ably interrupted us 2 days ago. We still don't have a way to move forward. Use the lattice and learn everything you can about that lead dome before then. Trank voted for you because he thought you could help us with strategy, so come prepared. They're going faster. The dome's going to be finished in less than 6 days." Shaw took Tavina's advice. He strapped into his bunk and fought the urge to check in on Ellie. Any time he spent now was wasted, he told himself. Do this job right, and he'd see her soon enough. He jumped to the lattice installation and was able to explore the new lead dome in great detail. He was astounded that the entire installation was being covered by this massive dome. The walls had climbed up the dome's skeleton, leaving a massive skylight at the top of the dome. As he watched, teams of drones pumped molten lead up tubes in the walls while nanorobots slowly shaped it into place, narrowing the hole at the top an inch at a time, but immovably so, like a volcano cauldron being rebuilt and sealed with its own lava flow. Shaw made his measurements, flying across the interior of the dome and from its apex to the ground, almost half a mile in diameter and just over a quarter of a mile tall. He used his recently returned wrap to do the rest of the math. The whole dome covered 100 acres and entirely contained the lattice tower and the installation sprawling out around it. Shaw couldn't imagine what it would be like to work under this dark and artificial sky. Looking up from the inside of the dome, he saw the reflective particle collectors being installed on the inside, slowly crawling up the inside wall like moss. He wondered about the walls of the dome itself and flew through them a couple of times to measure. Nearly 2 meters thick at the base of the dome, but the most recent lead being melted into place near the top was thinner, just over a meter thick. Shaw flew up into the air and looked down on the scene beneath him. He was reminded of a jump tour of human history he and Ellie had taken, how they'd watched construction of the Egyptian pyramids. The scene was unmistakably the same, a general buzzing of constant noise and activity everywhere. From this distance, the drones could be mistaken for their Egyptian slave counterparts. Staring at the immense scene, Shaw understood the pressure Tavina felt. 6 days, she said. After that, what hope did they have? This was going to be an impenetrable barrier, resisting any kind of attack. But what options did they have before that? The only opening left right now was from the air, and that hole at the top was rapidly closing. In 3 days' time, it might be less than 100 meters across. Maybe they could infiltrate through deception, just as Ono had pretended to be Yang. He looked for an opening in the dome, but didn't see anything that resembled a door. Finally, he noticed a new outbuilding being constructed out away from the dome. Shaw investigated and discovered it housed the start of a long, ramped tunnel that went deep underground to an elevator under the installation, the only connection from inside the dome to the rest of the world. All staff and supplies would probably come through there, he thought. He hadn't seen any other opening in the dome walls. Could they infiltrate the tunnel? Maybe. But what then? Once Ono had gotten through their defenses, he still relied on an attack from the outside. Getting someone through wasn't going to be enough. And if they held true to their goal of destroying the lattice without killing everyone on the inside, this tunnel might be necessary to get everyone out. Was that goal even realistic anymore? Shaw wondered. He didn't think he could stomach killing everyone inside, though. Iverson, Braybrook, he used to work with these people. He wasn't about to kill them all. Any plan to destroy the lattice had to have two parts, though. Assuming they could knock out this lattice, what kind of hope did they have for the Geneva lattice? It was buried deep underground in a heavily populated city. The surefire plot Wolf and the Raiders had constructed was already revealed, to prevent something as simple as a thought. His thought, Shaw couldn't help but reflect. They'd gone to great lengths to hide themselves, and it had almost certainly been necessary. But now, where did that leave them? A dome blocking their path in the desert, and a city blocking them half a world away. What did he have in the face of all that? A network of true believers. Shaw's mind flashed to the explosion of the space hotel. That's what true believers got him. He wasn't sure he was ready to call on them again. What else did he have? The Walden itself, and the spheres. A wondrous new technology. He could teleport a tiny molecule across the world, and it would start building on itself, constructing a small sphere, or a pipe or disk, anywhere in the world, built out of the very nitrogen in the air around it. They weren't a surprise anymore. The secret was out, and Shaw was certain they were being thoroughly researched. But if not even the inventors of the spheres had tapped their true potential, could Braybrook and Geneva Security be truly prepared for it? Shaw left the jump. He'd seen everything he needed to. He knew what tools he had and what he was up against. The lattice wasn't going to help anymore. What he needed now was his imagination. Shaw was on his way to the great room when Helix came down a hallway, landing in front of him. He stopped short, their eyes locked. Hers were bloodshot and puffy. Shaw hoped someone would come and break the scene, but it was just the two of them. Helix. I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry, that's all I wanted to say. I know he didn't like me much, but I learned a little about him from Tavina. He seemed like a good man. Her eyes narrowed. He was a good man. It's what held him back in everything he touched, even this. But he was mine, and I loved him. I'm sorry, Helix. You didn't cast a vote against him. They did, she said, her finger jabbing at the door to the great room. They were the ones that chose you over him. You might be ready to betray me, but as far as I'm concerned, they already have. And when we're done with this, they're going to answer for what they've done. Helix stomped away and into the great room, and a shudder ripped through Shaw. He slowly followed her in. The chairs he'd seen on his first night on board the Walden were back, this time placed in a semicircle around the room, their backs to the earth hanging above them out the window. All the chairs were full, and Shaw knew that his place was in front of them. The gray, sticky wall was illuminated with a bird's-eye view of the lead dome at the Lattice installation. He thought he detected subtle movements in the image, and knew it was a live feed from the Lattice. Erling got out of his chair and pushed off to greet Shaw. He helped make sure Shaw's wrap was tied into the screen on the wall. Even though the screen operated on the same controls he used in the installation, Shaw let Erling show him how to use it, and took the opportunity to collect his thoughts and push the conversation he'd just had with Helix from his mind. When Erling sat down, Shaw moved to the front of the room. "Welcome, Byron," Wolf said from his chair. "Thank you." "We are here to answer a question. How do we destroy the Lattice, given this? After the events of the past few days, we haven't had a chance to get back to it. But with all of that drama behind us, I think I can speak for everyone when I say that this is our most pressing concern right now. We only have a few days before that dome is finished. Certainly, this doesn't fall on your shoulders entirely. Any decision made will be a group decision. But you have a fresh perspective, and your insight right now would be most welcome. The floor is yours." Shaw nodded and took a breath. Wolf had adopted a tone he'd heard a million times from Braybrook and other superior officers. It was enough to clear his head. It's just a normal briefing. "Thank you. I should let you know that I've been thinking about this question nonstop for the last few days, and I believe I have a solution that will destroy both the Nevada and the Geneva Lattice without a single loss of life." There was a general shifting in the room, and Wolf said, "We're all ears." "On the screen you can see the lead dome," Shaw continued. "It's still in a partial state of completion, but I estimate that we have about 4 days, just over 100 hours actually, until the exterior structure is complete. I propose that we launch our attack on the dome in 6 days. 6 days? Trank interrupted. 2 days after it's been completed? That's correct. Command at the Lattice installation believe that the dome is all they need to protect themselves. They've been operating on emergency levels since your first attack. Staff is worn out, and most of them are scheduled to cycle out for some R&R within the 48 hours after major completion of the dome. By waiting 2 days, we can reduce the likelihood of casualties. While I appreciate we want to keep the loss of life to an absolute minimum, we'd prefer not to die ourselves if we can absolutely help it," Trank said. "Waiting until after the dome is completed feels like a suicide plan." "You said that the command at the Lattice believes the dome is all they need to protect themselves. But isn't that actually true? It does protect them." Helix jumped in before Shaw could respond to Trank. "From conventional weapons, nukes, and lasers, absolutely. But I don't believe conventional weapons can help us much anymore. As I'm sure you know, there's no time to acquire them, and no good way to deploy them. Instead of looking to outside weapons, we need to use their own strength against them. More than 100 years ago, the United States was involved in a war in a small country in Southeast Asia called Vietnam, more commonly known today as part of the Sunda States. The Americans had overwhelming firepower, but the poorer Vietnamese used discarded garbage from the Americans to create weapons. They played by different rules. They waged what we in the military call asymmetric warfare. And that's what we'll use to destroy the Lattice. We'll need a team of 2 on the ground, at most, but I believe that the dome itself will do the heavy lifting for us." There was a collective deep breath, and finally Erling burst out. "But how?" "The spheres. I've researched Tavina and Wolf's work on the spheres, and while I can't understand all of it, I do understand one important thing. The spheres you've made are incredibly strong, nearly unbreakable, like a diamond made out of nitrogen instead of carbon. But they have another unique property. Thanks to the transported molecular machine that creates them from passing nitrogen atoms in the air, they can grow. How large can they grow, Tavina? Larger than the Walden if need be. I've never tried anything larger than that. But theoretically, there's no reason they couldn't just keep growing. So tell me, you will know the answer to this better than anyone. What would happen if you placed 2 of your spheres in a confined space with a wooden box between them and let them grow? They would crush the box, no question, Tavina said. Is there any material you could put between them that wouldn't be crushed? Tavina thought about it. A diamond, like you said. Lead. Maybe some of the heavier metals. Not much else. And there you have my plan. Shaw looked up at the screen. Over the next several days, while the dome is still incomplete, we will transport roughly 5,000 molecular machines evenly around the interior of the lead dome. Then we wait for the dome to be complete. When it's done, we activate those spheres with a command to grow indefinitely. It shouldn't take more than 45 minutes for the spheres to fill the entire volume of the dome. With the thick lead walls of the dome to contain the growing spheres, any building, even the well-armored building that houses the lattice, will be crushed by their growth. The first lattice will be destroyed in less than an hour, and it wouldn't be possible without the dome. The room was mute. Shaw had expected a good reaction, but not this silence. Trank looked over at Tavina and broke it. Do his physics check out? Tavina was staring at the screen image of the dome, but Shaw could tell that she had spheres in her eyes. She nodded slowly. It does. Trank turned back to Shaw. Why not use more spheres and destroy it faster and give them less time to react? With a few days' notice, we can generate a lot more than 5,000 molecular machines. We can do... How many, Tavina? 10,000 a day? She nodded. Or more if we really pushed it. You haven't heard my plan for the Geneva lattice yet, Shaw said. We'll need as many spheres as we can create for that attack. But at the same time, I want to give Braybrook and the staff at the installation time to react. They need to understand what's happening and still have time to evacuate staff through the tunnel. They can evacuate faster than 45 minutes. Of course, but I'm allowing time for emotion. They're going to try to fight it. They're going to try to stop it. They're only going to evacuate when they realize they can't. But what if they figure out a way that you haven't thought of? They can't. It's basic physics. If they could destroy the dome in time, then the spheres would tumble out of it, scattering uselessly on the desert floor. But they can't. The dome is too big, too heavy, and too strong. So that leaves them with one choice: to try to destroy the spheres. Maybe they can destroy a handful of them. Lasers would be the most likely candidate. But the ground lasers are mounted outside the dome, and the space-based lasers won't be able to penetrate through the lead. Anything else they try is just as likely to destroy the installation itself in the process. Once they realize that, they should still have time to evacuate. Trank continued. You said we needed 2 people on the ground. For what exactly? I don't see any need for any. This could all be handled from orbit if we wanted to. Communication and observation. Why not just use the lattice? My estimates of when the lattice will be destroyed are just that, estimates. Should the lattice tower itself be struck early by random chance, the rest of the team in Geneva will need to know. And with the first lattice gone, there may be a period of quiet before the second lattice can take over. Having people on the ground will prevent us from relying on the very system we're trying to destroy. Trank nodded. All right, I'm convinced. We should be able to find 2 people from our roster who are willing to serve as communicators for us. Erling would know which of them would be close enough and reliable enough for this. I disagree, Shaw said before Erling could speak up. Part of my assumption for this plan is that it will be entirely carried out by the people in this room. Trank cocked his head. We have a loyal network out there. Our communication can't be traced back to us. Why risk ourselves by being on site for something as simple as this? Frankly, I don't trust the network anymore. I can't speak for them, but I think we need to recognize that after the hotel exploded, a significant number of them probably got cold feet. They're going to be wondering, what exactly am I being asked to do? They'll worry that their actions might cause people to die. And when they understand what's going on in the dome, they might get cold feet then, too, right when we need to know what's happening the most. I don't want to put my trust in them if I don't have to. Funny, we didn't have issues with our allies on the ground before you showed up and gave them unclear orders to shine lasers on a hotel. Seems like we're having to clean up after you a lot, Trank said. Shaw stood silently, chin forward, waiting. Wolf spun in his chair slightly and looked at Trank. Do you agree with Byron's assessment? That our network is unreliable? Trank was quiet and nodded. With enough time, we could figure out if anyone was on the fence or having second thoughts. But we don't have time. Then we'll do it without them. Let's not dwell on the why right now. Trank looked like he was going to argue, but relented. He turned back to Shaw. All right. Without the network, that leaves only 8 of us in this room. You want 2 in Nevada. That leaves 6 to take down the whole Geneva lattice. Is that enough? Yes. Trank sat back, still defiant, but definitely intrigued. I think I'd like to hear that plan. Me too, Wolf said. Shaw nodded. This is where things get interesting. Annalise, has the Walden ever been submerged in water? She shook her head. No, but it can handle getting a little wet. How about a lot wet? Exactly how deep do you want to take it? I'd like to be able to do 50 fathoms at least. Annalise grimaced. That's an incredible amount of pressure. 10 times the atmospheric pressure at sea level, if I remember my diving chart. And the pressure is all reversed from space. Up here, we're trying to hold in the pressure. Down there, we're trying to hold it out. We'll need rigorous testing. For those of us who don't know a fathom from a furlong, how deep is that? Tavina asked. 300 feet, Shaw said. And what body of water do you want to sink my ship hundreds of feet into exactly? Annalise asked. Lake Geneva, of course. The lattice is in the old tunnels under Geneva from the Large Hadron Collider they built decades ago. It's incredibly well protected simply by having a city on top of it. The method you had planned before, to use an old ventilation duct to chemically destroy the lattice with sulfuric acid, was ingenious. But now it's been revealed. It won't work anymore, as I'm sure you've noticed. Another fact we have to thank you for, Trank said. Enough, Wolf corrected. Trank looked defiantly at Wolf, but was quiet. The whole tube system around the lattice has been encased with a second coating of lead, so we can't transport any starting molecules inside it, Shaw said. Any action against it has to take place on site, likely an explosive placed directly there by either one of us or a drone. So how do we get to it then? We can't tunnel from above ground. We'd attract too much attention. We can't set a surface-based explosive. It wouldn't penetrate far enough below ground and there would be massive casualties. This one stumped me for a long time. But then I realized there would be one way to get underground that wouldn't be guarded and wouldn't cause any loss of life. The lake itself. We can submerge the Walden, maneuver to the correct elevation entirely undetected, and then create one of Tavina's pipes directly from the lake bed to the tunnel holding the lattice. Trank was leaning forward, waiting to jump in. It's impossible. It's not. Your general idea might work, but have you thought about how you actually plan to submerge the Walden? It might be invisible, but it will still cause a splash. Even at night, even while invisible, even while going incredibly slowly, There are just too many people who live around the lake. Someone will see something. It only takes one of them to expose us." I agree, and it's actually worse than you think, because the Walden would still be detected by sonar from the surface. We might be invisible, but sound waves would still find us. "Who uses sonar anymore?" Erling asked. "Fishermen," Annalise and Shaw said together. Shaw added, "It takes away the sport if you use the lattice." "So anyone who happens to see us enter the lake, or any passing fisherman who sees a big fucking sphere on his boat's sonar could give us away," Trank continued. "And 6 of us would be on board, just waiting to be handcuffed and tried, or scuttled. That's not a plan, Shaw." "I've considered all of that, but we can still enter the lake undetected, and I can guarantee that no fisherman will be out on the water using sonar on the day of the attack." "How?" Shaw smiled. "Let's just say there are other ways to avoid being seen that don't involve invisibility." Chapter 29. Shaw was in the command chair. The command room he'd been locked from only days before now operated at his beck and call. The days and nights he'd spent here on tactical planning had been mostly spent with Trank and Wolf, jumping in and out of the lattice to check details of their plans against the facts on the ground. For a while, it was easy to feel like it was just the 3 of them against the world, as the rest of the crew prepared for the plan. Annalise prepared the Walden to become a submersible, with help from Helix. Kuhn prepared the supplies of the ship for its return to gravity. Tavina and Erling worked on the molecular machines that would grow into spheres. 5,000 solid spheres had already been seated evenly around the interior of the lead dome, programmed to grow until everything inside it was crushed between them. And another 40,000 machines had been programmed to build holospheres for the assault on Geneva. Some of those would grow to the size of snowballs and stop. Most could fit Shaw comfortably inside, and some were even bigger than the Walden itself. The mix would be essential. Shaw's understanding of the tasks of the rest of the crew was limited to parts that affected the joint attacks. Anything beyond that, he couldn't make time for. There were just too many details, too many counterplans to consider, and, it turned out, too many fights. The first big fight was over dividing the team, in particular, choosing who would be on the ground in Nevada. Shaw was pushing for Trank and Helix. At this point, he didn't trust either of them, especially after his conversation in the hallway with Helix. Trank argued that Shaw should be in Nevada, on the grounds that Shaw couldn't do much of anything without the Nevada attack once it had started, but he could easily sabotage the Geneva assault. "I'd be recognized in Nevada," Shaw argued. "I worked with them for years." "You'll be recognized anywhere," Trank said. "Most everyone with a Lattice reader watched you die. Putting you out in the field in Geneva is just asking for trouble." "If security in Geneva finds a stranger, they'll act immediately. If they find me, they'll hesitate long enough we can disarm them," Shaw countered. "Guns melt in the face of your incredible celebrity, is that it?" "Enough," Wolf said. He was quiet, but they both stopped. "Byron, don't play favorites. You're a superb strategist. Don't make an ass out of yourself like you're picking teams in middle school. Trank, you and Kuhn will be in Nevada. Kuhn doesn't have enough training to be much help in Geneva. If all goes well with this, our work will be done. I expect the destruction of the Lattice will lead to a global hiccup in transportation and other systems, and while that gets worked out, you two shouldn't be on 2 different continents. Agreed?" Shaw and Trank nodded and went back to their corners, at least until the next bout. The most bitter fight resulted from a surprise announcement only a day before the dome would be complete. The 5 CEOs of the companies that produced Lattice readers, including Grace Williams, were meeting at the Nevada Lattice to celebrate the completion of the lead dome. To Trank, it was an opportunity to cut the head off the serpent all at once.
It'll send a message to anyone who wants to reconstruct the lattice, he finished.
We're destroying their companies. We don't have to be assassins at the same time.
Those companies need to be in chaos for as long as possible.
They will be. Their CEOs will all be in Nevada, and no one will be able to reach them using the lattice. We don't need to create another 5 martyrs for this cause.
Says the first martyr for it. Maybe you're just trying to protect your buddies.
If you just wanted to accuse me of betraying you all the time, why did you bother voting for me?
You gave us a plan, a pretty good one. I happen to think it'll work. But I also agree with Tavina. I think you're going to get cold feet and turn on us. Better to pull you out of the equation now and not give you a chance.
What exactly are you proposing, Trank? Wolf interrupted.
We kill them, and only them.
How, I mean? Shaw sucked in his breath and held it.
We speed up our timeline. They're having a press conference and ribbon-cutting thing in 36 hours, a day before our planned attack. We strike then.
Wouldn't they evacuate?
Then we use more spheres and fill up the dome faster. Maybe we don't give them time to get out.
You're talking about a lot more than 5 martyrs, then, Wolf murmured, stealing the words out of Shaw's mouth.
Then I'll go inside. After the spheres have started to grow, I'll take them out myself, one at a time.
Wolf stared at Trank for a long time, evaluating him. Eventually, he shook his head.
It's not worth it, Trank. The CEOs are figureheads. If we went after everyone who had a hand in the lattice, the list would just keep growing and growing. Ada Dillon. Me.
Wolf smiled sadly.
The lattice itself is enough.
Trank coughed and turned away.
Since you bring up Dillon. No! She's working on a new lattice, Wolf. Why destroy one if she can build another? It's years away from completion. With any luck, the world won't want it by the time she's done. There's too much money there for people to walk away.
There was too much money in slavery once, too. But it's illegal now, and everyone agrees it's immoral, Shaw said, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Wolf and surprising even himself.
That's different. People fought a war over slavery, Trank countered. What do you call this? It sure feels like a war to me, Wolf said.
Shaw felt a sudden loss, with the conversation turning to the Civil War. 2 days from now, he'd never be able to jump back to his favorite time in history. Should he jump back and visit Gettysburg before their raid? No, there wasn't time. He still had so much left to do. But he could barely fathom his life without jumps to the battlefields and encampments of the 1860s. He pushed it as far from his mind as he could. Ellie would want him to. Ellie. He would be stuck in Geneva for a time after this was all over. But he should be able to get to her in St. Louis in plenty of time, hopefully months before his daughter was born. That was all he needed to get through this. Shaw looked up, and Trank and Wolf were still arguing back and forth.
We need a break,
he announced, cutting them both off with a commanding voice. Let's come back together in 15. There was no more talk of assassinations or changing the timeline when they came back together. Clearer heads had prevailed, and from then on, Shaw found himself moderating more and more frequently between Wolf and Trank. Wolf had, consciously or not, become an advocate for many of the principles Shaw had embraced. Wolf's statesmanlike demeanor ebbed, and Shaw felt himself picking up those reins. This was in his blood. He remembered playing peacemaker during arguments between Peter and Elvin years ago, getting one or the other of them to back down, making them laugh to pass over a troublesome spot, smoothing out a fight with an invitation to box and letting them hit it out in a ring when both were too proud to apologize. He was used to being the man balancing both sides, pointing out a nuance here or simply calling someone's bullshit there. And here he was doing it again. The remaining hours flew by. Shaw insisted everyone sleep before they began their descent out of orbit. They were going to spend their remaining time with churning stomachs and fast-beating hearts with no chance for sleep. Eventually, even that was behind them. Shaw watched Erling and Wolf guide the Walden out of orbit, gently bringing her down into the night sky over the Pacific. As the glowing Earth filled the window in the command room, he remembered watching the Walden's ascent not even 2 weeks before, half paralyzed and kidnapped out of his own grave. It felt like a lifetime ago. Once the ship was back into the atmosphere, and Shaw's internal organs had settled back into their normal places, the invisible Walden began moving through the high atmosphere until they were stationed over the Nevada desert. There they waited. They had beat their timeline by an hour, thanks to clear skies over the Pacific. Dropping the Walden through a bank of clouds would have caused a very obvious and suspicious hole to form, and they had allowed time to maneuver around them if need be. The crew gathered in the great room and used this last lull for hugs and goodbyes. "Trank and Kuhn will be leaving us in less than 45 minutes, Wolf said. "If all goes as we expect, within 24 hours the common purpose of this team, this community, will have been fulfilled. I think it's natural that we feel a certain loss. We've shared close quarters, which meant some bitter fights from time to time, but mostly we were united. We face an unknown future. We don't know how the world will react, but after tomorrow, we won't have to try to change it from the shadows. We will be free to go where we like, to fight for what we want in public and without shame. Thank you all for everything you've done." Wolf took a step back and gestured to Tavina. She looked unsure of herself and shifted back and forth on her feet a few times. "Everything that Wolf said is exactly right, but we all remember we made a similar speech a month ago. And here we are again. We're not done yet. We're putting ourselves on the line this time, so we won't get another shot. If I need to lay everything on the line to destroy the Lattice, I'm willing. If I must give my life, I'm willing. If today is my last day, I'm willing. Are you?" "I'm willing," Annalise said. "I'm willing," Erling said. "I'm willing," Trank and Kuhn said together. "I'm willing," Wolf said. "I'm willing," Helix said. Now that he was on the spot, Shaw was not sure he was willing. His thoughts were of Ellie, of his not-yet-born daughter. What if it came to a choice? He could choose to never see them, or he could choose to give them a world without the Lattice. What would he choose? He couldn't linger now. "I'm willing," he said. Tavina nodded. "Make the next 24 hours count, everyone." As the rest of the crew continued their goodbyes, Shaw naturally fell to the side and he watched Helix leave before anyone could reach her. He watched the others hug and plan to rendezvous on the anniversary of the Lattice's destruction next year. This wasn't for him, but he didn't feel like he could leave like Helix did. They might cut her some slack, but they would be suspicious of him. He waited until people started leaving and then quietly followed them out. He went below decks, using the ladder and missing the easy gliding to and fro he'd experienced in orbit. Outside the sphere room, he stumbled on Tavina and Trank in the hallway, heads close in conversation. They looked up at him and let their conversation stop. He paused, but they stared him down. "Just saying our goodbyes," Trank said. Shaw nodded and went past them to the command room. He began looking over the screens, confirming that nothing had changed. He heard the door behind him slide open and turned to see Tavina enter. "Didn't mean to interrupt," he said, wondering if she would explain her huddle with Trank. Tavina didn't answer. She waited for the door to close before she spoke. "I know you lied in there. You're not ready to die for this cause." "I don't think we'll have to make that choice," Your plan is good, but it's not foolproof. I'm committed, Tavina. I truly am. I hope that in every way since the vote I've been able to show that to you. But you asked me to choose between seeing my wife and destroying the Lattice, and the decisions get a little harder. It's not supposed to be easy. I'm in, Tavina. I want this to work, and when we're done and we've been successful, I want to go home. All right, she finally said. I won't ask for more than that. I sincerely hope, for your sake, and the fate of us all, that this won't come to rest on your shoulders, Shaw, because no matter what you choose, I'm not sure you'll be able to live with the consequences. The Walden slowly began its descent into a short range of hills a few miles away from the Lattice installation. Like the raider vessel that had come out of the desert to attack the Lattice, the Walden's surface was matching the external temperature of the desert around it. But at night, the desert was cool, and any excess heat from the Walden had to go somewhere. The interior of the Walden began to roast with stored heat. Kuhn and Trank stepped out of the Walden and into the empty hills. They waved to the faces inside. The door closed and the Walden lifted off, its short interlude complete. The spheres would start growing inside the dome at 8 o'clock that night, local time, so the pair would have most of the day to make their way through the hills into a position to observe the dome and the tunnel outlet. When the installation was fully destroyed, which they expected to happen within 45 minutes or an hour, it would be early morning in Geneva, and the Walden's phase of the mission would begin. Chapter 30. The remaining crew crowded into the command room to watch the feed from Nevada over the Lattice. No one jumped individually, but instead they chose to watch it as a group. Trank and Kuhn's reports over an old-fashioned encrypted wireless were loud enough that everyone could listen as they watched the screen. They were now holding steady at 60,000 feet above Geneva, where the crew couldn't do anything but watch, listen, and wait. How many people are inside right now? Shaw asked Erling, who had done a full survey during their high-altitude trip to Geneva. 283, he said. I thought there would be less by now, Annalise said. On a normal day, it's at least 600, Shaw answered. And there were more than 400 inside the dome when I started, Erling added. Here, I tagged everyone so I can put a secondary map up. A second screen illuminated, and a bird's-eye view of the Lattice, with small green dots indicating every person inside the installation. 2 fewer now, Erling said. There's someone taking the tunnel out every couple of minutes. Anyone I know still there? Shaw asked. Sure, you knew a lot of people. General Braybrook? Erling nodded. Iverson? Erling nodded again. Promoted, by the looks of it. What about Yang? This time, Erling shook his head. Nope, never saw him. Shaw wondered where the young man was. Was he on leave? It was clear from his jumps back that Shaw's death had rattled Yang badly. He wished he'd investigated where he was now. You want to call it off because your buddies are inside, Shaw? Trank asked over the wireless. Helpful to know who my opponents are, that's all, Shaw answered. And keep all your comm traffic to the essentials only, please. Yes, sir, Trank said. Why do you need to know who's running the installation right now? Erling asked. He checked the timer on the wall. In less than 3 minutes, those spheres are going to start growing and there's nothing they can do to stop it. In the academy, they taught us a mantra by one of the greatest military strategists of all time. No battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. Something's going to go wrong. I don't know if it will be in Nevada or Geneva, but someone is going to throw us a curveball we didn't expect. You see what I mean? Erling nodded. If we're waiting for a pitch, it's helpful to know who the pitcher is. Shaw nodded. Exactly. 2 minutes, Tavina called out. All eyes went to the digital countdown to confirm what she'd just said. "How many inside now, Erling?" Shaw asked. 279. Trank, what's your visual?
Getting dark, but the exterior lights by the tunnel exit are bright as day. No activity anywhere else yet.
Shaw heard Kuhn's voice. "I can confirm the 4 people exiting since Early's count of 283. Keep your eyes on that exit, Kuhn. We'll be using your count when the lattice goes down." Shaw looked at Annalise next to him. "Is the Walden ready for her dive?" "As ready as she'll ever be," she answered, running her hand over her head. There was something resigned about her tone that caught Shaw's attention. "What?" Annalise rolled her head to the side, weighing whether to answer. "1 minute," Tavina called out. "What?" Shaw repeated more forcefully. "Can she do this or not, Annalise?" "She can do it. I stand by that. But afterwards, I don't know that she'll be in any shape to fly again. It's hard to predict." "She won't need to," Shaw said. "After this, her mission will be done." "I dreamt of taking her out on my own after we were done. She's my baby, you know?" 15 seconds, Tavina said. Shaw's attention turned to the screens in the front of the room. He saw Erling's overview map with the green dots. The main screen was black, although it was putting out light, so it was clearly on. "Where's the dome interior I asked for?" Shaw asked. "That's it," Helix answered. "The main screen." Shaw stared into its darkness as Tavina began counting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The molecular machines are now active. "Shit," Shaw cursed. "How many are inside right now, Erling?" "Still 279. "I confirm," Kuhn said over the wireless.
"What's the problem, Byron?"
Wolf asked. Shaw's mind was racing. "It's too dark. The lights of the installation used to be visible for hundreds of miles. It was as bright as old Las Vegas. And then they went on at sunset every night. That was 3 minutes ago. They should have been on by now." Shaw couldn't believe they'd overlooked something so simple. But why bother illuminating the inside of the dome? There was nothing to see. "So what if it's dark?" Wolf asked. Shaw's face was grim. "Such a small thing. Without the lights, they won't see the spheres in time to react. They're not going to have enough time to evacuate if they don't know what's coming." Turning to Tavina, Shaw asked, "How big have the spheres grown?" 2 inches in diameter. "We thought they'd noticed them when they were 3 feet across," Shaw said to the room. Everyone waited. 6 people just exited, Erling announced. "Confirmed," said Kuhn. They kept waiting. 1 foot in diameter, Tavina eventually said. "Get me a third screen. I want to see the interior of the Lattice's command room." Wolf worked on it, and suddenly a familiar sight was in front of Shaw. His old office, if you could call it that. He'd probably spent more hours there than he did at home. The charcoal-colored walls, barely illuminated by the ugly lights. The glow from the ring of screens. The central table. And at the central table, in Shaw's old place, was Iverson. "I'm about to ruin your night, Johann," Shaw murmured. Iverson seemed to be practically alone in the room. "They really are on a skeleton crew, aren't they?" 18 inches in diameter, Tavina intoned. "Are we hitting the rate you expected?" "Right on target. It's only after they're 100 feet in diameter where I'm less certain." "We're at 270, that's another 3 gone." "Confirmed." "Just give me updates on the 10s from now on, guys," Shaw said. "Yes, sir," Erling said. Unlike with Trank, his sir didn't appear to be ironic. "And there's 2 feet, Tavina said. Iverson continued to go about his business, no hurry anywhere on his face. "Are the spheres registering anywhere on their sensors?" Shaw called. Heat? Noise? Anything? Is he just missing something? Wolf put a ring to his temple and jumped to investigate. Shaw shook his head while he waited. 5,000 spheres are filling the inside of that dome. They should be scared to death after what they've seen those things can do, except no one's turning on the fucking lights. He didn't realize he was shouting until he was already hoarse. 260, Erling said quietly, followed by Kuhn's confirmation over the wireless. No one was willing to look him in the eye. Wolf was back from his jump. Nothing. They don't have a clue. We need to warn them what's coming. Not on your fucking life, Trank shouted over the wireless. Hundreds of people are going to die, Trank, Shaw shouted back. I'm not going to have another exploding hotel on my conscience. 3 feet, Tavina said, quieting everyone. They watched the screens, where nothing had changed. I need ideas, people, Shaw called out. Erling said, We could just call them outright. A declaration of war. No, Trank shouted again. Someone in the network, then, Shaw said. Someone who could call and... The network's gone, Tavina said. I pulled in all the molecular machines for this. I didn't think we'd need them again. We'd have to send someone a whole new sphere. There's not enough time. Shaw didn't linger. Wolf? Wolf seemed to be in shock. I don't know, Byron. I don't know how to warn them. Shaw looked at the wireless. Trank, is there anything you can do to warn them that won't give away your position? They find us hiding under their noses, Shaw, and they'll start getting curious where we came from, Trank said. They'll trace us to the Walden, and then they'll find you. 4 feet. They're going to start touching the inside walls of the dome soon, and then pushing each other toward the installation perimeter, Tavina called. Christ, Tavina, are they going faster? More surface area means more contact with nitrogen atoms, so yes, they're growing faster. Same principle as your plan for Geneva. The rushing air molecules. That's it! Geneva, we start now, Shaw suddenly exclaimed. A raid on Geneva is going to put both installations on high alert. The lights will come on, they'll see the spheres, and non-essential personnel will start evacuating. We can't start our raid on Geneva until we know the first lattice is destroyed, Tavina argued. What if it doesn't work? At this point, the risk isn't that it's going to fail. It's taking hundreds of innocent lives at the same time. Annalise, start our descent to 10,000 feet as fast as you can. Hold, Annalise. This isn't your decision alone, Shaw, Tavina said. You've put me in charge of this assault, Tavina. It is my decision. Either live with it or find someone else. Tavina's eyes shot daggers at Shaw. Let him do it, Tavina. Can't run an army with 2 generals, Trank said from the wireless, surprising everyone. Tavina looked to Wolf, who nodded. She turned away. 250, Erling announced, and Kuhn confirmed. Shaw wasted no time enjoying his small victory. Annalise, start our descent and then hold it 10,000 feet. Wolf, get me a screen on Lake Geneva and a map. I want to see where we're aiming. Tavina, get ready for our first drop. I want something big that's going to get everyone's attention. Where do you want them? She asked, her voice still filled with anger. Wolf had an overview of the twinkling lights over Geneva up on the screen in front of them. Damn, it's still dark here too, Shaw said. The lake wouldn't get any notice. It had to be in the city. But where? A dark line across the lights of the city caught his eye. The Rhone. It drained Lake Geneva right through the middle of the city. He remembered walking along it after learning about Ellie's pregnancy. Every few hundred feet, a bridge of streetlights crossed it, but otherwise it would be totally free of people. Shaw pointed to a dark spot on the river between the 2 bridges closest to the lake. There, between the first 2 bridges, I remember a small island right in the middle of the river, a park or something. There shouldn't be anyone there this early in the morning, but it's surrounded by people. It'll definitely get noticed. What's our altitude, Annalise? Tavina asked. 25,000 feet and dropping fast. We'll wait until 15,000, Tavina said. They'll be too big if we go now. No, release it now. Tavina didn't reply, but stayed focused on her controls.
50 spheres have been released. I want eyes on that island, Shaw called. Wolf worked again, and after a few seconds, Shaw saw a view of the island from the nearest bridge. Spheres are already 2 inches in diameter, Tavina said. They have 17,000 feet to fall. Now 6 inches in diameter. Already? Shaw asked. Tavina shot him a withering glance. This was your idea. Drop them from a great height, and the rush of nitrogen atoms will cause them to grow much faster. Shaw nodded. How big will they be when they hit? At current pace, 8 feet in diameter. Shaw watched the small island, which rested unknowingly in the path of 50 massive spheres. It, and the city around it, was peaceful and slumbering. Would the impact hurt anyone nearby? At least these are hollow, he mused. He tore his eyes away and looked at the main screen. Still dark. What's happening inside the dome? Spheres are 9 feet in diameter. They're starting to bump against each other and begin moving. I wouldn't be surprised if people are starting to catch some noises here and there as they scrape against each other. How long until they're within visual range of the installation at this pace? Shaw asked. Tavina weighed the question. Without the lights? 10 minutes. Most of them started to grow around the edges, so they've got a ways to go. She turned her attention back to the readout of the falling spheres. 5,000 feet to go. 3 feet in diameter. 20 seconds to go. Shaw watched the island. It was too dark to see if there was anyone on the island, and when it truly came down to it, he wasn't sure he wanted to find out. 10 seconds. Everyone was focused on the image of the small island in the middle of the river. Shaw discovered he was holding his breath and let it out slowly. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. 1 second the island was there. The next, a hailstorm of 50 spheres, each 8 feet in diameter, smashed into it at 200 miles per hour. A violent explosion of debris rocketed away from the island. Splinters of trees and chunks of concrete hurled into the river, with lighter pieces clearing the river and landing on the road and bridge surfaces surrounding the island. Pieces of glass shattered in the windows nearby, tinkling down onto the roadway. Shaw was instantly glad he hadn't asked for audio. The island was no more. A pile of massive spheres, some of them broken and shattered, others still remarkably intact, entirely filled the space between the bridges and the roadways, piling up and filling the riverbed. Shaw couldn't help but let out a short, barked laugh of relief. I think that will get someone's attention, finally. If that's what 50 can do, think what the next 39,950 will do, Wolf chuckled. Holding at 10,000 feet, Annalise announced. Move us out over the lake. Let's show them something really interesting. Look! Erling shouted, pointing at the main screen. Iverson was moving fast now. People were streaming in the doors, and Shaw recognized the changing pattern of the lights inside the command room. The entire station was on full alert. Suddenly, the interior of the dome was fully illuminated as the installation's floodlights blazed on. Give me audio in the command room, Shaw called. Braybrook had just strode in and was standing in the center of the room with Iverson. What do we know? Braybrook asked. Some kind of attack in Geneva using spheres like the raiders used for communication, but huge spheres, 8 or 9 feet across. Much bigger than we knew they could be. They fell right out of the sky like a meteor. An attack on the Geneva lattice? Iverson shook his head. On the city itself. I might have jumped the gun by going to full alert since we don't know if it has anything to do with the lattice. But since it was those spheres again, I didn't want to take any chances. Agreed, Braybrook said. Sir, a voice from off-screen shouted. We've got visual reports of a sphere inside the dome. Get it on the screen. Shaw found himself watching a screen of Braybrook and Iverson watching a screen. He looked back at the screen that showed the interior of the dome to get a sense of what they would be greeted with momentarily,
thousands of them, surrounding the lattice installation on all sides. Under the bright lights, the advance of the spheres was very clear. At least 10 feet high, the dark spheres were rolling ever closer, pushed by the growth of spheres behind them, which in the distance Shaw could make out doubling up against the sloping interior of the dome. Looking back at Iverson and Braybrook, he got to watch their first reaction as the spheres were shown on their screen. "My God," Braybrook said. "There must be thousands of them." Iverson stared, his mouth agape, mute. "They're barely moving." "What do you think they're playing at?" Braybrook said. He got no response. "Iverson!" Iverson snapped out of his state of shock. "What direction are we looking at, Bailey?" he called. "West, sir." "Get me a visual on all 4 sides. Manza, jump back. Tell me how long these things have been there." Iverson turned to Braybrook. "Sir, I recommend evacuating all non-essential personnel out of the tunnel as fast as we can." "We don't even know," Braybrook started. "Sir, the primary defense of the installation has just been breached. We don't know how, we don't know why, but until we do, we need to evacuate everyone not directly involved in our defense." Braybrook opened his mouth to reply, and then snapped it shut. He nodded. "I'll broadcast the order to evacuate." Shaw closed his eyes, grateful to finally hear those words uttered. "Visuals on all 4 sides, sir," a voice came. Iverson checked out the screens around him and visibly shuddered. Entirely surrounded? How did this happen? "They started growing just under 10 minutes ago, sir," a second voice reported. "Simultaneously on all sides, right at the base of the dome's wall. As they grew, they started pushing closer. And, sir, they're still growing." Comprehension dawned in Iverson's eyes. They're not going to stop growing. Not until they fill up the dome and crush everything inside it. "Do we have any lasers inside the dome, Manza?" "All ground-based lasers are outside the perimeter, sir, and the space lasers—" "Damn it! Manza, find anyone who has a hand laser and take them to the lower roof around the lattice tower. Fire at anything coming at you. Let's see if we can take any of these things out." "Tavina?" Shaw asked, hoping for her assessment of their plan. "It won't work. 4 or 5 lasers on the same sphere for a couple of seconds could destroy one. But they don't have enough lasers or enough time to make even a dent. The sooner they figure that out, the better. Erling, how's the evac?" "Very orderly, sir. Down to 180 people already." "It's getting crowded at the exit, but that squares with what I've seen," Kuhn said. "Trank?" Shaw asked. "We're all lit up outside the dome. Some activity in the air since the full alert was called, and now a lot of ground transportation to get people away from the tunnel exit. But otherwise, nothing of note." "All right. We'll keep checking in on you guys. But since we've already given Geneva a taste, I think it's time we put on our real show." The sky over Geneva had warmed to a dark blue, with only the brightest stars visible. No rays of light had crept over the hills to hit the clouds, and the pinks and yellows of sunrise were still many minutes away. The still lake was dotted with a few early morning fishing boats, some moored yachts, and a passenger ferry on its way up the lake. From 10,000 feet, the lake looked tranquil, but on the surface, each boat was a mixture of confusion. Reports of glass spheres falling from the sky and destroying an island in the middle of the Rhone were on every screen and wrap. Only those fishermen who had left the shore without any lattice reader on board were in the dark, and even they had heard the thunderous noise carry over the water from Geneva. Many of them were puttering toward shore, their lines still in the water trailing behind them, hoping for a final catch before being chased off the lake. Yacht captains near Geneva were making preparations to move their yachts to a safer location up the lake, when the crew wasn't loading into dinghies and abandoning the ship altogether. The passenger ferry was pushing the limits of its engines to flee the city and the narrow confines of the Petit Lac that formed the western end of the lake. Looking down on it all was Byron Shaw, like Zeus with a quiver full of thunderbolts. He pointed to a deep point in the middle of the lake that was already free of boat traffic. "Center the storm right there, Tavina," he said. "Get ready for 3,000 spheres. I want a mix of all sizes." "For how long?" "Continuously, for the next 3 minutes. 1,000 spheres a minute. How many will that leave us?" "Just over 35,000. "Barely any," Shaw smiled. "Okay, when the 3 minutes is up, release everything. 7,000 a minute for 5 minutes. Tavina's hands flew over her controls. "The sequence is set. Annalise, have the ship prepared for the drop exactly 6 minutes after the storm begins. Shut down invisibility and then drop us into the center of the storm." She sighed, but nodded. "The Walden's ready." "Buckle up, everyone," Shaw called. He belted himself into his command chair and waited until everyone else had done the same thing. "All right, Tavina, let's make it rain." Chapter 31. Looking up at the sky from the lake's surface, which was the view on one of the screens in the Walden, the spheres were first just black pinpricks on a dark blue firmament, like the reverse of stars, a constellation of dark matter in the sky. Unlike stars, however, these new objects were getting larger, quickly. From the ground, they were still indistinct, but as they neared the lake, they filled more of the sky with the menace of a swarm of bees, or German bombers over London. How many could there possibly be? No boats were in their direct path, but anyone who saw the spheres coming steered as far from them as they could. Nearly a full minute after they were first visible from the ground, the first sphere plunged into the surface of Lake Geneva with great splashes, each at least 20 feet high. It was a small drop compared to the massive hailstorm of spheres behind it. Some looked small, only a foot or two across. Others were huge, 4 or 5 times longer than the fishing boats that had scurried out of their way. Each pummeled the lake, larger splashes overlapping and interrupting smaller splashes, turning the previously placid surface into a cauldron of bubbling and spewing coronas of water. As the spheres kept falling into the lake, the spheres that had fallen before them were trying to rise to the surface, their hollow cores making them buoyant. But with the onslaught from the air, they kept being beaten back down again, until one would find a stray opening and shoot into the air a few feet, coming to float on the margins of the sphere storm, pushed closer and closer toward the shore by the waves kicking up at its center. As they were pushed farther from the center, the surface of the lake became more and more cluttered by the glass floats. No one's eyes were on the surface, however. Around the shore, French and Swiss alike stood in their bathrobes and pajamas, each staring at the sky in wonder. Just when it felt like it had gone on forever, who could imagine spheres falling from the sky for a minute, let alone 3, it was as if the heavens opened up. The first barrage was but a small taste of what was to come. The air was filled with spheres. The ones that had already fallen were pushing up against the shore and the docks, cracking pilings and pushing boats up out of the water and onto the small beaches. Each new strike of a sphere against the water was like an old gun's blast, and with so many now coming one on top of another, it was more like Civil War cannon fire, the echoes carrying over the hills to the closest town. With the storm expanded and the spheres pushing in all directions on the shore, the people ran, covering their ears and scrambling to get as far from the lake as they could. Even those watching from a feed somewhere were shocked at the scope and how far they had to zoom back from Geneva to view the whole storm at once. Who, then, was in a place to notice a single sphere, 50 feet across, that dropped into the center of the maelstrom but didn't reappear on the surface like the thousands of others? With the lake's surface covered in tens of thousands of spheres, who even dared to imagine that, under its surface, that particular sphere was adjusting its propulsion and navigating farther down into the dark water, and beginning its trek west toward the city of Geneva itself? As soon as their terrifying freefall and whiplash collision into Lake Geneva was complete, Tavina and Annalise were out of their belted chairs and back at their consoles. Shaw finished his deep breaths and looked over at Erling in the chair next to him. He was gripping his armrests, his eyes still closed. "It's over, Erling," Shaw said. Erling nodded, his eyes still squeezed tightly. "You afraid of heights?" "Not so much heights as falling from them." Shaw laughed loudly and Erling let a grin escape. Erling opened his eyes and looked around the room. "No heights to worry about here. What's our depth, Annalise?" Shaw unbelted himself from the chair and stepped forward. His legs were wobbly. Every muscle in him had been taut during the fall and impact. 20 fathoms, on our way down to 50. Slowly. I want to be able to bring her up a bit if we push the limit." "What's the depth of the lake bed here?" 80 fathoms. We still got plenty of room to work with." "How are things looking on the surface, Tavina?" "We have another 60 seconds of spheres still falling, but already we have a huge cover of them across the whole lake, practically right up to the Rhone. No one's going to be looking for us down here." "Excellent, thank you." It was a masterful display. The Walden creaked and groaned loudly, and everyone on the crew was silenced, looking up at the walls. "Get used to it, people," Annalise muttered. "We're still diving." "The Walden is strong enough, right, Annalise?" Erling asked. "The sound is normal," Shaw answered. "You can't put this much pressure on anything without getting some noises like that." Erling nodded, but he didn't look convinced. Annalise was watching her console, but she stole a glance at Shaw. "You sound like you spent time on ships, Byron." Shaw shook his head. "Not much. My father loved boats. He fished, he sailed. But it was usually what he did to get time away from me and my mom and brother. I only picked up a bit from those times my mom made me take him with me. You?" Annalise grinned. "Well, before designing spaceships, I specialized in a different kind of ship." "It's in your blood, then?" She nodded. "You can't grow up in the Caribbean without being a sailor." "Any experience with submarines?" Annalise laughed. "You're witnessing my first." "We have movement in Nevada," Wolf called. Shaw's eyes found the screens that still displayed the feeds from the Nevada lattice. The spheres looked like they were 40 or 50 feet deep across the floor of the dome. They were pushed up against the edges of the lattice installation's outer buildings, but so far they hadn't come in contact with the central tower that housed the lattice itself. The buildings themselves hadn't buckled under the pressure yet either. When the spheres encountered resistance, they pushed upward, stacking on top of each other and reaching toward the top of the dome. Only when they started to hit resistance from the walls of the dome would the pressure on the buildings be enough to break them. Shaw's eyes went to the screen which showed the command room of the lattice. So far as he could tell, everyone was still in there. "How many are left inside, Erling?" Shaw asked. 116, he answered. Shaw waited for a response from Kuhn, but nothing was forthcoming. "Kuhn! Trank! Is our wireless working?" "It's the water," Wolf answered. "We thought they'd be done by the time our attack began." Shaw nodded. "I'm still used to the lattice where things like that don't matter. Either of them have a ring?" "Trank does," Wolf said. "Get one of them on for a lattice call and explain the wireless won't work. At this point, I think the writing's on the wall. They're on their own. Wish them luck and give them my thanks. Even Trank." Wolf put his ring to his temple and entered a jump. Shaw looked at the main screen again. Can I have some volume on the control room again? I want to hear what they're up to. The volume came up mid-sentence on Iverson. No other options, sir. Shooting only destroyed 20 spheres. 15 seconds of sustained firing from 3 different laser rifles. You do the math. Then we go in through the top, Braybrook countered. We fire all orbiting lasers on a single point on the dome, and we burst through it. Those have enough firepower to take out all the spheres. It's not fast enough. Our estimates are it would take at least an hour to cut a hole through it. We need to give it up. Transfer control to the Geneva Lattice, and then get the hell out of here. Geneva's under attack. You saw what's happening, Braybrook said. They have a better chance than we do. Nukes then, Braybrook hollered. We can bring a tactical nuke inside the dome within 10 minutes. Place it far enough away from the tower, and the Lattice should have a fighting shot at surviving. All you do is turn those spheres into massive projectiles, bouncing around inside the dome and taking everything out in their path. It's over, sir, Iverson said quietly. I strongly recommend you order a full evac before we get crushed in here, and ask Geneva to spool up their Lattice to full capacity. If they get started in time, there won't be any downtime during the transfer. Braybrook stared, hoping for some idea to spark. But he eventually nodded, resigned. Manza, he called out. Call our old friend in Geneva. I'm sure they're watching, but we should do this by the book. Tell them they're up. Yes, sir. Braybrook went to a microphone and ordered a mandatory evacuation of all personnel through the tunnel. That done, he turned to Iverson. Goddamn Zella Galway and the rest of her CEO friends. This dome was practically shoved down our throats, and here it's trapped us from any possible way to stop these things. Pitiful. Iverson motioned to a screen in the control room. Look at that. The spheres stopped falling over Lake Geneva. Braybrook looked up at the image of the lake's surface covered with spheres and sighed. I have no idea what the raiders think putting a bunch of spheres into the lake is going to do, but I wish the boys in Geneva better luck than we've had. Braybrook turned his body to address the whole room. With the same booming voice that Shaw instantly remembered, Braybrook called out to the room. You did good work today, everyone. But this one was out of our control. Drop what you're doing and let's make for the tunnel. We live to fight another day. Move out! You can cut the feed, Shaw said. But leave the interior of the dome up on the screen. I want to see this one through till the very end. The interior of the control room disappeared. Shaw turned to Wolf. Trank and Kuhn? They're going to wait it out in the hills. They don't want to start moving until both lattices have been destroyed. Trank says to tell you, don't fuck it up. Shaw smirked. I'll do my best. How far are we from the target, Annalise? 500 meters, she answered. How close do we need to be for you, Tavina? Shaw asked. She shook her head. I'm not sure. I've never tried this through water before. Let me know when we're 100 meters away. Will do, Annalise answered. Shaw watched the spheres on the feed from inside the dome, as the Walden continued through the dark water. Each sphere had grown to be more than 30 feet tall. Wolf had reset the screen to show the news feed from near the top of the dome, which the spheres were nearing. It can't be much longer now, Shaw said. He was right. Suddenly, the free space around the edges of the dome was all used up, but the spheres were programmed to keep growing. The only room left to grow was through the walls of the lattice installation. Their strength, when compared to the nitrogen diamond structures of the spheres and the meters-thick lead walls of the dome, wasn't enough. As if it were nothing more than an empty tin can, the building was pushed in on itself, the weight of the spheres pulverizing its steel and glass and concrete. Without warning, Shaw's view of the action, and every view screen in the room flickered, faded to a dark gray, and then turned off entirely. A cheer went up and filled the Walden. Tavina, Wolf, and Helix were joined in a big group hug. Erling was letting out boyish whoops of joy, and Annalise had taken her eyes off the console long enough to wrap her arms around Shaw's neck and plant a kiss on his cheek. "I never thought I'd really live to see the day. Thank you, Byron." Breaking off any chance for Shaw to reply, the screen suddenly illuminated again and reversed the process, from black to gray to a live feed. The mood in the room dropped. "Okay, folks. We knew that Geneva was going to pick up the slack," Shaw said. "Let's not forget, we just did what no one in the last 30 years has been able to do, and without a single life taken. We're not ready for celebrating. The Nevada lattice might be destroyed, but we've still got one more to go." Chapter 32. "It's your show, Tavina," Shaw said. The Walden was resting just off its target on the lake bed, 280 feet below the surface of Lake Geneva. They were still several hundred meters away from Geneva, and the lattice itself was farther than that. But Tavina's molecular machines were ready to bore into the silt and the rock, creating a straight line to the underground tunnels that housed the lattice. "Annalise, can you bring us down another 2 feet?" Tavina asked. "We're a little higher than I'd like." "We are exactly 280 feet below the surface," Annalise said. "I know. I'm guessing the 40,000 spheres we dropped into the lake raised the surface level." Annalise played with her console. "Hold there," Tavina called. "Holding," Annalise answered. Tavina kept working. "Okay, we're underway. 10 minutes until we're ready to go." "So how does this work exactly?" Shaw asked Tavina, moving over to her console. "I saw the tunnel up the USS Maine Memorial, but I never understood how you grew it." "It's fairly simple," Tavina said, her fingers moving over her consoles. She brought up a diagram of a cross-section that showed the Walden, the lake bed, the levels of the lake's surface, and the city street, and the long distance under them to the CERN tunnels. To Shaw's eye, the Walden was at the same level as the tunnels, if not a hair lower. "Big picture? I'm transporting a series of molecular machines in a straight line from here to directly underneath the lattice. If all goes as planned, the tunnel will end directly underneath the containment room, and it should be a small matter for a drone to drill in and release our sulfuric acid bomb. The only problem is that it can be damn tricky to shoot through solid ground, so I'm actually growing the pipe in sections. That way, I'm always transporting the machines through pipe that's already grown." She stole a glance at him. "I briefed you on this already, you know." "You told me you could do it. I guess I tuned the rest out. Tunneling through the bedrock's really not a problem? The molecular machines are actually converting atoms in the rock into something new, so it doesn't matter how strong the rock is. I can grab those atoms and use them to create the material for the pipe." Shaw watched on her cross-section as the needle-like edge of the pipe crawled its way toward the lattice, while the sections closest to the Walden slowly expanded. Once it had grown to 3 meters the whole way through, they would release a drone. It would drill into the lattice and place the explosive sulfuric acid charge. He and Annalise would don their spacesuits, now tailored for underwater wearing, and swim the length of the pipe, accompanying the drone as backup. Everything seemed to be moving forward fine. The leading edge was now under the tunnels of CERN, but not yet to the tunnel that stored the lattice itself. "I guess we should get ready to suit up," Shaw said, and Annalise nodded. There was a noise, muffled and distant. An explosion? He couldn't tell, and Annalise's face looked confused as well. "Is that something your pipe is doing?" Shaw asked Tavina. Tavina's brow was furrowed, and Shaw knew her answer before she said it. No, I don't know what it is. Wolf, are we getting noise from the Nevada feed? No, volume's off. I'm trying to locate the source now. It's coming from the surface, Erling said. A view of Lake Geneva appeared on a screen in front of them. Piercing red blasts of laser light were descending from the sky, their beams exploding floating spheres all over the surface of the lake. Each beam lasted for just a few seconds, until a sphere exploded and then found a new target. The air over the lake was a sea of splintering glass, catching the rising sun and twinkling like deadly fairy dust. Anyone near the water is going to get massacred. How could they do that? Erling asked. They're panicking, Shaw said. They don't know why the spheres are there, but they saw what happened in Nevada. He continued to watch the exploding spheres in shock. Wolf, find me a feed on the Geneva control room. We need to know what they're planning. Damn it. What? Erling asked. Those spheres don't affect us now that we're down here. They're irrational. They're scared. Trust me, it affects us. We have a feed of the Geneva Lattice control room for you, Wolf said. Raising volume. Shaw studied the screen, which showed an older woman standing at a command console that very closely mirrored the one he was so familiar with in Nevada. Much longer until the surface is clear, she asked, her commanding voice in English. We don't know how many of them there are yet. We break one up and it sinks, but it just allows one that was below to pop up to the surface. Shaw was caught by the voice, but it was coming from someone just off screen. Is there any sign that these spheres have started growing? None. They're hollow and they don't grow. Entirely different. It's like they were built to be dropped into the lake and nothing more. What could they be playing at? The woman shook her head. Any casualties from the shore? None. The emergency signal sent to RAPS seemed to have kept everyone indoors or away from the water. Okay. Let's review our street entrances and the sewers again. We need sensors and lights everywhere. I don't want spheres sneaking up on us like they did on your friends in Nevada, Yang. Shaw gaped at the screen as Tim Yang stepped forward into the view of the feed screen. Son of a bitch, he cursed. Of course. He had originally been transferred from Geneva to work in the Nevada Lattice. After everything that had happened, he'd been sent back home. This attack is different, Yang told her. If they could have done it twice, they would have done it at the same time. Shaw couldn't fully understand why seeing Yang in Geneva was so shocking to him. In a short week, the young man had become surprisingly close to him. He knew Iverson and Braybrook and some of the other faces around the Nevada Command Center, but he hadn't traveled with them or mentored them. Maybe he'd put in the effort with Yang and connected with him because he was overcompensating. Your evil twin nearly killed me, so I want to make sure I treat you right. Whatever the reason, the emotion was real. His opponent had a face this time, a face he didn't want to fight again. Erling was next to him. Do you think he'll figure out we're down here? Erling asked. And even if he did, what could he do to stop us? I don't know. I think that's generally the lesson of the day. How big is our tunnel, Tavina? Shaw asked. 20 meters. How long until we can squeeze in? Working on it, came the clipped reply. It wasn't essential that the Waldens slip into the tunnel, but Shaw hoped to use the ship later for their escape, and he didn't want it being discovered in the meantime. Annalise, can you give me a hand? The water's complicating things, Tavina asked. Annalise was at her side, and together they pored over the tunnel schematics, which were now incredibly wide at one end, narrowing to a small sliver of molecules just under the lattice. Gabriel's horn, Wolf said, catching what Shaw was looking at on the screen. Shaw shook his head, not understanding.
It's a geometric shape, called Gabriel's Horn. It looks just like the tunnel you're about to plunge this ship into. And I suppose the name is rather fitting, too. The horn to announce Judgment Day. We're freeing people, not standing in judgment. We're giving them a chance to experience the world to come. That's what Gabriel announced. You're not helping, Wolf. I just want to give Ellie and my daughter a chance to grow up in a world where sick perverts aren't jumping into their minds all the time. You can start moving her in, Tavina said, but slowly. We're going to be displacing a lot of water, and it's got to fit through a narrow gap between us and the tunnel. Helix, can you pilot us in while Annalise is helping Tavina? She nodded and changed console stations. Whenever you're ready, Shaw said. Erling was suddenly at Shaw's side again. You need to be watching the screen. Shaw's eyes flickered up, where Yang was arguing passionately to his commanding officer. I know it leaves us blind, but it will leave them blind too. They are using the Lattice against us. We know they're coming after Geneva, somehow, but it's almost certain that they couldn't do it without the Lattice. We have no proof of that. I don't know how they transport spheres around the world, but I know it would help to have a guidance system that could help them target the exact point in a sea of atoms that they want to beam them. Shutting down the Lattice removes their guidance system entirely. Yang's commanding officer didn't answer. Tavina? Shaw called out, knowing she was listening. He's right. The tunnel's not finished. I can't keep building it if I don't have the Lattice. Shaw cursed. Yang was still arguing with his boss on the screen. All our security measures, they turn against us. They converted the space-based lasers into propulsion for their hovercraft on their first raid. And just now they turned the dome that was supposed to be impregnable into a trap and crushed everything inside of it. Turning off the Lattice is the only thing we have that can hurt them, Yang pressed. We have to cut off their flow of information. And what about us? How do we defend Geneva without the Lattice? Either taking the Lattice cripples them and they can't continue their attack, or they come in person. And we can handle that, because we know where they'd be headed. Right here. Finally, the woman nodded. I'll try. I can't make that call on my own. How long of an outage do we want? I think that decision we can make once the Lattice is off, Yang said, his hand up to indicate the floating presence of all the potential listeners, including Shaw himself. Tavina, how long until the tunnel's big enough to release a drone and have it reach the Lattice? The tunnel's only a few inches wider under the Lattice right now, not nearly close enough, but that's not the real problem. What's the real problem? All our drones use the Lattice for navigation. Unbelievable. Can any of you see the goddamn irony of this situation? Irony is best enjoyed when we've been successful, Wolf said, scratching his chin. They're going to turn the Lattice off within the next few minutes, and we need to be ready. Tavina, map the exact coordinates of our best entry point right now. How can you know that they'll turn it off? It's too essential to too many people to just flip a switch because they think they're under attack, Erling said. Yang's right, and everyone above him will see it. Trust me. I know how they work and how they think. They've got nothing to punish us with, and Yang's just offered them their first good idea. They'll take it. We're not going to get much more time. I've marked our best point of entry. It's in an unused section of the old tunnel. It'll be a trek to get to the Lattice, but it's the best we'll get in the next few minutes, Tavina said. Then we'll take it. Get the coordinates and maps and anything else we need into a system that doesn't rely on the Lattice. Tavina worked and said, Okay, I've formed a hole in the tunnel at our best exit point. We'll still have to cut through their flooring, but at least not through the nitrogen. On screen, the commanding officer strode back into the room. Yang and everyone else in the room's eyes were on her. She took a deep breath. Everyone in the Walden was holding theirs, waiting to hear what she had to say. Shut it down. 81 seconds later, all the screens in the Walden went gray and then black. All right. I guess we don't have to worry about them finding us at the bottom of Lake Geneva anymore. We're on our own, Shaw said. They're going to be moving fast to defend the facility, but they don't know how close we already are. It's time for a swim. Chapter 33. See you on the other side, Helix said through the airlock. Helix alone would stay behind and wait in the Walden. Shaw, Wolf, Erling, Tavina, and Annalise would make the final leg of the journey to the Lattice, leaving Helix to work out whether the Walden was still navigable after being submerged for so long. If all was well, she would meet them at midnight in Geneva's Parc Lagrange and whisk them out of a city, likely on a manhunt for them. Shaw wasn't sure she would follow through, remembering her anger at the rest of the crew after JPEG's vote, but he didn't want to drag that up right now. Shaw held his hand up, as much of a wave as he wanted to give her, but she closed the door without returning the gesture. The Lattice gone and the Walden underwater, the raiding party wouldn't be able to communicate with their ship. As water began to pour into the airlock, Shaw turned away from the interior door in his modified spacesuit, waiting for the exterior door to open. Despite the plan, something told him that he would not be seeing this ship for some time. Part captors, part teammates, he couldn't see any reason to continue with them after their task was done. If the crew of the Walden was truly willing to ferry him across the Atlantic to St. Louis, he would freely accept the ride. It would be much easier than having to book travel elsewhere when he was supposed to be dead. Otherwise, he was done. The water was up to his chest, and he looked around at the rest of the team through his helmet. Were they prepared for what lay in front of them? The water level was swirling past Shaw's vision, and then it was to the ceiling, and finally, the room was full of water. With the room full of water, the pressure was equalized and the outer door of the airlock opened, the full darkness of the lake in front of him. Shaw checked the pouch slung around his shoulder. Ideally, this explosive charge of sulfuric acid would have been delivered right into the heart of the Lattice by a metal-cutting drone. It wouldn't have cared about its exposure to the impossibly cold vacuum surrounding the Lattice, a cold so deep and deadly the merest hint of it would freeze a person solid in less than a second. Now it was his duty to get it into the Lattice, somehow, while trying not to get everyone killed by security or frozen by the Lattice's atmosphere. Somehow. He didn't know what his opponents would do, but at least Yang couldn't predict his moves either. It wasn't enough, though. Yang held the advantage. He knew where they had to go. And because of Yang's quick thinking, Shaw and his team were flying blind. No working drones, no communication back to the Walden. No Lattice. Ever since the invention of radio, it had been a useful tactic. Jam up the battlefield so your enemy couldn't communicate, even if it imperiled your own communications. Shaw felt like they should have been more prepared for this eventuality. It wasn't as if it had caught them completely off guard. Shaw, Trank, and Wolf had considered it as a possible response to their attack, but had rejected it as unlikely during planning. They thought that it would be too difficult politically for Nevada or Geneva to turn off the Lattice, even temporarily as an emergency measure. They'd overestimated the world's need for connection, Shaw thought, which led to an uncomfortable question. What else had they overestimated? The doors of the airlock were open, and the team began to filter out into the black abyss, flashlights illuminating their way in beams of light through the water. Shaw and Erling were the last out of the Walden and into the tunnel. Shaw looked up and illuminated the ceiling of the tunnel with his own flashlight. It looked just like the pipe he'd crawled through with Trank and Erling. He turned to look at the hulking sphere behind him, so snugly fit into the tunnel. He realized it was the first time he'd actually seen the Walden, since the last time he was outside her hull she was invisible.
The ship was beautiful, and yet it looked like any other sphere he had seen over the last few days. The swim through the glass tunnel was like diving in a lava tube in Hawaii, something Shaw had actually experienced, and not just imitated via the lattice. Except this lava tube was narrowing quickly as they swam. What started out as a wide open space quickly became noticeably cramped. Where they had been swimming as a group, they soon found that they had to swim in smaller and smaller groups, until they were swimming 2 by 2 down the narrow passageway. He hoped none of them were secretly claustrophobic. Shaw and Wolf were swimming together at the front of the group, and just as Shaw was about to indicate that they should start swimming in single file, Wolf pointed. About 10 feet in front of Shaw, the smooth surface of the tunnel was rippled, pulled back around a wide and dark opening, maybe 3 feet in diameter. Tavina's exit. Wolf moved in front of Shaw, the laser cutter already in his hand. Shaw maneuvered to see into the dark opening. It was filled with dirt, but before Wolf used the laser cutter, he pulled the dirt away, muddying the water below him. When it had cleared up, Shaw saw the underside of a concrete floor. Shaw looked behind him and motioned for everyone in the group to swim forward. Tavina was at the back of the group. She turned and ran her hands along the walls of the tunnel, releasing her specially prepared molecular machines. Almost imperceptibly at first, but then gathering speed, Shaw saw the edges of the tunnel begin to close in around her. Soon the end of the tunnel was entirely sealed off from the depth of Lake Geneva. With the disk in place, they were safe. Cutting a hole into the tunnels of CERN would not cause the great pressure of the water behind him to rush into the installation, filling the void, and sweeping them away in the process. At the same time, with the tunnel sealed, there wasn't any option for going back. Tavina gave a thumbs up, which Wolf returned. He began cutting into the concrete above him. The concrete slab Wolf had cut away fell through the water to the base of the tunnel. Shaw moved past Wolf and pulled himself up into the opening. He poked his head above the surface and looked around. Save for a red glow from an emergency light, the space was dark and apparently empty. Shaw adjusted his hands and pulled himself up onto the floor, ungracefully beaching himself and rolling away from the opening. He unhooked his spacesuit's helmet and took a deep breath. Moving back to the opening, he saw Wolf's head bobbing in the water. Shaw helped to pull his bulk out of the hole and then slowly pulled the rest of the team out. Together, they stripped out of their spacesuits and pushed them toward a wall. Already their beams of light were exploring the space. The tunnel was 14 or 16 feet tall at its highest point. Pipes and conduits snaked against the walls at all levels. In the middle of the tunnel was a thick, bright blue pipe that Shaw's helmet had barely missed as he came up out of the hole. "Where are we, Tavina?" Shaw asked. "In the tunnels of the old Large Hadron Collider, part of the 17 miles of tunnel that form an enormous underground ring." "What was it for?" Annalise asked. "They used to spin particles through here and smash them into each other to see what came out. That's how they confirmed the existence of the Higgs boson particle, not to mention the squark and Vapnik photino." She looked around in awe and touched the blue pipe in the middle of the room. "Everything happened inside of this. It's a sacred place." "How long has it been empty?" "Years. Science outgrew it. Still, they should have opened it as a museum, not destroyed a piece of it in order to build a containment room for the lattice." Shaw was looking around the tunnel, feeling that it was uncomfortably like the catacombs under Rome when he was a child. Geneva's tunnel was bigger and made of concrete, but he couldn't help but feel the similarities. "Which way is the lattice?" Shaw asked, doing his best to put the memory aside. Tavina pointed down the tunnel to Shaw's left. "A mile in that direction." Shaw looked over his team. Without Trank, he was suddenly feeling exposed. As far as he knew, he was the only one of the small group who had any combat training, or even taken a punch in a boxing ring. Tavina was tough as nails, and Annalise had already proven her mettle on the side of the Walden, but that didn't mean they could shoot. "We don't know if we're going to encounter security," Shaw said, "so I want everyone to have a laser at the ready. Don't aim for the head, aim for the stomach. It's easier to hit, and we'd still like to get through this with as few fatalities as possible, am I right?" Wolf was the only one who nodded, but the rest were getting their weapons out and ready. "All right, let's move." There was little cover inside the LHC ring, save for the slowly rounding walls of the tunnel itself. Shaw went out ahead on the outer wall of the ring, with the remaining 4 staying near the inner wall, lingering back far enough that they could see Shaw, but not anything that he could see, letting him serve as a scout and a place to draw any opposing fire. As they jogged, Shaw tried to envision the challenge ahead. The containment area was 100 meters long, supercooled to nearly absolute zero, a replica of the tower at the Lattice installation in Nevada, but laid on end. At either end of the containment area were emergency hatches for maintenance access that required the severe cold to be raised to a mere negative 300 Fahrenheit, warm enough that drones, or even workers in heavy-duty suits, could gain access. Unfortunately, his team wouldn't have those suits, and the drones were disabled. Somehow, they would have to get their sulfuric acid explosive into the containment area without freezing solid in the process. Shaw estimated that if Tavina was right about the distance to the Lattice, they were down to less than a quarter mile to go until they reached the Lattice containment area. The dark tunnel gave no sign of the distance remaining, and his headlamps couldn't penetrate far enough ahead. Straining his ears for any noise or hint of an ambush in front of him, Shaw was caught off guard when a man's shout of alarm reverberated through the tunnel from behind him. They'd found the hole in the floor. Yang and the command center had sent security forces, but Shaw and his team had been faster. They had a jump on them, but would it be enough? Shaw felt a headlamp on him, and he beckoned the trailing group forward. He stayed put and waited for them to catch up. Behind them, he could hear footsteps. 5 people? 10? "Ready for a full-out run?" he whispered. "We make it to the containment area first. We destroy it, and if we live, we get into a shooting match with whoever's behind us on our way out. Understand?" "I've got something that'll slow them down," Tavina said, reaching into a small sack tied to her waist. When her hand emerged, it was holding a small object, something Shaw could barely see through her fingers. A sphere? He couldn't tell. "After I throw this, run," she said. Tavina turned and hurled the small object, not down the tunnel toward the pounding footsteps as Shaw had expected, but instead she aimed it at the floor, less than 10 feet away. She started running, and the rest did too, but Shaw lingered, trying to understand what it was. In the beam of his headlight, he saw the small black object had flattened, a splat on the ground. Parts of it seemed to catch the light in a tiny, oily rainbow of colors, and was that movement? Was it growing? Yes, it was rapidly growing. A sinking feeling filled his stomach. 3 feet wide, then 4. But it wasn't growing in all directions. It was moving toward him. A living, moving, conscious nanoshock. Tavina had turned the handheld weapon into a predator, and it was less than 5 feet from his shoes. He felt his legs were immobile with fear, his body transported to the shock in the Lattice control room. He had no idea how terrified of that feeling he'd been, how much despair had filled him in the Geneva hotel room, and here it was again. It was almost to his feet. "Damn it, Shaw, run!" A hand was on his shoulder, yanking him back from the deadly black oil that was covering the floor. He stumbled caught himself, and found himself running neck and neck with Tavina. They raced down the tunnel, his beam sometimes catching the 3 running figures ahead of him. He felt the urge to pull away, but kept pace with Tavina, 2 steps behind her. He wouldn't abandon her, wouldn't let the nanoshock or anyone else get to her before they got to him. In front of him, the running figures slowed, and Shaw knew they had reached their destination, the containment area of the Geneva lattice. Shaw and Tavina caught up. Winded, still a little frightened, he put his hands on his knees and studied the wall in front of him. The thick metal walls that surrounded the lattice had a single door with a simple wheel to close it with a tight seal. An airlock, designed to keep the exterior from flooding with a deadly cold. He felt the pouch on his shoulder and the heft of the sulfuric acid explosive inside it. How were they going to get this thing into the containment area? "Any ideas?" Wolf asked. "We open the door and walk in the explosive," Tavina said. Shaw eyed her, and he knew from her hard look back at him that she was completely serious. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," he answered. "We are here because it has to come to that." Before he could respond again, cries of anguish came from down the tunnel. Men's and women's screams. Pain like they'd never experienced. Shaw couldn't hold in his shudder. "We still have time," he whispered, not sure if Tavina could even hear him over the incredible noise. "There will be more of them." Shaw realized his hands were still on his knees. He stood up. He couldn't think. The confines of the tunnel were holding in the boundless dreaming Shaw had felt in orbit when he'd come up with this plan. He pulled the pouch off his shoulder. "Can we get this in there without someone walking in on a one-way trip?" he asked the group. Annalise and Erling were staring at the stainless steel door. Wolf had his head toward the door. Tavina's eyes hadn't left Shaw. No one else had any ideas either. Tavina put her hand out. "Give it here." Wolf objected the loudest, but the rest of the team was shouting her down as well. "We don't have time to stand around arguing," Tavina cried. She stepped toward Shaw to claim the pouch. Wolf was coming at Shaw too, from the looks of it to take the pouch himself, or at least to stop Tavina from getting it. Shaw felt their purpose, and he tensed, his body ready for a bout in the ring. Should he choose and give it to one of them, or let them fight it out? A red laser swiftly cut through the air, and he was out of time. Shaw dove to the ground, and he saw the others do the same. No, not everyone had done the same. Wolf hadn't jumped out of the way. He had crumpled. Wolf was on his back, his feet pushing his body upwards off the floor like it was hot to the touch. His hands were clawing the bulk at his stomach, and he was groaning, crying for help. Shaw heard more lasers in the air, hitting and sizzling into the side of the tunnel. Where were they coming from? As he scanned for people, he saw a dark hole in the tunnel wall, a gray panel sliding shut over it. That's how they'd gotten past the shock. Shaw rolled onto his back, his own laser ready, but he still couldn't see the source of the fire. He heard a voice, though, shouting over Wolf's groans. "Hold your fire! Hold your fire! You'll hit the containment wall!" Shaw looked up at the wall and saw that there were dark burn marks in the metal. Was a handheld laser truly enough to break the containment? He looked at his own laser and imagined himself firing into the wall. How long would it take? Would enough cold air escape that the containment around the lattice would fail, and the rhodium inside would fall apart, its crucial lattice structure literally melting into a lump of inert metal? And wouldn't that leak of cold air be enough to kill them all right now? Shaw turned his rifle away from the wall. He wasn't prepared to take that step just yet. The laser fire had stopped, he realized. He risked raising his head, but couldn't see anyone in the dark of the tunnel. "There's nowhere to go," the voice called. "There's nothing left to do. Surrender now and you'll get a fair trial." Shaw couldn't believe his ears. He hadn't spent very long with that voice, but he knew it just the same. Yang. And knowing that voice might be the only play he had left. Chapter 34. Yang! Shaw shouted. Thank God, Yang, it's me, Byron Shaw. Silence. Byron Shaw is dead. They faked it. The shock just faked death. They've been holding me prisoner for weeks. They threatened to kill Ellie if I didn't help them. They wanted me to walk in the containment area and kill myself, taking the lattice with me. I swear to God, Yang. Stand up, Yang said. Let me get a good look at you. No one else better move. We have 20 lasers on all of you. Shaw let go of his laser. What kind of prisoner was armed? He rolled over and slowly stood, first to his knees, and then slowly bringing the rest of his body up, his hands open and far from his body, hoping he wasn't going to get shot by a nervous soldier, hoping they would let him get close enough he could work without a rifle, hoping no one on the ground would give him away. Shaw stood tall, his hands in the air. Yang stepped forward out of the darkness and into the dim light cast by a single bulb above the airlock to the lattice. It was definitely Yang. He was looking hard at Shaw, his laser at the ready. Tim, it's so good to see you again, Shaw said, and meant it, despite everything else. The first time you met me, someone else had my face, Yang said. How do I know that you're not just wearing Shaw's face to fool me? That's absurd. It wouldn't make any sense to put on a face on the off chance we bumped into you. That face would have worked against a lot more people than me. Everyone knows you. Everyone saw you die. But you were there, Shaw said. Prove to me that you're Shaw. I can't without the lattice. Try, Yang said, moving a step forward. We visited Ada Dillon at the church at Stanford. I took off my helmet, but you didn't. Those are just facts. Anyone could have researched that. Damn it, what else do you want? Shaw said. How did it feel? How did what feel? Us. When we talked, when we traveled together. How did it feel? Yang asked. Shaw had never been asked, at gunpoint, how he felt. And yet he understood entirely. A personal connection, a shared moment, a feeling of total understanding based on tone and body language were the hardest to pin down using the lattice. I felt like I was your teacher or a mentor, maybe even sometimes like I was your father. I know that sounds weird, I'm only 10 years older, but sometimes that's how it felt. Yang kept the laser steady. Shaw couldn't tell if he was about to squeeze the trigger or lower the weapon. Yang eventually lowered it, and Shaw lowered his hands at the same rate. Suddenly they were both in motion, risking the last few steps between them before they embraced, the traditional hand on the shoulder too formal for them now. Yang was clutching fiercely to Shaw, and for his part, Shaw held him tightly. It was almost tempting to abandon the team he'd led this far and walk out the door with Yang. But however much he cared for the young man, and however much Yang looked up to him, it wouldn't last forever. At some point, the lattice would be turned back on, and the truth of his actions these last few days would be known. He wanted to pretend that the bond he'd formed with Yang could last. But that feeling of father-son camaraderie was play acting. Practice for the real daughter who would be waiting at home, and nothing was going to keep him from that. In Shaw's peripheral vision, and now that he was closer, he saw that Yang was backed up by only 3 other armed men, not the 20 he'd claimed. Yang's laser was pressed against Shaw's back. He hadn't holstered it before their hug, and it was still in his right hand. Shaw waited a few more seconds longer, until it felt natural to pat Yang's back gently, the embrace over. He released his hold slightly and felt Yang step backwards. The laser slid up Shaw's back toward his shoulder as they parted. Shaw let Yang continue to move back, waiting for the laser to slide around to his arm. When he felt it on his bicep, he straightened and squeezed Yang's other arm, stopping them both. "It's good to see you again, Tim." "You too, sir." Shaw pulled him in for a hug again, but this time Yang's hand and the laser it held were not behind him, but inside his bear hug. "And I'm sorry," Shaw whispered. He didn't give Yang time to react. Shaw's hand was already coming up to the laser in Yang's hand, while he simultaneously kneed Yang in the crotch. Yang folded in the middle, his breath going out of him, his eyes on Shaw, open wide with disbelief, betrayal. Shaw did everything he could to ignore it, focusing on wrestling the gun out of Yang's clasp. From over his shoulder, he saw a burst of red lasers in the air coming from the prone figures on the ground. Return fire came back from Yang's men, aimed at the edges of the tunnel right now and away from Shaw and Yang. There was little cover, but the dimness made it hard for anyone to find a target. Shaw had just grappled the laser out of Yang's hand when Yang seemed to snap out of his surprise. Yang landed a fierce kick to Shaw's instep, followed by what could only have been a martial arts-trained jab to his solar plexus. Shaw had taken many punches in the ring and knew how to let the momentum of the jab carry him backward into a balanced stance. His feet were firmly under him, even if his right one was throbbing with pain, but Yang was already on him again with another kick aimed at the laser in Shaw's left hand. Shaw moved faster, bringing the laser above the plane of his kick and trying to push Yang's sweeping foot past him and knocking him off balance. It worked, and Yang's weight was carrying him past Shaw. Yang adjusted in midair, swiping at the laser with his hand and knocking it loose from Shaw's grasp. Shaw bobbled the laser, fingers feeling like they were just millimeters from where they needed to be, but it wasn't enough. A body brushed by him, Annalise, running at one of the guards, and the bump was enough to throw the laser out of his reach. He let it clatter to the ground, turning his attention toward Yang, who was now beside him. Shaw swiveled and punched. With the laser now on the ground, his mind and body could forget trying to use the weapon, and Shaw was back in the ring. Yang blocked it with his arm, his other fist simultaneously coming in under Shaw's frame, landing a partial blow on Shaw's stomach. Shaw exhaled, focusing on controlling his breathing and regaining his stance, but Yang was no novice. He kept advancing, his next punch striking hard against Shaw's ear. Shaw staggered back, his hands up over his face for protection against Yang's next attempt. With a cry of fear and adrenaline, Erling leapt onto Yang's back and wrapped his elbows around Yang's neck. Yang hadn't been prepared for it, and he struggled for several seconds against his new assailant. Shaw looked quickly for help, but Annalise and Tavina were together fighting a guard, and even Wolf had pinned another man to the ground. Where was the third? Shaw had pegged 3 out of his peripheral vision. Had he missed one? Shaw saw Erling suddenly flaying into the air. He turned his attention back. Yang had crouched and leaned forward, pulling Erling off of his feet. Erling might still have his arms around Yang's neck, but without his feet on the ground, he was at Yang's mercy. Yang twisted his body and then whipped around, Erling flying off of him and away from Shaw like a slingshot. Shaw saw his chance and rushed Yang, aiming his shoulder at his stomach and tackling him like an old-school football player. He pushed him up against the wall, trying to keep Yang's limbs pinned. Shaw almost had Yang contained when he felt a hand on his shoulder, pulling him off. Shaw knew instantly who it must be, the third guard. Ripped backward from Yang, Shaw struggled against the guard's grip. His feet finally out from under him, Shaw's heels were dragging on the floor. The guard changed his grip and threw him onto the ground. Yang was standing by Shaw's legs, towering over him, and Shaw felt the same sense of déjà vu. The false face of Yang standing over him on the morning of the raid, his true face in the hotel room in Geneva. The first time it was curiosity in the eyes of Ono, then loss and grief in Yang's eyes the second time. Now it was malice. "You let them warp you," Yang spat. "They're selling myths and fantasies and you just lapped it up, didn't you?" As he finished, Yang stomped. Hard. He brought everything he had down on Shaw's knee, which sounded like it both popped and shattered. To Shaw, it felt like it had exploded under Yang's boot. Like his knee was backwards, his bones in pieces, his ligaments snipped. He screamed out, his cry filling the tunnel. Shaw's eyes were clenched, his teeth grinding. There was nothing but the pain. He felt his mind wobble, close to passing out. He pushed back against the feeling. "It's just your knee, Byron. It's nothing like the nanoshock." And it wasn't. Putting it in comparison, he was able to cope with it and then contain it. He opened his eyes, fighting to see through the watery film over them. The battle had continued. Erling was fighting Yang. Erling once again had him in a stranglehold, the only fighting move he seemed to know. Yang's face was squeezed red, his eyes bulging. Shaw searched for the third guard, who had been above him, but he had gone somewhere else. He rolled onto his side and looked down the tunnel. At least one body was on the ground. The guard Tavina and Annalise had taken on jointly, he thought. Annalise was on the ground too. She wasn't moving. The remaining two guards were propping up Wolf, using his wounded body as a shield against Tavina's laser. She was stalking them slowly down the tunnel. One of them put a laser to Wolf's head. "Tell that kid to release Captain Yang now," he shouted. Tavina didn't even glance behind her. "Don't listen to them, Erling. If they shoot Wolf, they'll have nothing to hide behind." Yang was trying to maneuver Erling off of his feet, but Erling had learned his lesson the first time. He kept his center of gravity low and didn't let the elbows Yang was jabbing into his stomach cause him to release his grip. He was winning, but only just. "Can you move, Shaw?" Tavina called over her shoulder. Shaw was already experimenting with that himself. He was up on his palms and one leg and gingerly set down his right leg. The nerves from his knee exploded, and he swayed under the pain. He pushed it back again and was able to get up on one leg. "I'm up," he coughed, and then called it again, louder so she would hear. "There's more of them coming. You know what to do." Shaw saw the pouch he'd been carrying had slipped off during his fight with Yang. He hopped twice and, using a hand to steady himself, he bent down to pick it up. He pulled the small metal explosive out of the pouch and held it. It had survived without a scratch. All it needed now was for somebody to arm it and carry it into the cold vault surrounding the lattice. Shaw looked up at the airlock door and into the impossible cold beyond it. He began making his way there as fast as he could. His mind flashed to a world without the lattice. Ellie and a young girl in Tower Grove Park. No helmets, their hair free in the autumn breeze. No rings on their fingers connecting them to the lattice. Shaw spun the wheel of the airlock. No rings of any kind. Ellie's left ring finger was unencumbered by the thin wedding band and the engagement ring. He threw open the door and looked at the small room in front of him. This would be the last room he ever saw. "Do it, Shaw," Tavina called. "What are you waiting for?" He stepped inside. There was a wheel ahead of him. All he had to do was close the door, arm the explosive, and open the second door. And then it would all be over. In his mind, the young girl skipped forward ahead of her mother along the path, looking for her father. Thinking of that young girl, Shaw's balance gave out, and he fell against the wall. Was it his balance, Or was he acknowledging that this was as far as he was willing to go? Erling was suddenly at his side. "Come on, Byron, stand up!" "Is Yang alive?" asked Shaw, as Erling pulled him back onto his single good foot. "He's alive. I think I just knocked him out." "Thank you. Thank you for not killing him," Shaw whispered. "We agreed. No bloodshed if we could help it." Shaw nodded. "Are you all right, Erling?" Erling gave him a lopsided grin. "About as well as can be expected." Shaw smiled back. "There's just one last thing I have to do." "What's that?" Shaw asked, but by the time he'd finished asking, he knew. Erling grabbed the sulfuric acid explosive out of Shaw's hand and pushed Shaw out of the airlock. "Erling, no!" Shaw shouted, reaching for the body that had just been next to him and only encountering empty air. Shaw was slumped over, his voice a howl of pain as his leg hit the ground. "You can't do this, Erling. It's not worth your life." "It's the only thing worth my life, Byron. After what I did to JPEG, I just can't do that and not be willing to do this." Shaw was struggling to get himself righted. "You've got your whole future ahead of you." "It's not a future I want if the lattice still exists." Erling was pulling the door closed fast behind him. Shaw got himself onto his good knee, but he knew he couldn't make it in time. "Please don't, Erling." Erling stopped the door from closing. "This is my decision, Byron. You get to see your family again, and I get to save the world. That's not such a bad way to go out, is it?" From his one good foot, Shaw leapt forward, hoping to get his hand inside the door, but he fell short. Above him, a red laser cut through the air, hitting just to the right of the open door. One of the guards holding Wolf? Shaw didn't have time to wonder. He heard a slow hiss from where the laser had hit. He suddenly felt a coolness on his face. It must have been a microscopic puncture, but it was enough. So much for not firing at the containment wall. Another red laser, this time on the door, just a few inches from Erling's head. "Erling! Good luck, Byron!" And with that, the door was closed. Shaw made it to the wheel, but Erling was spinning it tight from the other side. With only one leg to balance on, Shaw got little traction, and the wheel barely budged. He looked through the narrow window in the door. Erling's neck was bent forward, and he was looking at the explosive in his hands. He was arming it. A short timer, most likely. Enough that it would still go off, even when the cold hit him. Shaw banged on the window, shouting Erling's name. Erling looked up and gave a friendly wave. He mouthed the word, "Go," and turned his back on Shaw to face the second airlock door. Erling's shoulders went up and down in a sigh, and he stepped forward. Shaw staggered back, unable to watch anymore. Shaw owed him so much, and when it was his turn to act, to take one for the team, he had flinched and let this boy do the work for him. How could he look Ellie in the face now, or hold his new daughter, knowing that he had let someone walk to his death for him? He hadn't meant for it to be like this. It was supposed to be clinical, with drones and spheres doing the hard work, he and the rest of the team safe in the command room of the Walden. He had grown comfortable giving orders, surrounded by screens and not enemies. It was where he was accustomed to be while defending the lattice, and it was where he expected to be while destroying it. Not like this, in the bowels of the tunnels, bodies on the floor. The lattice had been disabled for less than 30 minutes, and look what had happened. Who else was taking advantage of the blind eye? Who else thought they could get away with something while the world wasn't looking? There was a muffled burst of sound, as quiet and insignificant as a balloon popping in the other room. He clenched his eyes closed. A tiny pop for such an immense moment. Erling was gone, and the lattice, both of them now, had been destroyed. Chapter 35. Byron! Shaw looked up, and Annalise was hurrying toward him. Her shoulder was wrapped in some piece of fabric, and her shirt was dark with blood. He's in there, Annalise. Erling sacrificed himself, because I was too much of a coward to do it myself. Tears were in her eyes. He died a hero, Byron. He shouldn't have died at all. He died for what he believed, Byron. You didn't believe, and no one can willingly die for something they don't believe in. You can't hold on to their guilt. He's just a boy. He's a young man, and if it was me in there, you'd say it shouldn't be a woman. But we were all prepared if we needed to be. I'm sorry I let you down, Annalise. You got us far enough. Annalise, can we do this later, Byron? We need your help. I'd like to get out of here before it gets any colder. Shaw suddenly realized that the chill had definitely worsened. He hadn't noticed, but he saw Annalise's breath as she spoke. Where's Tavina and Wolf? They have Wolf. Pulled him down the tunnel. Tavina wasn't willing to fire and risk killing him since he's already injured. She's looking for another exit right now. I saw a door, Shaw said, in the side of the tunnel. He let Annalise support his shoulder, and together the two of them hobbled a few feet down the tunnel. Shaw stopped them in front of a gray panel. In the dim light, it was nearly impossible to distinguish from the wall, but Shaw had seen it move. There's got to be a way to open it, he said. Tavina! Annalise shouted. We found the door! Shaw felt the curved walls around the panel, searching for a button or a control panel. He heard footfalls hurrying closer in the tunnel. It's me, Tavina called. She slowed down when she saw the two of them. Shaw found a box mounted at shoulder height to the left of the sliding door. He looked more closely and saw two buttons. He pushed the top one, and the door slid open to reveal a long, well-lit hallway, with concrete walls and concrete floors. Let's go, Tavina said. We have to bring Yang, Shaw said, stopping her. Are you fucking kidding me? No bloodshed if we can avoid it. Erling wasn't willing to kill him. We can't leave him here to die in the cold. Who's going to carry him? You? We just have to get him out of the main tunnel, Annalise cut in. She left Shaw balanced against the wall and went to Yang. Help me, Tavina. The faster we get him out of here, the faster we can all get moving. Tavina didn't move. I'm not leaving without doing this, Annalise said. Tavina swore and went to Yang. Together, they lifted his shoulders and dragged him over the lower lip of the door and into the concrete hallway. Shaw hopped on one foot after them. He made sure the door closed firmly behind them, and then followed the sleeping face of Yang as the two women pulled him farther from the cold tunnel. Every 50 feet or so, they passed doors and alcoves, some with stairs leading up, some numbered and named in both French and English. This is probably far enough, Annalise said. She and Tavina tucked Yang into an alcove below a set of stairs. Shaw watched them, praying that Yang would be all right. He was afraid of saying anything overly sentimental in front of Tavina. Now what? He asked. Up. They went farther down the hallway and turned right at a junction with another hallway. Tavina insisted that it would lead them away from the Lattice Command Center. Shaw, who normally prided himself on his sense of direction, found that with the underwater swim, the curve of the LHC tunnel, and now the long hallway, he wasn't sure of any direction anymore. Tavina found a staircase. It didn't look any different than any of those they'd already passed, but they had to try somewhere. They made slow progress, each step a hardship for Shaw, who had to be supported by someone else to make the climb. Tavina and Annalise took turns shouldering his weight. Shaw focused on the count of stairs. When he passed 700 steps, he started to think about how to tell Tavina and Annalise to go on without him. It turned out to be less than 60 steps to go. The trio came to a door. No window in it, no sign. Not even a crack of light under it to tell what might lie on the other side. Armed guards? Freedom? They stood, contemplating it, not sure who should make the first move. "I'm not going back down those steps," Shaw said. He hopped forward on the landing and looked back at Tavina and Annalise. "On 3. He counted it out, and they burst through the door, pushing their way into an empty vestibule. There was another door that led back into the building, and on the other side, glass windows revealing an alley streetscape. They were back in the world. Not caring if the door was alarmed or not, Tavina and Annalise helped Shaw through it. It was still morning in Geneva, and they felt the coolness of an alpine autumn on them. They could see a thin strip of blue skies above them, the alley blocking out the rest of the light. Picking a direction at random, even Tavina had been disoriented by the hundreds of back and forths in the staircase, they emerged on a quiet street, bordered by a park. Shaw took a deep breath, feeling like a free man who had just stepped out of jail. He was free to go wherever he wanted. No one using the lattice could track him now. He was free to call Ellie as soon as he could find an available public call box. Did any exist anymore that didn't rely on the lattice to operate? No one was around, and the women carried Shaw across the street and into the trees of the park. Mostly hidden from view, they found a bench and laid Shaw down. "We need to get into a doctor," Annalise said. "In time," Tavina said. "Just let me enjoy this for a second." Annalise stared at her, her mouth agape. "Enjoy this? Are you kidding? We've got to get out of here. The whole city is looking for us." "But they're not using the lattice to do it. It's a very wonderful thing." Tavina closed her eyes and inhaled the fresh park air. From his position on the bench, Shaw looked around and wondered why they hadn't seen anyone yet. Was everyone in hiding? And if so, what were they hiding from? The spheres he'd sent into Lake Geneva? He wasn't sure, but he estimated that they were some distance from the lakefront where so much had gone down. So if it wasn't that, what was it? "Can we keep moving?" he asked. The pain in his knee was feeling worse and worse. Annalise and Tavina got him under their shoulders and continued walking through the park, trying to put some distance between themselves and the exit they'd used. As they neared the other side of the street, Shaw began to hear a siren, bleating its distress. It got louder and louder as they approached until it was overbearing. Emerging onto the streetscape, Shaw was amazed at how different it was from the quiet street on the other side of the park. This was an arterial. It was crowded with cars, but none of them were moving, and all were sitting empty, abandoned by their passengers. The siren was coming from a police car that had crashed into a storefront across the street. It was up on 2 wheels, balanced precariously on a display case that had been in its way when it must have plowed through the front window. The car's red and blue lights were flashing around and around inside the tiny space. Of course the cars didn't work. The self-driving technology used the lattice for navigation. Shaw looked up into the sky. No air traffic either. It was the same with the shuttles and the slingshots. He looked down the street to his right, and only a few hundred feet away he saw what was almost certainly a body, falling out the door of a smashed car. To his left, an overturned car was ablaze, its battery creating a blue-green flame. In the distance, he thought he caught a fleeting glimpse of someone running, but then the figure was gone a second later. Overturned cars, bodies on the street, wailing sirens, and a city afraid to open the door. Was it the same everywhere else? Just what had happened to the world while he'd been down in that tunnel? His sense of freedom fell dead on the sidewalk, and Shaw was overcome by guilt. Guilt and dread for what was waiting for him in this new world. "My God," he whispered. "What have we done?" This has been The Lead Cloak, Book I of the Lattice Trilogy. Written by Erik Hanberg. Published by Side by Side Publishing. Copyright 2013 by Erik Hanberg. Narrated by Doug Mackey. Production copyright 2013 by Moonyard Recording Studio.